The countdown for the arrival of the heavens has officially begun. Once the countdown ends, all individuals on Blue Star aged 16 to 55 who meet the minimum combat standards will be transported to the slaughter battlefield of the heavens. The slaughter battlefield of the heavens is located in outer space, with infinite resources in space. Death means complete disappearance, with no path of return. All resources on Blue Star will be fully sealed and requisitioned during wartime, while the slaughter battlefield of the heavens contains countless resources from great and small worlds. All resources and opportunities can be obtained. Countdown begins. 59:58. At this moment, among the tens of billions of people on Blue Star, a cold and ethereal voice simultaneously echoed in the minds of all eligible individuals. In an instant, the entire Blue Star plunged into panic and chaos. In the Dragon Kingdom, at a certain scrap recycling station, a young student, dressed in a school uniform and with a petite figure, was drenched in sweat as he struggled to unload bundles of scrap from a tricycle. The chubby owner of the junkyard stood frozen, his eyes vacant, suddenly letting out a scream like a foolish pig. Jiao stood there dumbfounded, thinking, has the owner gone mad? Could the scrap he worked so hard to collect end up being worthless? At that moment, a flash of light streaked by, and the junkyard owner was instantly engulfed by the white light, vanishing without a trace. Immediately after, Jiao's vision went dark, and he fell into unconsciousness. Impossible? Time travel again? I haven't even adapted to this world yet. When he woke up again, he found himself in a strange place, a shabby little wooden cabin. The cabin was dilapidated, with peeling and weathered wooden walls, making it hard to tell how long it had been there. The space was cramped, perhaps just enough to fit a single bed. What's worse, there wasn't even a bed, not even a single stool. The place was utterly bare. There were only two small windows, one at the front and one at the back, letting in sparse sunlight. Perhaps he had already grown accustomed to time travel, as Jiao did not panic but calmly observed his surroundings. In his mind, that familiar notification sound rang out once again. Current Novice Village ID, 9527, initial population, 1000. Novice Village personal property, permanently bound Novice cabin. Hint, the cabin is protected by encryption rules. The bound individual has usage rights and can freely enter and exit. While inside the Novice cabin, one is immune to all attacks and harm. Hint, the Novice cabin cannot be destroyed and has basic healing and recovery effects. Hint, the Novice guide is about to end. Please operate the killing survival system independently. Before Jiao could react, the next second, a light wave scanned from head to toe, and a translucent panel suddenly appeared in front of him. He reached out to touch it and was surprised to find his fingers clearly reflected on the translucent panel, yet it had no physical substance. When he turned around, the panel still moved along with him. Even with his eyes closed, the panel remained visible. He realized that the panel was not a physical object but was directly projected into his mind or retina, completely unobstructive to his vision and movements. There is a portrait icon on the panel labeled Personal Information, a WeChat-like icon showing Chat Channel, and a pocket icon representing Supplies. With his extensive online gaming experience, Jiao immediately understood the basic functions of these three icons. He focused his will and clicked on the portrait icon. Instantly, the panel content changed, displaying a brand new page. Name, Jiao Hao. Level 1, 0/100. Strength, 7. Agility, 8. Constitution, 7. Talent, none. Skills, none. Profession, none. Title, none. Combat power, 1. Spirit, 30. After reviewing the data, Jiao examined his thin and weak body. 7 points of strength? The upper limit of basic attributes is definitely more than 10 points. He knew that this body had suffered from long-term malnutrition, was abnormally thin and weak, with strength almost only half that of a normal adult. In other words, the standard value for basic attributes should be 15, with the maximum value reaching 20. But here's the problem. Why is the mental attribute as high as 30? Far exceeding the standard and maximum values. Could this mean something? At that time, he had a vague suspicion in his heart, but the information currently available was too limited, and the personal attribute panel did not reveal any valuable clues. Jiao closed the personal attribute panel, returned to the previous option page, and then opened the chat channel. The bottom right corner of the chat channel displayed the current number of participants as 1000/1000. Seeing this number, Jiao's heart tightened instantly. Could it be that the number of people in the chat channel always remains at the full capacity of 1000? He clicked to view the details. With a swish, countless human profile pictures instantly filled the screen. Jiao glanced at them. There were men, women, young, and old, but he didn't recognize most of them. After all, he didn't have many acquaintances in this world, so it was hard to determine whether the gathering of people in this novice village was random or based on proximity. Immediately afterward, a massive chat interface appeared, with various chat messages rapidly scrolling by. Each avatar is accompanied by the content of the recent speech. Clicking on an avatar reveals the speaker's holographic projection, with attributes such as age, height, and weight clearly displayed. Jiao also clicked on his own avatar, and a holographic projection instantly appeared. appeared. At this moment, his image was dressed in a school uniform, appearing thin and frail, with a dark background. This is probably the image left behind after that mysterious light wave swept across his body. Jiao tried his best to gather all the information, attempting to determine his current situation. Then, he focused his attention on the constantly flashing chat messages and discovered that he could control the refresh speed of the chat messages through his thoughts. He could slow down the speed of the chat pop-ups, selecting interesting content one by one for careful reading, or he could speed it up, quickly filtering out messages he wasn't concerned about. Is anyone there? Is anyone here? Where am I? Can someone tell me what exactly happened? Idiot, can't you see it yet? We're all in the all-heavens slaughter battlefield now. For small worlds like ours to be thrown into the all-heavens battlefield, isn't that perfectly normal? Ugh, I heard that once a great world was thrown into the all-heavens battlefield, and in the end, the entire army was wiped out. Not a single person survived. No, I don't want to die. I'm still a virgin. Everyone, don't panic. We can't change the situation anymore. The only thing we can do is survive. Let's stick together. This is great. The all-heavens battlefield connects countless small worlds and great worlds. It's rich in resources, full of adventures, and completely without rules. This is the perfect opportunity for a hero like me to shine. Is there anyone next door? I'm knocking on the wall. Is there a response? Everyone, don't panic. We are all followers of the great sunburst god. Believe that he will protect us. Get lost, you damned ghost. Your whole family are ghosts. I am a citizen of the strongest galactic Korean underworld empire. All of you shut up. I am your father. Get lost. How dare you take advantage of us? Bastard, I am an embassy staff member of the lighthouse country, holding the authority to issue green cards. Daddy, I was wrong. The entire chat channel was in complete chaos, with no useful clues to be found. At this moment, shouldn't everyone be exchanging information, analyzing the current situation, and thinking about solutions? Right now, acting out this farce of a father-son reunion truly left Jiao speechless. He tried to exit the chat channel, only to find there was still a world chat channel option. However, the world chat channel was currently dimmed in gray, clearly not yet activated. It seems, for now, he can only mingle with these bugs. Seeing the chat content in complete chaos with no substantial information, Jiao couldn't help but speak up. Has anyone figured out how personal attributes and combat power are calculated? My combat power is 1. What about everyone else? Mine is 1 too. 1 plus 1. 1 plus. Looks like everyone's combat power is at 1, right? No, I'm at 1 plus, almost reaching 2. No way. There's actually a 1 plus expert. What are your strength, agility, constitution, and spirit stats? Strength 20, agility 14, constitution 14, spirit 8. Your strength is actually 20? Among my peers, having a strength of 12 is already considered high. Brother, how did you achieve that? Could this be the legendary Big Shot? I bet the Big Shot must be a special forces soldier or a martial arts expert. Everyone, no need to be so formal. Just call me Lu Hong. I'm a Sanda athlete, and I just train a lot in my spare time. It seems our initial attributes and combat power are related to our physical fitness. I wonder if they can be improved through hard work later on. Don't do this. I only have 6 points of strength. I'm willing to trade 50% of my intelligence for 10 points of strength. I never expected our beginner's village to have such a powerhouse hidden here. Starting with a combat power of 1 plus, it's truly enviable. Amid the lively discussions of the crowd, Jiao basically confirmed his earlier speculation. The maximum value for the strength attribute should be 20. So far, in the beginner's village where they were, no one had been seen with an attribute exceeding 20 points, apart from his own mental attribute, which astonishingly reached an impressive 30 points. According to information revealed by others, most people's attributes are generally concentrated around 10 points, neither low nor high. Looking at it this way, his strength, agility, and constitution are all inferior to others, and he might be at a disadvantage at the start. However, he also noticed that most people's mental values in the chat channel were very low, with the highest being only around 10 points. At this moment, the cold prompt sound echoed once again in everyone's mind. Prompt: after the countdown ends, the first talent awakening will occur. Talent awakening is related to personal attribute values, hidden genes, and soul compatibility. Prompt: talent levels are divided into 9 grades: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SSSS, with SSS being the strongest. Prompt: talents above S level require an extremely strong soul essence, and talents above SS level possess uniqueness. Countdown begins. 59, 58. As soon as the announcement was made, the chat channel instantly erupted. So it turns out that the so-called talent abilities need to be awakened. I thought some pros were just born with them. So excited. Looks like I can awaken a talent too. I wonder what type it will be. Does anyone know what it means for an S level or higher talent to require soul essence? No idea, but it's probably related to personal temperament or mental strength. It might even be tied to profession or hobbies. Jiao speculated silently in his heart, filled with anticipation, wondering what level of talent he would awaken. At that moment, the countdown ended and an invisible light instantly infused into his body. A surge of emotion arose from the depths of the soul, as if something was awakening. Hint: awakening SSS level talent ability, recycle reset. It's actually an SSS level talent. At this moment, Jiao was struck by immense joy. An SSS level talent, isn't that the most top tier talent? Recycle and reset? The name sounds quite ordinary, but what exactly does it do? Recycle and reset, capable of recycling all resources, resetting their organizational forms, altering their shapes and states of existence, and achieving decomposition and recombination for secondary utilization. It sounded impressive, but Jiao couldn't help feeling a vague sense of familiarity. Previously, to console himself, he had jokingly referred to his scrap collection work as paid waste resource processing service and deep processing and utilization of recyclable resources. Isn't this exactly the talent he had just awakened? Tossing and turning for half a day, is his talent really just collecting junk? Could it be that his hidden occupational talent has been activated? Just as he was secretly complaining in his heart, a surge of excitement came from deep within his mind. This time the feeling was even stronger, as if a more powerful force had suddenly awakened deep in his brain. This feeling, he had just experienced it earlier, but this time the awakened talent seemed no weaker than the previous one. Jiao was stunned. Could it be that everyone can awaken their talent twice? Hint: awakened SSS level special racial talent ability, planting. Jiao stared blankly at the prompt on the screen, first in disbelief, then in shock, and finally overwhelmed with joy. In the end, he laughed silently, and tears streamed down his face. Racial talent, planting. Isn't this exactly the talent of my flower-growing homeland? Originally, I thought I would never see anything related to my flower-growing homeland again in this life, but at this moment, a familiar and touching emotion surged deep within my heart. No matter where I am, my talent for gardening will never be lost. It seems that the reason I was able to awaken my talent twice is probably because of the transmigration, as the original owner of this body still retained the essence of his soul. Therefore, the first awakened talent, recycle and reset, is actually a memory ingrained in the very bones of this frail young boy named Jiao. Due to his impoverished family background, in order to survive, he never let any recyclable resource slip by. While walking on the road, his eyes were constantly scanning for every recyclable item he could find. Unfortunately, in the end, an accident occurred because of picking up a mineral water bottle on the road, which also led to the crossing. And the true awakened talent is precisely the planting talent before his eyes. This is the racial talent that belongs to the Hua family. Jiao trembled slightly and eagerly clicked to view the details of his talent. Planting, special talent ability, temporarily rated as SSS level, with an extremely strong dedication to planting, capable of planting in any harsh environment with a 100% survival rate, able to increase crop yield and shorten growth cycles. As expected, truly worthy of being our Flower Nation family's innate talent. So powerful. I wonder what talents others have awakened. Thinking of this, Jiao calmed his emotions and opened the chat channel. At this moment, the chat channel with 1,000 people was already filled with laughter and joy, bustling with excitement. I didn't expect to awaken the E-level talent of physical enhancement. My physique attribute has doubled, and now I feel incredibly comfortable all over. I awakened the E-level speed enhancement, doubling my speed. It's amazing. I've awakened D-level flame control, so I won't need to carry a lighter when I go out anymore. I've awakened D-level plant affinity, which lets me sense plant emotions. What use is this lousy skill? Why is it D-level? Buddy, I'm even worse off than you. I've awakened taste enhancement, with my taste sensitivity increased tenfold. What's the point of that? Misery loves company, brother. Mine is smell enhancement, with sensitivity increased tenfold. Tell me, what good is tenfold? It's not even as good as a dog's nose. I awakened the rubber body ability, allowing me to freely stretch my body parts. Brother upstairs, little sister is 21 this year, single and unmarried, skilled, sweet-talking, and not clingy. Seeking a relationship. Really envy you guys with these talents. My useless talent is voice changing, which lets me alter my speaking voice. What's the use of this? Any random voice changing software is better than me. Your abilities, no matter how useless, are still better than mine. The ability I awakened is the freedom to change my gender. I have no idea what use this broken ability has. Bro, you're invincible. You don't even need to get married now. Maybe we should call you Big Sister instead. I can't hold it anymore. In the chat channel, some were happy while others were distressed, as everyone enthusiastically discussed their talents. It was evident that everyone was very excited. At this moment, the cold notification sound rang out again. Notification: Talent Awakening in Novice Village number 9527 has been completed. 648 individuals awakened with F-level talent. 279 individuals awakened with E-level talent. 71 people awakened with D-level talents. 2 people awakened with C-level or higher talents. Note: after completing Talent Awakening, the unlimited protection of the Novice Village will be automatically lifted, and secondary protection status will be activated. What? Jiao did not expect that among the more than 1,000 people in the entire Novice Village, the majority majority had F and E level talents, especially those who awakened talents above D level. There were only 73 people in total. And as for talents above C level, there were only 2. He wondered whether it was because the strength of the novice village he was in was too weak, or if the overall talent level of humanity on Blue Star was far lower than he had imagined. Of course, it might also be because Jiao himself is simply too abnormal, making him seem particularly out of place. The other survivors in the chat channel, however, were in an uproar. No way, out of over 1,000 people in our entire novice village, only 73 have talents above D level? Not even a single S-level talent? Based on this ratio, there probably aren't many S-level powerhouses globally either. S-level talent? I think it's possible that not even one person among the billions worldwide could awaken it. It's just too difficult. Yeah, after all, we're all just ordinary people. Only those strong individuals like special forces could awaken B-level or A-level talents, right? By that logic, being able to awaken D-level talent is already quite impressive. It's unbelievable. Are those who awaken C-level talents all special forces in real life? Our novice village also has 2 people who awaken C-level talents. Could they be special forces too? Exactly. I wonder which big shot awakened the C-level talent. Yes. As the strongest presence in our novice village, Big Boss, why not show yourself and let everyone worship you for a moment? Just as everyone was enthusiastically discussing, an avatar in the chat channel suddenly moved. Hello everyone, I'm Lise. My awakened talent is C-level metal control. Metal control? Doesn't that mean no weapon can harm the Big Boss? Instantly reminds me of Magneto. Wherever there's metal, he's invincible. So envious, I'm dying of envy. Boss, please take me under your wing. Are you still accepting little brothers? I can serve tea, make the bed, do laundry, and cook. Brother Lise, your little sister is 18 this year. Measurements 36, 32, 38. Please date me. At this moment, the entire chat channel was in an uproar, with everyone frantically praising Lise's C-level talent and endlessly flattering him. And Lise showed great magnanimity, speaking very amicably and quickly mingling with many people. Numerous players immediately expressed their desire to team up with him for adventures. By the way, who is that big shot with the awakened C-level talent? Yeah, that expert should come out and say something. Exactly, introduce your talent and let us broaden our horizons. However, Jiao just quietly watched the chat channel without any reaction. Are you kidding? If he had awakened an A-level talent, he would have dared to show himself long ago. But an SSS-level talent is simply too heaven-defying. There probably aren't many people in the entire world who possess it. Although his talent is very strong, in terms of actual combat power, he is definitely not the top among this group of people, and might even be the weakest one. If a real war breaks out, I'm afraid many people could easily take him down. Don't forget, this is the true battlefield of slaughter across the heavens, not a sightseeing tour. Having talents far ahead of others may not necessarily be a good thing. It can easily attract envious enemies to target you. Even if your identity will eventually be exposed, you must wait until you have enough self-protection ability and can face others without fear. Both of his talents were not suited for direct combat but were more appropriate for steady survival and development. Therefore, Jiao did not want to expose himself lightly just to show off, putting himself in danger. At the same time, the cold system notification sounded again. Notification: you have entered the level 2 protection state of the novice village. The novice village domain is now open. Everyone may leave the wooden huts and enter the novice village to explore, kill, and gain spiritual energy for upgrades. The novice village has level 2 protection, preventing alien invasions and high-level monsters. The protection period lasts for 7 days. After 7 days, novices who have not reached level 10 will be expelled and lose their protection status. The first 100 beginners to reach level 10 will receive a treasure chest reward. The novice village currently contains various monsters such as beasts, murderers, and demonic creatures. Killing monsters can grant spiritual energy, and all beginners will receive basic combat resources. As the notification sound faded, a white light instantly appeared around everyone. From the light emerged a dagger, a water bottle, a pack of compressed biscuits, and a dusty gray backpack. Novice standard dagger, attack +1, made of inferior common iron, tier 0 equipment. Attack power is automatically converted from the strength attribute. 1 point of attack power is equivalent to 1 point of strength. Although it only increases attack power by 1 point, it's still better than fighting barehanded. Jiao happily gripped the dagger, swung it a few times, and felt that the weight was moderate, though the handle was slightly rough. He lightly touched the blade with his thumb. The edge was dull, completely lacking sharpness, and the color was unevenly distributed, making it look extremely poor in quality. At that moment, his innate ability suddenly activated, catching him completely by surprise. Recycle and reset the novice standard dagger? Recycle rust and slag to reset into a sharp steel dagger. Who would have thought his innate ability could actually come in handy? Jiao excitedly manipulated his talent, locking onto the dagger in front of him. Silently, a layer of brown substance appeared on the surface of the dagger. He gave it a gentle shake, causing the impurities to fall off. The dagger instantly gleamed with a cold light, its blade much sharper. Although there was no obvious change in appearance, the color distribution became much more uniform. Sharp steel dagger, attack +5, 1% armor penetration, forged from steel, tier 1 equipment. Looking at the brand new dagger before him, Jiao couldn't help but reveal a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, it's an SSS level talent, so powerful that it commands admiration and respect. The ability to recycle and reset is unexpectedly strong to such an extent that the reset dagger not only has increased attack power but also gains an additional 1% armor penetration effect. Even more astonishing, the equipment's tier directly rose from tier 0 to tier 1. At this rate, as long as I keep extracting, wouldn't I be able to upgrade an ordinary dagger into a divine weapon in no time? Jiao couldn't help but try using the recycle and reset function again. However, when he aimed at the dagger in front of him, a prompt popped up on the screen. Recycle the refined steel dagger? It can be reset into 1 piece of tempered steel and 3 grams of iron slag. Jiao was instantly stunned. I didn't expect that if recycled and reset again, this sharp steel dagger would directly revert to raw materials. In other words, with the current material of this dagger, it can no longer be upgraded in quality through resetting and can only be reluctantly abandoned. However, even so, his weapon is already far ahead of others, with an attack power increased by a full 5 points. Jiao was unwilling to give up and turned his gaze to other equipment. Kettle, you can extract a full kettle of water, and even extract the kettle into iron blocks. Of course, he wouldn't do something as foolish as buying the case and returning the pearl. As for the beginner's backpack, it can also be extracted, directly providing 10 independent spaces. However, the beginner's backpack would turn into basic resources like cloth and thread, making it impossible to recycle or reset, which is completely not worth it. It seems that choosing the right target is crucial for recycling and resetting. At that moment, Jiao noticed some movement outside the cabin. He looked out through the small window of the cabin and saw a group of people walking outside, curiously observing their surroundings. Opposite the cabin where Jiao was, there was a row of identical cabins, and in one of them, a girl was peeking out through a small window. The two of them looked into each other's eyes without saying a word, but Jiao immediately determined that she was a beauty. Her black hair was smooth, her gaze gentle and calm, and her features well defined. Her lips were rosy but not overly striking, her nose delicate, and her skin fair and smooth, clearly showing her love for beauty. From the cheeks and collarbones, the figure is slim but definitely not overly thin. Since only the upper body is visible, the slightly exposed areas appear well defined, with a moderate base size. A rough estimate would be 34D. The eyebrows and eyes are natural, definitely the original features. Overall score 89, classified as a stunning beauty at first glance. Jiao took just one look and carefully hid the sharp steel dagger inside the wide sleeve of his school uniform. Then, without showing any emotion, he walked step by step toward the outside. Although everyone was a beginner, it was still necessary to guard against someone going on a killing spree. As a transmigrator, Jiao was inherently extremely insecure, accustomed to a life of caution and vigilance. At this moment, the novice village consisted of nothing more than 2 rows of bare wooden houses and a small path extending out of the village. Outside the village seemed to be shrouded in thick fog, the scenery blurry, with faint glimpses of some trees, bushes, and scattered small paths. Brother, from what I gather from the system prompt, this novice village has level 2 protection, no strong monsters, only some ferocious beasts and wild animals. You can only level up by killing monsters? Yeah, this system is clearly forcing us to go out and hunt monsters. And after the 7-day protection period ends, once we lose the beginner's shelter, a large number of even fiercer monsters will flood in. By then, we're all doomed. What kind of lousy killing battlefield is this? Bringing us here just to watch us all die? This system must be something akin to the rules of heaven. It wouldn't be so boring and sadistic. It must be trying to select people who meet its requirements. We are now on the battlefield of slaughter across the heavens. It's definitely meant for us to kill. Just do it. Yeah, I feel like the system wants us to engage in slaughter and combat, otherwise it wouldn't have given us basic supplies. But we all grew up in a civilized society. We've never even killed chickens or fish. I've never held a knife before. How can we fight? Me too. I'm so scared. Will we be instantly killed by monsters as soon as we step out? Is anyone willing to team up with me? There's strength in numbers, and it's easier to look out for each other when we're together. That makes sense. I'll join you. Is there anyone else? It's safer with more people. Jiao observed the people around him while trying to stay within the crowd, avoiding drawing attention to himself. He silently glanced around and slowly moved toward the edge of the area. At this moment, everyone was gathered in front of a massive, super transparent light shield. This is probably what they call the novice protection mechanism. Once you step out of the range of the light shield, you'll encounter all kinds of monsters and face unknown terrifying attacks. At this moment, hundreds of people had already gathered around the light shield, looking at each other, pointing fingers, and discussing animatedly. But no one dared to take that step. No one knew what was happening outside, and at this moment, someone needed to step forward. But everyone understood understood deep down, they were all waiting for someone else to be the first to stick their neck out. Rushing out now would be no different from being cannon fodder sent to die. What exactly is out there? The system said there are wild beasts, ferocious beasts, and possibly even demonic beasts. No one knows what these monsters look like. It's too terrifying. Can we blur them out? Heh, based on my experience playing virtual games, at most we'll encounter basic creatures like chickens or rabbits. Killing these beasts shouldn't be too difficult. Really? Then if we're lucky, killing a few chickens to level up would be a breeze. How about we team up and go out to take a look first? The earlier we go out, the better chance we have to kill monsters, level up faster, and naturally earn more rewards. Forget it. I think it's better to be cautious and observe first. This isn't a game. If you die, you're really dead. At that moment, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd, and Jiao turned to look back. He saw a shirtless muscular man walking out from the opposite side, exuding an imposing aura. Is it him? Jiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he quietly took half a step back, remaining calm and composed. Stop dawdling and get out of my way. Don't block the path. Who's being so arrogant? The muscular man disdainfully stared at a rookie blocking his way, showing no courtesy as he suddenly swung a punch. The rookie was instantly knocked back by a punch, sliding several meters and heavily falling to the ground. Although completely unharmed, he stared at the muscular man in shock. No way. A single punch can send someone flying this far? What kind of power is this? This is the big shot Lu Hong with a +1 combat power. Damn, a +1 combat power is actually this strong? We ordinary people are not even in the same league. Completely crushed by the big shot. Big shot Lu Hong, may I ask what talent you awakened? Lu Hong sneered arrogantly and said, D-level talent, Power Berserk, can enhance strength attributes by 3 times, and activating the talent can instantly boost it by another fold. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Oh my god, it's actually a D-level talent master. No wonder the power is so terrifying. So envious. I awakened an E-level strength enhancement, doubling my strength attribute and increasing it by 50% when activating the skill. I can't even compare to the master. Don't even mention it, at least you have an E-level talent. We F-level trash have no way to survive. Take it easy, our beginner's village has over 1,000 people, and only a dozen or so have awakened D-level talents. Yeah, I really hope Big Brother Lu Hong can guide us. Big Brother Lu Hong, would you be willing to take me under your wing? I'm just an F-level talent. Lu Hong raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly, F-level talent is nothing. Only the weak huddle together, the strong always walk alone. He looked around, walked to the edge of the light shield, and gazed at those who pointed and whispered but dared not step outside. Opportunities only favor the prepared. I'm going to level up first. With that, he grabbed his novice dagger and strode confidently out of the light barrier. The crowd's eyes were filled with envy, astonishment, and anticipation as Lu Hong left the protection of the novice village. However, just after stepping out, a piercing scream shattered the silence, immediately followed by a series of blood-curdling screams, like a pig being slaughtered. Hint, a newcomer Lu Hong from the village was killed by a level 1 beast, the red-eyed rat. Everyone's minds were filled with this shocking news. The bustling novice village instantly fell into a brief silence and stillness. An uproar erupted. How is that possible? Lu Hong, with a +1 combat power and an awakened D-level talent. Yeah, the one who killed him was just a level 1 beast, most likely the weakest monster in the novice village. How is this possible? Such a beast was able to defeat a strong opponent, leaving everyone stunned. The survival difficulty of this battlefield of slaughter across the heavens was far more severe than they had imagined. Those whose talents were inferior to Lu Hong's were trembling even more. Before long, a bloody smell wafted in from outside the novice village, accompanied by crunching sounds. What is that sound? It seems like the sound of a mouse gnawing on something. As soon as this sentence was spoken, several girls were so frightened that they burst into tears on the spot. Everyone felt an indescribable fear and an overwhelming sense of oppression. At this moment, the cold notification sound rang out again. Notification, Novice Village number 9527, Novice Lu Hong has achieved the first Death Novice achievement, earning 10 reputation points. Notification, Novice Lu Hong is now deceased. The 10 reputation points have been automatically converted into public reputation and exchanged for 4 Novice Guides. Novice Guide 1, Level 1 beasts have a combat power rating of 2, Level 2 beasts are rated at 4, Level 3 beasts are rated at 6, and so on. All beasts have no innate abilities. Beginner's Guide 2, the combat power of Level 1 ferocious beasts is assessed as 4, Level 2 is 8, Level 3 is 12, and so on. Ferocious beasts may awaken talents, and combat power assessments cannot account for talents and combat experience. Beginner's Guide 3, newcomer mandatory protection can block all monster attacks. Killing each other is prohibited within the protected zone. Immunity to damage lasts for 7 days. Beginner's Guide 4. The reputation system is activated. To gain reputation, unique world achievements must be accomplished. Faced with the prompts before them, everyone began to discuss fervently. Impossible? The first one to be killed can actually gain reputation. This must be one of a kind globally. This is so embarrassing. Lu Hong, the first to be killed in the beginner's village, is now known across the entire world. Getting reputation for being the first one taken out. What a pity. Those 10 reputation points must be significant. Completely wasted. Not wasted, at least it gave us a lot of important information. Yes, Lu Hong can be said to have died a worthy death, contributing to all of humanity. Truly a hero. That's right, at least we can now confirm that staying in the novice protection zone is safe. Safe? Ha, the protection is gone after 7 days. If our strength doesn't improve, it's a dead end for us. Exactly, isn't this just forcing us to go out, kill monsters, and level up? But those monsters are too strong. Our strongest, Lu Hong, only has 1+ combat power, while even a random beast starts at 2. Ferocious beasts might even awaken talents. What should we do? Don't panic. Aside from taking risks to kill monsters and level up, we have no other choice. I suggest everyone act in teams. Right, there's strength in numbers. Team up to kill monsters. We absolutely can't fight solo like Lu Hong. Exactly, if all 1,000 of us strike together, a few beasts will be scared off for sure. Those who want to form a team, come to me. Show your talents and attributes, and we'll combine them comprehensively. Exactly, if everyone is either strength type or agility type, it won't bring out the advantages. It's best to mix various attributes and elemental talents to maximize combat power. Well said. I'm an E-level ice manipulator. If anyone needs help from someone with attribute talents, come find me. Soon, all the newcomers began forming teams one after another. Everyone loudly announced their talents and attributes. Although Lu Hong, who had a D-level talent, died swiftly and decisively, the remaining newcomers with D-level talents were still highly sought after. Especially Li Zhe, who possessed a C-level talent, became the most coveted choice. Those insecure girls desperately surrounded Li Zhe, crying and begging to form a team, wishing they could stick to him for a lifetime, each one eagerly trying to please him. Jiao Hao looked at the scene before him, silently weaving through the crowd. On the surface, it seemed like he was anxiously searching for teammates, but in reality he was avoiding others' inquiries. After all, forming a team required revealing one's attributes and talents. Jiao Hao's attribute values were already extraordinary, and his talent was nothing short of astonishing. His strength was not yet formidable, so he did not want to easily reveal his trump card. Soon, the crowd formed hundreds of teams of varying sizes and set off in a grand procession. After all, not all experts were willing to take on newcomers with mediocre talent. So many with average abilities could only rely on numbers to make up for the gap. In the square, only the low-key Jiao Hao and 3 trembling, fearful newcomers who dared not step outside were left. 2 of them returned to the novice cabin in frustration. Another one held a novice dagger, occasionally glancing outside with a face full of terror. As the sounds of fierce fighting and monster screams came from beyond the light curtain, that person was so frightened that they fell to the ground, scrambling back to the cabin. Even the novice dagger was dropped on the ground. Jiao Hao shook his head, thinking to himself that these 3 guys were destined not to survive the next 7 days. With no way to level up, there was no doubt they would die in 7 days. Moreover, if they didn't go out, where could they possibly find food? However, Jiao Hao felt no sympathy for them. Without even this bit of courage, even if they managed to survive today by sheer luck, they would eventually perish in even harsher battles. He bent down to pick up the novice dagger on the ground and casually reset it. The trembling coward could no longer hold the dagger tightly. Immediately after, Jiao Hao obtained a sharp steel dagger. Before long, the sounds of fighting outside gradually became intermittent and eventually ceased altogether. Humans, after all, have strength in numbers. Those beasts are merely scattered around the outskirts of the novice village and cannot possibly block the entire village entrance. Not long after, all the surrounding noise disappeared, and the entire world became unusually silent. Jiao Hao stretched his body, took a deep breath, gripped the fine steel dagger in his hand, and slowly walked out. The light screen seemed intangible and weightless. He passed through it effortlessly and saw the scene outside the village. The next second, outside is a dense meadow, with hills and woods in the distance, along with a murmuring stream. Underfoot is a muddy path trodden by other beginners. In front lies a thicket overgrown with weeds. These weeds are over a meter tall, and shorter individuals would have their view obstructed if they lower their heads. The stems of the weeds were as thick as small twigs. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Jiao Hao quietly moved in the direction where the most footprints were on the ground. After taking just 2 steps, he discovered a fallen human corpse in the bushes by the roadside. It was Lu Hong. Lu Hong's eyes were wide open, his mouth agape, and his clothes were in tatters. The bones in his chest were shattered, and his heart was torn to the point of being completely unrecognizable. His body was covered with bite marks in multiple places, and his abdomen was completely ripped open. This scene made Jiao Hao's scalp tingle and his hair stand on end. He took a deep breath, squatted down close to the corpse, and searched for recyclable scrap items. Lu Hong's death was gruesome, his clothes tattered and and covered in bloodstains and visceral filth. It seemed these clothes had no recyclable value. At that moment, a surge of power suddenly flowed through his palm. Recovery and reset completed. Recovered D-level talent Power Berserk. No way? This can be recovered too? Power Berserk. Made a fortune. Jiao's face was full of surprise. This ability to collect junk is simply capable of collecting anything. Unexpectedly, even other people's gifted abilities can be recovered. Could it be that he has gained another talent? He hurriedly checked his talent panel. Talent, Recycling Reset, SSS-Level, Planting, SSS-Level, Strength Berserk, D-Level. Strength Berserk, Attribute Talent, Triple Strength Attribute, instantly gains double strength upon activation. As expected, in addition to his two original SSS-Level talents, he had gained an entirely new ability. Originally, Jiao's strength attribute was only 7 points. With Strength Berserk, he instantly possessed 21 points of strength. This puts him on equal footing in terms of strength, or even ahead of others. Feeling the surging power within his body, Jiao was thrilled. Moreover, once the skill is activated, it can temporarily boost his strength to 42 points. With the fine steel dagger in hand, Jiao instantly felt a surge of confidence. This is the true power of recycling and resetting. At first, he was thinking of picking up some torn clothes, broken water bottles, and the like. But it was clear that someone had searched the corpse before him. Lu Hong's beginner backpack, beginner dagger, water bottle, and compressed biscuits were all gone. It seems that other beginners aren't fools either. They definitely wouldn't waste any resources. Except for that tattered and worn-out piece of clothing that was left behind, all the items on Lu Hong's body had been completely looted. But they would never have imagined that Lu Hong still had an undiscovered treasure, his innate ability. Jiao looked at the corpse on the ground, shook his head regretfully, and continued searching for other targets. Lu Hong himself was an enthusiast of Sanda, with considerable strength and combat skills. But judging from the severity of the wound, the level 1 beast red-eyed rat caused him significant harm. Lu Hong has only strength but no speed, making it impossible to fend off the beast's swift attacks. It seems that relying solely on strength improvement is far from enough. He must develop comprehensively. Just then, Jiao noticed another beast's corpse in the nearby bushes. Upon closer inspection, Jiao was instantly dumbfounded. It was an enormous rat, nearly a meter long, comparable in size to a dog. Yes, it really was a rat. Its body was covered in gray-black fur, its blood-red eyes glimmered with ferocity, its slender tail swayed, and its sharp claws were stained with tattered cloth and blood. On its two razor-sharp teeth, remnants of flesh and fresh blood could still be seen. Is this really a damn rat? Could it be that the rats in this place are unusual, or have all the beasts here undergone some kind of transformation, causing their size to skyrocket? This reminded Jiao of certain sci-fi works he had seen in his previous life, where nuclear radiation after the apocalypse caused creatures like rats and dogs to mutate, becoming highly lethal. It seems that on this battlefield of slaughter across the heavens, ordinary beasts like rats, rabbits, and chickens are highly likely to evolve into deadly entities. I must remain highly vigilant. This mouse is clearly the culprit that killed Lu Hong, and its death was quite gruesome. Its two hind legs were broken, one front paw fractured, and its body was covered with wounds from smoke, fire, freezing, and slashing. It was obviously beaten to death by a group of people. Jiao couldn't help but imagine the scene of dozens or even hundreds of people surrounding a single rat, frantically using all kinds of powerful moves, and he found it somewhat amusing. He squatted down, mimicking the motion, and placed his hand on the corpse of the red-eyed rat in front of him. A white light flashed by. A surge of power was transmitted to the palm of his hand. Recovery and reset completed. Strength attribute +1, agility +1. Seeing this message, Jiao's face lit up with joy. As expected, he was right. The recovery and reset function can not only be applied to humans but also to the corpses of beasts to extract items. This time, he not only gained a boost in strength but also added a point to agility, making up for his attribute shortcomings. Is it possible to reuse this corpse with the recycling reset ability? He focused his thoughts and decided to try again. No recyclable resources, target reset to meat +2 kilograms, sharp claws +2, beast fur +0.01 kilograms, beast bones +4. The corpse of the red-eyed rat suddenly vanished from the ground without a trace, and a pile of supplies instantly appeared beside Jiao. The meat was cut into evenly sized cubes and looked very fresh. However, it came from a rat, and not just any rat, a mutated giant rat. Whether it was edible was still uncertain. Jiao first stored all these supplies in the beginner's backpack, as wasting them was not an option. I didn't expect that a moment of impulse would extract all the remaining resources from the red-eyed rat. This is truly digging 3 feet into the ground and plucking feathers from a passing goose. It seems that frequently recovering corpses in a short period not only provides various attribute points but also accumulates a considerable amount of basic resources. Moreover, this also ensures personal safety. Presumably, others have also killed quite a few beasts by now, so this area should be temporarily safe. Jiao continued along this road, which was bustling with people and relatively safe. For others, they might prefer to encounter monsters they can kill. travel, so they wouldn't choose this main road. But Jiao chose to do the opposite. However, he had just taken a few steps when the system's cold notification sound rang out again. Notification: novice Zhang Chang from this village was killed by a level 1 beast, the long-tailed pheasant. Jiao's heart trembled. Another novice lost their life in such a short time? Moreover, when everyone set off just now, they all formed teams. No one acted alone. Even in a team, he was killed, and the one who killed him was a pheasant. This proves that Jiao's previous inference was correct. Within this novice village, even ordinary beasts possess astonishing lethality. At the same time, Jiao's gaze swept across the ground traces around him, and he ultimately chose the path with the fewest footprints. He wanted to recover Zhang Chang's talent ability again, as he had previously gained a talent when recovering Lu Hong's corpse. However, when recovering the corpse of the red-eyed rat, he only obtained strength and agility attribute points. The system had once indicated that ferocious beasts might possess talent abilities, but ordinary beasts had none at all. From this perspective, extracting from human corpses was clearly more cost-effective. However, he did not know Zhang Chang's exact location and could only be certain that it would not be on this busiest street. After all, being killed by a level 1 beast indicates either weak strength or a small number of people. If it were on a crowded street, such a thing would never happen. Of course, this was just Jiao's speculation. He tightly gripped the sharp steel dagger and cautiously advanced along the narrow path, as unknown dangers could be lurking ahead at any moment. However, before he had gone far, the cold system notification sounded once again. Notification: novice Lily from this village has been killed by a level 1 beast, the long-tailed pheasant. Another one has died. Still died under the claws of a pheasant. This could not possibly be a coincidence. It is highly likely to be the encounter of the same group of people. From the situation he carefully observed in the village just now, the smallest team leaving the village had at least 3 people. In other words, the strength of these pheasants is actually powerful enough to kill 3 novices. Hesitating for a moment, Jiao still pressed forward without hesitation. Now his strength had greatly improved, possessing a D-level talent that could instantly double his power in critical moments. Coupled with the steel dagger in his hand, he had the ability to fight even in the face of danger. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. At this early stage, he had to seize the initiative. What's more, Jiao's main talents are developmental, and he urgently needs to gather more talents to enhance his actual combat power. After making up his mind, Jiao cautiously moved through the bushes, always staying hidden. He carefully observed the surrounding terrain, trying to step on the footprints left ahead as he moved forward. Although the talents were tempting, his own safety was the most important. The person is gone, so what use is there in having so much talent? After walking not too far, Jiao noticed traces of water gradually appearing among the shrubs on the ground. This place seemed to be a low-lying area, somewhat resembling a swampy wetland. He slowly approached and discovered that the dirty water was faintly tinged with blood. Jiao slowed his steps, silently approaching while using the surrounding bushes to conceal himself. He gently parted the branches and leaves, peering outside, only to see a messy clearing in the middle. The ground was scattered with various footprints and traces left from a battle. Many bushes had been trampled, chopped down, and there were even scorch marks. 2 shattered corpses lay on the ground. One was a burly man, his death gruesome, with multiple bloody holes on his body and a face beyond recognition. In his dark, hollow eye sockets, it was unclear where his eyeballs had gone. Not far away was a woman in a dress, the dress torn to shreds, her body covered in horrific claw marks, exposing ghastly white bones. The air was filled with a heavy scent of blood. Seeing these 2 corpses, Jiao felt a sense of relief. His deduction was correct. He had indeed found these 2 unlucky souls. However, he did not rush forward to retrieve the bodies, as he had yet to see the monster that killed them. Moreover, since the other party was hunting monsters as a team, no trace of their companions could be seen. Jiao calmly observed the surroundings and discovered a clear trail of footprints extending in another direction. Their companions probably went that way. It's unclear whether they were chasing prey or fleeing for their lives. On the other side, next to the bushes, stood a gigantic monster. Could this be the legendary beast, the long-tailed pheasant? Jiao stared at the ferocious and terrifying monster, unable to help but freeze in place. This monster was over a meter long, with each wing spanning more than a meter when spread. Wings covered with grayish-white feathers. On its head is a huge comb, bright red like a lump of flesh, but embarrassingly dripping with fresh blood. Just looking at the head, this is definitely a chicken. One eye was injured at some point and is already blind. A sharp red beak on its head still bore traces of blood. Its blade-like claws, sharp as knives, were still clinging to shreds of flesh and fabric, clearly the weapon that caused the 2 tragic deaths. The most intimidating feature was its long tail, which was the reason it was called the long-tailed pheasant. The tail extended over a meter long, with its tip adorned with colorful feathers. However, many of these feathers show signs of breakage and scorching. This long-tailed pheasant is covered in scars, with one wing broken and hanging limply on the muddy ground. One of its legs is also severely injured, struggling to support itself on one leg in a golden rooster standing alone posture. It desperately flaps its wings beside the bushes, but the broken wing prevents it from taking taking flight no matter how hard it tries, can only barely maintain physical balance. Buzz! Jiao Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the level 1 long-tailed pheasant. The companions of those two unlucky fellows hadn't returned yet, so he decided to act first and kill the long-tailed pheasant. Although this long-tailed pheasant was also a level 1 beast, it appeared to be many times stronger than the level 1 red-eyed rat. As a first-level beast, the red-eyed rat's greatest advantage is its speed. However, the long-tailed pheasant in front of them, with its massive wings, clearly isn't just for show, it obviously has the ability to fly. For these novices, a monster with the ability to fly is almost an invincible existence. No wonder this group suffered heavy casualties. If the opponent were uninjured, Jiao Hao would probably have to take a detour. But now, the main combat strength of the long-tailed pheasant has greatly diminished, and its massive wings have long been broken. The opponent's strength has been nearly halved, with one eye blinded and severe injuries all over its body. This filled him with absolute confidence in victory. At this moment, Jiao Hao relied on his berserk strength talent, with his overall strength attribute reaching 24 points. After activating his active skill, it instantly soared to 48 points. Coupled with the attack power and armor-piercing effect brought by the sharp steel dagger, he was absolutely confident in his ability to take it on. With this in mind, Jiao Hao gripped his dagger tightly and silently crept from the bushes toward the back of the long-tailed pheasant. 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. When the distance was only 2 meters, the long-tailed pheasant seemed to sense danger. Its neck suddenly twisted at an odd angle, and its intact eye swiveled around, warily scanning its surroundings. Jiao Hao remained motionless and took out a piece of fresh meat from the beginner's backpack. With a snap, he threw it out, and the meat landed right in front of the long-tailed pheasant. Its eyes rolled, and its neck tilted in confusion, clearly not understanding why fresh meat suddenly appeared in front of it. After observing the wounds of the two people, Jiao Hao concluded that the long-tailed pheasant was an omnivorous animal. However, it had extremely high standards for meat, only eating the soft tissue parts of the human body. As for this piece of meat, it was recovered from the red-eyed rat through the recovery ability. It looked soft and fresh. Secretly thinking to himself, would this long-tailed pheasant eat it? It cautiously turned its head around, ensuring there was no danger, then lowered its head to grab the piece of meat in its mouth, stretched its neck upward, and desperately swallowed it bite by bite. At that moment, Jiao Hao suddenly leapt out from the bushes, holding a diamond dagger, fiercely slashed at the long-tailed pheasant's head. In an instant, the long-tailed pheasant's neck twisted bizarrely, moving swiftly and nimbly. The sharp, massive beak on its head struck Jiao Hao's dagger at a strange angle. Sparks flew from the dagger. It was unexpectedly blocked at an astonishing speed. However, Jiao Hao's expression remained unchanged. The next second, his left hand suddenly grabbed the long-tailed pheasant's neck, instantly activating the power berserk skill. Strength doubled. In an instant, the neck of the long-tailed pheasant was forcibly twisted and broken by him. Normally, the neck of the long-tailed pheasant would not stretch so long. Its neck and head are extremely flexible, usually kept retracted. But at this moment, it lost its life due to greed for food. This is precisely the portrayal of a man dies for wealth, bird dies for food. The long-tailed pheasant let out a strange clucking sound from its throat, then fell to the ground with a bang, motionless. This powerful long-tailed pheasant, which had once killed two novices in succession, died so miserably at Jiao Hao's hands. At that moment, some transparent blue light dots suddenly appeared on the long-tailed pheasant's body and slowly floated into Jiao Hao's body. Killed level 1 beast long-tailed pheasant, reward, psionic energy plus 30. Jiao Hao immediately felt a refreshing sensation throughout his body. With a thought, the level bar instantly appeared in his mind. Level 1, 30/100. Unexpectedly, killing a level 1 beast instantly granted him 30 points of energy. By this calculation, just 3 more beasts need to be killed to reach level 2. Jiao Hao did not hesitate and placed his hand on the long-tailed pheasant. Recovery completed, gained, agility plus 2, strength plus 1. Not bad, the agility attribute increased by 2 points. It seems that the greatest characteristic of the long-tailed pheasant is its speed, with extremely high agility attributes. Moreover, the 3 attribute points it dropped indicate that its combat power is indeed far superior to that of a level 1 red-eyed rat. Jiao Hao continued to place his hand on the long-tailed pheasant and activated the recycle reset. Target has been reset to meat plus 2 kilograms, sharp claws plus 2, drumsticks plus 2, wings plus 2, long tail feathers plus 5, down feathers plus 40, sharp beak plus 1. The corpse of the long-tailed pheasant in front of him completely disappeared, and Jiao Hao quickly stored all the items in his backpack. In the blink of an eye, the storage space of his beginner's backpack was completely filled. To prevent any accidents, Jiao Hao hurried to the 2 beginner corpses nearby and placed his hand on the tragically deceased woman. Activate recovery reset. A flash of white light streaked by. Recovery successful, obtained, grade E talent, speed enhancement. Speed enhancement, attribute talent, agility attribute doubled, movement speed doubled. Not only did his agility attribute double, but Jiao Hao finally leveled the playing field with others in terms of attributes. More importantly, the increase in movement speed made it much easier for him to either escape or pursue. He walked without hesitation hesitation toward the tall male corpse and continued to activate the recovery reset. Recovery successful, obtained, F-level talent, hearing enhancement. Hearing enhancement, perception talent, hearing improved tenfold. I didn't expect to get the worst F-level talent this time. However, Jiao's face showed a satisfied smile. The tenfold enhancement in hearing made his perception much sharper. Not only could he detect danger in advance, but it also greatly increased the success rate of gathering intelligence. In the entire novice village, he could sense even the slightest disturbance. It seems this talent was rated as F-level because it doesn't contribute much to combat power. A person can only have one talent, and if it's just this one, it does seem rather useless. But for Jiao, this talent is immensely useful. He looked at the two novice daggers not far from the corpse and immediately picked them up. There are also two beginner backpacks, compressed biscuits, and water bottles. Jiao swiftly and decisively took all the supplies from the two people. These supplies were obviously not picked up by their companions, probably because the battle was not yet over, and no one had time to clean up the battlefield. These are all valuable resources, and Jiao, adhering to the principle of not wasting, stuffed them all into his bag. As for the resettable resources on the two corpses, he chose to give them up. Unlike animal corpses, Jiao could continue to reset animal bodies, breaking them down into meat, bones, fur, blood, and other tissues. But these were humans, after all, and he couldn't bring himself to be that cruel. Otherwise, how would he be any different from those beasts that eat raw flesh and drink blood? He glanced at the two unfortunate newcomers, then slowly and silently retreated into the bushes. Just after walking a short distance, Jiao's expression suddenly froze, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. He heard a few voices speaking and the sound of footsteps on the road. The enhanced hearing truly lived up to its reputation. He judged that those people were still several hundred meters away, but their conversation reached his ears clearly, as if they were right beside him. Damn it, what bad luck! Everyone else encountered level 1 beasts, but we ran into this long-tailed pheasant that can actually fly? Who are we supposed to complain to about this? Yeah, we're not weak either, but the long-tailed pheasant not only flies, it also appeared as a pair, male and female, completely catching us off guard. What a pity! Our team was already small, and now with Li Li and Zhang Chang dead, our strength has been greatly reduced. Fortunately, Boss Lin was clever and lured that long-tailed pheasant into the swamp, limiting its ability to fly. Alright, a lesson learned. In the future, don't choose such remote places. Gather the belongings from Li Li and Zhang Chang, don't let them go to waste. As for the injured long-tailed pheasant, I'll deliver the final blow. We must cultivate a level 2 powerhouse now, or we'll all end up dead sooner or later. Alright, we'll follow the boss's lead. Jiao listened carefully to the footsteps, clearly determining that there were 6 people on the other side. Adding the 2 who had previously died, this was an 8-person squad. An 8-person team was not considered strong in the novice village. They encountered 2 beasts, which was indeed bad luck. Jiao remained calm, continuing to retreat slowly under the cover of the bushes, maintaining a safe distance. He not only picked up the spoils of the long-tailed pheasant, but also scavenged all the supplies from the 2 corpses. These people were already filled with rage, and if they discovered these supplies had been taken, they would definitely fight him to the death. Jiao's current strength is still insufficient to deal with so many people. Soon, a few angry roars came from nearby. Who is it? Who's so wicked to actually steal our spoils of war? Boss, could it be that the long-tailed pheasant ran off on its own? I didn't see its corpse on the ground. Don't talk nonsense. If the long-tailed pheasant could run off on its own, fine, but why would it take all the equipment from Li Li and the others? Would a beast do that? It's obvious someone killed the long-tailed pheasant. This is just too much, isn't it? Which bastard did this? Aren't we just working hard for nothing all this time? In the distance, Jiao heard the furious shouts of this group of rookies, but his face showed no trace of emotion, only a faint shake of his head. The fate of these rookies was truly unfortunate. If there were a luck attribute in their character stats, their luck would probably be 0. However, Jiao didn't feel much guilt about it. After all, the so-called battlefield of slaughter across the heavens has only one rule: slaughter itself. He believes that they will face even harsher trials ahead. Here, the law of the jungle prevails, where strength is the only dignity. In such an environment, being overly kind-hearted or having a saintly mindset will only harm oneself. The only thing everyone can do is try their best to survive. Jiao did not forget that 7 days later, those beginners who hadn't reached level 10 would be purged by the system. For now, they were only encountering ordinary beasts and hadn't yet faced ferocious beasts or powerful demon beasts. This was because they were enjoying the so-called second-level protection. 7 days later, once this protection is lifted, they will need a group effort to take down even a level 1 beast. By then, anyone who hasn't reached level 10 and can't leave the novice village will likely perish. And this is merely the system's first round of screening for novices. It is believed that there will be more such screenings later, and no one can guarantee they will survive until the end. As a rabbit from the Flower Nation, although Blue Star Dragon Country resembles the Flower Nation, it is ultimately not his true homeland. At this moment, Jiao only wanted to live well. He silently retreated step by step, while cautiously listening to the sounds around him. Finally, finally arriving at a relatively safe bush. Here, apart from the faint sounds of insects and ants in the grass, there was no other noise. Jiao Hao took out the spoils he had just obtained. 2 novice daggers, directly recycled and reset. In an instant, the 2 daggers transformed into Tier 1 sharp steel daggers, and their value immediately increased significantly. However, Jiao Hao already had a total of 4 sharp steel daggers in his possession. Keeping so many for himself wouldn't be of much use. Maybe it can be exchanged for the supplies he needs? Then, he took out 2 level 1 beginner backpacks. He had previously tested his innate ability. Beginner backpacks could be directly recycled into storage space. Jiao Hao used the recycle reset on the 2 backpacks, successfully recovering 20 units of storage space. Then added these 20 units of space to his beginner's backpack. This increased his backpack capacity to 30 units. Then reset the 2 discarded backpacks into cloth and rope. This is the power of recycling and resetting. For others, even with a few more novice backpacks, they cannot extract the storage space inside. They can only wait until the old backpacks are full before carrying a few new ones. But Jiao Hao's backpack space has no limit. Perhaps in the future, his novice backpack could have a space as vast as a city. After collecting all the resources into his backpack, Jiao Hao continued searching for various corpses. He slowly tracked along the routes taken by other novices. First, he observed them from a distance, quietly waiting after hearing the sounds of battle. Once their fight was over, Jiao Hao silently approached to retrieve the corpses. For these newcomers, the most important thing is to kill monsters and gain psychic energy to level up. As for the corpses, most people simply ignore them. Take the red-eyed rats, for example. Most of the red-eyed rats are left where they were killed. No way, this thing is a rat, ugly and dirty. Who knows what kind of germs it carries? No one would be interested in its meat. However, some monster corpses are still put to use. Jiao Hao once saw a monster called a sawtooth rabbit. They have 2 large, sharp, saw-like teeth, massive in size, with strong hind legs. However, on the corpse of a saw-toothed rabbit, both hind legs had already been chopped off. Clearly, someone deliberately collected the monster's meat, as it is, after all, a valuable resource. But even so, as long as the corpse remains, Jiao Hao can still extract attribute points. He can also automatically reset the remaining corpse completely, obtaining some chunks of meat. The chunks of meat Jiao Hao obtained through his talent skill are akin to stripping all the meat off a rabbit and recombining it into fresh meat chunks. Other novices, however, must personally use a dagger to slowly skin and cut the meat, processing it bit by bit. Outside, danger lurked everywhere. Everyone was desperately racing against time to kill monsters, and no one was willing to waste time dealing with corpses. Thus, Jiao Hao silently retrieved the corpses under the cover of the bushes. Around him, countless beginners had formed teams of various sizes, nervously hunting all kinds of beasts. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Jiao Hao didn't feel tired at all, only a slight sense of hunger. It seems that with the improvement of physical fitness, endurance and stamina have also increased. He found a spot in the bushes to sit down, took out a compressed biscuit, and began eating it with some clear water. During this time, he gradually discovered more than a dozen beast corpses, including the common red-eyed rats, as well as sawtooth rabbits, long-tailed pheasants, red-horned sheep, mighty ducks, and green-eyed snakes. Under normal circumstances, most of these beasts are harmless livestock or cute little animals with little offensive capability. But now, they have all become exceptionally powerful and completely unrecognizable. For example, the red-horned sheep, whose blood-red horns are extraordinarily sharp with astonishing penetration power. The red-horned sheep Jiao Hao witnessed had died a gruesome death, its body almost entirely hacked to pieces. Yet those red horns remained completely intact. Not only that, he also discovered a newly killed F-grade talent rookie at the scene. This unlucky fellow had his chest pierced directly by the horn of a red-horned sheep, dying instantly. From this corpse, Jiao Hao recovered another F-grade talent, vision enhancement. Just like hearing enhancement, this is also a perception-type talent. It does not directly enhance combat power, so its rating is relatively low. Jiao Hao believed this should be classified as a support-type talent. A novice with this ability could hardly survive on their own and must rely on the team to provide vision support, taking on a reconnaissance role. However, this team suffered heavy losses after losing this F-level talent novice, and the days ahead are likely to be tough. Sitting in the bushes, Jiao Hao leisurely checked his personal information. Name, Jiao Hao. Level 1, 30/100. Strength 30, D-level strength berserk *3. Agility, 26, E-level speed enhancement *2. Talent, recycling reset SSS-Level. Planting, SSS-Level. Hearing enhancement, F-level. Vision enhancement, F-level. Skills, none. Combat power evaluation, 2. Reputation, 0. Since Lu Hong was the first to die and activate the reputation system, everyone's attribute list now displays reputation. However, most beginners currently have a reputation of 0. It seems that world-class achievements are difficult for ordinary people to reach. At this moment, Jiao Hao's combat power evaluation has already reached 2. It seems that as long as all attributes exceed 20, combat power can rise to 2, not considering talents. Lu Hong's tragic tragic death earlier had his combat power evaluated at 1+, probably because some of his attributes reached 20, but others fell short. Now Jiao has a system evaluated combat power of 2, and with multiple talents, his combat power can almost increase by 1 when using talents. In this way, he already possesses the ability to take on a level 1 beast one-on-one. Thinking of this, Jiao decided to try his hand at a level 1 beast. After all, relying solely on recovering corpses could only earn attribute points and couldn't increase psychic energy. At this moment, Jiao's ears twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but listen closely. A rustling sound came from the distance. Jiao listened attentively. During this period, he had become proficient in using his newly acquired hearing enhancement skill, allowing him to accurately distinguish the sounds of various beasts. After all, the sounds made by beasts and humans are completely different. First of all, humans mostly travel in groups, accompanied by numerous footsteps and conversations, and beasts are mostly solitary, with highly distinctive sounds. For example, the red-eyed rat moves very quietly, with only the rustling sound of its tail dragging on the ground. The long-tailed pheasant, on the other hand, has short-distance flying capabilities. When flying, its wings create a loud flapping noise. Now, this rustling sound could only come from one type of beast, a snake. The so-called green-eyed viper is actually just a type of flower snake, only many times more powerful than an ordinary flower snake. Jiao listened to the sound and slowly moved in the direction of the green-eyed viper. Before long, he approached a low-lying area. Jiao stood above, activating his vision enhancement skill to carefully observe below. He saw a massive snake over 4 meters long and as thick as a bowl, coiled on a large green stone in the low-lying area ahead. The giant snake was coiling its body, rolling lazily back and forth on the green stone, as if basking in the sun. The entire body of the snake was a pale green color. If Jiao hadn't activated his tenfold vision, it would have been difficult to spot its presence on the green stone due to its camouflage. This green snake is identical to the one Jiao had previously retrieved, and it should also be a level 1 beast. The most valuable part of the green-eyed snake is its gallbladder, which can detoxify, improve eyesight, and enhance vision. Jiao's novice backpack already contained 1 gallbladder. However, he noticed that the belly of the green-eyed snake in the distance was unusually swollen, making it appear bloated and sluggish as it lay on the large green stone slab. Behind this large green stone slab, there is a small pond, with a tiny waterfall cascading down with a rush of stream water. By the stream, a solitary strange plant grows. This plant is only about 50 centimeters tall, very miniature. Its branches are bare, resembling trees in winter without leaves. A fiery red fruit hung at the tip of the branch, with only a single green leaf drooping beside it. The fruit was only the size of a thumb, entirely fiery red, and it looked quite like a cherry. No matter how the giant snake thrashed about, its emerald green eyes remained fixed on that peculiar plant. Its gaze was filled with greed. Jiao's heart stirred. The green-eyed blue snake seemed to care so much about this thing. Could it be no ordinary treasure? Could it be that the plant has some special properties? It seems that this time, not only can he slay a level 1 beast, but there might also be an unexpected gain. Thinking of this, Jiao silently gripped a fine steel dagger in each hand and slowly approached downward. When he was about 10 meters away from the giant snake, the emerald-eyed green snake suddenly twisted its body, its head snapping sharply in Jiao's direction. Those emerald green eyes stared fixedly at him. Discovered? Jiao did not hesitate at all. Beasts have strong perception, and he never expected to approach them silently. As long as he gets close enough, he can launch an attack. The current distance is enough for him to make his move. Jiao's agility attribute had already reached 26 points, coupled with the movement speed bonus brought by his talent for speed enhancement. His speed is exceptionally swift. The movement speed doubles, not just the usual walking speed. Even the burst speed during an all-out sprint can double. In other words, if the 100-meter time is 10 seconds, with the speed boost, it can instantly improve to 5 seconds. What a terrifying speed. Therefore, in just this short distance of 10 meters, Jiao erupted with incredible speed, reaching the giant serpent's side in less than a second. Holding a dagger, he left his original position at an astonishing speed and launched a surprise attack on the giant serpent. The giant serpent remained coiled on the bluestone slab. The green-eyed serpent nimbly poked out its head, opening its crimson mouth wide and fiercely lunging at Jiao. Jiao leapt lightly, dodging the attack to the right. At the same time, the dagger traced a beautiful arc, slicing beneath the giant serpent's neck. A thin line of blood slowly seeped out from under the serpent's neck. Jiao kept moving, circling to the back of the giant snake. D-level berserk strength activated instantly. Strength doubled. The dagger in his other hand stabbed down fiercely. Crack! A series of teeth-gritting scraping sounds kept echoing. The green-eyed serpent's scales had decent defensive power, but Jiao's sharp steel dagger not only boosted attack power but also had an armor-piercing effect. Although it was only 1%, it was enough to bypass the green-eyed serpent's scales. This strike caused the giant snake immense pain, and it stretched its head to nimbly lunge at Jiao again. Jiao easily jumped to the bottom of the large green stone. The giant snake's attack missed its target. Just as it was about to continue its pursuit, its bloated and obese body held it back, making making it difficult to leave the large green stone. Jiao Hao would never miss this great opportunity. His figure leapt onto the blue stone once again, one hand tightly gripping the edge of the rock, while the dagger in his other hand flashed with a cold gleam. Another spray of blood splattered out. With a direct hit, Jiao Hao quickly retreated beneath the blue stone. The giant serpent felt excruciating pain, burning with rage, and without hesitation, thrust its head out from the massive rock, ready to counterattack. Jiao Hao had already circled to the other side of the rock. With a leap, he ascended the green stone. Swish, swish, both hands wielding daggers stabbed out continuously. The giant snake was already covered in blood, with venomous blood continuously flowing. It weakly turned its head and lunged at Jiao Hao once again, but this time, Jiao Hao nimbly spun in place, dodging the bite, and thrust the dagger straight into its vital spot. The dagger was pulled out, and snake blood sprayed wildly. A moment later, the giant serpent's head fell heavily to the ground, twitched a few times, and then moved no more. Only at this moment did Jiao Hao let out a long sigh of relief. This was his first time single-handedly killing a level 1 beast. With the perfect combination of several innate abilities, his combat skills and strength had improved significantly. Just as he was immersed in the moment, a translucent blue light emerged from the body of the green-eyed azure snake and slowly merged into Jiao Hao's body. Killed level 1 beast, green-eyed azure snake, reward, psionic value plus 40. Jiao Hao was stunned. He had originally thought that level 1 beasts could only provide a fixed 30 psionic points, but unexpectedly, this green-eyed azure snake gave him 40 points. At this moment, his level displayed. Level 1, 70/100. This green-eyed blue snake is actually more valuable than the long-tailed wild pheasant he killed earlier. It seems that even among level 1 beasts, there are differences in strength, and this green-eyed blue snake is undoubtedly one of the stronger ones. As long as he kills one more level 1 beast, he can easily advance to level 2. It seems that upgrading isn't as difficult as he imagined. However, this is just a small moment of pride for Jiao Hao. You should know that almost all beginners are currently teaming up to hunt beasts. After all, no beginner can gather multiple talents alone like Jiao Hao. For example, his enhanced hearing and vision grant him powerful long-range detection and positioning abilities. However, in other rookie teams, those with such detection abilities often lack combat power and are even frequently protected. In the earlier battle, Jiao Hao's speed-enhancing talent played a crucial role. Without the speed boost, he wouldn't have been able to easily evade the giant serpent's attacks, let alone severely injure it multiple times. But speed alone is far from enough. It must also be supported by a powerful strength talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible to harm the giant serpent, let alone talk about defeating it. What's more, Jiao Hao possesses a rare D-level strength talent. Not only that, ordinary weapons struggle to pierce the giant serpent's tough scales. It is necessary to have a sharp steel dagger like Chendong, capable of breaking defenses. If such a weapon is unavailable, the team must include a rookie awakened with elemental attribute talents to provide additional damage. Therefore, to kill this green-eyed azure snake, at least 5 rookies with diverse talents must be assembled, and their coordination must be exceptionally seamless. The attacks and combat rhythm of the 5 must be as seamless and smooth as if they were one person. But how easy is that? These rookies just met today and cannot achieve such smooth coordination at all. Even a team of 8 or 9 would struggle to kill a level 1 beast. Not to mention that in a team state, even if you successfully kill, the psionic energy won't belong to just one person. It is usually distributed based on the damage each person caused. In this way, the leveling up speed will undoubtedly be slower. If Jiao Hao were to post his earlier sentiment in the chat channel, he would probably be instantly bombarded by countless people. Do you know how hard it is to level up? At this moment, the excited Jiao Hao squatted down and placed his hand on the giant snake's head. A flash of white light. Recycling successful, obtained, Constitution +2, Agility +1, Strength +1. It truly lives up to its reputation. As the king among first-class beasts, it actually offers 4 attribute points directly. Jiao Hao activated the Recycle Reset skill once again. Recoverable resource detected, 1 male corpse. Recycle? At this moment, Jiao Hao was stunned. Other recyclable resources actually appeared on the snake's body. Constitution, 20. Spirit, 30. A corpse? He suddenly recalled the massive and bloated belly of the green-eyed serpent. During the previous battle, he noticed that the giant snake's movements were unusually sluggish, clearly burdened by the bulging contents in its stomach, which made it unable to leave the bluestone slab. Could it be? Thinking of this, Jiao Hao immediately activated the Recovery Reset skill. Recovery successful, obtained, 1 male human corpse. At this moment, in front of Jiao Hao, the belly of the giant snake had already split open, revealing a human corpse covered in a transparent, viscous liquid, lying quietly at his feet. Seeing this scene, even Jiao Hao, who dealt with corpses daily, couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. This unlucky soul had clearly been dead for quite some time, with multiple areas of the skin's stratum corneum corroded. It was unclear whether he had been swallowed by the green-eyed serpent after death or devoured alive during a battle. If it's the latter, how desperate must this person be? This world of slaughter is filled with danger everywhere. Not only could one one lose their life at any moment, but they might even leave no remains, turning into the excrement of a giant serpent. Can this corpse still be used to recover talents? Might as well give it a try. Jiao squatted down and placed his hand on the corpse. Recovery successful, obtained F-level talent vision enhancement. He actually obtained another F-level vision enhancement talent. Jiao's expression immediately became complicated. I already possess the same talent, this recovery might be in vain. F-level talent vision enhancement +2 has been reset to E-level talent vision hyper enhancement. Vision hyper enhancement, perception talent, vision enhanced by 20 times, includes night vision capability, with added basic truth piercing. Truth piercing, special evolution talent, capable of discerning the essence of things and seeing the truth. Jiao was instantly overjoyed. This is simply like a knife cutting a butt, eye-opening. You can play like this? Two F-level talents can actually combine into an E-level talent? Moreover, a completely new ability was generated after the reset. Is this because the recycling reset skill is special, or can everyone's talents evolve? Jiao was filled with curiosity and wanted to test the usefulness of the newly acquired piercing illusion ability. He focused his mind and activated the perception skill, staring at the strange plant in front of him. Category: spiritual plant. Name: red fruit. Grade: tier 1. Effect: after consumption, it can enhance physical fitness, improve resistance to toxins, and can be used to produce advanced medicinal materials. In an instant, Jiao's heart was pounding. Unexpectedly, the piercing illusion also has an identification function. In the future, when encountering unfamiliar resources, there will be no need to worry about being unable to distinguish them. Especially in this bizarre world of slaughter, many plants on the ground are simply too risky to pick. Who knows if they're poisonous? Unexpectedly, this strange plant before him is not only non-toxic but can also enhance physical fitness. And physical fitness has always been Jiao's greatest weakness. Thinking of this, he excitedly walked to the edge of the bluestone slab. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted over as he approached the red fruit. Just as he was about to reach out to pick it, a piece of information flashed through his mind. Hint: the red fruit is a special spiritual plant containing a trace of Zhu fruit's essence. It takes 1 year to root, 1 year to sprout leaves, 1 year to bloom, and 1 year to bear fruit. After bearing fruit, 1 branch leaf falls each year, and when the last leaf falls, the red fruit is fully mature and most effective for consumption. Jiao immediately withdrew his hand. Fortunately, he had the evolved ability to see through illusions, which allowed him to discover this crucial piece of information. Otherwise, if he had hastily picked the mid-stage red fruit in a rush, it would have had some effect but not the optimal one, which would have been such a waste. He hadn't expected the conditions for picking the red fruit to be so stringent. It had to wait until the last leaf fell to reach its optimal state. No wonder the green-eyed azure snake had been guarding here for so long without consuming the red fruit itself. I guess it's about waiting for it to fully ripen. Thinking of this, Jiao patiently waited for the red fruit to grow. Taking advantage of this time, Jiao turned around and used the recycle and reset skill on the corpse of the green-eyed snake on the ground once again. Reset completed. Obtained meat plus 0.4 kilograms, snakeskin plus 1, snake gallbladder plus 1, snake scale armor plus 50, venomous snake fawn plus 2. Soon, the corpse of the blue-eyed green snake vanished without a trace, leaving no waste behind. Jiao stared at the red fruit in front of him, falling into deep thought, wondering how much longer it would take for this thing to fully ripen. If it still required another 10 days or so, wouldn't he have to stay here the entire time? At this moment, he dared not leave, since the blue-eyed green snake had already devoured a human. That would mean someone might have already found this place, or at least is not far from here. If he leaves, and this red fruit ends up in someone else's hands, wouldn't it be a waste to let others benefit? Therefore, Jiao could only wait patiently. At this moment, he noticed that the leaves at the top of this strange plant were starting to turn yellow bit by bit, until the leaves completely withered, silently falling to the ground. At this moment, the red fruit in front of him unexpectedly emitted a trace of eerie crimson, like flickering flames, radiating a translucent brilliance. Jiao picked it without hesitation. Since it was confirmed to be non-toxic, Jiao placed the red fruit into his mouth. Swish! Gently take a bite, but do not feel the imagined fruit flesh. The red fruit melts in the mouth, instantly turning into a sweet and refreshing liquid, sliding down the throat. Click! This trace of coolness enters the stomach, gradually transforming into warmth, spreading throughout the body. Obtained, Constitution plus 1. Obtained, Constitution plus 1. Obtained, Constitution plus 1. As a series of notification sounds kept ringing, Jiao's constitution gradually improved. Until the end, he gained a total of plus 10 constitution. Hint: body's poison resistance plus 1%. Hint: snake venom resistance plus 50%. Jiao didn't expect that a single red fruit would not only increase his constitution by 10 points but also enhance his body's poison resistance. The most crucial thing is that snake venom resistance has directly increased by 50%. This means that the next time he encounters the green-eyed azure snake, he will hardly need to worry about its venomous attacks. But on second thought, it makes sense. As the saying goes, where venomous snakes appear, appear, an antidote is always within 5 steps. This red fruit herb grows next to the habitat of the green-eyed azure snake, naturally possessing the ability to neutralize snake venom. At this moment, Jiao looked expectantly at the now bare strange plant, wondering if the fruit could grow again after being harvested. He used the insight skill once more, focusing on the strange plant before him. Category: Spiritual Plant. Name: Red Fruit Grass. Grade: First Tier. Sizzle. Effect: A special plant. After picking the red fruit grass will wither on its own, turning into nutrients. Seeing this prompt, Jiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a pity, I was hoping to see if I could transplant this red fruit grass. After all, he still possesses planting skills. Unfortunately, it will wither automatically after the fruit is harvested, which is truly a pity. It's rare to come across such a powerful natural treasure. But how exactly does this red fruit grow? At that moment, is there no seed or root system? Thinking of this, Jiao had a sudden inspiration, and began using recycle and reset on the red fruit grass in front of him. Recycling completed. Obtained: plant essence +1, spirit soil +0.5 kj. Reset complete. Red fruit grass has been reset to red fruit seed. Red fruit seed, a special spiritual plant with demanding cultivation conditions, requiring spiritual soil, plant essence, and advanced planting skills. Seeing this, Jiao's lips curled into a delighted smile. Planting skills? Isn't this precisely the specialty of the Flower Nation? Whether it's the desert or the moon, the seabed or Mars, as long as there's soil, we can plant. Jiao happily stored all these resources into the beginner's backpack. After returning to the small cabin, he planned to find an open space for planting. There, he wasn't worried about anyone causing damage. At this moment, with a 10-point increase in physique, Jiao's personal attribute panel became: Name: Jiao. Level: Level 1, 70/100. Strength: 33, D-level strength berserk *3. Agility: 28, E-level speed enhancement *2. Constitution: 32, poison resistance +1%. Spirit: 30. Talents: recycling reset, SSS-Level. Planting, SSS-Level. Enhanced hearing, F-level. Enhanced vision, E-level. Skills: perception break, night vision. Combat power evaluation, 2+. Reputation, 0. Staring at his attribute panel, Jiao could hardly contain the joy in his heart. Not only had all his attributes significantly improved, but they had almost all reached the standard of 30. More importantly, he gained 2 brand new skills. His combat power evaluation has also been upgraded to 2 stars plus, just a bit short of reaching 3 stars. Combined with his various talents, calling it 4-star combat power is not an exaggeration. Now, the significantly stronger Jiao feels that he could easily kill 2 more emerald-eyed green snakes in their prime. Thinking about the newly acquired 50% snake venom resistance, if he could kill a few more powerful emerald-eyed green snakes next, his level would soon rise to level 2. While immersed in this thought, Jiao's expression suddenly froze. What is this? Jiao tilted his head in confusion, listening closely. It seemed that faint sounds were coming from afar, but the sounds didn't resemble those made by wild beasts, they were more like the noise of humans. He stood up, tightly gripping the fine steel dagger in his hand, and quietly searched in the direction the sounds were coming from. With his greatly enhanced vision at the moment, he could clearly detect faint traces in the bushes, in the grass and on the ground. In another direction, some strange patterns appeared. He pondered for a moment and immediately understood. These were the drag marks left by the green-eyed azure snake as it moved. Even more coincidentally, the direction in which these marks extended perfectly aligned with the source of the sound. Jiao quickened his pace and continued searching along the marks. Soon, he heard the clear sound of a fight near his ears. He quickly climbed up a small hill and hid in the bushes, looking down. In a low-lying area, 7 or 8 people were besieging a wild beast. Jiao recognized it instantly. It was the green-eyed azure snake. Now his vision had improved 20-fold, and even though it was several hundred meters away, he could still see everything clearly. Leading the group was a young man in his 20s. This young man was tall, handsome, and exuded an air of heroism. Jiao was very familiar with him because he was one of the few people in the novice village who had awakened a D-level talent. Named Lei Jun, he possesses a rare D-level elemental talent, lightning control. As a rare D-level talent holder, Lei Jun is considered a prominent figure in the novice village. Back when forming a team, countless novices vied to join his group. However, Lei Jun had extremely high standards and clearly selected only an elite team of 8 members. This team works in perfect harmony. It seems the azurite green snake won't hold out much longer. It looks like there's another chance to retrieve the corpse of an azurite green snake. At this moment, Lei Jun is leading the team members in a coordinated attack on the azurite green snake. This azurite green snake is about the same size as the one Jiao killed earlier. At this moment, it was extremely ferocious, its massive body constantly coiling and thrashing. Each movement stirred up large clouds of dust and grass debris. Lei Jun stood directly in front, facing the green-eyed azure snake head-on. The others spread out around it, encircling the green-eyed azure snake and persistently harassing and attacking it. At that moment,
moment, as the green-eyed blue snake viciously lunged at Lei Jun.
Lei Jun stood firm, pointed with his hand, and a blue arc of electricity shot out from his palm.
The green-eyed blue snake's entire body trembled, and its frenzied charging figure instantly froze. Jiao could even feel its whole body trembling incessantly, as if struck by a high-voltage current.
At this moment, the remaining 7 seized the opportunity, charged forward frantically, and slashed wildly with their blades.
The novice daggers struck the giant serpent, producing a cracking sound. The hard scales of the green-eyed serpent gleamed white under the attacks, yet its defense was incredibly strong. The group's assault did not inflict any serious damage on it. Soon, the paralysis on the green snake with blue eyes disappeared. It glared furiously at its attackers and continued charging toward Lei Jun.
Not only because of the excruciating pain caused by the lightning strike, but also because it knew clearly,
unless it killed Lei Jun, who could control lightning, it would surely face certain death.
Lei Jun remained calm and unhurried, continuously retreating, giving the green-eyed serpent no chance.
The others seized the opportunity to attack mercilessly. Once the green-eyed serpent could no longer endure the harassment and tried to attack others,
Lei Jun would immediately stop and unleash that bizarre lightning attack again. The green-eyed azure snake was paralyzed once again and was immediately subjected to a ruthless beating by the group. In this way, the few of them worked in perfect coordination, relentlessly tormenting the green-eyed azure snake. Before long, the green-eyed azure snake was beaten to the brink of death, moving sluggishly, with its attack frequency drastically reduced, as if it were on its last breath. Jiao judged that this green-eyed azure snake wouldn't last much longer.
At this moment, a red glow suddenly emanated from one of the attackers.
A flame shot straight toward the green-eyed azure snake.
In an instant, the green-eyed azure snake trembled all over, letting out a painful roar.
The crowd surrounded the green snake with blue eyes, wildly slashing at it with their blades. The green snake with blue eyes twitched weakly a few times before collapsing to the ground. A blue light suddenly flared up. In the next moment, the pale blue light transformed into countless light particles of varying sizes, surging into everyone's bodies.
The number of light spots pouring into Lei Jun's body was visibly enormous.
Soon, everyone excitedly let out exclamations.
Ha ha, I actually gained a full 5 points of spiritual energy. It seems the fire damage from my last move played a decisive role. What a pity, I only got 3 points of spiritual energy.
There's no helping it. The defense of the green-eyed serpent's scales was too strong. My attacks barely caused any substantial damage.
Damn, this is way too ridiculous. How did I only get 1 point of psionic energy? Such a low contribution. Could there be an issue with the system allocation? Stop talking nonsense. The system allocation is absolutely accurate. It automatically calculates contribution value based on how much effort we put in during the kill. How could it be wrong? Alright, it does seem like it's my problem.
After all, my innate talent wasn't designed for combat in the first place. This is exactly why perception-based talents like enhanced vision and enhanced hearing are often rated as F-grade, because they have no combat power at all. This type of talent is extremely difficult to upgrade in the later stages. The ability to hunt beasts alone is almost zero and can only rely on the team. As for the team's acquisition of psychic energy, it is distributed based on damage value. So, support-type talents are inherently at a disadvantage in this regard, unless someone in the team deliberately gives up contribution points to help you land the final blow. But no team would prioritize nurturing support. They would definitely focus their psionic energy on cultivating the top experts in the team.
What's going on? To create the strongest combat power.
In the distance, Jiao took everything in, constantly analyzing the pros and cons of team combat and various tactical strategies. Although he himself is a lone wolf capable of exerting the combat power of an entire team thanks to his special talents, this does not mean he knows nothing about team combat. After all, it is very likely that he will clash with some team-oriented newcomers in the future. Through a simple comparison, Jiao discovered that teamwork has both advantages and obvious disadvantages.
The advantage is that the survival rate is greatly improved, and killing monsters becomes relatively easier. But the drawback is also very apparent. The amount of spiritual energy each person receives becomes extremely low.
Killing a level 1 beast results in an average of only single-digit spiritual energy points per person, and Jiao himself killed a green-eyed azure snake, instantly gaining 40 points of spiritual energy.
The two cannot be compared at all. At this moment, a dazzling and blinding white light suddenly burst forth from Lei Jun in the arena. This light was extremely striking and blinding. For a moment, even Jiao was stunned. Could it be that Lei Jun has awakened a new talent? However, the white light appeared quickly and dissipated even faster, vanishing in an instant. At this moment, Lei Jun's face was filled with uncontrollable joy. Boss Lei, just now. Boss, are you alright? Boss Lei, are you okay? It's fine. Lei Jun smiled faintly and waved his hand to reassure everyone.
With a confident and steady tone, he said, "It's nothing, I just completed an upgrade.
This is perfectly normal.
Rest assured, each of you will also have the chance to level up in the future."
In an instant, the entire crowd erupted in cheers. No way? Boss Lei is amazing. leveled up to level 2? Long live Boss Lei. Boss Lei is incredible. Doesn't this make our group the strongest in the beginner's village? Boss is definitely the strongest in the beginner's village now.
Boss Lei truly is a D-level talent holder, unlike me, barely reaching level 1, 10 out of 100.
I really don't know when I'll be able to level up.
In the distance, Jiao quietly observed the expressions and conversations of everyone present. Even he was somewhat surprised. After such a long time, he finally saw someone complete a level up.
However, he also didn't know how much his strength would improve or what changes would occur after advancing to level 2. Seeing Lei Jun's smug expression, his strength must have increased significantly. Thinking of this, Jiao immediately used the insight skill on Lei Jun. Soon, information about Lei Jun appeared in Jiao's mind. Race, human. Level 2. Strength, 21. Agility, 22. Spirit, 20. At that moment, talent, skills, combat power, 2. Jiao was slightly surprised. No way? Is this the strength of a level 2 human? What is this supposed to be? Jiao's current panel strength is far superior to Lei Jun at level 2.
Especially since the opponent's attribute values are pitifully low, with a combat power evaluation of only 2.
This is something Jiao is unaware of.
He himself possesses multiple talents, and apart from having naturally high mental attributes, his strength attribute is enhanced by the berserk strength talent. The agility attribute comes from the speed enhancement talent. The constitution attribute increased only after consuming the red fruit. Without these bonuses, his attribute values would never be this high. As for Lei Jun, he only has one talent ability, yet he managed to reach level 2, and all his attribute values hit the threshold of 20, which is already considered very strong. It's just that there's no way to compare with someone as freakishly strong as Jiao. At this moment, a tall, middle-aged man in the crowd shouted excitedly, "This is great! Boss Lei has become a level 2 powerhouse. Our strength has greatly increased. Not only can we avenge Brother Ma, but we can also kill that green-eyed azure snake. By the way, old Wang, the battle was intense just now, and you haven't told us what exactly happened to you and Brother Ma. How did Brother Ma get into trouble?" Hearing Lei Jun's question, the tall and burly old Wang sighed deeply and said with sorrow, "Originally, Brother Ma and I were scouting
in another direction.
His talent is enhanced vision, and he said he spotted something, possibly a treasure or something like that. I originally planned to go back and meet up with you all before heading over together, but Xiaoma said he was just going to check out the nearby area and would retreat immediately if anything seemed off. I thought, since my awakened ability is speed and Xiaoma can scout from a distance, the two of us could escape quickly if needed, so I went with him."
Unexpectedly, we hadn't gone far when we encountered a green-eyed azure snake. In an instant, Xiaoma was swallowed whole by that giant snake.
Fortunately, I was fast, and since the snake's target was Xiaoma, I managed to escape back here. At this point, old Wang's face was filled with regret and pain.
"It's all my fault. If only I had persuaded Xiaoma."
Lei Jun patted old Wang on the shoulder and comforted him. "Old Wang, don't blame yourself too much. I also bear responsibility for this. I underestimated the dangers of the wilderness. From now on, no one should act alone. We must stick with the main group, proceed cautiously in our exploration and monster hunting, and ensure no more brothers are sacrificed." Old Wang said with lingering fear, "This place is terrifying.
Man-eating monsters are everywhere. I really don't know if we can survive until the end."
Old Wang's words left everyone sighing deeply, and the earlier joy was instantly dampened. At this moment, Lei Jun's face revealed a confident smile. He cleared his throat lightly, and instantly everyone's gaze focused on him. Although the team had not been together for long, Lei Jun had already become the core of the group, earning everyone's trust.
"Don't be discouraged, everyone. It's just a green-eyed serpent.
Old Wang, lead the way, and we'll kill it to avenge Xiaoma.
I won't take
part in the final blow this time. You all can distribute the energy points and quickly enhance your strength.
I believe we can all survive."
Everyone responded in unison, and morale soared instantly.
It is evident that although Lei Jun is only in his early 20s, his abilities and temperament are outstanding.
Although there are quite a few older members in the team, no one questions his leadership. At this moment, Jiao probably also understood the ins and outs of the situation. It seems that the body he retrieved earlier from the belly of the green-eyed snake was most likely that unlucky Xiaoma. At this moment, Jiao noticed that these people were walking straight in his direction. His face froze for a moment, and he thought to himself, what should I do? Should I retreat and leave now? Or, this was a small hillside, and they were about to climb up. If he retreated, he would inevitably be exposed to their line of sight. Or should he simply greet them openly? After all, they were all humans, and meeting in the wild wasn't such a big deal. But that might cause more trouble. After thinking for a moment, Jiao decided to remain calm and stay hidden in place. He planned to wait until they were far away before safely returning to retrieve the corpse of the green-eyed azure snake. Greeting them might instead cause unnecessary complications. After speaking, he silently lay down, using the bushes to perfectly conceal his figure. Holding his breath and focusing his mind, he patiently waited for them to leave. However, just as these people passed by Jiao's location, suddenly a woman's voice shouted,
Who is it? What's wrong? Bai Bing. Lei Jun stopped in his tracks, looked in that direction with a puzzled expression, and asked in a deep voice. Bai Bing, who had spoken earlier, hurriedly said, Boss Lei, I think I feel someone over there. My talent is enhanced sense of smell, and it seems like there's a human scent coming from that direction. At this moment, Jiao Hao, hiding in the bushes, froze, his face stiffening as he thought to himself, what's going on? I've been discovered? He couldn't help but reflect that he had indeed been too confident. He hadn't expected that, aside from strength, there would be people with all sorts of incredible talent skills. Like now, he'd been discovered by someone with a heightened sense of smell. Who would have thought someone could locate enemies by distinguishing different human scents? Who's there? Come out. Jiao Hao hesitated for a moment, then revealed a calm smile, stood up from the bushes, and said, don't misunderstand, I'm just passing through. His expression was relaxed and composed, showing no signs of tension or worry. After all, Lei Jun and his group's strength was not enough to pose a threat to him. Is it you? The mysterious woman who had previously discovered him stared at Jiao Hao in surprise, her eyes full of astonishment. Jiao Hao was slightly taken aback before realizing that this girl looked familiar. It was the same girl he had briefly locked eyes with back in the novice village. However, he hadn't paid much attention to her at the time. Judging by her reaction, could it be that she knew him? Yet he had no recollection of her at all. Swish. Bai Bing, do you know him? Lei Jun asked. Bai Bing hesitated for a moment before answering. His name is Jiao Hao, and I guess you could say he's my classmate. His family is poor, and he used to make a living by collecting scrap. He doesn't talk much usually. Hearing this, Jiao Hao blinked. He hadn't expected to run into an old classmate here. The two of them lived in the same city, attended the same class, and yet somehow ended up meeting. Here, it was such a coincidence. However, he had no recollection of the girl in front of him, which was understandable. After all, he had only transmigrated here 2 weeks ago and was busy every day just trying to survive. This young man who had crossed over found himself in a home stripped of all possessions, with almost nothing to his name. Still unfamiliar with the world of Blue Star, Jiao Hao could only make a living by scavenging. After school, he would always leave in a hurry, with no time to observe who else was in the class. Bai Bing looked at Jiao Hao with a complex expression, a mix of surprise, delight, and a hint of pity, a kind of compassionate sympathy, as if her saintly instincts had been triggered, gazing at him with a tender look. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but ask, why are you here? Jiao Hao waved his hand and said, I was exploring the wilderness alone and happened to pass by here. When I saw so many of you looking so aggressive, I didn't dare show myself. Bai Bing looked at Jiao Hao's thin and frail figure, wandering alone in the wilderness, and thought to herself that his talent was probably not great, which was why no one wanted to team up with him. She couldn't help but warn him, do you know how dangerous the outside world is? The wilderness is full of ferocious beasts, and exploring alone is very risky. You might not know this, but not long ago, one of our companions let their guard down for just a moment and was eaten by a wild beast. Thinking of this, Bai Bing looked at Lei Jun, mustered up her courage, and said, Boss Lei, could you let Jiao Hao join us in forming a team for the expedition? It's too pitiful for him to be out there alone. Although his talent might be a bit lacking, he has good character and is an honest person. Old Wang, standing nearby, chimed in, that's right, Boss Lei. Xiao Ma unfortunately met with an accident, and the team happens to be short one person. He's been wandering in the wild for so long, so he might have some skills in avoiding danger. He could be a good replacement for Xiao Ma. After hearing this, Lei Jun nodded slightly and turned to size up Jiao Hao. Jiao Hao stood there with a calm expression and a relaxed demeanor. Although there were some signs of wear on his body, there were no indications of injury. This suggested that he likely hadn't engaged in direct combat with wild beasts and might possess the ability to scout ahead and avoid danger. Indeed, the team now needs a rookie with scouting abilities like Xiao Ma. Moreover, the team currently consists of only 8 members. As human levels and strength improve, the number of people in various factions will only increase, and their power will grow stronger. Lei Jun has already become a second-level expert, and this is a crucial period for him to expand his influence, brimming with confidence. With a few more people joining, his faction would naturally grow stronger. Thinking of this, a bright smile appeared on Lei Jun's face. He said to Jiao Hao in a friendly manner, Jiao Hao, report your attributes and talents. Don't worry, no matter how poor your attributes and talents are, for Bai Bing's sake, I'll still take you in. Lei Jun's words carried the arrogance of someone in a superior position, and his gaze still held a trace of pity as he looked at Jiao Hao. Hearing Lei Jun nod in agreement, Bai Bing immediately showed a delighted expression. Jiao Hao, quickly show your talent and personal information. Old Wang, standing nearby, quickly chimed in, you might not know this, but our boss Lei is now a level 2 powerhouse. For boss Lei to agree to let you join our team, you're truly lucky. The others nodded in agreement after hearing this. Back in the novice village, in order to team up with Lei Jun, each of them tried their best to showcase their abilities and were finally chosen by Lei Jun with great difficulty. Jiao Hao is indeed quite lucky, benefiting from Bai Bing's favor. Everyone looked at Jiao Hao with a smile. They thought that upon hearing the news that Lei Jun was already a level 2 powerhouse, Jiao Hao would definitely
definitely be overwhelmed with gratitude, crying and begging to join them. However, the next moment, they were all stunned. Unexpectedly, Jiao just smiled faintly and calmly said, "Thank you, I appreciate the offer,
but I prefer adventuring alone."
Then Jiao looked at Bai Bing and said, "Sorry, I really can't recall having a beautiful classmate like you. But since we have this connection, if you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me, and I'll help you once." After saying this, Jiao nodded calmly and turned to leave in the opposite direction. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at each other in astonishment as they watched Jiao's figure gradually fade into the distance. One by one, they stood frozen like statues, collectively thrown into disarray by the situation.
Could they have misheard? This frail and pitiful-looking guy actually rejected Boss Lei's goodwill? Doesn't he know that Boss Lei is already a level 2 powerhouse? Moreover, Boss Lei possesses a D-level talent for lightning manipulation.
This ability makes him one of the top powerhouses in the entire novice village.
Is there something wrong with his brain?
Bai Bing watched Jiao's departing figure, feeling both shocked and surprised, with a faint trace of anger. She hadn't expected her classmate to be so excessive, rejecting her goodwill and acting so arrogant. In Bai Bing's view, Jiao's refusal to accept her help was entirely due to his overly strong sense of pride.
It had always been like this.
In the past, when someone in the class noticed his poor living conditions and wanted to help him, he had flatly refused, claiming he didn't want to accept anyone's charity. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the heavenly slaughter battlefield, Jiao still hadn't changed this annoying habit.
He truly couldn't understand, if one's life is gone, what use her so-called dignity and face.
Lei Jun's face turned grim as he awkwardly and regretfully watched Jiao's departing figure.
He never expected Jiao would actually reject him.
Just as he was ambitiously planning to expand his influence and intended to use a hefty reward to recruit Jiao as an example for others, he was met with a ruthless slap in the face from Jiao.
However, Lei Jun quickly regained his confidence.
This was just an ignorant fool who didn't know his limits. After all, he would eventually die at the hands of the beasts, not worth getting angry over.
Maybe he's an expert and doesn't think much of us.
Perhaps he hasn't experienced the harshness of the wild yet. Hopefully, he'll come to understand this.
Let's go. Lei Jun left these words behind and took the lead, walking forward as the others quickly followed. They chattered noisily, discussing Jiao's behavior. Is this guy out of his mind or what?
Guess he's been hiding in the beginner's village all this time, too scared to come out. He just started wandering around and has no idea how dangerous the wild is.
Yeah, what a pity. It won't be long before we hear on the public channel that he's been killed.
Boss is right. It's a shame he won't get the chance to understand this lesson. Reckless and clueless, just ignore him. Bai Bing turned back with a complicated expression, only to find that Jiao had already walked far away. Shaking his head, he followed the others and left.
Not long after, the figures of Lei Jun and the others gradually faded away and completely disappeared. Meanwhile, in the distant bushes, Jiao stopped to listen, nodded slightly, and then quietly returned.
Jiao was unwilling to join Lei Jun's team, not only because he feared exposing his gifted abilities, but more importantly, the efficiency of team exploration and gaining spiritual energy points with others was too low. It was far less effective than hunting beasts alone.
Moreover, his actions couldn't be as free as he wished, and the drawbacks were simply too many.
It didn't take long for Jiao to reach the massive corpse of the emerald-eyed green snake. Lei Jun and the others had no intention of dealing with the corpse of the emerald-eyed green snake, as the creature was highly venomous.
Killing it to gain experience points was enough. Handling the corpse could easily lead to poisoning, and no one dared to touch the snake meat.
Jiao placed his hand on the corpse of the green-eyed serpent and began recycling. A flash of white light.
Recycling successful, obtained, Constitution +2, Agility +1, Strength +1.
A look of joy appeared on Jiao's face, and then he used the recycling reset skill on the corpse of the green-eyed serpent on the ground. Reset completed. Gain meat +0.4 kilograms, snakeskin +1, snake gallbladder +1, snake scale armor +50, venomous snake fang +2.
At this point, Jiao had already collected 3 gallbladders from the green-eyed azure snakes.
Previously, due to not knowing the specific effects of the gallbladders, he didn't dare to consume them easily, fearing they might be poisonous.
That's right.
Now, with the skill to identify items through the piercing illusion ability, he can finally check the effects of the gallbladders.
Jiao used the insight skill on the snake gall in front of him.
Soon, a line of information appeared before his eyes. Snake gall, produced by the green-eyed azure snake. It has the effects of clearing heat, detoxifying, improving eyesight, and refreshing the mind. After consumption, spirit attribute +2, vision improvement by 1%, and snake venom resistance increased by 1%. Reading this, Jiao's face lit up with a delighted smile.
This is something that can enhance mental attributes.
Until now, whether it was recycling and resetting animal corpses or consuming red fruits, he had never seen an item that could increase mental attributes. He once thought that mental values were innate and fixed, unable to be improved. Although it is still unclear how much mental attributes specifically enhance strength, just the sheer difficulty of improving them already reveals a glimpse of their significance.
Thinking of this, Jiao swallowed 3 3 snake gallbladders without hesitation.
The taste was slightly bitter, with a hint of fishiness on the tongue and throat, accompanied by a faint cooling sensation. After taking the snake gallbladders, Jiao Hao immediately felt refreshed and invigorated.
A wave of coolness filled his mind.
Vision has improved, and his thinking has become more agile. The fatigue from days of battles and adventures instantly vanished. He couldn't wait to open his personal information panel, and at this moment, the attributes had changed to:
name, Jiao Hao.
Level 1, 70/100. Strength 36, D-level strength berserk *3. Agility 32, E-level speed enhancement *2. Constitution 34, poison resistance plus 1%. Spirit 36. Talents, recycling reset, SSS-Level, planting, SSS-Level, enhanced hearing, F-level, enhanced vision, E-level. Skills, perception break, night vision. Combat power assessment 3. Reputation 0. Looking at his own attributes, Jiao Hao was full of joy, then continued to embark alone on the path of searching for prey. With the enhancement of vision and hearing, he quickly discovered that there were no new corpses nearby. Even if there were, they were all within the sight of the rookie teams hunting in groups. Some corpses had already been processed, leaving only fur and other miscellaneous items. These no longer have much recycling value. With the increase in hunting frequency by rookie teams, the number of level 1 beasts in this area has dwindled to almost nothing. Meanwhile, Jiao Hao already possesses the ability to hunt beasts on his own, so staying here waiting for others to make kills is truly a waste of time. So, he decided to head to the outskirts of the novice village to search for his own prey. Shortly after Jiao Hao left, Lei Jun and the others were staring at each other in another location. They stood in disbelief on a slab of bluestone. In front of them lay the corpse of a small horse left behind, its body already beginning to decay, covered in marks corroded by the gastric acid of the green-eyed azure snake.
At the scene, apart from Xiao Ma's corpse, there was no trace of the green-eyed blue snake.
Instead, there were signs of battle and blood all over the ground.
Lao Wang, what's going on? Why is there only Xiao Ma's corpse? Didn't you say there was also a green-eyed blue snake? Lei Jun asked in confusion. Boss, this blood belongs to the snake, said Tang Renfeng, a thin, bespectacled, and scholarly-looking young man. Do you mean that the green-eyed azure snake is dead?
Lei Jun stared intently at Tang Renfeng.
Yes, the green-eyed azure snake was killed.
Tang Renfeng carefully examined the marks on the ground, then looked around at the surrounding bluestones, his expression growing increasingly shocked.
Lei Jun couldn't help but ask curiously, what is it? What did you find?
Tang Renfeng looked around in astonishment, then solemnly said, the green-eyed azure snake should already be dead, and it was killed by a person.
Because there is only one set of footprints at the scene.
Based on the amount of blood the green-eyed azure snake lost, it must have been seriously injured before its death, losing too much blood, and finally collapsing here. Speaking, he pointed to a spot on the ground. There's a large amount of snake blood here.
The green-eyed azure snake was very likely killed right here.
Such a massive amount of fresh blood clearly indicates its body was directly pierced. Moreover, there's only the corpse of the pony at the scene, but no trace of the green-eyed azure snake's body. This confirms that the mysterious expert even took the corpse away. As Tang Renfeng finished speaking, the sound of people sharply inhaling in shock immediately filled the scene.
No way, someone actually managed to kill a level 1 beast? How is that possible? What kind of expert could achieve this?
Exactly, even Boss Lei is only at level 2 strength right now, and he probably couldn't pull this off. Could it be the work of a level 3 expert? What I can't figure out the most is that the green-eyed azure snake has extremely strong scale armor. I slashed it so many times without
injuring it. What kind of weapon did the other party use to make the green-eyed azure snake bleed so much and even pierce its body?
Lei Jun took a deep breath and said solemnly, as of now, even I wouldn't dare claim I could single-handedly defeat a level 1 beast. Even if I could kill it, it would likely come at the cost of serious injuries,
especially since the green-eyed azure snake is also venomous.
Moreover, the fact that the other party had time to deal with the corpse after killing the green-eyed azure snake shows they weren't injured at all. They must truly be a level 3 expert. That's right, and there were no other footprints at the scene, which is enough to determine that the person must be a lone wolf.
Tang Renfeng's tone was filled with admiration. A lone wolf? Boss, do you think it could be Jiao Hao?
At this moment, Bai Bing's voice came through with a hint of doubt.
Tang Renfeng's eyes lit up instantly.
Now that you mention it, it does seem possible. From a geographical perspective, only Jiao Hao is the closest to here. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was once again collectively stunned.
The next second,
immediately afterward, the crowd seemed to realize something, exchanging complex glances with one another.
Impossible, how could it be that guy? Don't say that, it seems like he's the only one around here. Maybe it really is him. No wonder, I get it now.
Boss Lei was right, he really is an expert.
The reason he doesn't want to join us is because...
Halfway through the sentence, the person noticed Lei Jun's unpleasant expression and immediately shut up without saying another word.
Lei Jun's expression also appeared unusually complex.
Tang Renfeng murmured to himself, actually, there's a very simple way to determine whether he is really Jiao Hao.
What method?
We just need to go back and see if the corpse of the green-eyed azure snake we killed is still there. That mysterious expert took the corpse, presumably because he can handle it, or the corpse is useful to him. Hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Lei Jun's eyes, revealing a thoughtful expression. In the crowd, Bai Bing's expression was unusually complex, with a mix of astonishment and delight in her eyes, and a faint trace of barely noticeable worry. At that moment, a cold mechanical prompt suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. Prompt: given that one person in this village has already reached level 3, the level ranking channel has been activated. Currently, only the village's level ranking can be viewed, listing the top 100 novices. This message instantly echoed in everyone's minds. In an instant, everyone was both excited and thrilled. Wow, the leaderboard is open, take a look. Only the top 100 can make it onto the list. I wonder if I can get in. Is it possible for someone to reach level 3 so quickly, and even directly activate the leaderboard channel? Who could it be? Could it be Jiao Hao? Hearing this, everyone's eyes at the scene lit up instantly. Indeed, if anyone has the potential to become a third-level expert, Jiao Hao has the greatest possibility. The next second, for a moment, Lei Jun, Bai Bing, and others couldn't wait to open their operation interfaces. Sure enough, a new leaderboard channel had appeared on the interface. They eagerly opened the leaderboard, but when they saw the names on it, each of them was stunned in place, because the third-level expert on the leaderboard was not Jiao Hao at all. Moreover, Jiao Hao's ranking also surprised them. Swish! On the other side, Jiao Hao was aimlessly walking alone on the road, casually searching around. At this moment, a system announcement echoed in his mind. Jiao Hao casually opened his leaderboard channel. Number 9527 Novice Village Level Ranking. First place, Li Zhe, Level 3. Second place, AI Bei, Level 2. Third place, Maddie, Level 2. Fourth place, Renhu, Level 2. Fifth place, Zhu Pingfei, Level 2. Sixth place, Lei Jun, Level 2. 50th place, Jiao Hao, Level 1. Didn't expect my ranking to be only 50? Jiao Hao shook his head helplessly, knowing in his heart that his ranking was indeed somewhat low. However, being able to squeeze into the top 50 with level 1 strength only shows that the overall strength of all the rookies at the moment isn't very high. After all, until now, he hadn't truly started hunting beasts, only casually killing 2 level 1 beasts. In contrast, for other team expeditions, apart from the core members of each team who could gain a large amount of psionic energy after each hunt, the rest of the members received a pitifully small amount of psionic energy. At this moment, Jiao Hao curiously opened the chat channel, wanting to see others' opinions on the leaderboard while also gathering some information. At this moment, the entire chat channel was in an uproar. Wow, Li Zhe is indeed the only powerhouse in our novice village with a C-level talent. He's already reached level 3, truly a legend forever. Li Zhe, that's terrifying. I'm still at level 1, 10 out of 100, and have to rely on the team to share energy. I really don't understand how those pros level up so fast. 9 experts have already risen to the second level on the leaderboard, truly enviable. Yeah, I really want to join their team. Jiao Hao didn't expect that in less than half a day, 8 second-level experts had already emerged. These 8 individuals were all the elites among the dozen or so experts with D-level talents. This made Jiao Hao feel a bit anxious. He had been busy extracting attributes and talents from corpses before and hadn't officially started hunting beasts. He didn't expect to fall so far behind in progress. Now he must speed up the pace of hunting beasts. Fortunately, with his current attributes and talents, he is capable of fighting alone in the wild. At the same time, a cold system notification sounded in front of Jiao Hao. Hint: given the accelerated progress of all beginners' strength, the beginner upgrade reward standards are now announced. The first player to reach level 10 will be rewarded with ×1 golden treasure chest. The second player to reach level 10 will be rewarded with ×3 silver treasure chests. Rank 3 reaches level 10, rewards, silver chest ×2. Rank 4 reaches level 10, rewards, silver chest ×1. Rank 5 reaches level 10, rewards, bronze chest ×3. Rank 6 reaches level 10, rewards, bronze chest ×2. 7th place reaches level 10, rewards bronze treasure chest ×1. 8th place reaches level 10, rewards black iron treasure chest ×3. 9th place reaches level 10, rewards black iron treasure chest ×2. 10th place reaches level 10, rewards black iron treasure chest ×1. Rank 1130 reaching level 10, reward, wooden chest ×3. Rank 3160 reaching level 10, reward, wooden chest ×2. Rank 61100 reaching level 10, reward, wooden chest ×1. Chest quality, wooden, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, dark gold, purple diamond, epic, legendary, mythical. Hint: the number of treasure chests is limited. They will be automatically distributed after reaching level 10, while supplies last. This last sentence somehow carries a hint of a clearance sale at a big market. Why does it inexplicably feel like the system is especially eager for everyone to level up quickly and scramble for the treasure chests? After everyone read the hint message, the chat channel instantly exploded. Wow, that's awesome. I didn't expect there to be extra treasure chest rewards for reaching level 10 first, but only the
top 100 players get it. The competition is way too intense. The craziest part is that the first place can actually get a golden treasure chest. So exciting. Sigh, forget it, don't overthink it. These kinds of treasure chests are obviously not meant for us. I'll just aim for the wooden treasure chest. I think the top-ranking big shots will definitely get the treasure chest. That's not necessarily true, is it? What do you mean not necessarily? The treasure chest is only given to the top 100 rankings, so those with better talent naturally have a higher chance of getting it. Don't forget, during outdoor adventures, you could be celebrating 1 second and fail the next. I don't care, I'm leveling up and getting the treasure chest anyway. Upgrade. Upgrade. I want to upgrade too. Yes, I want to push forward too, aiming to get into the top 100. Forget the golden treasure chest, even an iron treasure chest is a must. Exactly. Are kings and nobles born that way? The treasure chest is mine. For a moment, the entire chat channel was filled with various motivational speeches and passionate shouts, and everyone was boiling with excitement. At this moment, Lei Jun and the others had long since put Jiao's matter out of their minds, their thoughts filled with the leaderboard rewards and the glittering golden treasure chest. What is going on? Lei Jun casually said. It seems that Jiao absolutely cannot be that mysterious expert. We judged wrong earlier. Tang Runfeng also nodded in agreement. That's right, Jiao is only level 1, and his ranking is still outside the top 50. With his strength, there's no way he could have killed the green-eyed azure snake. That mysterious expert must be someone else. Then who could it be? Someone asked in confusion. Maybe it's Li Zigan. Isn't his talent metal control? Perhaps only he can manipulate some kind of peculiar metal weapon to kill the green-eyed azure snake. Exactly. The others also nodded in agreement, praising Tang Runfeng's flawless analysis, which was well-reasoned and convincing. It seemed as if this was the whole truth of the matter. Lei Jun nodded and said, there's no need to bother with Jiao, that minor character, anymore. As for going back to check the corpse, that's completely unnecessary. We need to focus all our energy on leveling up and grabbing treasure chests. The rewards from the chests are first come, first served, and once they're gone, they're gone. We absolutely can't let anyone else get ahead of us. Boss is absolutely right. Old Wang slapped his thigh excitedly and said, brothers, I have a suggestion. Let's prioritize giving our energy points to Boss Lei so he can level up faster. Right. Now, the boss is already ranked 6th on the leaderboard. As long as his strength increases, he'll definitely have a chance to get the golden treasure chest. Tang Runfeng's eyes sparkled as he chimed in. Instead of spreading the energy points around so everyone gets a wooden treasure chest, why not prioritize letting Boss Lei get the golden treasure chest? What do you all think? Once the words were spoken, everyone present, whether they were willing or not, could only agree. What else could they say? Soon, a chorus of approval echoed through the crowd. That's right, I support it. I'm more than happy to help Boss Lei improve his strength. Boss Lei is the core of the team and must be supported. Once the boss's strength improves, our whole team will become stronger. Let's do it. The boss is righteous, and following him is definitely the right choice. At this moment, Lei Jun took in everyone's expressions and revealed a hearty smile. He waved his hand domineeringly and said, brothers, rest assured. When I level up and get the golden treasure chest, if the items inside are useful to everyone, I will take them all out for you without hesitation. I won't keep anything hidden. Boss Lei is so righteous. Boss Lei is so domineering. Boss Lei will always be our boss. Boss Lei's sense of loyalty is simply unmatched. The atmosphere suddenly became harmonious and pleasant. At this moment, Jiao was walking alone on the wasteland. The surrounding shrubs grew sparser, replaced by vast stretches of wild grass and trees. Relying on his enhanced vision and hearing abilities, he carefully observed the surrounding environment. Suddenly, Jiao stopped in his tracks, tilting his head to listen. His expression changed. In the distance came faint, subtle noises, as if some creature was moving. But the sound was definitely not made by a human. It must have been a monster. Moreover, the sound emitted by this creature was something Jiao had never heard before. It could be determined that this was an entirely new species. Perhaps it was a level 2 beast. Jiao slowed his steps and cautiously moved toward the direction of the sound. Arriving at a higher slope, he climbed a large tree and used his enhanced vision to look into the distance. Before long, he spotted a massive creature. It was a monster over 2 meters long that resembled a dog. The reason it was described as resembling a dog was because its build was far more robust than a dog's, even larger than a lion's physique. 2 long fangs were exposed, exceptionally sharp and glinting with a cold light. As it walked, the muscle lines on its back and thighs were clearly visible, exuding a strong sense of power. Jiao stood on the tree, using his perception skill to observe this big dog from afar. Fierce beast, wild dog, level 1, combat power 4+, talent, skills, characteristics, brutal and bloodthirsty, with decent intelligence. Drop rate 1%. Jiao looked at the ferocious beast in front of him and thought to himself, who would have thought this thing is actually a dog? The creatures in this place are abnormally grotesque, rats as big as rabbits, and rabbits as large as calves. Now there's actually a wild dog bigger than a lion? If it really encounters fierce beasts like lions or tigers, how strong would it have to be? At this moment, Jiao
stared at the information in front of him, his brows furrowed, not expecting to encounter a ferocious beast. Although there's only a one-character difference, ferocious beast and wild beast are worlds apart. Just by relying on the system's combat power rating, one can clearly see the gap between the two. Constitution, 20. The combat power of a level 1 ferocious beast reaches as high as 4+, and Jiao's self-assessed combat power is roughly at this level. Unexpectedly, as soon as he left the outskirts of the novice village, he indeed encountered a higher level monster as he had hoped. However, it was not the level 2 beast he had anticipated, but a level 1 ferocious beast. However, no matter what, Jiao would never back down, no matter how strong. It's just a monster. What's more, this fierce beast has a 1% critical hit rate, enough to make anyone excited. Thinking of this, Jiao jumped down from the tree, holding a fine steel dagger, carefully listening and observing the movements of the beast. Then, he quietly made his way toward the distant grassland. When he was still more than 800 meters away from the ferocious beast, the wild dog suddenly stood upright and stretched lazily. It sniffed the air suspiciously, then abruptly looked in Jiao's direction. Immediately after, it lowered its head, bared its fangs, and let out a fierce roar. In the next instant, it charged toward Jiao at a frenzied speed. The speed of this ferocious beast was astonishing, moving as if it had transformed into a black whirlwind. Seeing this speed, Jiao's heart trembled. Just by visual estimation, this speed had already surpassed the limit he could achieve during his speed enhancement. This ferocious beast is truly too fierce. Jiao gripped two sharp steel daggers tightly, lowered his stance, his steps seeming to retreat, then suddenly pushed off the ground with his toes. In the distance, the ferocious beast instantly closed in on Jiao with astonishing speed. A gust of wind rushed forward, carrying a strong stench, as the wild dog opened its bloodthirsty maw. Two sharp fangs, ferocious and terrifying, fiercely lunged at Jiao. Jiao, who was already prepared, burst out with extreme speed. Jiao's body skimmed close to the ground, drawing an arc as the dagger in his hand slashed upward across the wild dog's abdomen. Power berserk. At this moment, Jiao's power was pushed to the limit, combined with the kinetic energy generated by extreme speed, followed by a loud crash. A bloodstain instantly appeared on the stray dog's abdomen. The stray dog, dodging to the side, rolled to the ground, gasping heavily, and stared at Jiao in a disheveled state. A trace of surprise and fear flashed in its eyes. Subsequently, the ferocious beast took a deep breath, its eyes revealing a hint of brutality. It lowered its body, let out a deep growl, and charged at Jiao. Jiao gripped the dagger tightly once more, staring solemnly at the ferocious beast before him. The previous strike, whether in speed, power, or angle, was almost perfect. If it were any other beast, that slash would have surely disemboweled it, leaving it either dead or gravely injured. But this wild dog in front of me is merely panting heavily, looking rather strained. Is this thing really that hard to deal with? As expected, its reputation is well-deserved, truly a ferocious beast. Jiao tightly gripped the dagger with both hands, his gaze fixed on the ferocious beast opposite him, and he took a slight step back. The ferocious beast's eyes suddenly flashed with a savage light, charging at Jiao once again with terrifying speed. This time, it didn't bite but extended its sharp claws, slashing fiercely toward Jiao. In an instant, Jiao felt a sharp gust of wind hit his face, followed by a piercing pain as his face was scratched. He immediately sidestepped to dodge, the two daggers in his hands thrusting forward and backward with great force. But the ferocious beast was extremely cunning. Seeing Jiao evade the first claw, it swiftly swung its second claw, aiming directly at Jiao's exposed chest. A glint of sly and cruel mockery flickered in the eyes of the level 1 ferocious beast, the wild dog. Accompanied by the tearing sound of sharp claws, a few crackling noises followed as Jiao's chest clothing was ripped apart, revealing a layer of snakeskin inside, covered with densely packed emerald green scales. At this moment, those scales had already been torn apart by the ferocious beast's claws, yet Jiao's body remained completely unharmed. Even so, he still broke out in a cold sweat. "You sneaky dog, using tricks in a fight? You really are one ruthless dog. Fortunately, I've always been cautious. You really can't underestimate this fierce beast. Its intelligence is far beyond that of ordinary wild animals." At this moment, the fierce beast in front of him opened its massive bloody mouth and swung its claws twice in succession, just as Jiao was unable to dodge. Alright, his second dagger had already been fiercely thrust out. It struck straight into the heart of the black dog. The tier 1 weapon, the refined steel dagger, is not only sharp but also comes with +5 attack power and armor-piercing effects. Combined with Jiao's clever calculations, the blade of the dagger completely pierced into the wild dog's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Jiao's figure swiftly retreated, the dagger sliding from the wild dog's chest all the way down to its abdomen. Blood gushed out. Even its intestines spilled out. The injured wild dog let out a piercing howl. It tucked its tail, dragging its intestines as it desperately tried to escape. But its speed was already on par with Jiao's, let alone now with its severe injuries. How could it possibly outrun Jiao? Jiao quickened his pace and lunged forward in one swift motion. He swung his blade. Just as the blade was about to strike, the stray dog suddenly turned around and clumsily counterattacked. Its sharp fangs fiercely bit toward Jiao's wrist. However, it bit into thin
thin air.
It turned out that Jiao Hao's slash was just a feint. He stood in place, coldly watching the wild dog in front of him. How could such a ferocious beast only know how to run away? Sure enough, it had another scheme. This strike missed, but it caused the wound on the wild dog's abdomen to tear open further, making the blood flow faster.
Its steps began to falter, and its hind legs trembled uncontrollably.
Jiao Hao swung his knife again. This time, the wild dog was too weak to counterattack and could only desperately flee forward to save its life.
Dragging its disemboweled body, how could it outrun Jiao Hao?
Before long, it collapsed to the ground, no longer struggling. Immediately, a dense blue glow rose from the wild dog's corpse and instantly merged into Jiao Hao's body.
Hint: killed a level 1 fierce beast, wild dog. Obtained, psychic energy plus 100. Hint: level up, current level is 270/300.
Hint: strength plus 10, agility plus 10, constitution plus 10, spirit plus 10, attribute points plus 5. A series of notification sounds echoed in his mind, and Jiao Hao felt specks of light within his body dissipating throughout his limbs and bones. An indescribable sense of comfort surged through his entire body, as if returning to the warmth of the womb.
A powerful sense of strength permeated his whole being.
Moments later, the radiance gradually faded. Jiao Hao reached out to feel it carefully, gently clenching his fist. That force seemed tangible, bringing an unparalleled sense of comfort. The whole body was filled with vitality, no longer frail but instead appearing more robust. It felt as if an endless surge of energy was flowing within. Jiao Hao hadn't expected that leveling up by one level would increase all attribute points by 10 and additionally grant 5 freely allocatable attribute points. Looking at the bloodstained corpse of the wild dog on the ground, he was about to retrieve it when he suddenly noticed a faint blue light flickering, and a pitch-black iron chest appeared before him.
Hint: killed a level 1 fierce beast, triggered extra drop rate. Obtained, black iron chest plus 1.
Jiao Hao's eyes lit up as he stared at the black iron chest on the ground.
The drop rate for a level 1 fierce beast is only 1%, right? A treasure chest can actually appear? Am I naturally born with a luck attribute?
He curiously tried using the Deep Pierce illusion skill on the iron box. Soon, information emerged. Black iron treasure chest, special item that can randomly provide various resources, equipment, weapons, and martial skills.
The items in the chest are related to luck and appearance.
Simply put, what you get depends entirely on luck and face value.
Jiao Hao placed his palm on the treasure chest and applied a bit of force.
The treasure chest instantly opened.
Obtained, horse-slaying saber plus 1. Obtained, regular hemostatic medicine plus 2.
Horse-slaying saber, forged from refined steel. It is hard and sharp, attack power plus 20, armor penetration plus 30%, critical rate plus 10%.
Regular hemostatic medicine provides good hemostatic effect, temporarily stops bleeding upon use, but does not restore injuries. Jiao Hao casually placed the hemostatic medicine into the novice backpack.
He then reached out to grip the horse-chopping saber. The blade was long, the hilt wide, and there was still room even when held with both hands. The blade was thick and sturdy, with a heavy spine, making it look extremely solid. This large saber had very high strength requirements for its user.
People with slightly less strength would find it quite strenuous just to lift it,
but its combination of sharpness and heft makes its slashes extremely damaging. On the other hand, the sharp steel dagger in hand, though also sharp, relies too much on close combat and struggles noticeably against monsters with high defense. This horse-cutting blade perfectly compensates for the shortcoming of having a single attack method. Then Jiao Hao crouched down and continued to recycle and reset the level 1 ferocious beast. Acquired, agility attribute plus 3. Acquired, strength attribute plus 2. Acquired, F-level talent, enhanced sense of smell. At this moment, Jiao Hao was stunned.
What on earth is going on? Gaining a full 5 attribute points didn't surprise him too much.
After all, this was a ferocious beast, and the attribute points it dropped were much higher than those of ordinary beasts, which was quite normal.
But what puzzled him was why this wild dog actually came with a talent ability.
Enhanced sense of smell, perception talent, increases sense of smell by 10 times. Simply put, this is equivalent to him having a keen dog's nose. No wonder this ferocious beast was able to detect him from a great distance earlier. It turns out it also has extraordinary talent. However, he was also pondering in his heart whether all ferocious beasts have talents, or if this wild dog's nose is particularly sharp, thus reaching an F-level talent?
Immediately, Jiao Hao thought, if even ferocious beasts have talents, then what about those humans with mediocre talents? Could it be that someone would actually perform a real-life version of a person is worse off than a dog?
He couldn't help but chuckle, shook his head, and squatted down again to recover and reset the corpse in front of him.
Obtained, sharp canine teeth plus 2. Obtained, sharp dog claws plus 4. Obtained, dog whip plus 1. Obtained, dog tail plus 1. Obtained, life-saving dog head plus 1. Obtained, dog skin plus 1. Obtained, meat plus 5 kg.
Meanwhile, Qindong also began using the recycling reset skill to clean up the iron boxes in front of him.
Obtained, iron blocks plus 6, iron nails plus 4.
After processing the materials, Jiao Hao happily opened his personal information to check.
Name. Name, Jiao Hao. Level 2, 70/300. Strength, 66. D-level strength berserk *3. Agility, 54. E-level speed enhancement *2. Physique, 44. Spirit, 46. Talents, recycling reset, SSS-Level. Planting, SSS-Level. Enhanced hearing, F-level. Enhanced vision, F-level. Enhanced smell, F-level. Skills, none. Combat power evaluation, 4. Reputation, 0. Although both are level 2, Jiao Hao's combat power and attributes far surpass Lei Jun's, being more than twice as strong. This is all thanks to the talent bonus. Lei Jun's talent is lightning manipulation, which, although immensely powerful in battle, does not provide attribute bonuses. This can be considered as having its pros and cons. After cleaning up the battlefield, Jiao Hao planned to continue searching for new ferocious beasts. Now that he had the talent of enhanced sense of smell, he could track the traces of ferocious beasts more comprehensively. At that moment, the system's cold, mechanical prompt sounded once again. Hint: newbie Jiao Hao has achieved the first kill of a level 1 fierce beast. Reward: reputation +1. Hint: reputation can be used to exchange for resources in the battlefield treasury of all heavens. Hint: all levels of fierce beasts, regardless of type, have unique first kills for each level. At this moment, Jiao Hao, who was on his way, was stunned. Killing a level 1 ferocious beast can actually earn reputation? This is truly an unexpected surprise. However, this type of reputation is unique, meaning that no matter who kills any type of level 1 ferocious beast, they will no longer receive a reputation reward. Reputation points can only be earned by achieving the first kill of level 2 or level 3 fierce beasts. It seems that gaining reputation is not a difficult task. As soon as this news spread, the chat channel in the beginner's village instantly exploded. Really? What's going on? Another big shot appeared, actually killed a level 1 fierce beast, and even gained reputation? Yeah, this should be the first newbie with reputation, right? Upstairs, are you disregarding Lu Hong, the big shot? Lu Hong is a legendary figure who unprecedentedly earned 10 points of reputation. No one can compare to that. Did you notice? The prompt mentioned that reputation can be exchanged for rewards in the treasure vault of the All Heavens battlefield. We're still in the newbie village, but the treasure vault of the All Heavens battlefield is probably filled with countless treasures. Really envy Jiao Hao. I wonder what his talent is. Among D-level talent experts, I haven't seen anyone like him. Just as everyone was discussing, a prompt sounded in his mind once again. Prompt: newcomer Jiao Hao has achieved the milestone of opening a black iron treasure chest for the first time. Reward: reputation +2. Hint: all grade treasure chests grant reputation upon first opening and are unique. As soon as this message came out, the chat channel exploded. It's Jiao Hao again. Is this guy trying to dominate the screen today? I was just thinking about whether I could level up to 10 sooner to take a black iron treasure chest back, and now the big shot can already get a black iron treasure chest directly. Comparing oneself to others is truly infuriating. Where did the black iron treasure chest come from? I want to go find treasure chests too, but I've never even heard of treasure chests existing in the wild. Do you think Jiao Hao obtained the black iron treasure chest because he killed a level 1 fierce beast? The timing of those two notifications is so close. Yeah, now that you mention it, that does make sense. Could it be that killing a level 1 fierce beast not only increases reputation but also drops treasure chests? Wow, that's amazing. Then if you kill a level 2 fierce beast, besides gaining reputation, could it also drop an even higher level treasure chest? That's right. Instead of foolishly hunting ordinary beasts, why not hunt ferocious beasts instead? It's much better. As soon as these words were spoken, countless people in the comments section had their eyes light up. Exactly. Why didn't I think of this earlier? After all, a level 1 ferocious beast isn't much stronger than a level 1 ordinary beast. Yeah, I feel like no matter how strong a level 1 ferocious beast is, it definitely can't be stronger than a level 2 ordinary beast. With the strength of our team, hunting level 2 ordinary beasts would definitely be a piece of cake. What a pity. Everyone thought of it too late, and Jiao Hao took advantage of the big loophole. I can't stand these opportunists who spend all day studying the rules and exploiting loopholes. Can you speak more politely? What a shame, after killing one more level 1 beast, there's no way to farm reputation anymore. No worries, there are still tier 2 fierce beasts to farm reputation, right? This guy named Jiao Hao is really lucky. Clearly, he's not as strong as me, yet he happened to encounter a tier 1 fierce beast. The one who said this was a tier 2 expert named Lu Peng. Hey upstairs, Jiao Hao is now ranked 12th. What's your rank to be talking so tough? Lu Peng, not high, just 8th. Wow, turns out you're the 8th ranked big shot. Yeah, Lu Peng the Great is ranked way higher than Jiao Hao. His strength must be much greater. If he encountered a first level fierce beast, he would have already gained fame. Of course, the top 10 ranked big shots are all masters in their own right. Boss, are you still accepting little brothers? Yeah, boss, take me to hunt fierce beasts. Brother Lu Peng, I'm 18, my profile picture is me. I'm good at it, not clingy, and full of energy. Please take me alone. In the chat group, many people were flattering him, hoping to team up with Lu Peng for an adventure. Most of these people have average talent and couldn't team up with top players. Lu Peng, as a top 10 expert, could be considered a strong ally. Lu Peng said boldly, "What's a level 1 beast? I'm about to reach level 3, and then I'll definitely achieve the first kill of a level 2 beast. If you wanna follow me, level up to level 2 first. Level 1s aren't qualified to be under me, Lu Peng. Lu Peng, don't take in useless people." At that moment, a series of announcements echoed in everyone's minds again. Notice, level 1 novice Ma Ming from this village has been killed by a level 1 beast, wild boar. Hint, level 1 novice Li Lo from this village was killed by a level 1 ferocious beast, wild boar. Hint, level 1 novice Wang Dima from this village was killed by a level 1 ferocious beast, wild boar. Hint, level 1 novice Liang Fifan from this village was killed by a level 1 ferocious beast, wild boar. No way? 4 people died in an instant. What's going on? Still don't get it? It must be that these 4 teamed up to hunt a level 1 ferocious beast and they were completely wiped out. No way, a level 1 ferocious beast is that fierce? A level 2 leading 3 level 1s and they all died? Yeah, they died so close to each other in time, it feels like the beast killed them all at once. The previously lively chat channel suddenly fell silent. Those rookies who were clamoring to team up and hunt fierce beasts, even second level ones, all fell silent. Even second level experts died so swiftly and cleanly. If these first level rookies charged in, they would only serve as burial companions. Big boss Lu Peng, are you still planning to hunt second level fierce beasts? I'm waiting to team up with you. At this moment, another rookie sent a lonely message, but Lu Peng didn't reply at all. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. At this moment, another person's profile picture moved, and a message popped up. That's so terrifying, Boss Liang is dead. Our entire team was wiped out, only I managed to escape. Mom, I want to go home. Are you with Liang Fifan and the others? Yeah, it was terrifying. You can't even imagine how horrifying that wild boar was. Even Liang, the level 2 powerhouse, couldn't withstand a single blow from it and was killed on the spot. If I hadn't awakened a speed talent, I probably wouldn't have made it out alive either. No way, a level 2 powerhouse was killed by a single charge? That's just too exaggerated. No, you haven't seen that wild boar, so you have no idea how terrifying it was. Calling it a wild boar is an understatement. It was almost as big as a small elephant. Just its 2 long tusks were over a meter long. I can guarantee that if you were pierced by those tusks, there wouldn't even be a trace of your body left. That's so scary. I really can't believe it. This is just too terrifying. It seems our plan to hunt the ferocious beast will have to be postponed. Exactly. I also think hunting regular beasts is safer for now. The survivor's message lit up in the chat channel once again. I'm all alone right now, and I'm injured. This forest is too dangerous, and I'm afraid I won't be able to make it out. Is there any team led by a pro that is still recruiting? Could you take me along when you come over? Where are you now? Where is the level 1 ferocious beast, the wild boar? I'm on a small hill 10 miles east of the novice village. There's a very noticeable forest there that you can see from afar. Are you coming over, pro? I'll be waiting for you in the forest. Not really, I just want to know where the wild boar appears so I can avoid it. For a moment, the entire chat channel fell into an awkward silence for a second. Even the unlucky guy waiting for rescue stopped talking, clearly retreating into himself. At this moment, Jiao, who was secretly watching the chat channel, had eyes sparkling with excitement. East 10-mile slope, the small grove? Isn't such a clear target just a feast delivered to your doorstep? Killing a level 1 ferocious beast not only grants attribute points but also has a high chance of dropping talents and treasure chests. Moreover, that wild boar just killed 4 humans. As long as he finds the corpses, he can extract new talents. Besides, killing an ordinary level 1 beast yields at most 40 points of energy, while a level 1 ferocious beast can drop 100 points. Obviously, taking a longer route to find fierce beasts, though time-consuming, allows for faster leveling up. Thinking of this, Jiao eagerly sprinted toward the east side of the novice village. Meanwhile, at a small riverbank on the outskirts of the novice village, 3 people stood by the riverbank, weapons in hand. At their feet lay a giant frog, as large as a car tire. This frog is entirely yellow-brown, extremely ugly, with its back covered in uneven, bumpy flesh. At this moment, the frog is already dead, its snow-white belly exposed. Thick yellow-green liquid seeps from the bumpy flesh on its back, dripping onto the ground with a sizzling sound, corroding the weeds into withered yellow, while a pungent stench fills the air. Next to the frog stands a tall, proud-looking young man, Li Zhe. He is the only person in Novice Village 9527 to awaken a C-level talent, and also the first to break through to level 3. To the left of Li Zhe stands a burly man named Ai Bei. This retired soldier has awakened a D-level talent, Power Berserk. On the right is a giant man about 2 meters tall and weighing over 200 pounds, named Rinhu. He was a professional basketball player, and his awakened talent is Physical Berserk. The 3 are all strong individuals, joining forces to form the strongest team currently. They cooperate seamlessly. Strength Berserk, Physical Berserk, combined with Li Zhe's metal control, their skills are masterful. As a result, their monster-killing efficiency is extremely high. Moreover, with fewer people, the psychic energy doesn't need to be shared, so the upgrade speed is naturally faster. Currently, Li Zhe firmly holds the first place on the level leaderboard. Aibe follows closely behind, ranking second. As for Renhu, due to his role as the main tank, primarily taking damage and having lower output, his level is slightly behind. But even so, he still firmly held fourth place. As expected of a level 2 beast. The energy value it provides is much higher than that of a level 1 beast. Renhu checked his attributes while smiling with satisfaction. I just gained 15 energy points and have already reached level 2, 270/300. Just 2 more level 2 beasts, and I'll reach level 3. By the way, Aibe, how's your progress? I've already reached level 2, 295/300. Does that mean you're just one beast away from reaching level 3? Your progress is so enviable. I'm nothing. I can't even compare to Big Boss Li Zhe. I bet the golden treasure chest from the newbie leveling rewards will definitely go to him. As long as the two of us maintain our current pace, getting a silver treasure chest shouldn't be a problem. Li Zhe's expression, however, turned serious as he gently shook his head. Aibe and Renhu exchanged a glance. What's wrong? Is there something off? Li Zhe sighed and said, the three of us teamed up to kill second-level beasts, but Jiao killed a first-level ferocious beast. Perhaps this suddenly rising Jiao will become the biggest dark horse. So what if it's a first-level ferocious beast? Isn't it still first level? It shouldn't be much stronger than a second-level beast, right? No, Li Zhe said in a deep voice. You may not have noticed, but Jiao's ranking growth rate is astonishingly fast. I calculated that after he killed a level 1 ferocious beast, he gained 100 points of spiritual energy. What? Killing a level 1 ferocious beast can earn 100 points of spiritual energy? Aibe and Renhu exclaimed in unison. Killing a level 1 ferocious beast and getting 100 points of spiritual energy, this is just too exaggerated. At this rate, it won't take long for Jiao to surpass us, and he might even catch up with Big Brotherly. Renhu immediately became anxious. Why don't we go hunt ferocious beasts too? No way. Li Zhe shook his head and said, hunting ferocious beasts is too risky and could come at a heavy cost. Right now, our efficiency in hunting second-level beasts is very high. Once you both reach level 3 and I reach level 4, we can go hunt ferocious beasts together. Although Renhu was unwilling, Li Zhe's control and judgment abilities displayed during the hunts left him unable to argue and forced him to comply. Alright, but even so, we need to speed up hunting second-level beasts, or we'll really be overtaken. Okay, kill monsters, quickly. I can't wait to level up to 3. Renhu said anxiously. Aibe sighed. It's a pity none of the three of us have perception-type talents, otherwise, we'd be more efficient at finding monsters. There are pros and cons, I guess. Having a teammate with a perception talent would indeed make it easier to locate monsters, but if their combat ability is lacking, it would just slow us down. Soon, the three set off again on the path to find beasts, leaving only the lonely corpse of the giant frog on the ground. The giant frog was highly poisonous all over, so the three dared not take its corpse with them, as they couldn't eat it anyway. On the other side, Jiao quickly appeared on a small hillside. It was exactly the location of the 10-mile slope east of the novice village. Jiao, who possessed the talent for speed enhancement, traveled quite swiftly. Upon reaching this place, he slowed his pace. At any moment, he could encounter ferocious beasts, so he had to be extremely cautious. Jiao moved forward step by step, slowly, using his talents for enhanced sense of smell and hearing to continuously search his surroundings. Soon, his eyes lit up. A faint smell of blood wafted from afar. Although the corpse lay on the ground, unable to make a sound, the scent of blood could not be concealed. Jiao followed the trail of the blood scent and soon saw a frail male corpse lying there. Jiao placed his hand on the corpse, preparing to recycle and reset the skill. Recyclable target F-level talent vision enhancement. Current talent level is below E level and cannot be acquired. Proceed with reset? Can be reset to double vision enhancement or increase mental attribute by 5 points. Just as Jiao was about to use the recycle and reset function, the skill system returned this information. There is actually such a situation? The visual enhancement talent on this corpse is only F level, while Jiao has already extracted 2 F-level visual enhancements and combined them into 1 E-level visual super enhancement. Therefore, visual enhancements below E-level cannot be acquired again. Although the F-level talent cannot be obtained again, it is possible to choose to reset. Decompose to double the vision. Originally, the F-level vision enhancement could increase vision by 10 times, but after resetting, the effect is only 2/5 of the original. However, there is another option, gain 5 points of mental attributes. In the long run, of course, the choice is to double vision, because the effect of exponential growth becomes more apparent later. But at this stage, the improvement in mental attributes is equally valuable. After all, mental attributes can currently only be obtained through special channels. Jiao thought for a moment and ultimately decided to reset this F-level talent into 5 points of mental attributes. After all, the current vision enhancement is already more than sufficient for him, and further doubling it wouldn't make much of a difference. With this in mind, Jiao decisively chose to reset. Obtained, spirit +5. Then, his gaze fell on the novice dagger held in the corpse's hand and the novice backpack on its back. Without hesitation, he took both items. Soon, Jiao discovered another corpse in front and to the right of this one. He continued to use the recycle reset skill on this corpse. Obtained, F-level talent, enhanced sense of smell +1. At this moment, he already possessed 2 F-level enhanced sense of smell talents, which could be reset to combine into a new talent. Jiao chose to reset without hesitation. Automatically reset F-level talent, enhanced sense of smell +2. Reset successful, talent upgrade failed. Acquired, spirit +1. Jiao was instantly stunned. Hadn't heard before that this thing also depended on success rates? If I had known it would fail, I might as well have just reset this talent into 5 points of mental attributes. After the upgrade failed, all he got in return was a single leftover point of mental attribute. Jiao regretfully touched his face and found that his complexion was still quite good. The most infuriating thing is relying on luck based on appearance in situations like this. But it doesn't matter, if one attempt fails, just try a few more times, there will always be a time for success. Jiao lowered his head to pick up the novice dagger and novice backpack from the corpse's hands, then continued searching for the next target. The location of the corpse was behind a large tree about 10 meters away. The corpse was leaning against the tree, its chest completely shattered, clearly having suffered an extremely violent impact. The death was gruesome. This was the corpse of a robustly built man. Jiao once again used the recovery reset. Acquired, E-level talent, physical enhancement. It finally didn't disappoint him. He obtained a new talent, and it was even E-level. Jiao let out a long sigh of relief, finally no longer looking grim. Now he possesses the D-level talent of berserk strength combined with the attack bonus from the Zanbato, making his offensive capabilities formidable enough. In terms of speed, he also has the E-level speed enhancement talent. However, his physique is relatively frail, and although it has improved somewhat after consuming the red fruit, but when facing the ferocious attack of the fierce beast, it still seems inadequate. Last time, when killing a level 1 fierce beast, the wild dog, he was fortunate to have a piece of snakeskin on his chest, with the scales helping to block most of the damage. The wild dog's attack was merely sharp claws, which could still be resisted with the scales. But looking at the tragic state of the burly man in front of him, one could understand just how terrifying the brute force of the fierce beast, the wild boar, truly was. Although scales can prevent external injuries, the intense impact is enough to shatter the internal organs. At this moment, the E-level physical enhancement talent perfectly compensated for his lack of vitality. Jiao once again took all the beginner daggers and beginner backpacks from the corpse's hands. Afterward, he reset all 3 beginner daggers in his hands, transforming them into first-tier weapons, sharp steel daggers. As for these 3 novice backpacks, they were also reset separately. 30 units of storage space were reclaimed and reallocated into his own backpack, further expanding its capacity. Next, Jiao continued searching for the last corpse. Through messages in the chat channel, he learned that the leader of this team of novices was named Liang Fifan, is a second-level strong individual with D-level talent. I wonder what kind of D-level talent I can obtain this time. Thinking of this, Jiao couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, searching around. He simultaneously utilized his enhanced sense of smell and enhanced hearing talent to carefully investigate the surroundings. But unexpectedly, he found the surroundings completely silent, with no movement or any traces around. Jiao patiently searched carefully and finally discovered signs of a battle in a patch of grass. Following the traces forward, he soon caught a strong scent of blood. Judging by instinct, the scent of blood came from a location several hundred meters ahead. This puzzled Jiao. Judging by the timestamp of the chat channel announcement, these 4 people should have died at the same time, with the distance between them not being too far. Even if there was a difference, it would only be around 10 to 20 meters. How could there be a situation where the bodies are distributed hundreds of meters apart? Jiao followed the direction of the bloody scent and continued searching ahead. Before long, he found a novice dagger beside the root of a large tree. The dagger was covered in fresh blood. He casually put the dagger away and carefully examined the marks on the ground. Found traces of dragging here. It seems something dragged a corpse through this place, bumping into trees along the way, leaving some scattered bloodstains. Could it be that the wild boar, after killing Liang Fifan, actually dragged his corpse away? No way, do wild boars eat people too? Jiao immediately thought, after all, pigs are omnivores and eat both meat and plants. Could it be that this wild boar is going to gnaw on Liang Fifan's corpse? No, please, this is a rare D-level talent. Jiao immediately drew his horse-cutting blade and quickly followed the drag marks on the ground. Hopefully, this wild boar is a picky eater and starts with the thighs. At least leave me half a body, or else all this talent will be wasted. As Jiao continued his pursuit, the surrounding forest gradually became denser. The towering tree reached the sky, its branches and leaves intertwining, blocking the sunlight overhead, leaving the sky dim. The grass grew increasingly dense and lush, almost obstructing his view. The temperature gradually dropped, and the path ahead became more challenging. Jiao slightly slowed his pace, cautiously following the drag marks
as he continued forward. When he arrived at an open space, he found a wall in front of him. The wall was covered with dense vines, and there was nothing else. Jiao carefully observed and followed a few drops of blood next to the vines, discovering that behind the vines was a huge cave entrance. It was about 2 to 3 meters high, clearly a naturally formed karst cave. Pulling aside the vines, it was pitch black inside, with no trace of light. Jiao stood at the entrance of the cave, activating his enhanced sense of smell, faintly detecting a stench of blood and decay. Is this a wild boar's lair? That's right, boars do like living in caves. It seems this is its den. However, Jiao hesitated about whether to go in and take a look. After all, he couldn't be sure how many wild boars were hiding inside. Alright, what if he happened to stumble upon a family feast, with a dozen wild boars happily feasting on human flesh? Wouldn't his sudden appearance be like delivering himself to their doorstep? Jiao carefully parted the vines and observed the surroundings of the cave entrance. The hoofprints of the wild boar were exceptionally clear and very distinct. He stared at the footprints for a long time and discovered that there seemed to be tracks of only one wild boar in the cave. Could this wild boar be a lone wolf? However, what puzzled him was that there were still traces of other creatures' activity near the entrance of the cave. Especially some marks on the ground made Jiao feel unusually familiar. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be traces of a snake. Could it be that wild boars also hunt snakes? Since there's only one wild boar, it shouldn't be that frightening. After thinking it over, Jiao decided to go in and investigate. After all, he still had a D-level talent and a ferocious beast waiting for him. With both hands tightly gripping the horse-cutting saber, Jiao stepped into the cave step by step. He possessed night vision, allowing him to clearly see the environment inside the cave. The cave was dark and damp, with faint water droplets dripping from the stone walls. There were occasional small puddles in the passage, with fresh wild boar tracks and dragging marks left on the water's surface. The cave was eerily quiet, with only Jiao's footsteps echoing. Suddenly, Jiao stopped in his tracks, gripped his horse-cutting saber tightly, and held his breath in concentration. In the distance, a strange rustling sound could be heard. Listening closely, the sound seemed somewhat familiar. Could it be the sound of the green-eyed blue snake crawling? What the heck? Could there be a living green-eyed blue snake hidden in this cave? At that moment, a foul stench rushed toward me. A red glow flickered between the cave walls, moving swiftly. It was a giant snake about 7 or 8 meters long, identical in appearance to the green-eyed azure snake. The only difference was its pair of blood-red eyes, glowing like lanterns, particularly striking in the darkness. This giant snake was much thicker than the green-eyed azure snake Jiao had hunted before. Instead of being the size of a bull, it was as thick as a water barrel. It nimbly darted between the rock walls at an extremely fast speed. Jiao's mind stirred, and he immediately activated the perception skill. Fierce Beast, Green-Eyed Azure Snake, Mutated. Level 1. Combat Power 5. Talent. Skill, Venom Spray. Characteristics, Brutal and Bloodthirsty, Extremely Venomous, Enjoys devouring prey. Drop rate, 1%. Status, Controlled, No sense of pain. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Jiao's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and doubt. This was indeed a green-eyed azure snake, but it was in a mutated state and had become a ferocious beast. Under normal circumstances, the green-eyed serpent is just a level 1 beast. However, the giant serpent before him has already advanced to a level 1 ferocious beast, with a combat power reaching 5 stars. Nevertheless, Jiao had originally planned to seek out ferocious beasts, so he was secretly delighted. After all, this ferocious beast still has a 1% drop rate. Although the talent bar is unclear, since the green-eyed azure snake in front of him has not displayed any talent abilities, killing it and extracting a sample will reveal whether it possesses any additional talents. If luck is on his side, he could achieve a double gain. Despite the joy in his heart, Jiao did not dare to let his guard down. The combat power of the green-eyed azure snake before him far surpassed that of the wild dog he encountered earlier. Not only did it have a higher combat rating, but it also possessed a special skill, Venom Spray. Moreover, there was still a wild boar lurking somewhere, ready to appear at any moment, forcing Jiao to remain vigilant. However, he still harbored doubts. Why did this ferocious beast have such a strange status? The wild dog earlier had no status indicators at all manipulated. No pain perception. Why did these two statuses appear on the green-eyed azure snake? Even so, this did not shake Jiao's determination to kill it. After all, Jiao's personal attributes at this moment were as follows. Name, Jiao. Level 2, 70/300. Strength, 66, D-level strength berserk *3. Agility, 54, E-level speed enhancement *2. Physique, 88, E-level physique enhancement *2. Spirit, 52. Talents, recycling reset, SSS-Level, planting, SSS-Level, hearing enhancement, F-level, vision enhancement, F-level, smell enhancement, F-level. Skills, none. Combat power evaluation, 4. Reputation, 3. The recently acquired physical enhancement greatly improved Jiao's physique and boosted his confidence. At that moment, Jiao's expression changed abruptly. He tilted his ear to listen and heard the sound of other creatures moving deeper in the cave.
Damn, this guy has reinforcements. No wonder it didn't launch an attack immediately. Ferocious beasts truly are cunning like old foxes. Chen Dong's face was as grim as water. Clenching his teeth and gripping the horse-cutting saber tightly, he was the first to launch an attack on the giant serpent before him. Using his enhanced hearing ability, he judged that at least 3 more monsters were rapidly closing in on him. The cave was narrow, and once surrounded, even if he survived, he would be left in a dire state. In an instant, Jiao accelerated toward the giant serpent, gripping his horse-cutting saber. The blade flashed coldly as it slashed down at the serpent. At that moment, the serpent raised its head high and let out a sharp hiss. Although the talent bar was unclear, since the green-eyed serpent before him hadn't used any special abilities, killing it and extracting a sample would reveal whether it possessed any additional talents. If luck was on his side, he might even reap a double reward. Though Jiao felt a surge of joy in his heart, he dared not let his guard down. The green-eyed serpent before him was far more formidable than the wild dogs he had encountered earlier. Not only did it have a higher combat rating, but it also possessed a skill, venom spray. Moreover, there was still a wild boar lurking somewhere, ready to appear at any moment, forcing Jiao to remain vigilant at all times. However, he was somewhat puzzled. Why did this beast have a strange status? The wild dogs he had encountered earlier showed no status at all, manipulated, no pain perception. These 2 statuses left him baffled, unable to understand why the green-eyed serpent before him was in such an eerie state. But this did not shake Jiao's determination to kill it. After all, his personal attributes at this moment are: name, Jiao, level 2, 70/300, strength, 66, D-level strength berserk *3, agility, 54, E-level speed enhancement *2, constitution, 88, E-level constitution enhancement *2, spirit, 52, talents, recycling reset, SSS-Level, planting, SSS-Level, hearing enhancement, F-level, vision enhancement, F-level, smell enhancement, F-level, skills, none, combat power evaluation, 4, roar, reputation, 3. The recently acquired physical enhancement has significantly improved Jiao's physique and boosted his confidence. At this moment, Jiao's expression changed drastically. He tilted his head to listen and heard the sound of other creatures moving deeper within the cave. Damn it, this thing has reinforcements. No wonder it didn't launch an attack immediately. As expected, ferocious beasts are all cunning old hands. Swish. The next second, Chen Dong's face was as grim as water. He gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on the horse-cutting blade, and launched a fierce attack on the giant serpent in front of him. Just now, using his enhanced hearing ability, he had already determined that at least 3 more monsters were rapidly approaching him. In this narrow cave, once surrounded, even if he didn't die, he would suffer serious injuries. In an instant, Jiao, holding the horse-cutting blade, burst forth with astonishing speed and lunged fiercely at the giant serpent. The blade's edge flashed with a cold gleam as it slashed down hard. The giant serpent raised its head high and suddenly whoosh, sprayed a burst of cyan venom, shooting rapidly. Jiao was already prepared. Relying on his perception skill, he had long known the serpent possessed the ability to spray venom. Since it was the opponent's skill, it was bound to be used, and he had been guarding against this move all along. A massive snakeskin quickly unfolded in front of Jiao, wrapping him completely. The venom sprayed onto the snakeskin, producing a sizzling sound. This snakeskin had fallen off the cyanide serpent and was naturally resistant to poison, easily blocking the serpent's venomous attack. At the same time, Jiao swiftly flung 2 sharp steel daggers, aiming directly at the serpent's eyes. Although he lacked a throwing knife skill, relying solely on instinct and casual tossing, his strength was sufficient, but his accuracy was lacking. The serpent easily tilted its head slightly to dodge. However, this slight tilt of its head gave Jiao the perfect opportunity. He instantly burst forth, accelerating to the front of the serpent, and the effect of his berserk strength talent activated immediately, doubling his strength in an instant. A blade struck down fiercely. This giant serpent was even thicker and its scales tougher than the green-eyed azure snake slain earlier. Yet, in the face of the horse-cutting blade strike carrying a powerful armor-piercing force, it still stood no chance. With a loud crash, a deep wound appeared on the serpent's body, and blood gushed out continuously. The serpent, enraged to the extreme, swung its massive tail and lashed fiercely toward Jiao. Jiao did not dodge but advanced instead, gritting his teeth and gripping the horse-cutting blade tightly, swinging it with all his might. The tail struck Jiao's chest with a dull thud, causing his face to change drastically in pain. However, the horse-cutting blade gleamed coldly, and a crisp sound rang out. A massive snake head was severed, rolling to the ground as blood gushed out like a fountain. At that moment, 3 monsters with blood-red eyes, glowing with an eerie crimson light, suddenly rushed out from the corner of the cave. Jiao fought desperately, exchanging injury for injury, willing to risk his life to kill the mutated giant snake because his auditory perception had warned him that the remaining 3 ferocious beasts were already closing in. If the battle dragged on any longer, he would undoubtedly find himself in grave danger. Thus, even at the risk of injury, Jiao chose to fight quickly and decisively, ultimately slaying the level 1 ferocious
ferocious beast. Only then did he finally get a clear look at the three newly appeared monsters before him. These three ferocious beasts, exuding a menacing aura, are a sawtooth rabbit, a red-eyed rat, and a wild boar. At this moment, their eyes are all blood red, radiating an incomparably savage killing intent. Especially the sawtooth rabbit and the red-eyed rat, which, as level 1 beasts, were not originally very powerful, but now they emit an extremely fierce and ruthless aura. Jiao decisively activated his perception skill, locking onto the three monsters in front of him, but with just one glance, he was stunned. Including the sawtooth rabbit and the red-eyed rat, all three of them turned out to be tier 1 ferocious beasts. Among them, the wild boar's combat power rating reached as high as 5, while the sawtooth rabbit and the red-eyed rat both had a combat power rating of 4. Just like the giant snake from before, they had all undergone mutations and were clearly being controlled by some kind of force. Staring at the three ferocious beasts in front of him, Jiao was both surprised and filled with doubt. Anyone with basic biological knowledge knows that snakes are natural enemies of rodents and rabbits. Basically, as long as snakes are present, mice and rabbits cannot survive at all. However, at this moment, Jiao witnessed firsthand what it means to be a den of snakes and rats. In this bizarre cave, there were not only wild boars and rabbits but also snakes and mice. They did not kill each other but instead coexisted harmoniously. If these animals were being raised in a zoo, Jiao wouldn't find it strange. But this is the wild, a world of slaughter. Could it be? Thinking of this, Jiao's expression darkened. Put. Holding the horse-cutting blade, he stared fiercely at the three ferocious beasts in front of him. At the same time, he quietly crouched halfway down, placing his hand on the motionless mutated green-eyed azure snake. Hint: killed level 1 ferocious beast green-eyed azure snake, mutated. Obtained, energy points plus 110. This mutated green-eyed snake brought Jiao 110 points of psychic energy. At this moment, his level had risen to level 2, 180/300, and he needed to kill 2 more fierce beasts to reach level 3. But right now, he had to face the siege of 3 fierce beasts. Jiao activated the recycling reset skill without hesitation. Swish. Obtained, strength plus 2, agility plus 2, constitution plus 2. This mutated green-eyed snake also provided him with 6 attribute points, slightly more than the wild dog. Considering the strength of this giant snake, such gains are fairly reasonable. However, it's a bit regrettable that no talent or new treasure chest appeared. It seems that the 1% drop rate was not triggered. Thinking back to the first time the 1% drop rate was luckily triggered, obtaining a black iron treasure chest, most of the credit goes to the fact that the wild dog was the first ferocious beast killed, possibly triggering some hidden mechanism. Jiao moved quickly, continuing to recover and reset. The corpse of the blue-eyed green snake transformed into various materials like snakeskins and venomous fangs, then completely vanished without a trace. This scene left the three ferocious beasts, who were eyeing Jiao from a distance, momentarily stunned. Although they were under control and impervious to pain, it didn't mean they lacked awareness. This situation made them question their very existence as beasts. How could the companions suddenly disappear? Just as the three ferocious beasts were still in a daze, Jiao had already started to act. His speed suddenly increased. Wielding the horse-cutting saber, he fiercely struck at the jagged-toothed rabbit. Among the three ferocious beasts, the strongest one was the wild boar. But Jiao cannot guarantee a one-hit kill. To avoid being besieged, he must take one down in a very short time. And the best target is naturally the sawtooth rabbit. The sawtooth rabbit possesses astonishing strength, and its sharp saw teeth are highly lethal. But its speed is not as fast as the red-eyed rat, its skin is not as tough as the wild boar, and its attack power is much weaker. Relying solely on brute force is completely useless. Just as Jiao charged toward it, the three ferocious beasts finally came to their senses and launched an attack on him together. Jiao paid no attention and, with the momentum of splitting a mountain, swung his blade straight at the sawtooth rabbit. The jagged-toothed rabbit naturally wouldn't sit idly by. It forcefully kicked its strong and powerful hind legs, leaping into the air. Its two massive, saw-like sharp fangs fiercely biting toward Jiao. As the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone a rabbit with teeth this sharp. The jagged-toothed rabbit thought humans would dodge this strike, so that it could not only evade Jiao's slash but also force him into the encirclement of its two other companions. However, to its surprise, Jiao did not dodge. He merely tilted his head slightly. The pair of sharp serrated teeth still pierced his chest with unerring precision. The already shattered snakeskin on his chest instantly disintegrated, and the serrated teeth directly stabbed into Jiao's chest. However, in this moment of close proximity, the sharp horse-cutting blade in Jiao's hand had no room to evade and fiercely slashed toward the head of the serrated rabbit. A crisp sound. The rabbit's head instantly snapped off. In an instant, blood gushed out. Jiao's expression remained calm and unperturbed as he forcefully pulled the rabbit's head still embedded in his chest. The jagged edges tore away 2 pieces of flesh, flipping outward, leaving his chest drenched in blood. He did not hesitate and quickly took out a regular hemostatic medicine from the beginner's backpack, pressing it firmly onto the wound. In an instant, the bleeding stopped abruptly. Although the intense pain persisted, at least the bleeding was contained contained and would not affect his combat effectiveness. This level of pain was nothing compared to life and death for him. In that split second, the attacks from the red-eyed rat and the tusked wild boar behind him followed closely. The red-eyed rat was the fastest, fiercely pouncing in an instant, brandishing its sharp claws. Although the wild boar was a step slower, its massive body charged forward like a mountain, stirring up a gust of wind. Jiao punched the mutated red-eyed rat, which let out a piercing squeal and retreated in panic. At the same time, a bloody gash appeared on Jiao's arm, caused by the sharp claws of the red-eyed rat. At this moment, a wild boar, like a giant tank, roared closer. Jiao reversed his grip on the horse-cutting blade with his right hand, clamping the hilt tightly under his armpit. He pointed the blade's tip at the charging behemoth, standing firmly and gritting his teeth. A muffled thud. Jiao's body was sent flying backward, and the horse-cutting blade in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. He fell to the ground and violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. After coughing twice, Jiao propped himself up with his hand and slowly stood up. If it weren't for the red fruit he had consumed earlier, combined with the newly acquired physique-enhancing talent, this single strike would have taken his life. Even so, he still felt as if his internal organs were falling apart in pain. But he endured the wild boar's strike, and now was the moment to counterattack. The tusked wild boar on the opposite side was also injured, with a small hole on its head from which blood slowly flowed. The horse-cutting saber was incredibly sturdy. Although the wild boar had tough skin and thick flesh, the weapon's armor-piercing attribute caused significant damage to its head. But it felt no pain at all, only an angry roar, charging at Jiao once again. At this moment, the mutated red-eyed rat lay on the ground, trembling, its whole body convulsing uncontrollably, teetering on the edge of life and death. Jiao let out a cold laugh, his gaze falling on the red-eyed rat trembling incessantly on the ground. His left hand opened, holding a giant venomous snake fang. That was just extracted from the mutated green-eyed snake, and it is extremely toxic. Snake venom has a very strong restraining effect on creatures like mice. Once the fangs of the venomous snake pierce the body, the mouse's internal organs will be completely corroded in a very short time. When the red-eyed mouse charged over just now, Jiao exchanged injury for injury, engaging in mutual biting with it. The price was a blood groove left on Jiao's left arm, while the red-eyed rat was also slashed by the snake's fang, leaving a bloodline. After landing, the red-eyed rat quickly succumbed to the poison and could no longer hold on. It kicked its hind legs, its body stiffened, and it stopped moving. At this moment, Jiao's entire left arm was bleeding profusely, with a wound so deep that the bone was visible, almost rendering half of his arm useless. But his expression showed no panic. Instead, he revealed a determined and confident smile. The wild boar shook its head in place, its eyes blood-red, staring intently at Jiao. It let out a fierce roar, its hind hooves scraping the ground repeatedly, charging forward with an unstoppable aura of dominance. Jiao stood unarmed, the saber discarded to the side, severely injured, with his left arm completely incapacitated. However, he was fearless, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, Jiao's entire body radiated a blue glow. This was a sign of leveling up. Hint: killed level 1 fierce beast, sawtooth rabbit, mutated. Obtained, psychic energy plus 100. Hint: killed level 1 fierce beast red-eyed rat, mutated. Obtained, psychic energy plus 100. The account's original level remained at level 2, 70/300. After entering the cave, 3 ferocious beasts were killed one after another. Obtained 110, 100, and 100 points of spiritual energy respectively. Hint: level up, current level 3, 80/600. Hint: strength plus 10, agility plus 10, constitution plus 10, spirit plus 10, attribute points plus 5. As his level increased, the blue light spots within Jiao's body spread once again throughout his limbs and bones. A gentle sensation surged in his heart, and a warm current slowly flowed through his entire body. The wound on his chest caused by the mutated green-eyed snake's tail, as well as the injuries inflicted by the sawtooth rabbit, were gradually healing. Even the external injuries on his left arm and the internal damage left by the wild boar were also steadily recovering. A surge of comfort swept through his entire body. At this moment, Jiao stared coldly at the wild boar charging fiercely toward him, the mockery at the corner of his mouth becoming even more pronounced. Didn't see that coming, did you? I've leveled up. Everything is under control. Jiao, despite being injured, first killed the sawtooth rabbit and the red-eyed rat with the purpose of leveling up. Leveling up not only brings a significant boost in attribute points but, most importantly, also restores physical condition. This is his true trump card and backup plan. He allocated all 5 previously unused attribute points and the 5 newly gained free attribute points into agility. At the moment the wild boar charged, Jiao's figure suddenly flickered and instantly disappeared. Holding the horse-cutting saber, Jiao stood in place, his cold gaze fixed on the wild boar, which had swiftly turned around, its red eyes blazing and breathing heavily. The surge in speed filled him with confidence as he extended a finger to provoke the wild boar, saying, "You, come here." Although the wild boar was in unbearable pain, it was not without intelligence. That's too insulting to pigs. It shook its head in place and charged forward again with fury. Swish! Just as the wild boar reached him, Jiao Hao sidestepped nimbly to evade the attack, bringing the saber down in a swift strike. A bloodstain appeared on the wild boar's back. Accompanied by a ferocious roar, the wild boar stopped in its tracks, panting heavily, its massive tusks swaying from side to side. Come again. Jiao Hao's face was full of disdain. Although wild boars have thick skin, tough flesh, and strong impact force, their biggest weakness is their lack of agility, making it difficult for them to turn flexibly during a charge. Faced with Jiao Hao, whose agility had greatly improved, it was completely toyed with in the palm of his hand. The wild boar ignored its pain and roared as it launched another reckless charge. Watching this reckless attack, Jiao Hao's anger burned within him. Facing the direction the wild boar charged from, he sidestepped in place to dodge, swinging the horse-cutting blade fiercely toward the boar's abdomen. With a ripping sound, the wound tore open. Roar! The massive wild boar struggled to stop, its abdomen and back wounds bleeding profusely. Its hind legs began to tremble, not out of fear, but due to excessive blood loss and weakness. Launching such a fierce charge had greatly drained the wild boar's stamina, not to mention the increasing speed of blood loss from its wounds, which made it even weaker. Buzz! Jiao Hao stared intently at the wild boar, thinking, it's time to end this battle. Suddenly, the wild boar scraped the ground heavily with its hind hooves, its gaze resolute and exuding determination. Jiao Hao tightly gripped the horse-cutting saber, standing firmly, waiting for this final strike. But the wild boar suddenly turned and fled. Jiao Hao was stunned. What's going on? Weren't you supposed to be controlled, extremely bloodthirsty and furious, ignoring pain? You actually ran away? The wild boar let out a frenzied roar, its ears flapping as it dashed away covered in blood. Jiao Hao stood in place, at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He did not pursue, thinking, how big could this small cave be? Where could the wild boar escape to? The faster it runs, the more it bleeds, and it will naturally collapse before long. No rush, let the bullet fly for a while. However, after a long time, Jiao Hao still did not hear the system's kill notification, which left him somewhat disappointed. This wild boar, with its rough skin and thick flesh, truly has extraordinary vitality. He lowered his head and used the recycle and reset skill on the previously slain sawtooth rabbit. Obtained, strength +3, agility -1, constitution +1. This time, he gained 5 attribute points. At this moment, Jiao Hao's attributes are: name, Jiao Hao, level 3, 80/600, strength 111, D-level strength berserk *3, agility 80, E-level speed enhancement *2, physique 114, E-level physique enhancement *2, spirit 52, talents, recycling reset, SSS-Level, planting, SSS-Level, enhanced hearing, F-level, enhanced vision, F-level, enhanced smell, F-level, skills, none, combat power evaluation 5, reputation 3. However, a trace of helplessness appeared on Jiao Hao's face. Because this ferocious beast neither brought him any talent nor dropped a black iron treasure chest, he felt somewhat disappointed. Could it really be that my luck is just too bad? Jiao Hao continued using the recycle and reset function, converting all the resources of this serrated rabbit into meat, bones, and fur. He glanced again at the mutated red-eyed rat on the ground, no longer holding out any hope. It could only be used to casually add some attribute points. Hint: kill a level 1 fierce beast to trigger an extra drop rate. Obtained, black iron treasure chest +1. Jiao Hao was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized that a treasure chest had actually dropped. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile as he picked up the black iron treasure chest from the ground with great anticipation. Unexpectedly, among the few ferocious beasts, the only one to drop a treasure chest turned out to be the mutated red-eyed rat. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you die so miserably. Forget it. To console your wounded soul, I'll send you off properly this time. Jiao Hao placed his hands on the corpse of the mutated red-eyed rat and continued to perform the recycle and reset. He watched as its corpse dissipated once again, turning into chunks of meat, claws, and other materials. Next, he examined the black iron treasure chest in his hand. He placed his palm on the treasure chest and gently pushed. Obtained, dog skin plaster recipe +1. Obtained, black iron chest +1. Dog skin plaster, a low-grade healing medicine with the effects of stopping bleeding and slowly recovering injuries. Simple to make and inexpensive. Jiao Hao stubbornly picked up the treasure chest and examined it carefully. Apart from this simple piece of silk cloth, there was nothing else. A recipe for dog skin plaster? Just this little thing to brush me off? This is a black iron treasure chest. He was somewhat disappointed and casually reset the black iron box into iron blocks and iron nails, tossing them into the beginner's backpack. Then he glanced at the thick silk cloth, which had a tough texture and was made of unknown materials. It looked ancient. The silk cloth was engraved with the names and shapes of some herbs, along with recorded secret recipes for refining. The name is unusually straightforward, simply called dog skin plaster. The refining method written above is not complicated. It requires several medicinal ingredients to be crushed and boiled, then applied to dog skin to make a simple ointment. The required ingredients are coagulation grass, baiyao, sanchi, and safflower. Most of these are common medicinal herbs used to treat bruises, stop bleeding, and reduce swelling. However, in this godforsaken
taken place, these things are not easy to find, because not only have the animals mutated here, but even the wild weeds and plants have undergone strange changes. The vegetation here is completely different from that on Blue Star. Even a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner wouldn't dare guarantee that what they pick isn't poison. Therefore, the diagram of the medicinal ingredients on this recipe appears particularly important. Jiao Hao put away the recipe, thinking it might come in handy in the future. However, even with the acquisition of the black iron treasure chest, what can be obtained still depends on luck. After clearing the battlefield, Jiao Hao tilted his ear to listen, holding the horse-cutting blade, and began to delve deeper into the cave, tracking the injured wild boar along the way. Relying on the heavy scent of blood in the air, he kept walking deeper into the cave. The further he went, the more damp and dark the environment became. Strangely, a chilling and eerie wind was blowing inside the cave. Could there be another exit in this cave? After walking a full 400 or 500 meters, Jiao Hao still hadn't found the injured wild boar. He arrived at an open area, where the wild boar had completely disappeared. There were no footprints, nor any scent of blood. He continued searching using his enhanced sense of smell. Stopped in front of a mountain wall. The wild boar's last traces ended here. Jiao Hao reached out to feel the stone wall. Its cold surface was covered with some moss, but there was nothing unusual. It looked just like an ordinary rock wall, with no vines and certainly no hidden cave entrance. He looked around doubtfully. Could it be that the wild boar really vanished into thin air? Calming himself, Jiao Hao thought carefully. Since the wild boar desperately fled here after being injured, there must be a chance of survival here. You need to know that this wild boar is under control, so who is the one manipulating it? At this thought, his gaze sharpened. He activated the skill of piercing illusion and stared at the stone wall in front of him. Suddenly, a strange light screen appeared on the stone wall. It seemed as if the entire stone wall had turned into a transparent mirror, or like the shimmering surface of a lake, flickering with various eerie colors and constantly shifting. Jiao Hao deactivated the breaking illusion skill and looked again, only to see an ordinary stone wall before him. At this moment, a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Barrier, a special spatial boundary, entrance to a small world fragment. What does it mean? This is a special spatial barrier, which means that behind the stone wall lies a hidden world? Jiao Hao's mind stirred, and he reached out to touch the stone wall again. The texture felt real, not an illusion. He tried to pass his arm through the stone wall but found it completely impenetrable. After pondering for a moment, Jiao Hao took 2 steps back, then suddenly charged forward. It felt as if he had jumped into a lake, his whole body instantly sensing an invisible pressure. Swish! In the next instant, the light before Jiao Hao's eyes grew dazzlingly bright. The originally dark and damp cave vanished in an instant. At this moment, he was already standing in a bright little valley. Surrounded by towering stone walls, it felt as if he were at the bottom of a deep ravine. Before him were exotic flowers and rare plants, with the air filled with a rich botanical fragrance. Where is this place? Jiao Hao was extremely astonished. He tried to use the skill of breaking illusions and looked around. To his surprise, he discovered that the oddly shaped flowers and plants on the ground were all rare medicinal herbs. Blood coagulation grass, sanchi, ginseng, 7-leaf grass, clear heart grass. Apart from some ordinary medicinal herbs, there were even spiritual herbs present. Jiao Hao's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that he had stumbled into some kind of paradise or hidden realm? At that moment, another line of prompt information popped up in his mind. Prompt, space barrier detected. You have entered a fragment of a small world. Chat channels and leaderboard channels are now blocked. They will return to normal after leaving the small world space. This sudden prompt made Jiao Hao pause for a moment. Could it be that he was no longer in his original world? He was, of course, no stranger to small worlds. Blue Star itself was a small thousand world. In the entire universe, there existed great thousand worlds and countless small thousand worlds. Apart from that, at the intersections of these worlds, there are also some special existences known as small worlds. Small worlds are usually special spaces formed from fragments of a certain world. They vary in size. Some small worlds are as large as a country. Some, however, are only as large as a single bedroom. The environments in the small worlds vary greatly. It is said that some have experienced various adventures in the small worlds, obtaining treasures left behind by powerful individuals. There are also those who accidentally entered small worlds while piloting starships, only to encounter a hell filled with terrifying lava. Jiao Hao did not expect that in the heavenly slaughter battlefield he would accidentally stumble upon such a small world space. But for Jiao Hao, who was not a native of Blue Star, he preferred to call it a dungeon. Entering the fragment of the small world felt like suddenly receiving a dungeon quest. A strange sensation from his past life flowed through his heart. At this moment, he noticed the massive wild boar that had been injured earlier was lying on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Not far away, there were 2 more corpses. One of them was short and slightly plump. Jiao Hao vaguely recognized it as the corpse of Liang Fifan. As one of the few D-level talent holders in the novice village, he still had some impression of Liang Fifan. Next to Liang Fifan lay another corpse. This corpse was tall, with dark skin, a black man. Jiao Hao was momentarily
momentarily stunned. Carefully recalling, there were people from the Dragon Kingdom, the Lighthouse Country, the Southern Stick Country, the Sakura Island, and the Heavenly Bamboo Country in Novice Village 9527. But among these people, there was absolutely no Black Uncle, right? Jiao Hao was the last to leave the Novice Village, and he was very certain that Black Uncle had never appeared in the village. So how could his corpse be here? Jiao Hao cautiously took 2 steps forward and used the skill Piercing Illusion to lock onto the corpse on the ground. Race, human, deceased. Identity, novice, Novice Village number 456. Combat power, 2. Reputation, 0. Level, level 2. Jiao Hao didn't expect this corpse to come from another novice village. He remembered the system had once prompted that all novice villages were equipped with novice protection, preventing powerful creatures from entering. Similarly, there would be no interaction between 2 novice villages. It seems that this fragment of the small world space happens to connect 2 beginner villages, and this unfortunate guy probably stumbled into this place unintentionally from beginner village 456. In other words, there is also a similar passage connecting the cave and the fragment space in the other beginner village. Although somewhat unexpected, Jiao Hao didn't pay much attention to it. An extra corpse meant he had one more talent to choose from. This black man was already a level 2 expert, and his talent was definitely not bad, at least an E-level talent. However, at this moment, Jiao Hao was not in a hurry to retrieve the talents from those 2 corpses, because he suddenly noticed that the large wild boar not far away seemed to be in an unusual state. At first, the wild boar trembled all over, as if it were swallowing something strange. However, now the wounds on the wild boar's body were slowly healing. The red glow in its eyes grew even deeper. At that moment, the wild boar, which had been lying weakly on the ground, suddenly stood up. Fiercely staring at Jiao Hao, it let out a low growl. At this moment, Jiao Hao finally saw clearly that behind the wild boar was a corpse. It was a mummified body sitting cross-legged, its head hanging low, with gray-white hair appearing mottled and aged. Draped in strange clothing, it was nothing like the attire commonly seen in modern civilization. More like the ancient costume styles that appear in some fantasy dramas from Dragon Country. This mummified corpse has been dead for a long time, with the body reduced to dry bones and the skull left as a skeleton. The clothes are covered with a thick layer of dust. It inevitably makes one wonder whether such a body can still yield attributes. They had entered the heavenly slaughter battlefield for less than a day, so this corpse could not possibly belong to any of them. Could it be a native resident of this place? Jiao Hao tried using the piercing illusion skill to target the distant corpse. Race, human, deceased. Identity, evil thief, outer battlefield. Reputation, 4. Combat power, 25. Level 19. Talent asterisk asterisk. Skills asterisk asterisk. Status, the physical body is dead, with a trace of lingering soul unable to leave the body, possessing strong mental power, capable of beguilement, and able to control creatures with weak will. In an instant, Jiao Hao's expression changed. His figure rapidly retreated backward, watching the dried corpse from a distance, his heart filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, he was usually cautious. Ever since acquiring the skill to see through illusions, he often used it to inspect things. He never expected that this dried corpse before him still retained a trace of a remnant soul. Judging by the appearance of this corpse, it has been dead for at least several years, right? To still have remnants of a soul lingering, it indicates the extraordinary strength of the individual during their lifetime. Level 19. What kind of powerful being could this possibly be? The attribute points alone are already astonishing. This mummified corpse is probably the strongest existence Jiao Hao currently knows of. What's even more outrageous is that the other party also possesses extremely strong mental abilities, capable of controlling other creatures. Thinking of the state of the wild boar and the red-eyed rat seen earlier, it was evident that they were under its control. It seems that the one controlling them is this mysterious dried corpse. At this moment, the dried corpse suddenly moved. Crack, crack. Its head swayed slightly, and in the eye sockets of the skull, 2 red flames danced. A strange rhythm emanated from the eerie red light, and Jiao Hao felt his head grow slightly heavy. A wave of drowsiness swept over him. At this moment, a surge of unwilling anger and struggle emerged in Jiao Hao's consciousness. He bit the tip of his tongue, forcing himself to regain clarity. In a moment of desperation, he immediately activated the skill to see through illusions and looked at the dried corpse again. The discomfort gradually faded away. Jiao Hao panted heavily, looking across with lingering fear. What on earth is this terrifying ability? I almost fell for it. The red light in the mummy's eyes flickered, carrying a hint of unwillingness. Impossible. Such a weak rookie, having just entered the battlefield of heavenly slaughter, how could he possibly break free from my control? Could it be that he is not an ordinary human? His mental strength is unusual. Damn it. My remnant soul has been trapped here for a long time. Years ago, I accidentally discovered this fragment of a small world and hid within it, but ultimately, I was unable to suppress the injuries within my body and eventually perished. Fortunately, the cultivation technique I practiced was unique, leaving behind a remnant soul. Since then, no one has set foot in this place, only some wild beasts occasionally intrude. They are of low intelligence and easily controlled by me. I used herbs to forcibly elevate them into ferocious beasts. I originally intended to use these beasts to capture 1 or 2 living humans and achieve rebirth through their bodies. Beasts are ultimately beasts. In the fragmented space of the small world, I can manipulate them as easily as moving my own arm. But once I leave, the control is greatly diminished. These beasts mostly rely on their instinct to kill, directly slaughtering humans upon encounter. The 2 corpses brought in were already completely dead. Just as I was in despair, someone actually barged in here.
And it might even be a human with a special constitution. Wonderful, heaven hasn't abandoned me. Finally survived. I must seize his body.
However, this rookie seems a bit unusual. His mental strength is ridiculously strong. But it doesn't matter, as long as I cripple him first, control him, and slowly wear him down.
Gaga gaga gaga. A strange sound came from the mummified body. The wild boar, now healed from its injuries, roared and charged madly at Jiao. Its eyes were filled with madness, devoid of any reason. Jiao, whose strength had greatly increased, naturally did not fear a wild boar. But at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. In the valley, a dense swarm of ferocious beasts like red-eyed rats and serrated rabbits appeared, their pairs of red eyes gleaming with ferocious light as they crazily charged toward Jiao. Counted them, there are at least dozens.
Meanwhile, relying on his enhanced sense of smell and hearing, Jiao discovered that more red-eyed rats and sawtooth rabbits were rushing over from afar. Jiao hadn't expected this dried corpse to be so troublesome, capable of instantly controlling so many ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts in the novice village are usually not numerous, and most of them are ordinary wild animals with limited combat power. But at this moment, each of these ferocious beasts exuded a menacing aura. Although Jiao's strength had improved significantly, facing such a large number of ferocious beasts attacking him, he simply couldn't hold his ground alone.
It seemed that a swift victory was the only option.
As the saying goes, to catch the bandits, first capture their leader.
Only by killing this corpse and breaking the beast's control could he successfully break through.
Otherwise, being besieged by so many fierce beasts would surely lead to exhaustion and death. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Jiao made up his mind. Facing the ferocious charge of the wild boar, he leapt aside to evade the impact.
The next moment,
the wild boar retreated backward with its momentum. Jiao quickened his pace and leapt high into the air, slashing fiercely at the dried corpse before him. However, at that moment, 2 red-eyed rats suddenly jumped up, fearlessly blocking Jiao's path. With 2 muffled sounds, the head of one red-eyed rat was severed and fell to the ground. Another red-eyed rat had a deep scar on its body but felt no pain, and once again lunged at Jiao. This time it was blocked, and Jiao failed to kill the dried corpse. He was quickly surrounded by more red-eyed rats and sawtooth rabbits.
Damn it!
Jiao cursed under his breath, wielding his long blade and relying on the sharp armor-piercing power of the horse-cutting saber to continuously charge and dodge amidst the encirclement of fierce beasts. After reaching level 3, all his attributes had greatly increased, making it difficult for these red-eyed rats to withstand his slashes. However, their sheer numbers still left him overwhelmed. Jiao's reckless and desperate charge left him with many more scars on his body. A deep scratch was clawed into his back. The mutated green-eyed serpent's snakeskin scales also showed cracks, looking tattered and worn. Even so, the tough snake scales still helped Jiao block a significant amount of damage. At this moment, Jiao quickly took out hemostatic medicine amidst the ferocious beast's siege to stop the bleeding on his severely injured thigh.
Otherwise, continuous movement would cause excessive blood loss.
Another red-eyed rat was struck down by Jiao's blade, collapsing powerlessly to the ground. At this moment, the giant wild boar behind him charged at Jiao once again in a frenzy. At the very moment the wild boar was about to crash into him, Jiao leaped high into the air.
The next second, he landed on the wild boar's back and swung his blade downward.
Put!
With a dull thud, the horse-cutting blade plunged deep into the wild boar's spine. The wild boar, driven by inertia, uncontrollably continued its charge, and it was heading straight for that mysterious corpse. This was precisely Jiao's meticulous calculation, as there were numerous fierce beasts in front of the corpse. If he forced his way through, he would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. Now, with the thick-skinned, strong-impact wild boar clearing the way, Jiao carried on its back, easily broke through the encirclement of fierce beasts. Just as the wild boar was about to collide with the dried corpse, in the next moment, the wild boar charging at high speed suddenly seemed to lose control. The forehooves stomped the ground fiercely, and the head suddenly turned to the other side. The massive body of the wild boar slammed into the nearby mountain wall. The intense impact left it dizzy and unsteady, its body swaying. At this moment, Jiao swung the heavy horse-cutting saber in his hand with force, the blade piercing straight through the wild boar's body. The blade pierced its heart, and the wild boar let out a shrill wail before collapsing heavily to the ground, motionless. Seizing the moment when the encirclement of the ferocious beasts was broken, Jiao swiftly hurled 2 sharp steel daggers. The daggers flew straight toward the mysterious mummified corpse. At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, 2 red-eyed rats quickly leaped up, blocking the path of the flying dagger. The dagger pierced straight into the body of the red-eyed rat. The 2 red-eyed red-eyed rats collapsed powerlessly to the ground. This scene almost made Jiao Hao burst out laughing. His throwing knife accuracy relies entirely on luck, but he firmly believes that the mummy wouldn't take risks lightly. After all, those red-eyed rats and saw-toothed rabbits are nothing more than disposable tools in the eyes of the mummy. The opponent naturally wouldn't care about the life or death of these ferocious beasts. For safety, they would definitely use them to block the knives. Even so, the mummy still completely fell into Jiao Hao's trap. At this moment, swish, a blue halo radiated from Jiao Hao's body. He had just successfully leveled up to level 3, 80/600. Now, killing the wild boar earned him 130 psionic points. In addition, after killing 4 red-eyed rats, his level successfully advanced to level 4, 10 out of 1000. Splat! At the same time, a series of pleasant notification sounds rang out again. Gained, strength plus 10, health plus 10, agility plus 10, spirit plus 10, attribute points plus 5. In an instant, Jiao Hao felt a surge in power. Level 4, 10/1000. Strength, 141, D-level strength berserk *3. Agility, 100, E-level speed enhancement *2. Constitution, 134, E-level constitution enhancement *2. Spirit, 62. Talents, recycling reset, SSS-Level, planting, SSS-Level, enhanced hearing, F-level, enhanced vision, F-level, enhanced smell, F-level. Combat power assessment, 6. Not only have all attributes increased significantly, the scars left by the red-eyed rat and the sawtooth rabbit were also healing rapidly. His condition returned to its peak once again, and his strength reached a new level. Jiao Hao's lips curled into a smile as he gripped the horse-cutting saber tightly, swinging it with bold and powerful strokes, slashing toward the mysterious dried corpse. The red-eyed rats and jagged-toothed rabbits blocking the way could no longer stop his offensive. The red glow in the dried corpse's eyes flickered madly. He never expected this rookie human to be so troublesome. A beast is still a beast, even if forcibly upgraded to a ferocious beast, it still lacks intelligence, only knew how to fight recklessly, especially the clumsy wild boar, which almost hurt itself by accident. But he had no choice but to control these simple beasts. At the same time, he also realized that if the slaughter continued, these ferocious beasts would merely become the source of spiritual energy for Jiao Hao's level up. Bang! As long as he held on a little longer, Jiao Hao's level would rise again, and by then, the one being hunted might very well be him. The red glow in the dried corpse's eyes flickered eerily and madly. In an instant, Jiao Hao felt the dizzy sensation surge in his mind once again. However, this time, with the level increase, his mental attributes had significantly strengthened. Whoosh, whoosh. He desperately forced himself to stay awake and instantly allocated all 5 free attribute points to his mental attribute. That drowsy feeling immediately vanished without a trace. Jiao Hao activated the piercing illusion skill, his gaze fixed on the dried corpse in front of him. Unexpectedly, this old guy used such a move. Fortunately, his strong mental power kept him from being deceived. At the same time, the red-eyed rats that had surrounded him took the opportunity to ferociously bite Jiao Hao. Jiao Hao swung his horse-slaying blade, the immense force instantly sending the red-eyed rats flying. At this moment, he charged forward recklessly, already closing in on the dried corpse. The eerie red glow in the dried corpse's eye sockets flickered wildly. This is impossible. Why is this human so troublesome? He must not be allowed to get close, or the dried corpse will have no power to resist. But these useless ones in front of me can't stop him at all. Do I really have to take the risk and make a move? Upgraded. Yet the opponent's mental strength is formidable, making the risk extremely high. But seeing the murderous Jiao Hao approaching, the dried corpse couldn't afford to care about anything else. The next second, 2 eerie red glows began to flicker on the dried corpse's body. In an instant, all the surrounding ferocious beasts, including the sawtooth rabbits and red-eyed rats that had just rushed over to assist, abruptly stopped in unison. Then, they began to frantically tear at each other or claw at their own bodies, with flesh and blood continuously falling off. One by one, red-eyed rats and jagged-toothed rabbits died bizarrely, their blood and flesh pooling on the ground and surging toward the corpse's body at an unnatural speed. Name, Jiao Hao. In an instant, the corpse's entire body radiated a brilliant red glow. Jiao Hao was stunned. Could it be that this corpse intends to devour the blood and flesh to restore its body? If this powerful corpse were to revive, with his mere level 4 strength, he would definitely not be a match. Jiao Hao swung the horse-cutting saber in his hand, slashing down fiercely. The corpse's head instantly shattered. Skills, none. However, in the next second, reputation, 3. A red beam of light shot directly into Jiao Hao's body with a swoosh. In an instant, Jiao Hao was stunned. He suddenly felt that something extra had appeared inside his body. This thing barged in roughly, causing him unbearable pain.
pain. His whole body was filled with a sense of swelling, as if his unguarded body had suddenly been stuffed with a foreign object. A severe throbbing pain surged through his head. Jiao Hao howled in agony. Holding the Zanmadeo, he weakly knelt on the ground, clutching his head tightly. Pain. It was truly excruciating. Gradually, Jiao Hao's consciousness began to blur. A chilling and terrifying aura surged into my mind. Ha ha ha, I did it. I succeeded. Ha ha ha, I survived. Ha ha ha. Wait, how is this possible? How can there be two spiritual consciousnesses in one body? Damn it, who the hell are you? At this moment, an exasperated voice came through. A cold, gray aura appeared in Jiao Hao's mind, flickering incessantly. The aura resembled a gray mist, gradually coalescing into a blurry human figure. At this moment, the figure revealed shock, confusion, and irritability. Jiao Hao also realized he's fine. Is this his own spiritual world? Two spiritual senses? Suddenly thinking of his transmigrated identity, Jiao Hao seemed to understand something. You were actually someone who had been possessed. Damn it! A person can only be possessed once in their lifetime. Heaven is against me. Heaven is against me too. Listening to the shadowy figure's frantic roar, Jiao Hao was stunned. He actually felt a trace of pity for this guy. Although I don't know how your weak soul managed to succeed in possession, it doesn't matter. Now this body is ownerless. If you can occupy it, so can I. The figure stirred for a moment but quickly calmed down. Kid, although I have nowhere else to go and can only stay in this body, you can't do anything to me. From now on, this body is mine. Serve me well, and I might occasionally let you enjoy the thrill of control. Got it? At this moment, the now calm Jiao Hao gradually pieced together the truth of the situation. What to do? This guy had intended to invade his body and seize his physical form to achieve rebirth. It was unexpected that Jiao Hao's body had already undergone a possession once. This directly led to the complete failure of the mysterious dried corpse's remnant soul plan. Moreover, once his remnant soul left its original body and entered Jiao Hao's, it could no longer separate and was trapped here. Now he cannot pose a threat to Jiao Hao, and Jiao Hao is unable to expel him. Is it possible that I will have to share a body with this guy in the future? At this moment, the other party might still be weak, but once his strength gradually recovers, wouldn't he fight for control over the body? How should I deal with this old thing who suddenly barged in and wants to seize my body? As if seeing through Jiao Hao's thoughts, the gray, blurry figure let out an extremely arrogant laugh. He. Don't even think about it. You, a mere level 4 human, can't possibly resist me. But don't worry, I won't devour your soul. From now on, we will share this body. As long as you behave and hand over control to me, I don't mind granting you plenty of benefits. Jiao Hao snorted coldly in response. With your petty nature, if you wanted to kill me, you definitely wouldn't hold back. The only reason you're babbling so much now is because you can't do it. You don't have a body to sustain you, so you can't survive and have no choice but to tolerate me for now. If I'm not mistaken, you're just weak right now. If I agree to let you stay in my mind, won't you eventually grow stronger and do whatever you want anyway? Jiao Hao's voice had just fallen when the gray figure began to shake violently. Jia. Do you think this will work? You're just a level 4 rookie. What can you do to me? Old man, you can only blame your bad luck. In your next life, pray for better fortune. The blurry figure was momentarily stunned. Ha, you think you can handle me? Jiao Hao sneered as he stared at the prompt message that popped up in front of him. Do you want to reset the target's ownerless remnant soul to spirit plus 100? Without hesitation, Jiao Hao chose to recycle and reset. The blurry figure exclaimed in shock, impossible. What kind of power is this? The dense gray mist instantly dissipated without a trace. A surge of pure blue energy flooded into Jiao Hao's mind. Gained, spirit plus 100. At the same time, he felt a refreshing sensation in his mind, as if his spiritual world had become broader and more resilient. It was as though his mental domain had originally been an uncultivated wasteland, narrow and constrained. This time, although the remnant soul forcibly intruded, causing the spiritual world to endure the pain of tearing, it was also greatly expanded and became more resilient as a result. This can be considered a blessing in disguise, right? Gradually, Jiao Hao's consciousness began to recover bit by bit, regaining control of his body. Just as he recovered, a series of notification messages flooded into his mind. Hint, killed a mummy, evil spirit, obtained, hunting points plus 10, obtained, reputation plus 5. Hint, killed a wanted level 19 evil thief, seized opponent's reputation plus 4, obtained, battle merit plus 1. Hint, killed an evil thief with an extreme level difference, achieved an unprecedented feat, triggered a hidden mechanism, and obtained the hidden class, Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter, a special hidden class whose duty is to slay monsters, ghosts, evil thieves, and other demonic creatures. A nemesis to all beasts and malevolent entities. Possesses the ability to track demons, dealing increased damage once locked onto a target. Faced with the dense array of prompts before him, Jiao Hao was stunned. He never expected that eliminating that mysterious dried corpse would not only earn him a reward but also unexpectedly activate a hidden profession. The reason was that the dried corpse belonged to an evil ghostly entity. More importantly, Finally, he killed a level 19 evil thief with his level 4 strength, crossing a massive level gap, triggering a hidden mechanism, and successfully advancing to Demon Hunter. It should be noted that in the entire battlefield of Heavenly Slaughter, such a level gap is almost unparalleled. In other words, this hidden profession is highly likely to be one of a kind. The pleasant notification sound had not yet faded when new messages continued to echo in his mind. Hint: Demon Hunter successfully advanced to level 1, current hunting value level 1, 10 out of 100. Acquired: strength plus 20, constitution plus 20, agility plus 20, spirit plus 20. Jiao did not expect that simply advancing one level as a Demon Hunter would result in attribute bonuses being double the attributes gained when leveling up. However, upgrading as a Demon Hunter is no easy task. One must accumulate hunting points, and hunting points can only be obtained by hunting down monsters. Creatures like ghosts and beasts are all hunting targets, but in the novice village, powerful evil thieves and ghosts almost never appear. With Jiao's current strength, the only opportunity is to hunt beasts. However, hunting beasts is not an easy task. Just looking at the combat power of ferocious beasts is enough to feel the terror of beasts. Not only is their combat power astonishing, but they also possess innate talents and skills. Talent and combat power are two completely different concepts. Relying solely on panel combat power is not trustworthy. At this moment, Jiao listened to a series of notification sounds, and couldn't help but feel anticipation as he opened his attribute panel. With this series of attribute boosts, how strong is he now? Level 4, 10/1000. Strength 201, grade D strength berserk *3. Agility 140, grade E speed enhancement *2. Constitution 176, grade E constitution enhancement *2. Poison resistance plus 1%. Spirit 172. Talent: recycling reset, SSS-Level, planting, SSS-Level, enhanced hearing, F-level, enhanced vision, E-level, enhanced smell, F-level. Skills: perception break, night vision, demon hunting. Combat power assessment 14. Reputation 12. Profession: hidden profession demon hunter level 1, 10 out of 100. Battle merits 1. Even though Jiao was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but freeze in place upon seeing his own incredibly powerful attributes. Strength actually broke through the 200 threshold. However, upon careful consideration, it seems quite normal. After all, among Jiao's 4 basic attributes, strength, agility, and constitution all come with innate bonuses, especially the strength attribute, which falls under the D-level strength berserk category, enhancing the strength attribute threefold. Without this threefold enhancement, his actual strength attribute would only be 67. Although Jiao's mental attribute does not have any innate bonuses, after recovering the residual soul of that dried corpse, he successfully gained 100 points in mental attributes in one go. The comprehensive improvement in his 4-dimensional attributes directly boosted Jiao's combat power evaluation to 14. The rule for combat power evaluation is that every 10 attribute points convert to 1 combat power, and all 4 attributes must reach at least 10 points to count as 1. Now, Jiao's attributes are developing evenly, with no weaknesses. With such powerful mental strength, if he were to encounter that dried corpse again, its mental control would likely have no effect on him. Looking at the dried corpse on the ground, whose head he had smashed, Jiao couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Indeed, risk and opportunity always go hand in hand. This adventure almost cost him his life, but the rewards were extremely rich. Not only did he gain 100 points in mental attributes, but more importantly, Jiao obtained a hidden profession. As a form of repayment, the dried corpse could be considered to have been laid to rest, ascending to bliss. No one knows how many years this dried corpse had been lingering here, but today it encountered Jiao the Good Samaritan, who helped it find peace free of charge. Jiao placed his hand on the dried corpse and clicked to recycle and reset the skill. Acquired: Earth Tier skill, Beast Mastery, fragmented. Beast Mastery, a special skill with extremely stringent usage conditions, allowing control over beasts and enhancing their strength. Currently in a fragmented version, the complete version is Heaven Tier. As the notification appeared, a golden light suddenly flashed in front of Jiao. The light condensed into a golden token with a peculiar design. At its center was a large ancient seal character chi, and the back was adorned with numerous mysterious symbols and patterns. Jiao suddenly recalled the mysterious dried corpse from before. Even after becoming a fragmented soul, it could still control beasts and even upgrade ordinary beasts into ferocious ones. Could this be the mysterious beast taming technique? If he possessed such a powerful ability, wouldn't he be able to upgrade all ordinary beasts into ferocious ones, then hunt them to gain energy points and level up? Of course, this method seems somewhat wasteful. If he could truly control ferocious beasts like the dried corpse did, Jiao could even directly command these formidable ferocious beasts and demon beasts to fight for him. Just the thought of it made his blood boil. What was even more shocking was that such an incredible skill was merely an incomplete version. The full version was actually at the Heaven Tier. Strangely, despite possessing such a powerful beast taming technique, why did this sinister thief end up in such a
miserable state, dying in a fragment of a small world. Thinking about the other party's identity, Jiao couldn't help but speculate, could this guy have stolen it from some major faction? And in his haste to escape, he didn't even have time to use it? With these questions in mind, Jiao carefully examined the decree in his hand and attempted to inject his spiritual energy into it. In an instant, the decree dissolved into nothingness and entered his body. Various pieces of information flooded his mind, and he quickly grasped the detailed content of the beast taming technique. After reading through it, Jiao let out a long breath, his gaze complex. He had essentially learned the beast taming technique but had not fully mastered it. The beast taming technique was a unique skill of an ancient sect called the Beast Taming Sect from the Great Thousand World, but that sect had long been annihilated in the battlefield of the heavens. It is rumored that remnants of the beast taming sect's legacy can still be found in some ruins on the outer battlefield. Now, all that remains is this incomplete version of the beast taming technique. As a powerful D-level skill, the use of the beast taming technique comes with very strict limitations. First, one must possess strong spiritual energy, which is the foundation of the beast taming technique. Without sufficiently strong spiritual energy, not only would one fail to control ferocious beasts, but they could also be killed by the overwhelming aura of the beasts. Secondly, one must craft beast pills. Beast pills can enhance the intelligence of beasts, improve their grade, boost their strength, and facilitate communication and control between the master and the tamed beast. Apart from these 2 points, the most crucial aspect of beast taming lies in talent. Not everyone who acquires the art of beast taming can easily learn it and then control beasts. Otherwise, wouldn't the beast taming sect be invincible in the world? With disciples constantly increasing, they would control all the beasts across the entire battlefield of the heavens. The reason for the downfall of the beast taming sect was precisely due to the scarcity of disciples and the severe interruption of their lineage. The main combat strength of this sect came from the various beasts they controlled, while their own numbers were relatively small. Beast taming requires talent. It can be considered a special kind of talent. One must possess a natural affinity or an affinity with animals. Only by possessing this ability can one communicate with beasts and achieve beast taming. People with this talent are extremely rare. Even with the talent, one must also have strong mental strength to support it. This condition is even more demanding. For Jiao, at present, whether it is refining beast pills or possessing the beast taming talent, he still does not meet the requirements. But he is not impatient at all. For others, lacking talent might mean this path is completely blocked. But for Jiao, as long as this talent exists among the billions of people on Blue Star, sooner or later he will meet such a person. Or if it really doesn't work out, he can try his luck on the battlefield outside the domain once his strength becomes formidable, to see if he can encounter the legacy left behind by the beast taming sect. He can still recover talents from corpses. Thinking of this, a glimmer flashed in Jiao's eyes. He crouched down, placing his hand on the dried corpse again, continuing to recover and reset. Since this dried corpse came here to hide with beast taming techniques, it's likely that he himself possessed the talent to learn beast taming techniques. Unfortunately, this dried corpse did not provide him with any talent. It's probably because the corpse has been dead for too long, and the flesh and blood have long since withered. To verify whether mummified corpses cannot have their attributes recovered, Jiao walked toward the nearby corpses of ferocious beasts that had just sacrificed all their flesh and blood, placed his hand on the mummified corpse of a red-eyed rat, and attempted to recover and reset it. Prompt: no recoverable target found. Would you like to reset the target? Jiao regretfully shook his head, finally confirming his suspicion. As expected, dried corpses without flesh and blood cannot recover talents and attribute points. Since it was impossible to recover from the corpse, Jiao, unwilling to give up, began rummaging through the dried corpse. The clothes worn by this dried corpse were of good quality, though it was unclear what material they were made of. It hasn't decayed after such a long time. Jiao kept searching but found nothing. He couldn't find the beast core formula he wanted. He used recycle and reset on the clothes of the dried corpse. Obtained: ice crystal silk plus 0.5 kilograms, golden thread plus 0.01 kg. The next second, then, the clothes in front of him suddenly turned into a pile of threads. Boom! Ice crystal silk, special material with excellent fireproof and waterproof properties, exceptional toughness, can be used to make clothing, and remains intact for millennia. This is an excellent material for making clothes, but unfortunately, Jiao doesn't know tailoring. He put these threads into the novice backpack. Jiao's eyes lit up. The corpse just now was covered in too much dust. As he retrieved the clothes draped over the corpse, dust fell to the ground. At this moment, a flash of light passed over the corpse, catching Jiao's attention. He crouched down and saw a strange pouch-like object hidden in the chest of the dried corpse. Obtained: spirit treasure bag plus 1. Lingbao bag, equipped with storage functionality. It has 10 units of independent storage space, which can be used to store items and even living creatures. Jiao felt a surge of joy in his heart. The small pouch in front of him, resembling a sachet, was embroidered with golden threads. Although the beginner's backpack also had storage functionality, and Jiao could continuously
continuously extract space from the beginner's backpack to expand its capacity. But those backpacks can only store supplies and resources, they cannot hold living creatures. But now, with this spirit treasure pouch, he can store plants and animals. That wicked thief sure has good luck. The spirit treasure pouch was definitely discovered along with the beast taming technique, because the spirit treasure pouch is essentially standard equipment for the beast taming sect. Only it can store living creatures, making it convenient for the beast taming sect disciples to travel. This wicked thief had one fortuitous encounter after another, but unfortunately, he had no luck to enjoy them, as everything ultimately fell into Jiao Hao's hands. After confirming that all the resources on the dried corpse had been completely stripped clean with nothing else usable, Jiao Hao could only regretfully shake the dried corpse and casually toss it into a corner of the valley. Then, he turned and walked toward the corpses of the beasts he had just slain. Gained, strength +8, constitution +6, agility +10. The 5 beasts brought Jiao Hao a total of 24 attribute points. In addition, the corpses of these beasts were also dismantled by him into various materials such as meat, bones, and fur. Unfortunately, there were no talents or treasure chests dropped from the ferocious beasts. Jiao Hao couldn't help but feel that it was impossible for him to be this unlucky. Upon careful thought, the reason might lie in the fact that these ferocious beasts were not naturally generated, but were forcibly catalyzed using beast cores by that dried corpse. Such ferocious beasts naturally cannot possess talents. So far, the only beast with a talent that Jiao Hao has killed is the wild dog he encountered in the wilderness. Among the beasts killed in the cave, including those in the fragments of the small world, not a single one possessed a talent. It seems that such an enhancement has both advantages and disadvantages. Unfortunately, the densely packed dried corpses on the ground could not yield any attributes, but Jiao Hao, who was frugal and thrifty, did not let a single dried corpse go to waste. Even if there were no attributes or meat, there were always bones and hides, weren't there? After recycling all the dried corpses, name, Jiao Hao. Jiao Hao returned to the place where he first discovered Liang Fethan's body and continued the recovery. Acquired, D-level talent, flame control. Jiao Hao raised an eyebrow, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He had obtained another D-level talent, and it was a relatively rare elemental talent. He casually picked up Liang Fethan's novice backpack, then walked toward the corpse of the black uncle. Used recycle reset. Acquired, D-level talent, speed frenzy. Hint, current E-level speed enhancement talent automatically replaced with speed frenzy. Speed frenzy, agility attribute tripled, all movement speed also tripled. As expected, anyone who can reach level 2 is no weakling. This black man actually possesses a D-level talent. With this, Jiao Hao's agility attribute instantly increased significantly. But this was not all he gained. Jiao Hao's gaze turned to the valley, where the ground was covered with various exotic flowers and rare herbs. Among them were many medicinal herbs, some of which were needed for making his herbal plasters. There were also some precious first-grade spiritual herbs. For ordinary medicinal materials like Polygonum multiflorum, Panax nodo ginseng, ephedra, and perilla, Jiao Hao directly uprooted them with the soil and packed them all into his spiritual treasure bag. However, the Lingbao bag only has 10 units of independent storage space. Jiao Hao then reclaimed all the storage space of the novice backpack and reset it into the Lingbao bag. This significantly expanded the storage space of the Lingbao bag. Unfortunately, the newly added space cannot temporarily store living creatures, which made Jiao Hao a bit troubled. Because the remaining spiritual herbs are more valuable, sunfire grass, moonlight grass, heart-connecting grass, and other first-tier spiritual herbs are all excellent materials for refining beast pills. If they are uprooted now, by the time he is ready to refine pills, they will likely have already turned into dried grass. The space in the spiritual treasure pouch is not enough. If these spiritual herbs are left to grow, there's no guarantee that no one will intrude. Once others take advantage, all these precious spiritual herbs will be wasted. What's more, even if no one invades, wild beasts frequently roam here. In the past, with the control of the dried corpse, the wild beasts wouldn't harm the spiritual herbs. But the future may not be the same. Do I really have to stay here and not leave? Jiao Hao looked at these herbs, feeling a bit regretful in his heart. This patch of medicinal herbs was probably planted by that wicked thief himself, but later he was unable to tend to them, and the ferocious beasts certainly wouldn't cultivate them. This herb field gradually became desolate. The climate here is pleasant, like early spring all year round, making it an absolutely perfect place for growing medicinal herbs. Unfortunately, I can't guard it every day, nor can I install an anti-theft door for this small world fragment. If only I could take this small world fragment with me directly. Although it cannot be taken away, this is still a rare planting site. So Jiao Hao took out the red fruit seeds he had obtained before, intending to plant them here, to see how long it would take for the red fruit to mature. If it didn't work out, he could transplant the mature red fruit into the spiritual treasure pouch. He acted as soon as he decided, as the conditions for planting red fruit seemed stringent. First, the soil must be spiritual soil, which is not a problem. Second, survival requires the essence of plants and trees. This was something Jiao Hao had already obtained when he he previously collected the red fruit. Even if he didn't have it, he could now extract the essence of plants and trees from the spiritual herbs in front of him. Spending more time planting these flowers and plants is no trouble for him. Jiao knew that his current level was already ahead in the entire novice village, and no one could catch up for the time being. After all, during this period, he had been continuously slaying fierce beasts, accumulating spiritual energy points, and his leveling speed was skyrocketing like a rocket. Being in the fragmented space, he was unaware of the progress of others in the novice village. But it is certain that no individual or team can kill so many fierce beasts in such a short time. Especially when teaming up, the kill points have to be distributed among teammates. Therefore, Jiao was not impatient at all. At this moment, in the chat channel of 9527 Beginners Village, Lu Peng's avatar suddenly moved. Haha, I finally leveled up to level 3 and reclaimed my spot in the top 10. Impressive, as expected of a big shot with a D-level talent. Yeah, truly envious of the big shot. Boss, are you still recruiting underlings? Another level 3 boss has appeared. It seems like all the top 10 bosses have already reached level 3? That's right, there are exactly 10 level 3 bosses. Our novice village is truly full of talent. Not just that, don't forget about Jiao. Although his rank has dropped to 11th place, he's also a level 3 powerhouse. Jiao is indeed level 3, but has anyone noticed that his level hasn't changed for a long time? His name and avatar have turned gray. Maybe Jiao is already dead. Impossible. If Jiao were dead, he would have been removed from the leaderboard long ago, and there wouldn't be any more messages from him in the group chat. But now we can clearly still see him, it's just that his avatar has turned gray. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen something like this. It's so strange. Do you think Jiao might be in a near-death state, barely hanging on with his last breath? Impossible. Who could stay in a near-death state for so long? I think Jiao is probably in some kind of extreme condition, like being poisoned or frozen. Sigh, no matter what, Jiao is a rare expert in our novice village who managed to reach level 3. If he dies just like that, it would be such a pity. I was even thinking of clinging to Jiao for support back then. Jiao's level and all his information were frozen at the moment he entered the fragment space of the small world. This unusual situation naturally caught the attention of others in the chat channel, sparking discussions around this phenomenon. At that moment, someone's avatar suddenly moved. If Jiao isn't dead, he'll show up sooner or later. What's the point of guessing here? Don't you all want to level up? Wow, it's actually the second-ranked master, Aibe. Master, please guide me. Master, let me cling to your leg. Aibe laughed and said, what do you mean by clinging to someone's coattails? I'm already clinging to others' coattails. What are you talking about? You're ranked second. Whose coattails could you possibly cling to? I'm clinging to Li Zhe and Ren, whose coattails. The three of us are adventuring together, and it's all thanks to them leading the way. Wow, no way. It's actually the number 1 Li Zhe? This is practically the strongest team ever. Li Zhe is super low-key. Ever since he started exploring, he hasn't said a word in the group. Yeah, I really want to join the team of big shots. Are they still recruiting? I'm about to reach level 3. By the way, can AI Bay share some updates on Li Zhe's progress? Yeah, let us common folks take a look and get inspired. It'll boost everyone's morale. Aibe laughed and said, since you want to know, I'll tell you. He's already level 3, with 400-600 experience. The entire chat channel exploded. Wow, truly worthy of being the top player, level 3 with 400 to 600 experience, leveling up so fast. Yeah, at this rate, Li Zhe will soon reach level 4. Then the reward from the golden treasure chest must surely belong to Big Boss Li Zhe. At that moment, exactly, Big Boss Li Zhe is already exceptionally talented, and with the golden treasure chest reward, he's simply unbeatable. Oh my, I really want to cling to the Big Boss's leg. Such a pity, the Big Boss's requirements for accepting followers are too high. Only third-level Big Bosses like AI Bay and Ren who can get in. Although I can't be the underling of a big shot, I can be the big shot's woman. Brother Li Zhe, do you need a girlfriend? I'm only 18 this year. Is it you again? Shameless person, you say the same thing to every man. Do you think you're worthy of competing for Brother Li Zhe? Brother is mine. This woman uses the same lines with slight variations almost every day in the group chat channel, saying them to anyone she encounters, completely shameless. The most crucial point is that everyone's avatars and 3D projections in the group chat haven't been edited with Photoshop, and the system wouldn't bother to fabricate such things. And this woman, who can be described as a combination of Xiao Biluo and Guo Lasher, is still stuck in the era of Meitu, skin smoothing, and filter PS, thinking of herself as a goddess admired by all, exuding charm. Great! Wherever she goes, she thinks about hooking up with big shots, but as soon as someone clicks on her profile picture, everyone immediately backs off. It's just that she might have been immersed in that dreamy life for too long, and even now, she hasn't fully seen the truth of reality. Her remarks have already sparked public outrage, and the group chat channel instantly exploded, turning into a fierce argument among the women. You wicked women, all you think about is getting something for nothing and exploiting my brother. But I'm different, I only care about my brother. Brother Li Zhe is mine. Stop being shameless. Look
Look at yourselves, and you still dare to fight over my brother? Stop arguing. When has the great Li Zhe ever replied to a woman's message? My intuition tells me the Great One prefers man on man. Great One, are you there? If you like, I'm always ready to offer myself. I'm super brave. Even the men joined the fray. It must be said that Li Zhe, the top figure in the novice village, gained a lot of fans. However, just as chaos erupted in the novice village, a sudden announcement popped up in the chat channel. Notice, novice village number 456 has activated the wager decree and locked the wager target as novice village number 9527 for a resource bet. Resource bet. According to the rules of the wager decree, the losing novice village will have all its resources halved, and every individual will lose 20 attribute points. The winning side will receive all remaining resources and attribute points after a 20% deduction. As soon as this message was sent, the entire chat channel fell silent, and everyone was stunned. The channel in 9527 novice village was even more shocked for over 3 seconds, with everyone repeatedly reading the system's notification. What does this mean? Why did some kind of wager suddenly appear? Where did this 456 novice village come from? What kind of grudge do they have with us? Why did they choose us? The thought of the punishment of having resources upon losing instantly made everyone panic. At this moment, the cold mechanical voice of the system sounded again. Betting rules. Between novice village 456 and novice village 9527, the side with the first novice to reach level 5 will be the winner. The bet is reasonable and valid. Hint, as a reward for the bet, the first novice to reach level 5 will receive an additional 20 free attribute points and plus 1 bronze treasure chest. Hint, the bet between novice village 456 and novice village 9527 has officially begun. The chat channels of both sides will be linked after the countdown ends. 59, 58, 57. As the system prompt ended, only the cold sound of the countdown remained. In an instant, novice village 9527 was in complete chaos. What the heck is going on? Yeah, why did this so-called gambling order suddenly appear? This 456 novice village is just too much. Why are they doing this kind of thing? If we lose, our village's resources will be halved, and we won't even encounter a single beast when we go out. Exactly. What's even scarier is losing 20 attribute points if we fail. How are we supposed to kill monsters and level up? If we can't reach level 10, we're doomed. Woo woo woo. I'm only level 1 right now. My attribute points barely add up to over 30. If I lose 20 points, can I even survive? Yeah. If the base attributes are deducted this much, won't the game directly determine us as dead? Woo woo woo. I didn't do anything, wasn't killed by beasts, but now I have to die in this inexplicable gamble. I don't want this. Everyone, don't panic, don't be afraid. We haven't lost yet. Why are you crying? At this moment, a third-level expert ranked in the top 10 stepped forward, waking everyone up with a single remark. That's right, don't panic. This is a bet. There are wins and losses. The result isn't out yet, so don't be too pessimistic. The bet is about which novice village will have a level 5 novice first. Don't forget that our village's big shot Li Zhe is already level 3, 400 out of 600 experience. He can level up to 4 today, so what are we afraid of? Exactly. With Li Zhe around, given his strength, he will definitely win this bet. That's great. With Big Boss Li Zhe leading us, we are sure to win. Haha, as long as we defeat the 456 novice village, all the deducted resources will be ours. Plus, our attribute points will skyrocket. It's going to be awesome. At that moment, the system notification sounded again. Hint, during the betting period, the level rankings of 456 novice village and 9527 novice village will be temporarily hidden and will only be available after the betting ends. As soon as this message was sent out, the chat channel immediately sparked a heated discussion. What's going on? Betting is fine, but why do they have to hide our rankings? Yeah, what's the point of hiding them? I see, the system does this to prevent everyone from knowing each other's upgrade progress, making the bet more intense and exciting. What do you mean? The expert upstairs really knows their stuff. The person's profile picture is of a man wearing glasses, looking like an intellectual. Because the chat channels of both sides are about to merge, soon everyone will be able to see each other's rankings. If the leaderboard isn't blocked, it would be like everyone playing with open cards, and the bet would lose its suspense. After blocking the leaderboard, neither side knows the progress of the fastest person leveling up on the other side. No one dares to let their guard down, so they can only desperately push their levels. Both sides might even play psychological games in the group, deceiving each other and undermining morale. Someone might even directly surrender or have their resolve shaken. This person's continuous comments drew numerous responses. The person above nailed it. So impressive. Hearing your words is better than reading for 10 years. Ha, let everyone have a laugh. I used to analyze international situations, don't panic. At least everyone in our village knows that the one leading in progress is Big Boss Li Zhe, but make sure the other side doesn't find out. When the time comes, if the opponent's expert has a high level, we'll downplay Big Boss Li Zhe's level to undermine their morale. If their level is far below ours, we'll hype up Big Boss Li Zhe to intimidate them. Impressive, truly merely a tactical expert. Everyone, listen to me. The only way to win now is to fully support Big Boss Li Zhe in leveling up. Let's act together, help the boss find high-level beasts, and level up as quickly as possible. This concerns the overall situation of the entire novice village, and everyone must participate. That's right, if we win, everyone benefits. If we lose, it's a complete mess. We must stay united at this moment. Well said. We will definitely support Big Boss Li Zhe. Just as the people of Newbie Village 9527 were filled with enthusiasm and firmly supporting Li Zhe, the countdown had already ended. The chat channels of the two villages were successfully linked. At this moment, a new option for the 456 Novice Village chat channel suddenly appeared below everyone's killing operation system. Everyone quickly switched over and entered the 456 Novice Village channel. Although they couldn't speak, they could still see the other party's chat content and gather some intelligence. My goodness, can anyone tell me what happened? Who issued the duel challenge to Newbie Village 9527? Why didn't they seek our consent first? Didn't you notice the notification message? It was Baron Louis Heifetz who issued the duel challenge. Oh my, could it be the lord from the Heifetz family of the old Europe's plain white banner? No, it's Baron Heifetz from the land of the free, the Lighthouse Nation. Damn it, this is dictatorship, this is stupidity. I've seen too much of this kind of foolish behavior. My god, what a sad day. If that damn Hephaestus causes us to lose the bet, I swear, I'll use my custom-made deerskin shoes to kick his ass hard. F********. Damn white pig, what gives you the right to represent us in issuing such a challenge? Yes, we oppose the challenge. We want freedom. We want democracy. Forget it, gentlemen, since the challenge has been completed, the only thing we can do is pray. May God be with you. No, ladies and gentlemen, this is a trampling of freedom, a desecration of justice. As the beacon of democracy and freedom, this nation will never accept such a result. We must decide everything through a fair public vote, not by listening to one person's opinion. Damn it, I want to protest, I want to march, I want to oppose this behavior. Oh my god, I can hardly breathe. I need a $0 purchase. It turns out that this place, called the 456 Novice Village, is actually full of Westerners from the Lighthouse country and a few Nordic countries. They are not united internally, and even the act of initiating a challenge is fraught with contradictions and disagreements. At that moment, someone's avatar in the chat channel suddenly started moving. Oh ho! Allow me to bring you some news. I just personally visited the chat channel of the 9527 Novice Village. Guess what I discovered? Mr. Hanfu Lai, I can't wait to hear about your discovery. Sir, I can guarantee this is absolutely an incredible discovery. In Novice Village 9527, 99% of the people are from Longwa. Longwa? Oh, are those the short people with squinty eyes? Wonderful, if they are really our opponents, this will be such an enjoyable challenge. No, sir, I think you don't understand Longwa yet. It's a country with a long history, full of mysterious legends and beautiful poetry, possessing an ancient civilization. Are you kidding? This is the battlefield of slaughter across the heavens. There's no art, no culture here, only killing. People from the Dragon Nation are all weaklings, but the people from the Dragon Nation have many gold medals. No, those were all obtained through cheating. I think, maybe you're talking about the South Stick people? At this moment, another person's avatar finally moved in the chat channel. Louis Heffes, my dear subjects, I have felt your anticipation. Prepare to welcome your noble baron. Damn Heffes, you dictator, executioner, you'll end up in hell sooner or later. Exactly, you self-righteous folks from the New World dare to impersonate a baron. A true title must be conferred by Her Majesty the Queen. You people from the New World are nothing but a bunch of uncultured upstarts. Louis Heifetz, the Queen? So what? My baron title was personally bestowed by His Majesty, the Emperor of the Zhangbai Banner Empire. Let me tell you, I am a noble vampire, and I've lived for hundreds of years. There wasn't even a queen back then. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire chat channel instantly exploded. What? A vampire? Damn it. So you're a bloodsucker. Oh my god. Quickly, hang this evil creature with a noose. Across, holy water, garlic burn this blasphemous sinner. Oh, my friend, I understand your agitation, but I must remind you, in this world of slaughter, angering a noble vampire is not a wise move. That's right, vampires not only possess strength far beyond humans and an extended lifespan, but more importantly, this place allows them to kill without restraint, continuously growing stronger. The killing battlefield is practically a paradise tailor-made for vampires. But he's just a baron, the lowest rank of vampire, which doesn't prove anything. Why should we trust him? Even the lowest rank of vampire is far superior to human warriors. Right now, the most important thing is to win the duel. Even if he's a vampire who can help us win, isn't he? Indeed, as long as we can win, even if it's a devil, we are willing to cooperate. Hephaestus, my dear subjects, I detest it when you call me a vampire. Why not address me as the noble bloodlord or baron instead? As long as you believe in me and serve me, I shall lead you to victory. Baron, may I ask about your level progress? Hephaestus, level 4. 4, 20/1000.
Trust me, I'll break through to level 5 very soon.
Oh, my Satan, it's unbelievable that you're already a level 4 master. Did I hear that right? Doesn't this mean we will easily win the victory?
That's right, this will be an unprecedented victory. For a moment, the entire 456 novice village was in an uproar. Everyone excitedly discussed the various benefits of winning the duel. At that moment, someone's avatar moved again.
No, Mr. Hephaestus, even if everyone supports you, I will oppose you.
Hephaestus, why?
Humph, because you are suspected of racial discrimination.
Hephaestus, what the hell? You vampires make your skin pale and lifeless, promoting white skin.
Isn't that racial discrimination?
That's why I oppose you.
In an instant. Hephaestus, damn it, a vampire's pale skin is because we can't be exposed to sunlight.
We hide in coffins all day and can only move around at night, so naturally, our skin becomes pale. No, you just don't want to accept dark-skinned vampires. That's right, we strongly advocate for aesthetic diversity. There must be black vampires included.
Even a brown vampire?
Go to hell.
Hephaestus, are you crazy? Don't you want to win, gain more attributes and resources?
No, we want equality, diversity, democracy, and freedom.
In an instant, the entire 456 novice village fell into chaos.
Hephaestus, tell me, what happened during the years I was asleep? Why are there so many foolish people? Baron, they've all fallen victim to the poison of zero-cost purchases.
Don't pay them any mind.
The most important thing now is for you to level up quickly and lead us to victory. That's right, the top warrior of Novice Village 9527 has already started crazily hunting beasts.
Hephaestus, don't worry, my people.
Night is falling, and the darkness is the playground of the Blood Clan. By then, with my strength, taking on level 4 beasts alone won't be a problem. It won't take long before I reach level 5.
My goodness, can a level 4 Baron really take on a level 4 beast alone in the dark? The bloodline is too powerful. Simply unbelievable.
I understand now, Baron, you deliberately chose to propose the wager at this moment because night is approaching.
This will be your home ground, right?
Hephaestus, that's right, you're very clever. Trust me, I will undoubtedly achieve victory. After that, I will lead everyone to continue this streak of triumph.
The future belongs to us.
That's wonderful, Baron, you truly are the guardian of our 456 beginners village.
Indeed, being in the same beginners village as the Baron, we're so lucky.
Hephaestus, rest assured, my people, I will constantly upload my level progress. Even if that damned leaderboard channel gets blocked, don't panic. I will ensure you always see the dawn of victory.
That's amazing. Long live the Baron. We follow in your footsteps.
The entire 456 novice village was instantly immersed in a sea of joy, as if victory was already within reach. Meanwhile, the 9527 novice communication channel was filled with unease, and everyone was gripped by anxiety.
Everyone, the situation is dire.
The strongest player in 456 novice village turns out to be a powerful vampire, and their level has already risen to level 4, 20/1000.
What should we do? Don't panic, listen to my analysis.
The previous tactical master stepped forward again. This is very likely a smokescreen deliberately released by the 456 novice village to undermine our confidence. Who could be so outrageous, leveling up so quickly? A vampire.
Do you think this is a movie?
But I saw the people from the 456 novice village cheering and celebrating, not worried at all.
They probably are really confident. Don't be afraid, even if they're strong, we still have Big Boss Lizay.
Yes, Big Boss Lizay, this time it's all thanks to you. The fate of the novice village depends on you. That's right, our future is tied to you. At this moment, the silent Lizay finally spoke. Lizay, everyone, rest assured, I will do my best, but my strength alone is limited. Next, I hope you can help me locate traces of level 2 or level 3 beasts. The energy provided by level 1 beasts is too little, and upgrading is too slow. Once you discover any traces of beasts, report to me immediately. This idea is great. Let's go out together to help Big Boss Lizay find beasts. It's the most efficient. Listen to me, those with low levels might encounter danger while searching, so only beginners above level 2 should act together. Level 1 beginners with perception type talents can also help, but others shouldn't take the risk.
Alright, I'm level 2.
I'll set out immediately to help Big Boss Lizay search for beast tracks and report as soon as I find anything. Although I'm level 1, I have a perception talent for enhanced vision, so I can help too. For a moment, the entire 9527 novice village united as one, with everyone doing their best to help Lizay quickly reach level 5, vowing to win this bet.
Lizay exclaimed excitedly, that's great.
As long as we work together and face the challenges ahead, victory will surely be ours.
That's right.
Everyone, unite and never give up easily. Believe that victory will ultimately belong to us, another person shouted. Victory, everyone shouted in unison.
Victory! The echo reverberated in the air.
At this moment, Jiao, who was in the fragment of the small world, gazed at the plant in front of him that resembled a young wheat sprout, and couldn't help but sigh helplessly in his heart. This was precisely the red fruit plant. Although the planting was considered a success, the growth rate of the red red fruit was simply too slow. You should know that Jiao possesses the unique racial talent of the flower planting clan, which allows him to accelerate plant growth. Currently, the red fruit seedlings only take 1 day to root and sprout, but it takes another day for them to branch out and grow leaves. After that, it takes yet another day to bear fruit, and once the fruit matures, he still has to wait for the leaves to wither before harvesting. This process takes too much time, and Jiao simply cannot afford to wait. He couldn't stay here for 4 or 5 days. After all, the brutal purge would arrive in 7 days. However, he also knew another method for rapid cultivation, adding plant essence. 1 unit of plant essence could save an entire year of growth time. Jiao casually walked to a spiritual herb. This was a purple robe grass. Although it had slight toxicity, it held no other value. He directly used the recycle and reset ability on the purple robe grass. Obtained, plant essence +1. Subsequently, he added the essence of plants and trees to the red fruit seedling. He watched as the tender sprout quickly unfolded its branches and leaves. Jiao then found a spirit herb of little value and continued to extract the essence of plants and trees. Before long, a bright red, glistening fruit appeared on the branch of the red fruit plant. After Jiao continuously added plant essence, the red fruit finally fully ripened. He harvested a red fruit and eagerly swallowed it. Acquired, Constitution +10. Now, with the talent boost from the Constitution enhancement summon, the effect of the red fruit was doubled, bringing immense satisfaction. If this continues, his physical condition will soon improve to an astonishing level. However, ripening the red fruit consumes a great deal of plant essence, and there aren't many spiritual herbs here to begin with. What's more, some spiritual herbs must be reserved for refining beast pills. After Jiao extracted the nearby spiritual herbs, there was hardly anything left. He selected some valuable spiritual herbs and transplanted them into the spiritual treasure pouch. Obviously, to quickly cultivate red fruits, it is necessary to collect enough plant essence. Relying on him alone to casually gather is like a drop in the bucket, far from sufficient. Since there is nothing of greater value here, Jiao should leave as well. He gazed at the spiritual herbs in the valley, which had almost been completely harvested, feeling a bit reluctant in his heart. This fragment of the small world is indeed an excellent place for cultivating spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, he would eventually have to leave the novice village. The chances of returning here in the future would likely be few. At this moment, Jiao's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. He walked to the exit of the small world fragment and decided to try recycling and resetting the fragment space to see if he could extract anything useful. Logically speaking, his recycling and resetting skill should be able to recover anything valuable. As for whether the small world fragment counts as valuable, he was still unsure. However, Jiao still cautiously stayed at the exit, ready to escape at any sign of abnormality. After all, this was a special fragment space, located in another dimension. A single misstep could very likely cost him his life. Hint: a recyclable target has been detected. The target poses a recycling risk. Proceed with recycling? A recyclable target has appeared. A glimmer flashed in Jiao's eyes. Should he take the risk to recover it? Even though the warning indicated danger, he felt no fear in his heart. Such a peculiar small world fragment, who knows if he'll ever come across one again. With a mindset of seizing an opportunity, he must grab some benefits. Jiao gritted his teeth and decisively clicked recycle. In the next second, the small world space instantly twisted and transformed, as if a transparent crystal ball were being squeezed, on the verge of shattering. A faint, unstable cracking sound echoed through the space, as if fissures were quietly appearing. Immediately after, a massive boulder not far away suddenly vanished without a trace. Usually, when he used the recovery reset, it succeeded almost instantly. But this time, the recovery process was infinitely prolonged. Helpless, Jiao could only wait quietly. With such a commotion, it's uncertain whether it will succeed in the end. Even the exit position was now covered with cracks. Jiao remained highly vigilant, ready to flee at any moment, anxiously waiting. Recovery successful, obtained, world essence, fragment, +1, independent space +1. Immediately afterward, a distorted sound came from the exit, and the fragment of this small world space instantly shattered like broken glass. The mountain peaks swayed precariously, the ground twisted and deformed, and the sky began to crack. Could it be that the small world fragment is about to explode? Jiao immediately rushed toward the exit. Just as his figure entered the exit, a massive energy wave erupted within the fragment space. All kinds of chaotic and twisted auras scattered everywhere. The once idyllic paradise filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers instantly turned into a chaotic land full of turbulence and disorderly rules. Jiao fell heavily to the ground, rolling over twice in a sorry state. Tui. He spat out the grass in his mouth, stood up, and rubbed his body. Why is it already dark? Jiao looked around in confusion, only to see a pitch-black forest. It was clearly bright just a moment ago. Where am I? Isn't the exit supposed to be inside the cave? Although the small world fragment space itself is independent and has no concept of day and night, how could the location of the exit have changed? Could it be that after I used the recycling reset, the fragment space became extremely unstable
unstable, causing an accident when I came out? At this moment, Jiao still couldn't determine whether he was still in the novice village. If the distance is too far and he loses the beginner's protection, he'll be in trouble. For him, the most important thing is to first determine his position. Although it was pitch black all around, he had night vision and quickly locked onto a direction. He swiftly moved toward the hill with the higher terrain. As long as you can stand at a high place and look down, you can roughly figure out the terrain of the novice village. This way, you can find your exact location. However, Jiao had just taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped. A faint rustling sound reached his ears. This sound is definitely not made by a human. It seems that another wild beast or ferocious creature is rapidly approaching. Jiao's heart tightened, his vigilance suddenly heightened, and he gripped the horse-cutting blade tightly in his hand. At this moment, he was in an unknown area, sensing an entirely new creature he had never encountered before. Who knows what terrifying thing it might be? A small mound not far ahead suddenly exploded. A thick, dark, and hideous black object, resembling a straight spear, shot directly toward Jiao, its tip even carrying a hook. What the hell is this thing? Jiao instantly swung his blade. A white mark was left on the massive black object, while a strong recoil force surged through Jiao's hand. This thing is actually so terrifying. Even though he was prepared, he was still startled by its speed. However, after being struck by a slash, the bizarre ambushing monster suddenly disappeared without a trace. The ground returned to calm, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. But Jiao's expression was grave, his gaze constantly scanning the ground. This damn thing is actually hiding underground, truly unexpected. Fortunately, with the enhanced hearing ability, Jiao captured every movement of the monster. At this moment, a patch of soil on the ground cracked open once again. A massive tail stinger fiercely thrust toward Jiao. This time, he saw it more clearly. The stinger was as thick as an arm, and its owner was a pitch-black, terrifyingly huge scorpion. The scorpion was about the size of a wash basin, with two massive pincers resembling giant fists. The stinger gleamed with a cold light, clearly laced with deadly venom. Jiao leaped, dodging the thrust at the same time, and swung his horse-cutting blade fiercely toward the middle section of the tail stinger. With a piercing sound, the tail stinger was easily slashed open, and purple-black liquid gushed out. Jiao quickly dodged. At the same time, a venomous scorpion burst out from the soil, waving its massive pincers as it lunged at him. Jiao's eyes narrowed. The scorpion's tail stinger was undoubtedly its strongest attack, yet it dared to charge head-on now. Isn't this courting death? Jiao's figure suddenly accelerated, dodging the two scorpion pincers at the same time. Leaping high into the air, thrusting the saber downward with fierce force. Squelch! The horse-cutting saber struck the venom sac on the back of the massive poisonous scorpion with precision. A mass of purple-black liquid instantly burst apart, splattering in all directions. Jiao, with agile movements, easily dodged the splattering venom with a roll. At the same time, the injured scorpion struggled in pain, its body becoming extremely weak, swaying back and forth in place as if it were drunk. It was not until this moment that Jiao finally had the time to check the detailed information of this venomous scorpion. Beast, venomous scorpion. Level 7. Combat power, 11. Characteristics, highly toxic, skilled at lurking underground to ambush prey, with a tail stinger possessing extremely lethal power. Skill, breath concealment technique. I didn't expect this unusually ugly venomous scorpion to be a level 7 beast, but a level 7 beast is actually this weak? There was absolutely no sense of threat, completely overwhelmed and dominated. But Jiao didn't know that although he was only level 4, his four-dimensional attributes had already surpassed triple digits, especially his strength, which exceeded 200. Based on the evaluation of his four-dimensional attributes alone, his combat power was already 14, not to mention the multiple innate skills he possessed. His true combat power far exceeded 14. This venomous scorpion is not entirely powerless, it can burrow underground, and its breath-concealing technique allows it to hide its tracks silently. Ordinary people would never notice its presence, unless they are like Jiao, who possesses the talent of enhanced hearing. However, people with such talents usually do not have high combat abilities, and encountering such a dangerous venomous scorpion would undoubtedly be a dead end. Moreover, the scorpion's tail sting is extremely venomous, and its body surface is as hard as iron. Without a weapon as powerful as the horse-slaying saber to break its defense, it would be impossible to harm it in the slightest. Not to mention the scorpion's incredible speed and venomous tail sting, only someone as monstrous as Jiao could easily defeat it. Therefore, the issue isn't that the scorpion is too weak, but that a level 7 beast stands no chance at all in front of Jiao. Jiao is simply too powerful. Seeing that the scorpion was completely weakened, Jiao showed no mercy and swung his horse-cutting blade directly at its head. The scorpion twitched twice on the ground and then fell completely still. At the same time, a ball of blue light surged out from the scorpion's body and entered Jiao's body. Hint: you have killed a level 7 beast. The scorpion obtained psi points plus 570. Jiao was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected that merely killing an ordinary-looking venomous scorpion would grant him a full 570 psi points. Is leveling up not this easy? He casually used the recycle reset skill to recover materials from the scorpion. Obtained, strength +2, constitution +2, agility +4. As expected of a level 7 beast, its attribute points far exceed those of an average level 1 ferocious beast. At this moment, Jiao's personal attributes have been updated to level 4, 580/1000, strength 231, D-level strength berserk *3, agility 168, E-level speed enhancement *2, constitution 206, E-level constitution enhancement *2, poison resistance +1%, spirit 172, talent, recycling reset, SSS-Level, planting, SSS-Level, enhanced hearing, F-level, enhanced vision, E-level, enhanced smell, F-level, skills, truth-seeking, night vision, demon hunting, combat power evaluation 14, reputation 12, profession, hidden profession demon hunter level 1, 10 out of 100, battle merits 1. After collecting all kinds of materials from the scorpion, Jiao quickly climbed to the top of the mountain. He also saw the slope on the other side where the cave was located. A large forest covers that hillside, about 3 kilometers from here. It seems that I was indeed affected by the rupture of the small world fragments space, causing a shift in my exit location. Fortunately, the shift wasn't significant. However, the area where Jiao is now located is closer to the outskirts of the novice village, and the environment is more dangerous. Since he had determined his position, Jiao no longer worried. The beasts here posed no threat to him, nor would anyone venture deep into this place to disturb him. It couldn't help but make him curious about how others' progress in leveling up had been during the time he spent in the small world space. Thinking of this, he opened the system panel to check the level rankings, but suddenly discovered that I couldn't check the leaderboard. What's going on? Haven't I already left the small world fragment? Why is the leaderboard still blocked? Can that chat channel be opened? When Jiao tried to open the chat channel, he was instantly stunned. At this moment, all the avatars in the chat channel were frantically bouncing, and messages were pouring in non-stop. What's going on? In the middle of the night, the chat channel is unexpectedly lively like this? Run who? Everyone, let me report the latest update on Big Boss Li Zhe. He just took down a level 3 beast, and now he's about to break through to level 4. Wow, really? He's leveling up to level 4 this quickly? That's amazing. Go Big Boss. Great, this time we're sure to win the bet and defeat those idiots from the beautiful country. Boss Li Zhe, come quickly. I found a level 3 beast, a giant horned goat. It's extremely fierce, and we're holding it off. Ran Hu, ha ha ha, well done, brothers. We're on our way. Boss Li Zhe, I've spotted a level 3 beast, a red-feathered chicken. I didn't dare disturb it and am watching it from a distance. Run Hu, great, don't alert them yet. We'll come over right after we kill the giant horned goat. Damn, Hephaestus from Novice Village 456 just killed a level 4 beast. What? A level 4 beast? What's his level progress now? Still don't know, hasn't been disclosed yet. Jiao looked at these messages, completely confused. What on earth is going on? Is there another beginner's village? I'll go too. Could it be that he accidentally broke the small world fragment just now, connecting the 2 beginners' villages? But how does it not make sense in terms of time? These things all seem to have happened before he stepped out of the fragmented space of the small world. Fortunately, the chat records in the chat channel are permanently saved and can be viewed at any time. Jiao quickly reviewed all the chat records after he entered the small world space. After reading it once, the expression on his face became meaningful. What exactly is going on here? I just happily changed jobs, planted some flowers and grass, ate some red fruits, and now someone is delivering attribute points to my door? In Jiao's view, this Hephaestus was practically delivering himself to the door. This duel is practically a free win. Thinking of this, Jiao directly opened the chat channel of Novice Village 456. As soon as he entered, he saw that everyone in the village was immersed in a wave of cheers. The Great Baron strikes, amazing, I absolutely adore you. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Taking on a level 4 beast single-handedly, what kind of power is this? Oh, my Hephaestus, your strength mesmerizes me, makes me tremble. Forgive my words, but I can't wait to make love to you. Hephaestus, as you wish. Once I claim victory, I will grant you the first embrace and make you a noble member of the bloodline. Oh, my Baron, is this true? I can hardly wait to throw myself into your arms right now. Baron, sorry to interrupt your flirting, but I must inform you that the people of Dragon Country have just successfully killed 2 more level 3 beasts. Really? The efficiency of the Dragon Country people is indeed impressive. Yes, all the people of Dragon Country are united, helping a guy named Li Zhe find beasts, and they've all mobilized. Hephaestus, haha, this is the ignorance of mortals, not realizing that such unity is meaningless in the face of absolute power. How is that Li Zhe's progress now? He just broke through to level 4, and he's already at level 4, 160/1000. Hephaestus, don't worry, he can only kill level 3 beasts. I, on the other hand, can take down level 4 beasts on my own. Just 4 more level 4 beasts, and I'll reach level 5. That's amazing. Lord Hephaestus, you are truly great. We're sure sure to win. Hephaestus, relax, no one understands dueling better than I do, and no one understands leveling up better than I do. I will make the beautiful country great again. May God bless the Lighthouse Nation. I knew God was with us. Thank the Lord. Hephaestus, don't talk to me about some damn God. It's all thanks to this Baron. The one you should be praising is me. Jiao looked at the spirited and smug Hephaestus in the chat channel, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just a low-ranking Baron, and he really thinks he's something? If I remember correctly, vampires are also on the Witcher's hunting list, right? Killing vampires can also earn hunting points. Hephaestus, is it? Congratulations, you've successfully made it onto my little blacklist. As for reaching level 5, is that even a challenge? Meanwhile, in the chat channel of Novice Village 9527.
Oh my god, I just checked. Hephaestus has already reached level 4 with 430 out of 1000 experience. He said he only needs to kill 3 more level 4 beasts to reach level 5. Oh my god, how are we supposed to play like this? He's already killing level 4 beasts, and we're still fighting level 3 ones. The gap is just too big. Yeah, Lise, can you also go and hunt a level 4 beast? That's right, everyone help Lise find a level 4 beast. Only then can we catch up with Hephaestus' progress. After a while, Lise finally stepped forward and said, everyone, with my current strength, I have no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight with a level 4 beast. It must be a team hunt. But the team can't just be wasting time, we have to go all out. Even so, the psionic energy I gain from killing a level 4 beast would only be half, which is actually slower than me leveling up by soloing level 3 beasts. Moreover, hunting level 4 beasts is extremely risky. If I get injured, the competition will be completely lost. As soon as Lise said this, the entire chat channel instantly turned into chaos. Done. We're finished. No need to play the match, just wait for death. Ugh, it looks like we're going to lose. I don't want to lose. I really don't want to lose attribute points. Disaster. Losing this gamble means half of our resources are gone. The level 3 big shots might be fine, but for us level 1 players, there's no chance of reaching level 10. We'll definitely be wiped out in 7 days. Damn it, this is infuriating. Losing is one thing, but losing to those idiots from the Lighthouse Nation? And now we have to endure their mockery? I'm so pissed off. Yeah, now we've completely become their laughingstock. At that moment, the tactical master stepped forward again. Everyone, don't lose heart. That Hephaestus is completely bluffing. Remember the confusion tactic we talked about earlier? The other side is just trying to use this trick to force us to give up. Don't believe it so easily. Maybe he doesn't even have the ability to kill a level 4 beast. Lu Peng said coldly, forget it. What's the point of telling these lies now? As for those people from Lighthouse Nation, there's no way they could unify their stance. They talk about democracy and freedom. No one can force everyone to act in unison. Only we, the people of Dragon Nation, are used to enduring and obeying. A little brainwashing, and we'll do anything, even foolishly mobilizing the entire nation to help find a ferocious beast? Lu Peng, what do you mean by this? If you're not going to help, fine, but why are you making sarcastic remarks here? Exactly. You're a level 3 powerhouse, yet when it comes to the overall interests of the Novice Village, you remain indifferent and stand by idly. How do you even have the nerve to speak? Lu Peng retorted, I'm just telling the truth. Every society needs a whistleblower. Are you saying you can't handle hearing the truth? Even if Hephaestus is really strong, we can't give up. You're the level 3 big shot of the Novice Village, yet you show no sense of responsibility at all. We level 1 players haven't given up hope and are helping big shot Lise find the beast, but here you are making cynical comments. Lu Peng snorted coldly, I was able to reach level 3 because of my talent and luck. You're level 1 because your talent is poor. Besides, what's wrong with being level 3? It's not like I'm the only one slacking off. Isn't that Jiao also just loafing around? Have you heard Jiao say a single word about helping from start to finish? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted, cursing him one after another. Lu Peng, are you even speaking like a human? Everyone knows Jiao is in a dangerous situation right now. Even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. Lu Peng, you're the most useless level 3 expert in the Novice Village. I dare say if Jiao were here, he would never be as incompetent as you. At the same time, another piece of news plunged Newbie Village 9527 into instant panic. Not good. Hephaestus just killed another level 4 beast and is about to reach level 5. What? So fast? Big shot Lise, how's your progress? Lise replied, I just killed a level 3 beast, but I still need to kill 6 more level 3 beasts. We're doomed. With Hephaestus' strength, it won't take long for him to kill 2 level 4 beasts and level up to 5. We've lost. Lise said solemnly, I'm sorry, everyone. I've let down your trust, but it's not over yet. I will continue hunting beasts. Forget it. It's not your fault. Blame that damn Hephaestus for insisting on initiating the bet. Yeah, it's clearly bullying. Hephaestus is a vampire and far stronger than us. How could the system approve the duel? Exactly, Hephaestus proposing a level 5 wager is obviously a sacrifice. How could the system deem it reasonable? Lu Peng sneered, ha, blaming the system again? The The system's judgment has always been the fairest. Losing is losing, stop making excuses to shirk responsibility. Meanwhile, in Newbie Village 456, everyone was immersed in a sea of celebration. Awesome, victory is ours. Oh yeah, we won. Once again, we witnessed the glory of the Lighthouse Nation. Haha, as expected, those people from the Dragon Nation are just weaklings, too feeble. Exactly, this kind of duel is so thrilling. I really wish we could win like this every day. That way, the strength of our novice village can keep improving. That's right, the vampires have a clear advantage on the battlefield. When Lord Hephaestus returns victorious, I want him to turn me into one of the great vampires too. Exactly. If all of us transform into vampires, we'll be invincible, and the glory of the Lighthouse Nation can continue. This time, we will become the police of the heavens. A cold notification sound simultaneously echoed, resonating in the minds of everyone in the two major novice villages. A striking notification message slowly appeared at the top of the chat channel. Tip: Novice Jiao from Novice Village 9527 has leveled up to level 5, and Novice Village 9527 has won the resource wager victory. As soon as the news broke, everyone was instantly shocked. What's going on? Where did Jiao come from? No way, Jiao leveled up to level 5 without a sound. Isn't this too sudden and surprising? Hint: all members of Novice Village number 456 lose 20 free attribute points, and all resources in Novice Village number 456 are reduced by 50%. Hint: all members of Novice Village number 9527 gain 16 free attribute points, and all resources in Novice Village number 9527 increase by 40%. Hint: Newbie Jiao completed the resource wager and received reputation +2, attribute points +20, bronze treasure chest +1. At this moment, as the notification ended, Newbie Village 9527 underwent earth-shattering changes. The light and shadows in the sky twisted and transformed, with beams of transparent light falling upon everyone. In an instant, everyone received 16 free attribute points. At the same time, atop a towering mountain, Jiao stood quietly, overlooking the entire novice village. At his feet lay the corpse of a massive spider. A beam of light descended from the sky, infusing into Jiao's body. Looking at the 16 free attribute points he had just acquired in his hand, Jiao's expression remained calm. Immediately afterward, another beam of light descended, and he gained 20 free attribute points. The third beam of light followed, and a silver-white glowing chest appeared before him, bronze treasure chest. It was only at this moment that Jiao's lips slowly curled into a faint smile. Sure enough, the last time he opened an iron treasure chest, it only gave him a dogskin plaster recipe, leaving him slightly disappointed. This time, what surprises will the bronze treasure chest bring? The changes in Novice Village 9527 go far beyond this. Outside the village, countless cracks suddenly appeared in the earth, and streams became intermittent. New mountain peaks rose abruptly, and small rivers appeared out of nowhere. Rare minerals, exotic flowers and fruits, and spiritual herbs emerged one after another, and even the number of wild beasts doubled. After all, wild beasts and ferocious beasts are essentially important resources. As a result, all resources in Newbie Village 9527 increased by 40% across the board. At the same time, the entire chat channel erupted with excitement, filled with laughter and joy. Ah, this is amazing. Instantly gained 16 attribute points. Didn't do anything, just sat at home and enjoyed it. A full 16 points, free attribute points increased. Calculating this, all 4 main attributes can be boosted by 4 points each. This is incredible. Yeah, Jiao is truly awesome. To be honest, I was scared to death at the last moment. Really, I'm not exaggerating. My pants are still wet. Then the system notification popped up. Jiao suddenly appeared, and we actually won. At that moment, I completely broke down and wet myself again. Well, brother upstairs, although everyone is very happy, I suggest you check your prostate first. Didn't you see it just now? Suddenly, a huge mountain appeared out of nowhere, covered with all kinds of never-before-seen herbs. Yeah, we were teaming up to fight the sawtooth rabbit, and suddenly a giant tooth rabbit appeared nearby. Isn't that a coincidence? This is all because we won the duel, and that's why our resources increased. All thanks to the great Jiao. He turned the tide. Absolutely amazing. That's right, Jiao, I love you. Ah, no doubt about it. From now on I'm a die-hard fan of Jiao. Ah, I'm so excited. Brother Jiao is simply stunning, a legendary hero. I even want to have kids with him. That's right, long life Big Boss Jiao. I admire you so much. Boss, I want to follow you. At the same time, in Novice Village 456, as the system notification sounded, suddenly, streaks of black light flashed across the sky, landing on all the novices in Novice Village 456. In an instant, everyone's attributes were directly reduced by 20 free attribute points. The chat channel was instantly filled with wails and cries of despair. I can't believe it. Where are my attribute points? Where did all my attribute points go? Oh my god, I lost a total of 20 attribute points. Now my mental attribute is only 3 points. I'm so weak that I don't even have the strength to move. Oh no, what are we going to do? Damn it, I'm only level 3 right now. I was chasing a red-eyed rat just fine, but suddenly my stats dropped by 20 points, and I almost got killed by the red-eyed rat. I broke a leg and barely survived. Hephaestus, this is all you're doing. My God, have you abandoned your people? God, I have sinned, and I am willing to repent. I was actually bewitched by an evil vampire. Please redeem me. Damn it. Where did this Xiao come from? How did he suddenly level up to 5? Could it be that the panic and fear the people of Dragon Country showed in the chat channel earlier were all just to mislead us? It must be their tactic. No, I don't believe it. Those people from Dragon Country are so frail, like sickly weaklings. How could they possibly win? At that moment, damn you, Hephaestus, you useless fool who dares to call yourself a noble bloodline, yet you can't even defeat someone from Dragon Country. Hephaestus, you demon, you vampire, you heartless executioner, you've destroyed all of our hopes. Exactly. If it weren't for Hephaestus proposing this duel, we could all peacefully develop and level up, surviving steadily. Now I've lost a full 20 attribute points. What am I supposed to do? At the same time, another earth-shaking event occurred, and countless trees, mountains, rivers, beasts, and flowers in the 456 novice village vanished into thin air, leaving resources completely depleted. The entire 4,567 novice village instantly fell into ruin. My God, the river in front of me was split in half and disappeared completely. This must be the power of God. Divine punishment upon the world. Exclamation point. Damn it. I had already injured a giant horned goat, and just as I was about to deliver the final blow, it vanished into thin air right in front of me. My God, we've lost so many resources. What are we going to do? How are so many of us supposed to level up to 10? It's all Hephaestus's fault. You demon, you bewitched all of us. That's right, we represent God, and we will punish you, you cursed creature. Go to hell. At that very moment, even those who had once desperately flattered Hephaestus and repeatedly claimed they wanted to become vampires began to curse him madly. All kinds of vicious words rained down on him like a storm. Hephaestus sneered, "You fools, I will drain your blood and send you all to meet Satan. Now that each of you has lost 20 attribute points, you still dare to curse me? Don't think I will spare any of you. I will turn you all into low-level vampires, and then you will become the best tools for me to hunt wild beasts. Damn vampire, no matter how powerful you are, you're still just a person. How dare you threaten us like this? We will burn you alive. Yes, everyone, let's join forces and burn this despicable vampire to death. As a faithful servant of God, I cannot tolerate a vampire desecrating this land. I will pierce you to death with a cross." Smack. No, I object. We should first hold a meeting and conduct a public referendum to decide how to deal with the vampires. That would be more civilized. The next second. At this moment, Hephaestus seemed a bit flustered. After all, he understood the principle of many ants can kill an elephant. He hurriedly said, "Everyone, actually, I am part of a sexual minority group. They want to burn me to death. This is discrimination against sexual minorities. We firmly oppose and strongly object to burning Hephaestus to death. That's right, we must protect the rights of sexual minorities." Hephaestus added, "Everyone, actually, I am a feminist. My first embrace has always been dedicated to all women. These men want to burn me simply out of jealousy. We oppose burning Hephaestus." Hephaestus began to speak, "Everyone, actually, I have half African blood. Back in the day, my dad used to sail to Africa for trade. We firmly oppose the racial discrimination against Hephaestus." That's right, Hephaestus's life matters too, and now he can barely breathe. Hephaestus added, "Actually, I'm also a vegetarian." Vegetarians? Wait. Although vegetarians collectively feel outraged, believing their faith has been offended. Upon closer reflection on Hephaestus's words, they seem to carry some sense. After all, he is a vampire, at most drinking some blood, but not eating meat at all. Usually locking himself in a coffin, he might actually sleep for 100 or 200 years. It could even be considered a no-food advocate, an absolute vegetarian and environmentalist. From this perspective, vegetarians have no choice but to support Hephaestus. It must be said that Hephaestus, as an ancient vampire, has managed to integrate so quickly into the cultural characteristics of the Lighthouse Nation. Wave after wave of buffs have made him even more formidable. With the support of these buffs, Hephaestus completely disrupted the situation in the 456 novice village. Various factions clashed back and forth, engaging in endless verbal battles and launching fierce attacks through words. Everyone took to the streets to protest and demonstrate. Meanwhile, behind all the commotion, the instigator Hephaestus had already quietly slipped away. This scene left the onlooking people of the Dragon Kingdom utterly confused. One couldn't help but sigh at the unique characteristics of the Lighthouse Nation. Even on the battlefield of slaughter across the heavens, they can't change this peculiar nature. At this moment, the system notification sounded again. Notification, resource betting has ended. The chat channels of Novice Village number 9527 and Novice Village number 456 have been disconnected, and the leaderboard channel has been unblocked. As for what happened next in Novice Village 456, the people in Novice Village 9527 knew nothing about it, but this did not affect their joy in the slightest. Meanwhile, Jiao's gaze fell on the bronze bronze treasure chest in front of him, and he eagerly chose to open it. Last time, he only got a dogskin plaster recipe from the black iron treasure chest, which left him somewhat disappointed. Although the quality of the bronze treasure chest before him is not as good as the black iron treasure chest, the contents depend entirely on luck. Sometimes the supplies in a bronze treasure chest are even no worse than those in a black iron treasure chest. As the pleasant notification sound rang out, obtained, iron bow +1, obtained, iron arrow +30, obtained, bronze chest +1. Iron bow, tier 1 equipment, a sturdy longbow with decent damage, attack power +10, attack speed +10%, penetration +10%. Iron arrow, tier 1 equipment, durable ordinary arrows, recyclable, good penetration ability. Jiao picked up the pitch black iron bow in his hand, feeling its heavy weight. The bowstring was made of thick, threaded iron wire. This was a straight pull bow, and the iron bow limbs looked extremely sturdy. In the early stages, a bow and arrow were considered decent equipment, greatly enhancing hunting efficiency, especially able to avoid direct confrontation with monsters. Combining special terrain and environmental tools can unleash tremendous power. Looking at the iron bow in front of him, Jiao's heart stirred. The novice dagger obtained earlier was also made of ordinary iron. After being recycled and reset and removing rust in iron slag, it is transformed into a sharp refined steel dagger. I wonder if this iron bow can also be recycled and reset. He once tried to use recycling and resetting on the horse cutting blade, but unfortunately, the blade had no recyclable parts at that moment and could only be reset. Jiao was unwilling to reset this horse cutting blade with its powerful armor piercing ability. Reset into a pile of iron blocks. He attempted to use recycling reset on the iron bow. System feedback. Recyclable detected. Obtained. Iron slag 0.01 kilograms, iron scraps 0.04 kilograms, iron rust 0.03 kilograms, furnace slag 0.003 kg. Obtained. Steel bow +1. Steel bow, tier 2 equipment, hard and sharp, attack +20, penetration +20%, range +10%, attack speed +10%, critical rate +5%, critical damage +10%. It worked as expected. Jiao excitedly tried using the recycle reset on the steel bow again. Swish, but found no targets to recycle. Can only perform a complete reset, breaking it down into parts. In this way, it truly wastes valuable resources. He put away the steel bow and turned his gaze to the iron arrow in his hand. Sparks flew in all directions. It's also made of iron, so it should be recyclable. System prompt. Obtained, steel arrow +30. Steel arrow, tier 2 equipment, penetration +20%, speed +20%. Just as Jiao was about to continue, he suddenly froze. System prompt. The steel arrow can be reset to a refined steel feathered arrow, requiring the addition of tail feathers. Tail feathers? Jiao immediately recalled the long tail feathers he had obtained earlier, which were precisely from the long-tailed pheasant. At the time, he had picked them up simply because his backpack had enough space, so he hadn't discarded any of the feathers. Originally, he thought these feathers were just aesthetically pleasing, but now they turned out to be incredibly useful. Jiao took out the feathers and decisively chose to add them. Soon, 10 refined steel feathered arrows appeared before him. As for the remaining arrows, due to the insufficient number of tail feathers, they couldn't be reset for now. However, since these tail feathers weren't difficult to obtain, Jiao wasn't in a hurry. Refined steel feathered arrow, superior arrow, tier 3 equipment, recoverable arrow. Penetration +40%, flight speed +40%, critical rate +20%, stability +20%. Looking at the attribute prompt in front of him, Jiao's lips curled into a slight smile. As expected, after adding the tail feathers, the refined steel feathered arrows not only flew faster but also became more stable. When arrows fly through the air, they are highly susceptible to wind and other external forces, which can affect flight speed and shooting accuracy, thereby reducing their lethality. Now, the lethality of his refined steel feathered arrows had significantly increased. These were originally just ordinary tier 1 items from bronze treasure chests, but now, under Jiao's recycling and disposal skill, they have directly been upgraded to tier 3 equipment. With such quality, they might even rival items from black iron treasure chests, right? One has to admire the power of recycling and resetting, truly worthy of being an SSS level skill. Jiao happily fiddled with the bow and arrow in his hands. Although he had never learned archery, he understood that it was merely a matter of practice. The more he trained, the faster and more accurate he would become. The most important aspect of archery is eyesight. After all, if you can't even aim properly, shooting more arrows would just be a pointless effort. This was no issue for Jiao. He possessed an E-level eyesight enhancement talent, along with the breaking illusion skill and night vision ability, making aiming absolutely effortless. The remaining factors were strength and speed. After all, if you can't fully draw the bowstring, how can you talk about lethality? Jiao wasn't worried about this either. As an archer, the most essential attribute is sufficient agility. After all, drawing the bow, aiming, and releasing the arrow must all be done swiftly, and agility is key key to securing the best output position.
In this regard, Jiao was equally confident.
The only weakness of an archer is the fear of close combat, but upon seeing the numbers behind his physique attribute, Jiao felt reassured. My
horse-cutting saber is not just for show.
With the saber for close combat and the steel bow for ranged attacks, he was now fully armed and upgraded. After completing this wager, Jiao gained a total of 36 attribute points. After some consideration, he decided to allocate all the points to strength
and agility. He chose to invest in strength because he possessed the D-level talent Strength Berserk, which could triple the strength attribute, making the investment most rewarding. As for the spirit attribute, Jiao's current spirit value was already high enough and didn't need immediate enhancement.
Regarding physique, with the support of the red fruit, consuming it would directly improve his physique, so it didn't require priority allocation. Moreover, his primary means of output now relied entirely on the horse-cutting saber and the steel bow, both of which demanded high strength and agility.
Therefore, Jiao allocated 16 points to strength and 20 points to agility. The 5 extra free attribute points gained from leveling up were also fully added to agility. With this, Jiao's strength experienced a qualitative leap. At this moment, his various stats became level 5, 160/1500, strength 264, D-level strength berserk times 3, agility 190, E-level speed enhancement times 2, constitution 230, E-level constitution enhancement times 2, poison resistance plus 1%, spirit 182,
talents, recycling reset, SSS-Level, planting, SSS-Level, enhanced hearing, F-level, enhanced vision, E-level, enhanced smell, F-level, skills, truth breaker, night vision, demon hunting, combat power 18, reputation 14, swipe, profession, hidden profession demon hunter level 1, 10 out of 100, battle merits 1. At this moment, Jiao not only experienced a significant increase in strength but was also in an extremely good mood. This was a gathering place for level 7 to level 8 beasts, which could be killed effortlessly, providing considerable energy value. Most importantly, no one came to disturb him. Just as Jiao was preparing to continue hunting beasts and push himself to level 10 in one go, a sudden notification flashed, leaving him stunned and standing motionless for a long time. Notification: newcomer Lu Yong from the village has died after consuming untreated red-eyed rat meat, reputation +2.
Click. Notification: the flesh and blood of wild creatures are severely contaminated and must be professionally processed before consumption.
As soon as this message appeared, not only was Jiao stunned, but everyone in the chat channel collectively froze in shock.
What happened? Eating red-eyed rat meat actually killed him directly? This is too terrifying. Luckily, I found it troublesome and just ate the compressed biscuits. I know that Lu Yong, he's considered a tough guy.
Even those extreme foods from the Asen people couldn't take him down, but he ended up being harmed by rat meat.
What does that hint at the end mean? Is the meat inedible?
Apart from the 2 pieces of compressed biscuits given to each of us, nothing else was provided.
What are we supposed to do if we get hungry? Are you hungry? I haven't really felt hungry all this time.
Nonsense, you forgot that every time you level up, you gain psychic energy, instantly restoring your physical state, so naturally you don't feel hungry.
Wow, that's awesome. Could it be like cultivation, directly entering a fasting state?
I don't think it's that simple, otherwise they wouldn't provide us with water and food, and even specifically remind us that it needs professional handling before eating. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel completely drained, drowsy, weak, and can't muster any energy for walking or fighting.
Me too.
I feel weak when walking, but I don't feel tired.
It's so strange. Could it be that you two ate something weird? Why don't I feel the same?
Wait, what's your energy level?
Mine is only 8. I leveled up twice, and now my mental attribute is a full 30 points. The next second. That makes sense. We feel drowsy and weak because we don't have enough energy. Exactly.
I just sat down to rest for a while, and my energy gradually recovered. I felt strong again, but then I suddenly got really hungry. I barely managed to hold on after eating a piece of compressed biscuit, but I'm still hungry now.
Looks like even though we don't have to eat, high-intensity combat and traveling consume energy.
Once energy drops, we must rest to recover, but recovering energy requires eating, and eating makes us hungry again.
Isn't this a vicious cycle? But why haven't I felt tired or hungry for such a long time?
Big brother, what's your spirit attribute? I awakened an elemental talent, and all my attribute points are allocated to spirit. My spirit value is already at 50 points now. It seems the higher the spirit value, the less tired you feel, and the more energy you have.
Then what should I do? I feel like mental points are useless.
I didn't allocate any, and now it's too late to regret. Brothers upstairs, I found that compared to sitting and resting in the wild, going back to the novice wooden cabin to lie down and sleep restores energy much faster.
It's an easy way to recover. However, this makes you hungry faster. My compressed biscuits are already finished.
I originally planned to eat some beast meat, but the system just warned me, and now I don't dare to eat it.
What should we do then? Are we just going to starve to death like this?
Listening to the heated discussions in the chat channel, Jiao felt his his own condition. With his current mental strength, he naturally wouldn't experience the kind of fatigue others were talking about. But at this moment, after a day of fierce battles, he looked at the now darkened novice village in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and still decided to sit down and rest for a while. He didn't know how long it would take for him to feel fatigued given his mental strength, but if his stamina were to suddenly run out at a critical moment, leaving him powerless, that would be troublesome. Being able to rest a bit is always a precaution worth taking. As he was thinking, Jiao suddenly remembered Lu Yong, who had tragically died in the chat channel just now.
He had actually died from eating rat meat. What on earth was going on? Talent? None. Could it be that red-eyed rat meat really can't be eaten?
Thinking of this, he took out a piece of tender pink meat from his backpack, which he had extracted from the red-eyed rat. He used the perception skill, aiming at the piece of meat in front of him. Meat, processed and treated, high-grade ingredient, safe for consumption, rich in fats and proteins. Consuming it can quickly restore physical strength and replenish energy. Seeing this prompt, Jiao was slightly stunned. This piece of meat is completely edible. Although the system prompt says that the effect is better after processing, it's still fine to eat it directly. So how did Lu Yong actually die? Jiao was utterly puzzled. After sitting down, he began using his talent for controlling flames to roast the piece of meat in front of him. A ball of flame rose in his palm, slowly roasting the meat. The greatest advantage of his talent was the ability to freely adjust the size of the flame. As the meat was slowly roasted over a gentle flame, it soon turned golden and enticing, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Jiao carefully cut off a piece of red-eyed rat meat with a steel dagger, hesitated for a moment, and gently placed it in his mouth. Eating just a little shouldn't pose a life-threatening risk, right? The piece of meat entered his mouth, and after chewing a few times, he felt the texture was tender and smooth, with a springy quality after being roasted. There was even a faint hint of juice, and the flavor was exceptionally delicious. More importantly, after eating, a warm sensation spread throughout the body, with no discomfort at all. At this moment, Jiao was staring at the golden brown piece of roasted meat in his hand. Obtained, roasted meat plus 0.5 kg. Roasted meat, high-quality food, rating 82, quickly restores energy and stamina after consumption, highly satiating. Hint, Novice Jiao from Novice Village number 9827 has created the first rated food, reputation plus 2 awarded. Hint, Novice Jiao from Novice Village number 9827 has completed the recipe for roasted meat, reputation plus 1 awarded. Hint, first time unlocking of a recipe capable of producing rated food, reputation plus 1 awarded. Meanwhile, everyone in the group chat channel saw these hint messages and was astonished. No way, just making a piece of roasted meat can earn reputation points? These reputation points are way too easy to get. Yeah, if I had known earlier, I would have made roasted meat to earn reputation too. Name, Jiao Hao. Don't be silly, do you really think reputation is that easy to earn? Even if you want to make roasted meat, you still need meat and fire first. Exactly. Forget about the meat, where do we even get fire? Unless you have a fire manipulation talent, the rest of us can only make fire by rubbing sticks together. I think the hardest part is figuring out how to get edible meat. I just checked, and the meat taken directly from monsters can't be eaten. The system warns that consuming it is risky. Everyone is so idle, huh? They're already starting to discuss how to eat roasted meat? We office workers are still figuring out how to kill wild beasts. I can't even imagine. Speaking of which, Jiao is really lucky. Unlocking the roasted meat recipe earns him reputation rewards. I just thought of something, now all the newbies in Dragon Country are going to rise up. What's the deal? Seeking clarification. Brothers, the system means that every recipe capable of producing food will grant a reputation reward upon its first creation. Isn't this a benefit specifically given to us in the Dragon Country? Think about it, how many delicacies does the Dragon Country have, and how many recipes can be made? If we unlock all these recipes, how much reputation can we gain? Now that you mention it, that does make sense. Amazing, Dragon Country is going to thrive. That's right, just with this, the people of Dragon Country can at least earn a wave of reputation. Yes, Dragon Country has so many cities and countless delicacies from north to south. If we bring out all the recipes, everyone might get a share. I also think this recipe reputation system is practically tailor-made for our Dragon Country. As for Lighthouse Country and the Nordic 8 Banner Country, what delicious food do they even have? Pure White Banner High Furnace Country, besides the White Banner, what else do they have? Their so-called high furnace cuisine is just a bunch of seafood risotto. However, making those recipes is definitely not easy. Yeah, just talking about the ingredients, the spices and seasonings are hard to get. At that moment, one person's comment instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the 9527 Novice Village chat channel. Everyone, I just discovered something new. Monster corpses can be turned into edible ingredients after special processing. How did you handle it? Teach me quickly. I worked at RT-Mart cleaning fish for a full 10 years. Just now, I dissected the corpse of a swamp carp, and after repeated trials, I finally extracted edible meat chunks. First, you must completely separate the blood. This step is crucial. Second, make sure the meat doesn't get
contaminated with scales or animal hair. Third, be careful during dissection not to cut into the internal organs.
If the organs rupture, that part of the meat must be carefully removed, otherwise, it could be very dangerous to eat. Moreover, some bones also need to be thoroughly removed, which really tests your knife skills. Only by doing all this can you obtain truly usable ingredients.
Wow, that's way too complicated. It's not complicated. Oh, and one more thing, be especially careful not to cut your fingers during the process, or the toxins on the meat might infect you and cause poisoning. Impossible, isn't it?
Getting a usable piece of ingredient is way too difficult.
Unless you're from a professional slaughterhouse or know anatomy, ordinary people can't possibly manage it, right? That being said, is Jiao perhaps from a slaughterhouse background?
No, Jiao works in waste recycling.
Lei Jun, how do you know that?
Jiao squinted his eyes.
Could it be that Lei Jun had inquired about me from Bai Bing? Is it because I've now become the #1 person in the novice village? However, he's likely to be disappointed.
The person in Bai Bing's memory isn't me at all, so it's of no reference value. At this moment, another person's message in the materials channel caught everyone's attention, temporarily setting Lei Jun's words aside. There should be quite a few people in our village who know how to handle meat.
Let's gather the corpses and hand them over to them for processing. That way, we can obtain usable food supplies.
The fish butcher from our T-Mart sent another message.
But there's a problem. My talent itself isn't meant for combat. If I spend every day just disassembling corpses and killing monsters, the leveling progress will probably be even slower. This won't work.
I can only spare a little time each day for this, and the corpses must be brought to me. I can't possibly run around just to handle corpses.
Exactly, although I can also handle corpses, it would seriously affect my leveling. Everyone will have to pay some compensation for it. Don't worry, brothers upstairs. No one will work for free. Compensation won't be an issue. But how will everyone trade? We're not even in the same place. Are we supposed to carry beast corpses back and forth? How about we return to the beginner's village every night to trade? What do you think?
At that moment, a system notification sounded simultaneously in everyone's minds.
Notification, rapid progress detected among all beginners, showing a strong desire for trading. The trading channel has been activated. Notification, all items in the trading channel must undergo system evaluation to confirm their value before trading. Currently, the trading channel is limited to internal trades within each beginner's village. Seeing this message, everyone instantly became excited. This system is so considerate, it actually opened the trading channel right away? Feels great. I wonder what kind of things can be traded in the trading channel. Can I trade my chastity? I've been holding on to it, but I guess it won't be of any use here.
I think this means that maybe in the future, we could open an even larger trading channel and possibly do business with the entire battlefield of slaughter across the heavens.
Makes sense. Let me study it first.
Jiao's thoughts shifted, and his gaze fell on his control panel. At this moment, he noticed a new trading channel option had appeared in the bottom right corner. After clicking in, he found that the trading channel was somewhat like an online mall, with categories, though the classification was rather crude. The categories were weapons, items, materials, food, and special items. Apart from these lit-up icons, there were also some gray icons that hadn't been activated yet. Presumably more categories would be opened in the future. At the moment, the trading channel was completely empty, with no one having uploaded any goods yet.
He was still unclear about the system's requirements for trading items.
Jiao looked at the golden, tempting roasted meat in his hand.
It had a rating label, so it should be tradable, right? Jiao casually placed the golden roasted meat onto the food market.
Then, an option popped up, prompting him to set the trading conditions. He thought for a moment and casually set the condition as beast corpses.
Requirement: beast corpses must be intact, damaged parts cannot exceed 70%, no level restrictions.
The reason for setting such conditions was after careful consideration. If the conditions were too strict, others wouldn't be able to provide them.
Currently, there are not many people who can handle beast carcasses. Moreover, the process is extremely cumbersome, and it is very easy to get contaminated or even poisoned during the process.
Generally speaking, no one is willing to waste time and energy on beast carcasses, but Jiao can rely on his innate ability to quickly reset and remake roasted meat for sale.
No matter how you look at it, it's quite a bargain.
Right after Jiao placed the barbecue on the trading market, he continued to open the equipment market. He also put the extra sharp steel daggers he had on the market. At that moment, a notification message arrived. Hint: 0.5 kilograms of barbecue has been successfully traded. Received, level 1 beast serrated rabbit corpse +1.
So fast?
However, Jiao thought to himself that he had only listed one portion of food on the market, and since the trading channel had just started, others would surely open it out of curiosity as well.
There are so few things on the market, and with only this one available, it will undoubtedly attract everyone's attention.
Perhaps someone happens to have a beast's corpse on hand, and making a direct deal wouldn't be surprising. At this moment, the system issued another notification, echoing throughout the entire chat channel. Notification: newbie Jiao Jiao Hao from Novice Village number 9527 and newbie Lei Jun have completed the first transaction, each earning 1 reputation point.
This achievement is unique. As soon as the prompt appeared, the chat channel exploded. Really? You can gain reputation just by completing the first transaction? That's unbelievable. And it's a unique achievement, so there won't be another chance in the future. I also saw the roasted meat posted by Jiao Hao, but unfortunately, I didn't have any beast carcasses at the time. I was just one step away. I hesitated for a moment and ended up missing it. Who would have thought buying something could also earn reputation? Lei Jun really hit the jackpot, got it for free. Lei Jun replied with a laugh, I was just quick on the draw and lucky to benefit from Jiao Hao's generosity. Jiao Hao, do you have any more barbecue? I'm starving right now. I missed out on that last trade, but I still have some beast carcasses on hand. Jiao Hao noticed everyone's great interest in barbecue in the chat channel, walked to an open space and picked up some branches. Everyone gathered around to set up a simple bonfire, then chopped 2 more branches and stuck them into the ground. Sharpened 1 branch to make a simple barbecue rack. He used his flame manipulation talent to ignite the bonfire and slowly began roasting the meat. Jiao Hao didn't have the time to keep staring at the fire while roasting meat. It was too much of a waste of time. Taking the opportunity, he casually recycled and reset the jagged rabbit corpse he had just obtained from the trade with Lei Jun, regaining 2 points of strength. Then he disassembled the corpse into various meat and fur materials. It didn't take long for a few pieces of roasted meat to be ready. However, compared to the roasted meat Jiao Hao cooked directly with his talent, these pieces weren't as golden in color, and some parts even had slightly charred edges. But the quality of the meat itself was excellent, making these minor flaws almost negligible. Jiao Hao casually placed a few pieces of roasted meat back on the food market. Before long, the freshly listed roasted meat was successfully traded once again. Hint: 0.5 kilograms of roasted meat transaction completed. Received, level 1 beast corpse +1. Hint: 0.5 kilograms of roasted meat transaction completed. Received, level 1 beast corpse +1. Although the corpse of a level 1 beast can only provide 1 or 2 attribute points, when the quantity increases, it becomes very considerable. Moreover, this kind of trade is entirely a business without any capital. Even the raw materials for the roasted meat are obtained through exchange. You should know that a normal-sized beast can yield about 2 kilograms of roasted meat. Jiao Hao only needs to take out 0.5 kilograms to exchange for a beast's carcass. The profit is astonishingly high. The most crucial part is that Jiao Hao doesn't even need to find the carcasses himself. Someone delivered themselves right to the door. It's simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In a great mood, Jiao Hao leisurely glanced at the chat channel, where those who had bought the barbecue were showing off non-stop. Jiao Hao's barbecue is just too delicious. Who would have thought wild beast meat could taste this good? This is the best barbecue I've ever had. The meat is incredibly delicious. I bet Jiao Hao must have run a barbecue restaurant before. Exactly, being able to handle meat and grill it, he must have owned a barbecue restaurant. Hearing these comments, the others couldn't help but feel even hungrier. After a day of fighting, most people were starving. Even with stronger mental resilience, rest is still necessary. Once you rest, the feeling of hunger becomes even more intense. Does Big Boss Jiao Hao accept other items? Do you only want beast corpses? Jiao Hao thought carefully and found it to be true. However, at the moment, these newcomers didn't have many items worth noting. After weighing his options, he made another batch of roasted meat and put it up on the trading market. The trading condition was set to exchange for beginner daggers. To be honest, the quality of the novice dagger is very mediocre. Especially when dealing with beasts, it has almost no substantial effect. Only by hitting weak spots, such as the eyes, can it exert some killing power. Otherwise, at most, it's like giving a light scrape. When facing beasts like the green-eyed azure snake, whose scale armor cannot even be penetrated, it's completely useless. Moreover, many beginners awaken with elemental talents or special abilities, and they often simply give up using weapons, taking on roles like control or reconnaissance in teams instead. As a result, the novice daggers in many people's hands are practically useless. It feels wasteful to throw them away, so they just end up being left idle. However, now that Jiao Hao has listed roasted meat that can be exchanged for a novice dagger, it has attracted quite a few people to choose to trade directly. Hint: 0.5 kilograms of roasted meat transaction completed. Received, novice dagger +1. Hint: 0.5 kilograms of barbecue transaction completed. Received, novice dagger +1. These novice daggers, after simple processing, can be reset by Jiao Hao into sharp steel daggers. Though differing by just 1 word, their performance is worlds apart. In this way, Jiao Hao continuously made barbecue to put on the shelf, then used the traded beast corpses for recycling and resetting, extracting attributes, and breaking them down into ingredients to continue cooking. Before long, he accumulated 20 beast corpses and 6 novice daggers, yielding substantial gains. Jiao Hao reset all the novice daggers he had on hand to sharp steel daggers. Sharp steel daggers not only enhance attack power but also have armor-piercing effects. They are very effective against low-level beasts and can deal significant damage to ferocious beasts. At this stage, such weapons are absolutely coveted treasures. While recycling and resetting the novice daggers, Jiao processed the remaining beast corpses. After recovering their attributes, he broke them down into ingredients and continued grilling. At that moment, he noticed someone had just posted a new product listing in the trading channel. Trade item, grilled meat plus 5 kilograms. Requirement, first tier equipment, any type, weapons preferred. Seeing this message, Jiao couldn't help but be stunned. Currently, first tier equipment is extremely rare in the novice village, mostly obtained from treasure chests dropped after killing fierce beasts. Fierce beasts have a minimum combat power of 5, making it highly risky for novices to hunt them, thus making first tier equipment very valuable. Yet this guy actually wants to trade 5 pounds of roasted meat for a piece of first tier equipment. It's unlikely anyone would agree to such a deal. Sure enough, the chat channel was in an uproar. What kind of joke is this? A few pounds of roasted meat for a piece of first tier equipment? At that moment, brother, are you drunk or just not fully awake? Barbecue isn't some rare thing. Although it's hard to obtain, you can trade with Jiao or buy ingredients from others to process it yourself. This price is ridiculous. Do you even know the value of tier 1 equipment? Meanwhile, Jiao noticed that besides barbecue, there were also people selling raw meat chunks in the market. Clearly, those who had mastered the skill of processing corpses had started using this method to acquire resources. However, the value of uncooked meat wasn't high, usually requiring 2 kilograms of raw meat to exchange for 1 corpse. Some buyers even traded equipment or other items for raw meat, but the raw meat itself was clearly not worth that price. Jiao didn't expect someone to start following suit by selling grilled meat and raw meat so quickly. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Those capable of making grilled meat had probably awakened a flame talent or found another way to source fire. After all, grilling meat doesn't require high technical skills, so being imitated was within expectations. However, Jiao's advantage lay in his low trading conditions, requiring only a level 1 beast corpse or a novice dagger. Seeing the high value of tier 1 equipment in the chat channel, he casually listed one of his sharp steel daggers on the weapon market. The trading condition was set to spiritual fruits or spiritual herbs. Boom! Selling tier 1 weapons, exchange 2 spiritual herbs or 1 spiritual fruit for a piece of tier 1 equipment. Limited quantity, first come, first served. The people in the chat channel exploded with excitement upon seeing Jiao's message. No way! Jiao is actually starting to sell tier 1 weapons. Is the big shot not planning to use them himself and decided to sell them instead? Go check the trading channel. Jiao has listed over a dozen tier 1 weapons at once. Clearly, he has plenty in stock. Really? Jiao, where did you get so many tier 1 weapons? Isn't it obvious? Jiao previously received a bronze treasure chest as a reward, so it's probably from the chest. That's way too exaggerated. Can a single chest really contain so many items? I think Jiao must have crafted them himself. Maybe he awakened a blacksmith talent. Blacksmith talent? Is it really that impressive? Brother, there are talents even more outrageous than blacksmithing. I awakened culinary skills. I thought it was completely useless at first, but now I can exchange recipes for reputation points. Only then did I realize my talent has great potential. Really envy you, brother. Looks like even with a profession-based talent, you can still make a big impact. That's right, someone like Jiao with such a blacksmithing talent can make weapons and sell them to recycle resources. It's absolutely amazing. I really want to get a tier 1 weapon. With it, I'd finally dare to hunt level 1 fierce beasts. Otherwise, using the beginner's dagger is just not enough. I want one too, but Jiao's trading conditions are a bit tricky. What's the use of spiritual herbs and fruits? Can you even eat them? Who knows? No one would eat them casually unless they're crazy. What if it turns into a tragedy like Lu Yong's? That's right, you can't eat random things in the wild, but if I had spiritual herbs, I'd go straight to find big brother Jiao to trade for gear. With gear, there's nothing to fear. Brother Jiao, little sister is 18 this year, skilled and not clingy. It's you again, shameless. Brother Jiao, don't listen to her. She's just after your gear, but I'm after you. Looking at these messages, Jiao couldn't help but laugh and cry. However, he would not be misled by these idle rumors and lose his direction. This is the battlefield of slaughter across the heavens, where strength and resources reign supreme. Women? They would only slow down the speed at which I draw my sword. Not long after, Jiao hung up the stainless steel dagger and received a notification. Notification, first tier weapon transaction completed, received, first tier spirit fruit ×1. Jiao's thoughts stirred. He hadn't expected someone to be willing to trade spirit fruit for equipment. He opened the trading channel and saw the purple-black fruit in his hand, slightly larger than a mulberry and similar in color. Used the skill of breaking illusions to examine the fruit. Focus fruit, first tier spiritual fruit, edible, has the effects of calming the mind, steadying the spirit, and enhancing mental attributes. Since it was edible, Jiao did not hesitate. As the fruit approached his mouth, a faint fishy stench wafted into his nose, the smell quite strong. He opened his mouth, chewed a few times casually, and swallowed. The taste wasn't good. With a
hint of chill. After swallowing, a wave of refreshing coolness surged.
Gained, spirit plus 10. Directly added 10 points of spirit? The most crucial thing is that the spirit attribute is extremely difficult to improve.
Apart from being able to freely allocate attribute points when leveling up, it's impossible to extract spirit from the corpses of beasts and ferocious creatures. Unexpectedly, this small fruit can directly increase 10 points of spirit. Jiao was secretly delighted, feeling like he had stumbled upon a great bargain. It seems that this deal has brought a huge profit. He pondered, unable to understand why the other party would trade such a precious spiritual fruit for a piece of first-tier equipment. Today marks the 100th day of my daughter's birth, so here's an extra update to celebrate.
After the morning ceremony, I'll continue with more updates in the afternoon.
However, Jiao quickly realized that he had the skill to see through illusions and knew that this spiritual fruit was non-toxic. Moreover, consuming it can enhance mental attributes, which is why one dares to eat it with confidence. But for others, eating this spiritual fruit is nothing short of a gamble.
No one knows whether eating it will result in instant death.
After all, just the smell alone leaves one at a loss for words.
A normal person would never dare to eat such a foul-smelling fruit.
Not to mention the previous warning from Luyang's tragic death, which scared quite a few people. So, ordinary people would never recklessly eat things picked up in the wild. Compared to a completely unknown fruit, the benefit of exchanging it for a piece of Tier 1 equipment is tangible and visible. It seems that trading Tier 1 equipment for the spirit fruit this time was indeed a wise choice. After all, at present, Jiao only has the chance to take advantage of others' hesitation to consume spiritual fruits.
Once everyone's strength
improves and they realize that spiritual fruits, which can enhance attributes, are far superior to external equipment, the situation will change. However, it's somewhat regrettable that the other party is only trading the fruits, not the entire plant.
If he could obtain the complete plant, Jiao might be able to collect some seeds for cultivation, but there's no helping it. Others don't have Jiao's abnormal abilities, so naturally, they wouldn't uproot the stems, roots, and leaves entirely.
At that moment, another notification message arrived. Notification: first tier equipment sharp steel dagger transaction completed. Received: first tier equipment black iron ring +1. Jiao was slightly stunned, feeling puzzled. What's going on? Someone actually traded a piece of tier 1 equipment for the item in my hand? He casually opened the trading page and chose to confirm the transaction. A flash of white light appeared, and a pitch black ring materialized in his hand. The ring had a simple and unadorned design. It didn't feel like cold black iron to the touch. Instead, it carried a slight warmth. Strange patterns were engraved on the ring, and Jiao used his insight skill to examine it.
Black iron ring, tier 1 equipment.
Wearing it increases finger flexibility by 100%. It reduces finger fatigue, enhances finger grip, and provides protection against finger wear and tear. Seeing this description, Jiao's expression became somewhat complicated. On the surface, this equipment seemed rather useless. It didn't add attributes or increase attack power. It only protected the fingers and enhanced dexterity.
It sounded like it would only come in handy at certain specific moments. But Jiao couldn't help but laugh.
The value of a piece of equipment entirely depends on how it is used.
Ha 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 ha.
In the hands of others, this black iron ring might be useless, but in Jiao's hands, it is entirely different. The steel bowstring he reset uses high-quality steel material. While it enhances the tension of the bowstring, making the arrows more powerful, it also brings problems. The bowstring becomes hard and sharp, causing finger damage and leading to fatigue and soreness with prolonged use. Now, with this black iron ring, not only can it protect his fingers, but it can also double his flexibility. This means Jiao's speed in knocking arrows and shooting will significantly increase, while reducing fatigue. It's practically a tailor-made artifact for him. Therefore, Jiao definitely profited from this transaction. And at this moment, the lucky person is holding a sharp steel dagger, probably grinning from ear to ear. On the surface, he exchanged a broken ring for a piece of equipment with armor-piercing capabilities and increased attack power, which seems like a great deal. This is what is called meeting each other's needs. Apart from this equipment trade information, there are currently no other successful trade notifications. After all, first-tier equipment and spiritual fruits or herbs are extremely rare items at the moment, and most people hardly have any. Even if they do, they are mostly kept for personal use. Regarding this, Jiao was not impatient. He knew that putting these items on the trading market would naturally attract buyers.
Now, it's time to focus on improving his strength.
Originally, Jiao planned to directly hunt high-level ferocious beasts, as that would yield a large number of attribute points and possibly drop treasure chests. However, he decided to start by practicing with beasts or slightly lower-level ferocious beasts, as he needed to hone his archery skills. Jiao understood that owning a good bow did not mean he was a master of archery.
Archery, aside from talent and innate conditions, requires day-by-day rigorous training.
If he were to directly test his skills on high-level ferocious beasts, it would be like buying a new hero and jumping straight into ranked matches, resulting in either feeding the enemy or dragging down teammates. Therefore, he first chose to play against AI, dealing with slightly weaker ferocious beasts to familiarize himself with skill operations. In the area where Jiao was located, the beasts were mostly between levels 7 and 8, providing 570 to 740 points of energy value. The beasts here are perfectly suited for him to practice archery. Boom! Holding his steel bow and relying on his hearing and scent talents, Jiao began searching for traces of beasts. It was already nighttime, and the beasts active during the day had ceased their activities, while some insects and reptiles started to appear. Soon, Jiao discovered a level 7 black spider. It moved swiftly, had a pair of sharp mandibles, and most notably, it could shoot spider silk. This spider silk contains sticky venom that can paralyze prey. With his extraordinary vision, Jiao can clearly track the spider's movements even in the dark. He stands on a small hill, his gaze fixed on the black spider not far away. Holding his steel bow, a finely crafted steel arrow is already nocked and ready to be fired. With the help of his vision-enhancing talent, the black spider appeared enormous and clear in his eyes. Jiao aimed at the spider's tiny head, pulled the bowstring tight, and then released his hand. The powerful draw of the steel bow propelled the steel-feathered arrow, which instantly pierced into the darkness. A loud bang echoed as the arrow precisely struck the trunk of a nearby tree, embedding deeply, with the arrow's tail vibrating incessantly against the wood. The black spider was startled by the sudden noise, its 8 legs quickly scuttling away in panic to the other side. Jiao stood in place, awkwardly staring at the steel bow whose string was still buzzing. This result was completely different from what he had expected. He had aimed so precisely, yet the arrow veered off so far. However, one thing is certain, the killing power of the steel bow combined with the refined steel arrows is indeed astonishing. Even the thick tree trunk was pierced through. If it could hit the spider, it would never escape easily. Even if it didn't die, it would surely be seriously injured. Boom! Unfortunately, the hit rate is not very ideal. Jiao was unwilling to give up and pulled out another fine steel arrow to continue aiming. The black spider was hiding on the other side at this moment, cautiously scanning its surroundings with its small eyes, its body trembling constantly. The trajectory of the previous arrow was too high, so this time he decided to lower the aiming point, targeting the spider's lower body. Jiao made a slight adjustment, tightened the bowstring, and shot another arrow. Sparks flew as the half-shaft of the feathered arrow accurately embedded itself into a large rock beside the black spider. The black spider trembled all over in fear, crawling around and nervously spinning silk non-stop. Watching the black spider in the distance, spinning silk incessantly and visibly uneasy, Jiao calculated silently in his heart, just a few more arrows, and this spider would surely be scared into submission. But as he looked at the steel-feathered arrow lodged in the large rock, Jiao was completely stunned. This is just too ridiculous, isn't it? Could it be that I really have no talent for archery at all? Where exactly is the problem? In terms of aiming, I have the vision enhancement talent, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. Drawing the bow with ease, even a steel bowstring can be pulled effortlessly. With the assistance of the black iron ring, shooting becomes even more powerful, like adding wings to a tiger. Could it just be bad luck? Fortunately, Jiao had the self-awareness to practice first with weaker beasts. If he had been overly confident and taken the steel bow to challenge high-level ferocious beasts, he would probably have long since become someone else's meal. Taking a deep breath, Jiao quickly moved a few steps forward to the right. He nocked another arrow and drew the bowstring. From this position, he could clearly see the black spider under the large rock. Although the spider didn't know what had happened, it had just narrowly dodged 2 arrows and was already terrified, refusing to come out from under the rock no matter what. Jiao continued to aim, pulling the bowstring taut, but he wasn't in a hurry to shoot. He carefully adjusted his breathing, feeling that his previous shots might have been affected by overly rapid breaths, causing slight tremors in the bowstring. Although his hands didn't shake, his breathing still impacted the accuracy of his shots. Hold your breath and stay still. Silently count down in your heart 3, 2, 1. Fingers naturally release, while the left hand firmly grips the bow. The arrow leaves the string, shooting out swiftly with a sharp whooshing sound. The black spider hiding behind the boulder had just moved slightly when it was precisely struck in the body by the arrow, pinning the entire spider in place, unable to move. Jiao finally let out a long breath, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He finally hit it. The lethality of the steel-tipped arrow was truly astonishing. The black spider was pinned down and unable to break free, twitching and struggling continuously. Jiao stood in place, took out another steel arrow, recalled the rhythm and breathing from the previous shot, and maintained his composure. Another arrow was released, once again piercing precisely into the struggling black spider's body. After twitching a few more times, the black spider finally lay motionless. Jiao stepped forward and pulled out 2 arrows, retrieving the 2 fine steel-feathered arrows embedded in the tree trunk and the stone. He used his recovery skill to clean off all the grass debris and bloodstains from the arrows. The 4 fine steel-feathered arrows still gleamed with a cold light, their shafts as smooth as new. As reusable arrows, the quality of the fine steel-feathered arrows was impeccable. Hint: kill the level 7 beast black spider. Obtained, psionic value plus 580. The psionic value of this black spider is a full 10 points higher than the poisonous scorpion killed earlier.
It seems the spider is indeed much stronger than the scorpion.
Jiao Hao casually used the recycle reset skill on the spider's corpse.
Obtained, strength +2, constitution +2, agility +4.
At this moment, Jiao Hao's attributes had already become
level 5, 704/1500, strength 288, D-level strength berserk *3, agility 202, E-level speed enhancement *2, constitution 250, E-level constitution enhancement *2, poison resistance +1%, spirit 192, talent, recycling reset SSS-Level, planting, SSS-Level, hearing enhancement, F-level, vision enhancement, E-level, smell enhancement, F-level, skills, breaking illusions, night vision, demon hunting, combat power 19, reputation 16, profession, hidden profession demon hunter level 1, 10 out of 100, battle merit 1.
At this pace, as long as 2 more level 7 beasts are killed, he can level up again, one step closer to the goal of opening the golden treasure chest. Jiao Hao reset all the resources on this black spider into various materials and continued on his journey to search for beasts. He hadn't walked far when he stopped in his tracks, his right ear slightly twitching. From the depths of the forest opposite, the clear sound of a beast moving reached him. Judging by experience, the beast's movement speed was exceptionally swift, with a level of agility far superior, even twice as fast as the red-eyed rat. Jiao Hao tilted his ear to listen, his expression suddenly changing. The nose twitched slightly. Relying on his enhanced sense of smell, he instantly caught a strong stench.
What on earth is this thing? Why does it smell so awful?
Jiao Hao continued moving in the direction of the stench, his gaze constantly scanning around. Finally, in the distant grass, he caught sight of a red figure. It was a fox. A fiery red fox, as large as a young calf, lay in the grass, tearing into a serrated rabbit and chewing it in big mouthfuls. It had a bright and beautiful coat of fur, strikingly visible even at night, resembling a flickering flame. Sharp claws easily tear apart the bones and flesh of the jagged-toothed rabbit. Sharp fangs effortlessly bite through the rabbit's bones.
This guy's strength is truly not to be underestimated.
Jiao Hao used the breaking illusions skill to lock onto the fox in front of him. Soon, the information about this fiery red fox appeared before his eyes.
Fierce beast, fire fox, level 5, combat power 12, skill, fox charm,
characteristics, cunning and ruthless, skilled in trickery, with notable intelligence.
Drop rate 2%, level 5 fierce beast.
This strength has already surpassed many level 10 beasts. More importantly, ferocious beasts often possess innate talents and skills. The fire fox before him was indeed no exception. It actually had the fox charm skill. However, Jiao Hao vaguely felt that the fire fox should have another skill, biochemical assault.
There's no way around it. The fox's scent is simply too strong.
The closer he got, the more pungent the stench became. For ordinary people, this smell would be completely undetectable, but Jiao Hao, with his enhanced sense of smell, could perceive it with exceptional clarity. He could even distinguish 3 distinct layers of scent within the stench.
Pungent smell, stench, fishy odor. 3 layers of smells intensify, intertwining, and blending.
The scent makes one's heart churn, refreshing and combating fatigue. At this moment, Jiao Hao deeply resents having this talent. He didn't even dare to get too close, only able to hide far away behind a big tree. Tightly gripping the steel bow in his hand, he aimed at the fiery red fox. At that moment, the fox suddenly stopped biting the jagged-toothed rabbit and perked up its ears. Its large eyes kept darting around, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Jiao Hao secretly sighed. Truly worthy of being a fierce beast, its alertness was incredibly sharp. He held his breath and gently loosened his fingers. A steel-feathered arrow instantly streaked into the night. With the added benefits of flight speed and stability, the arrow swiftly flew toward the fire fox. However, the fire fox moved swiftly, rolling on the spot.
Jiao Hao's arrow brushed past it.
Several screams rang out as the fire fox kept jumping in place, blood streaming from its hind legs. Although it avoided a fatal blow, its hind leg was still torn by the sharp arrowhead, taking away a chunk of flesh. In the distance, Jiao Hao felt slightly regretful. He had clearly aimed at its head, but unexpectedly, it managed to dodge. It was unclear whether his archery skills were truly poor and he had completely missed, or if the fire fox was simply too agile. Jiao Hao had already anticipated the outcome of not achieving a fatal shot. He aimed again, only to find that the fire fox's movements were exceptionally nimble and agile, constantly dodging left and right, leaping up and down, making it impossible to aim. He tried to lock onto the target once more and shot another arrow. The steel arrow feathers deeply pierced into the nearby grass. Jiao Hao frowned and put away the steel bow. He pulled out the horse-slaying saber, deciding to face the enemy head-on. It seems he truly lacks the talent to be an ADC. Gripping the horse-slaying saber, Jiao Hao swiftly charged toward the location of the fire fox. Approaching quickly, taking advantage of the acceleration, he unleashed a Q-skill strike head-on. He endured the intense stench, raised his blade, and slashed down fiercely. However, at that moment, the fleeing fire fox suddenly turned around and let out a series of squeaky laughs at Jiao Hao. It crawled almost flat against the ground, lowered its head, swayed back back and forth, its eyes squinting into slits, laughing in a ridiculous and comical manner. The tail wagged ingratiatingly, with red light flickering in its eyes. Jiao Hao couldn't help but reveal a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. This fox is really quite amusing, so obedient that I almost feel embarrassed to make a move. No wonder, it even looks somewhat delicate and charming. Could it be because I've been single for too long? No wonder King Jiao of that year was so bewitched by Daji, right? Well, there's no helping it. Foxes are so adorable, who could possibly resist them? I clearly hate that pungent smell on it, so why do I find it cute all of a sudden? I bit the tip of my tongue and immediately regained clarity. All the pity and reluctance in my mind just now disappeared without a trace. Did this fox actually use the fox charm skill? I was actually seduced by a fox and even felt moved? Name, Jiao Hao. As expected of a fox spirit, its charm is invisible, and I didn't even notice. Fortunately, Jiao Hao's mental strength was exceptionally strong, and he had just consumed the concentration fruit. At this moment, his mental strength had reached 192. If it were an ordinary novice, they would probably have fallen for that move just now. Just a moment ago, as a smile appeared at the corner of Jiao Hao's mouth, a trace of ferocity flashed in the firefox's eyes, and its sharp claws extended like razor blades. Jiao Hao regained clarity, his expression serious, holding the knife and pointing it directly at himself. The firefox crouched even lower, smiling more obsequiously. However, Jiao Hao remained unwavering, and the horse-cutting blade slashed down fiercely. The fox let out a terrified cry, leaping high to avoid the slash. Jiao Hao's horse-cutting blade did not pause as he stepped forward, swinging the blade once more. The fox rolled awkwardly on the ground, narrowly dodging the strike. At the same time, it extended its sharp claws and fiercely swiped at Jiao Hao's leg. Feeling it chill at his feet, Jiao Hao quickly withdrew his blade. The firefox's claws struck the horse-cutting blade, sending sparks flying. A shallow white mark was left on the hard blade. Jiao Hao swiftly swung a sharp steel dagger with his left hand, thrusting straight at the firefox's head. The firefox hurriedly retreated, awkwardly dodging the strike. Jiao Hao swung the blade again. Instant power surged, doubling. The firefox desperately swung its claw to block the saber. A sound of breaking rang out. One of its sharp claws broke, blood splattered. The firefox let out a sharp squeaking sound. At this moment, the firefox, with an injured hind leg and broken claw, already understood that escape was hopeless. Suddenly, its bloodthirsty instincts were triggered. It lunged at Jiao Hao with its jaws wide open, its sharp canine teeth still stained with the flesh and blood of the sawtooth rabbit. Jiao Hao swung his blade to block the attack, while delivering a fierce kick to the firefox's abdomen. The firefox's body uncontrollably flew backward. Just as it landed, splat, Jiao Hao's saber swung down again, striking the firefox's throat with force. The firefox's half head drooped weakly. Jiao Hao slowly exhaled a breath. This firefox was truly troublesome. Not only could it act cute and playful, but it could also be stubborn and roll around. At critical moments, it was exceptionally fierce. Ordinary people would likely find it hard to handle. Hint: kill a level 5 beast firefox, gain psionic value plus 800. At the same time, a white glow flickered on his body, and his level increased. Hint: level up. Current level is 6, April 2100. Listening to the continuous prompt sounds in his mind, Jiao Hao felt the tiny glimmers within his body gradually dissipating from his limbs and bones. After a moment, the light completely disappeared. So comfortable. Looking at the miserable corpse of the firefox on the ground, Jiao Hao eagerly began using the recycle reset. I wonder if the firefox has any talents or skills that can be recycled. Obtained, agility plus 5. Obtained, strength plus 2. Obtained, constitution plus 2. Obtained, F-level talent, charm enhancement. Ha, what the heck is this? Charm enhancement, such a bizarre talent actually exists? Charm enhancement, special talent, increases charm by 10 times, enhances one's attractiveness and allure. Does this mean that I will become a kind of demon capable of bringing disaster to the nation in the future? No wonder it's a fox spirit. No wonder it can enchant all beings. I just don't know what effect this talent will have in my hands. Will it enhance combat power? Looking at the beautiful firefox, Jiao Hao squatted down and continued to recover and reset the corpse. Obtained, sharp beast claw plus 4. Obtained, firefox hide plus 1. Obtained, beast tendon plus 2. After handling the supplies, Jiao Hao excitedly opened his personal information to check. Level 6, April 2100. Strength 324, grade D strength berserk asterisk 3. Agility 232, grade E speed enhancement asterisk 2. Physique 274, E-level physique enhancement asterisk 2. Poison resistance plus 1%. Mental 202. Talents, recycle reset SSS-Level, planting SSS-Level, enhanced hearing F-level, enhanced vision E-level, enhanced smell F-level, enhanced charm F-level. Skills, truth seeking, night vision, demon hunting. Combat power 20. Reputation 16. Profession, hidden profession demon hunter level 1, 10 out of 100. Battle merits 1. In this way, Jiao Hao's strength was greatly enhanced once again. His level rose to level 6, and his combat power soared to 20. However, at this moment, a cold mechanical prompt sounded in his mind again. Prompt: Novice Jiao Hao has achieved the first kill of a level 5 ferocious beast. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Jiao Hao couldn't help but curl his lips, feeling a bit dissatisfied. The beast he just killed was a level 5 ferocious beast, so why did it only grant a tiny bit of reputation? Doesn't this mean the kill was for nothing? How can level 5 and level 1 be the same? This system is becoming more and more unreliable. Could it be that the notification message is like a false imperial decree, delivering the wrong information? However, what Jiao Hao didn't know was that as soon as this notification message appeared, the entire chat channel immediately exploded. Envy and jealousy became the truest reflections of everyone. That's outrageous. Jiao Hao just killed a level 1 ferocious beast last time, and now he's directly taken down a level 5 ferocious beast? I can hardly believe it. Tell me, am I seeing things? That's right. Unbelievable. I can still accept killing a level 5 beast. After all, people can now team up to hunt level 4 beasts, and being one step ahead isn't that big of a deal. But that's a ferocious beast. Does Jiao Hao really not understand how terrifying ferocious beasts are? Exactly. Not long ago, Li Zhe and his team hunted a level 1 ferocious beast and even got a black iron treasure chest. Jiao Hao killed a level 5 ferocious beast. Imagine how great the rewards must be. Seeing this message, Jiao Hao felt a pang in his heart. A black iron treasure chest. I really want one too. So envious. Yeah, Jiao Hao is incredible, skipping the intermediate levels and directly farming reputation with level 5 fierce beasts. Meanwhile, we haven't even managed to take down a single level 2 fierce beast. I heard that Li Zhe and his team have already grouped up to hunt level 2 fierce beasts. I wonder if they'll succeed. Reinhu, we did it. Hahaha, we killed a level 2 fierce beast. Wait, why didn't the system notify us of gaining reputation after killing a level 2 fierce beast? Yeah, what's going on here? Could it be that the first kill achievement for level 2 ferocious beasts has already been completed by someone else, so the reputation won't refresh anymore? Now that you mention it, that seems likely. Who did it? Our entire novice village didn't hear any system notifications. I get it. Could it be that someone from another novice village achieved the first kill of a level 2 ferocious beast? It seems so. What a pity. This means we'll gain even less reputation. Didn't you realize this is actually good news? This shows that the overall strength of our beginners village is much greater than that of other beginners villages. I still don't get it. Can someone explain it to me? Isn't it obvious? Jiao Hao defeated a level 5 beast and gained prestige, which means no one in any novice village has achieved this feat. In other words, Jiao Hao is now the strongest among all novices. It's truly unbelievable. Jiao Hao is actually the strongest in all novice villages. Does this mean he's the strongest in the world? Based on the current situation, that does seem to be the case. Speaking of which, what exactly is Jiao Hao's talent? A C-level talent shouldn't be this overwhelming, right? Wait, have you noticed a terrifying fact? From start to finish, Jiao Hao never mentioned what his talent is. We've only been guessing that his talent is C-level. That's right. We only know there are 2 people with talents above C-level, but above C-level could mean B, A, or maybe even S-level. I have a chilling theory. Jiao Hao's talent might actually be S-level. Think about it, out of so many people worldwide, there have to be a few who awaken S-level talents, right? Jiao Hao being the one with the fastest progress might really mean he has an S-level talent. Impossible, right? Jiao Hao, that's just too scary. Brothers, think carefully, this is actually a good thing. The stronger Jiao Hao's skills are, the faster our novice village will develop. Exactly. Just like last time during the duel, if Jiao Hao hadn't stepped in, we would have lost. What do you mean? That's right. The more I think about it, the stronger Jiao Hao is, the more we can benefit by following him. Faced with everyone's admiration, Jiao Hao didn't feel much about it. What made him slightly irritable was that, despite the 2% drop rate for a level 5 ferocious beast, he didn't manage to get a treasure chest this time, which was quite unusual. Feeling a bit gloomy, the account continued to search for monsters relentlessly. Descending from the high mountain he was on earlier, there was a vast plain at the foot of the mountain. The trees gradually thinned out, and all he could see was dense green grass. Suddenly, Jiao Hao's footsteps came to a halt. From the distant grass, a faint scent of blood wafted over. He activated his perception skill, cautiously gazing into the distance. Soon, 2 faint green glows appeared in his field of vision. Upon closer inspection, it was not green light but a pair of glowing green eyes. It was a giant wolf over 2 meters long. Its entire body was covered in bluish-gray fur, blending into the grass under the cover of night, making it hard to spot even up close. The giant wolf's eyes glimmered with a piercing cold light, revealing 2 sharp fangs as drool dripped steadily from its mouth. Beast, green-eyed blue wolf. Level 5. Combat power, 12. Really? Characteristics, social, bloodthirsty, ferocious, cunning, adept at using pack hunting tactics. Drop rate, 2%. Looking at the information in front of him, Jiao Hao calmly pulled out the steel bow. Another level 5 ferocious beast. With a 2% drop rate, Jiao Hao refused to believe his luck could always be this bad. He stood on a rock at the foot of the mountain, drawing his bow and aiming steadily at the green-eyed blue wolf in the distance.
distance. The steel bowstring was pulled taut. He adjusted his breathing rhythm, and after confirming he had aimed at the giant wolf's head, he decisively released his fingers. Without hesitation, Jiao grabbed another fine steel-feathered arrow, quickly nocked it, and shot the second arrow. He knew his archery skills were not particularly precise, so he didn't expect to kill with a single shot. With the attribute bonuses provided by the black iron ring, he could enhance his firing speed and agility. Since precision couldn't guarantee victory, he would win with quantity. After shooting 5 arrows in succession, Jiao suddenly dashed forward. Meanwhile, the green-eyed wolf in the distance suddenly changed its movement just as the first arrow was about to reach it. It pounced with astonishing speed and at a bizarre angle. Like a beast crashing to the ground, just as its head was about to hit, it suddenly rolled over. The first steel-tipped arrow shot by Jiao pinned to the ground along the green wolf's body. However, before the wolf could react, the second arrow flew over. 5 consecutive arrows were all dodged by the green-eyed blue wolf. At this moment, Jiao, wielding a horse-slaying saber, charged at the giant wolf at full speed. Just now, he was only a mere 300 meters away from the giant wolf. With the blessing of his speed-enhancing talent, taking advantage of the gap when the giant wolf dodged the arrows, Jiao had already charged in front of it, slashing down fiercely with the horse-cutting blade in his hand. The sharp horse-cutting blade, combined with Jiao's astonishing speed, sliced through the air with a fierce gust. Accompanied by a ferocious roar, the green-eyed blue wolf not only did not evade but instead lunged at Jiao with incredible speed. Astonishingly fast. Only a faint cyan afterimage was left in place. The giant wolf leaped high, like a missile, precise and ferocious, charging straight at Jiao's face, its bloodthirsty jaws snapping fiercely toward his neck. Jiao quickly stepped back to the right, spinning sharply on the spot, while his horse-cutting blade swiftly retracted to defend. The green-eyed wolf sank its sharp fangs fiercely into the blade of the horse-cutting saber. A streak of electric light flashed across the blade, accompanied by a piercing crunching sound that made one's teeth ache. Jiao and the green-eyed wolf shifted past each other and stood facing each other once more. After a round of probing, both sides warily confronted each other. The giant wolf let out a series of strange sounds from its throat, its green glowing eyes fixed on Jiao, filled with cruelty and ferocity. The next moment, the green-eyed wolf launched the first attack, pouncing fiercely at Jiao. This time, it extended both sharp claws, striking fiercely toward Jiao's left and right sides. Jiao did not dodge at all and swung his blade to counter. The horse-cutting blade struck the giant wolf's head directly. A miserable cry echoed as a gash appeared on the blue wolf's head, with blood slowly trickling down. However, to Jiao's surprise, its head only had its flesh cut open, while the bone remained completely unharmed. No wonder it's a copper head, iron back, and tofu waist. He didn't expect this slash to seriously injure his opponent, only to temporarily evade the green-eyed blue wolf's attack. In the next moment, Jiao swung his horse-cutting blade, slashing toward the giant wolf's lower back. The giant wolf fiercely turned around, its sharp claws digging into the ground, nimbly twisting its head and opening its bloody maw to bite Jiao's wrist once again. Extremely ferocious, Jiao secretly praised in his heart. He instantly released his grip on the saber, and the horse-cutting blade, driven by inertia, fiercely struck the body of the green-eyed wolf. At the same time, he quickly retracted his right hand, spun rapidly on the spot, and swung down sharply with his left hand holding a sharp steel dagger. The dagger pierced into the giant wolf's lower abdomen, carving out a blood-soaked line with the momentum. Blood gushed out in torrents. Jiao grabbed the horse-slaying saber embedded in the ground, turned around, and swung it fiercely at the injured giant wolf. As if realizing there was no escape, the green-eyed blue wolf turned around in desperation and let out a long howl toward the sky. This piercing and tragic roar was loud and far-reaching, deafening. At this moment, Jiao's expression suddenly changed. Relying on his enhanced hearing talent, he heard a few responding wolf howls from the distance. Damn it, there are more of them. Jiao swung the horse-cutting blade in his hand fiercely once again. The green-eyed blue wolf dodged awkwardly, but with its severely injured abdomen, it was utterly unable to completely evade Jiao's attack. In the end, it unwillingly collapsed to the ground. A faint blue light glowed on its corpse. Hint: kill the level 5 fierce beast green-eyed blue wolf. Gain psionic value plus 800. Jiao tilted his ear to listen to the movements in the distance, quickly crouched down, placed his hand on the wolf's body, and began recovery and reset. Gain strength plus 2, agility plus 4, constitution plus 1. But to his disappointment, no treasure chest dropped. He casually transformed the giant wolf's corpse into various materials. Then, Jiao quickly drew out his steel bow, cautiously aiming in a certain direction. Over there was a green-eyed blue wolf, the closest to him, charging rapidly. Jiao carefully judged the trajectory of the bluish shadow in the distance, pulled the bowstring to its fullest, and gently released his fingers. The steel arrow instantly pierced through the night. The green-eyed wolf, rushing in at high speed, heard the cries for help from its companion and anxiously dashed over, resembling a streak of green lightning. At that moment, a tiny bright spot suddenly appeared in the air ahead of it. The bright spot suddenly expanded. A fine steel arrowhead instantly pierced through its neck. The green-eyed wolf, moving at high speed, suddenly froze, rolling wildly on the ground with its momentum. After rolling
4 or 5 times, it collapsed heavily and lay motionless.
The powerful penetration of the fine steel arrow directly pierced through its neck. Moreover, the high-speed sprint further enhanced the arrow's penetrating power. Jiao continued to bend his bow and nock an arrow, aiming at a giant wolf in another direction.
What he didn't expect was that the green-eyed wolves, which had previously charged straight like high-speed torpedoes, suddenly changed their course in unison.
2 green-eyed wolves swiftly circled to the left and right, clearly intending to flank and encircle the 3 green-eyed wolves directly in front of Jiao.
At the same time, the 3 green-eyed wolves in front also occasionally changed their running positions, no longer charging in a straight line as before. This scene made Jiao's eyes narrow slightly. The description of the piercing illusions skill mentioned that these green-eyed wolves excel at team hunting and are cunning by nature.
It seems these creatures are quite intelligent.
They even know how to use tactical coordination. Moreover, their ability to adapt in fight is almost on par with an elite army. It seems that the higher the level of the ferocious beasts, the greater the intelligence they display. The previous Firefox could use its charm skill to confuse people's minds,
and now the green-eyed blue wolf can even cooperate with its team and flexibly employ tactics.
It is evident that in future battles, besides assessing the strength of these ferocious beasts, one must also be mindful of their intelligence and cunning, and no longer treat them as brainless wild animals.
Faced with the current situation, Jiao remained completely calm.
Whoosh! A steel bow in hand continuously released arrows, one sharp steel arrow after another shooting out,
aiming solely to disrupt the charge rhythm of the 3 green-eyed wolves.
Whether he could hit or not, Jiao was uncertain. With his archery skills, if it were an ambush on a stationary target, the hit rate would be more reliable.
Like the green-eyed wolf that was just hit, moving along a fixed trajectory, its actions were also easy to predict.
But this erratic movement, darting left and right without any pattern, was nearly impossible to hit with skill alone.
Jiao's arrow shot out continuously, forcing the 3 green-eyed wolves moving at high speed to dodge frequently, which significantly slowed their pace. One unlucky wolf was even hit in the hind leg by Jiao's arrow.
Jiao originally aimed at the one next to it, but missed slightly, and this one happened to be particularly unlucky. Seizing this opportunity, Jiao swung the horse-cutting saber in his hand and quickly charged toward the 3 green-eyed wolves.
He absolutely couldn't let them encircle and trap him.
Otherwise, with their ferocious hunting abilities, he would surely struggle to cope.
The best way is to defeat them one by one.
Before the 2 green-eyed wolves complete their encirclement, take down the 3 in front first, aiming to kill 1 or 2. This will naturally greatly reduce the pressure. Jiao gritted his teeth, pushed off the ground with both feet, and suddenly accelerated. The saber in his hand swung wide and forceful, slashing fiercely at the 3 green-eyed wolves ahead. Seeing Jiao charging forward, one green-eyed wolf suddenly leapt up, opening its bloodthirsty jaws to bite at him. With experience in dealing with green-eyed wolves, Jiao, while moving at high speed, swept the saber downward across the belly of the green-eyed wolf.
Although the green-eyed blue wolf was extremely fast, twisting desperately in the air to dodge, it was still struck in the groin by Jiao's blade. Blood slowly dripped down. The other 2 green-eyed blue wolves charged at Jiao from the front, left, and right.
Jiao turned around on the spot and swung his blade. The blade's light swept through, forcing the 2 giant wolves back. At the same time, he lunged forward toward the injured green-eyed wolf.
Rather than injuring all 10 fingers, it's better to sever one.
As long as he could take down this green-eyed wolf, he would only have to face 2 more.
The green-eyed wolf with the groin injury was noticeably slower in its movements.
Facing Jiao's lightning-fast strike, it knew it was doomed, but this only ignited the ferocity within its body.
The injured giant wolf neither dodged nor flinched, fearlessly pouncing toward Jiao.
Clearly, it wanted to sacrifice itself to buy time for its 2 companions.
Jiao's horse-cutting blade fiercely pierced into the belly of the green-eyed wolf.
But using the momentum of the impact, the wolf still clung tightly to Jiao, its ferocious claws gripping his shoulder firmly.
Sizzle!
Half of Jiao's sleeve was torn off, and the layer of mutated green-eyed azure snakeskin draped over him was shredded to pieces, scattering on the ground like tattered rags. 2 bloody gashes appeared on his shoulder, with blood slowly trickling down. Jiao drew his horse-cutting blade, without turning back, and swung it at the 2 green-eyed azure wolves behind him. He ignored the injury on his shoulder, wielding the horse-cutting saber with one hand while the sharp steel dagger in the other hand struck continuously.
The rhythm of the 2 green-eyed wolves was completely disrupted by Jiao's attacks as they tried to dodge the dagger. Gasping for breath, Jiao swung the horse-cutting saber in his hand and fiercely slashed at the green-eyed wolf closest to him.
The active skill was instantly activated, causing his power to surge explosively.
The Zanmadeo struck with great force and weight, slashing at the lower back of the green-eyed blue wolf, combined with the armor-piercing effect. With a crisp crack sound, half of the green-eyed blue wolf's body instantly shattered. Accompanied by a piercing wail, the green-eyed blue wolf collapsed to the ground, howling in agony.
Jiao clenched his teeth tightly, fiercely twisting the Zanmadeo within the giant wolf's body.
In an instant, the green-eyed wolf's internal organs were torn apart by the blade, and blood spurted out.
Pulling out the horse-cutting saber, Jiao stared fiercely at another green-eyed wolf. At this moment, 2 green-eyed wolves had fallen to the ground, while Jiao Hao himself was in a sorry state, covered in blood.
However, just then, the corners of Jiao Hao's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a smug smile.
A flash of white light passed, and he leveled up. After consecutively killing 3 green-eyed blue wolves, he accumulated 2,400 energy points, enough for him to level up by 1. Hint, level up, current level 7, 304/2800. Obtained, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, health plus 10, constitution plus 10, attribute points plus 5. Accompanied by a pleasant chime, Jiao Hao felt his entire state gradually recovering. Although the bleeding had yet to stop, the fatigue in his body had already dissipated. Looking at the lone green-eyed wolf, Jiao Hao swung his blade down without hesitation.
The green-eyed blue wolf had no intention of fighting and fled desperately in one direction, dragging its tail in a sorry state.
Jiao Hao knew very well that this creature was trying to buy time so its companions could come to its aid. It must be said, the intelligence of ferocious beasts is indeed not low. This was certainly a wise choice. Jiao Hao let out a cold snort, pulled out his steel bow, aimed at the fleeing green-eyed blue wolf, and tightened the bowstring. The steel arrow shot through the air, piercing the night sky. With a muffled thud, the green-eyed wolf collapsed in a sorry state, twitching unwillingly a few times before lying motionless. At such close range, this green-eyed wolf was so focused on escaping that it practically delivered itself to its doom. As the saying goes, you have tactics, I have archery. Meanwhile, the 2 green-eyed wolves that had been closing in from the left and right finally lunged forward. However, at this moment, the companions originally coordinating to surround Jiao Hao had all perished. These 2 green-eyed wolves, after a long-distance charge, rushed forward with immense momentum and rapid speed, seemingly unstoppable. Without hesitation, Jiao Hao allocated all 5 free attribute points from his previous upgrade and the newly acquired 5 attribute points to agility. With the addition of the speed enhancement talent, it directly increases agility by 20 points on the panel. Relying on this explosive speed, Jiao Hao swung the horse-cutting saber,
charging recklessly toward the green-eyed blue wolf on the right.
The horse-cutting saber swung fiercely, and the power surge from Jiao Hao's level up immediately showed its might.
The abdomen of the green-eyed wolf was slashed in half.
Half of its body fell powerlessly to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. At the same time, the immense inertia caused a blood mark to appear on Jiao Hao's abdomen. Gripping the horse-cutting blade tightly, he turned and fixed his gaze firmly on the last lone wolf. Jiao Hao did not hesitate and swung his blade straight down. The green-eyed blue wolf knew it was unlikely to match Jiao Hao, but seeing the tragic fate of its companion while trying to escape, it also understood there was no way to flee, so it unleashed all its ferocity, fighting back with desperate bites. However, after a fierce battle, Jiao Hao became increasingly adept at dealing with the green-eyed blue wolf, accurately strike the opponent's weak points. Soon, the green-eyed wolf was severely injured and dodging everywhere. Accompanied by the sound of the saber piercing its chest, the giant wolf convulsed unwillingly a few times before finally collapsing to the ground. Jiao Hao let out a long breath. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, he still managed to simply bandage his wounds. The moment to reap the spoils has arrived. After slaying 5 ferocious beasts, the green-eyed azure wolves, Jiao Hao secretly hoped to trigger that 2% drop rate. At that moment, a pleasant notification sound rang out. Notification: you have slain the ferocious beast green-eyed azure wolf, triggering an additional drop rate, and obtained black iron treasure chest +1. Listening to the prompt, Jiao Hao's lips curled into a smile. He finally got another treasure chest. If this continues, he might start doubting whether he's truly unlucky. But the surprises weren't over yet. Hint: kill the ferocious beast green-eyed blue wolf, trigger extra drop rate, obtain black iron chest +1. There's another one? Another black iron chest. I wonder if there will be more. However, Jiao Hao waited in place for half a day but never heard that familiar and pleasant system notification sound again, inevitably feeling a bit disappointed. It seems that this time, after killing 5 green-eyed blue wolves, he only obtained 2 black iron treasure chests. No, counting the one that was alone earlier, he actually killed a total of 6. By this calculation, the drop rate of green-eyed blue wolves is quite decent, and his luck isn't too bad either. Jiao Hao, in a great mood, looked at the 2 black iron treasure chests in front of him and couldn't help but rub his hands nervously, ready to open them. It was another moment to test how unlucky he could be. He silently chanted in his heart, please don't let it be those useless things like plasters or strength pills again. Give me some divine weapons, or even cultivation techniques or killer skills would do. He slowly opened the first black iron treasure chest. Obtained blood wolf battle armor +1, wolf hairbrush recipe +1, black iron chest +1. Blood wolf battle armor, tier 2 equipment, defense +1%, 1 point of health can be converted into 1 point of defense, forged from the essence blood of blood wolves. The more essence blood used, the stronger the defense. When equipped, fatal damage will be converted into continuous bleeding damage. Seeing this information, the corners of Jiao Hao's eyes and brows were filled with joy. Good stuff, absolutely good stuff. The armor in front of him is entirely marked with blood-red traces and symbols, resembling a wolf-shaped battle armor. It includes not only a breastplate but also shoulder guards, leg guards, and other accessories. Apart from the hands, almost almost the entire body is covered by armor. The overall design is streamlined like a giant wolf, cool and full of menace. The true value of this blood wolf battle armor lies in its ability to withstand fatal damage and convert it into continuous bleeding. At critical moments, it's like having an extra life, truly a treasure. Such a precious piece of equipment, Jiao naturally put it on immediately. Casually glanced at another item in the treasure chest. Wolf hair brush recipe can be used to craft a high-quality wolf hair brush. The writing ink is even, the wolf hair does not split or shed, and the quality is excellent, capable of improving writing speed. What kind of useless thing is this? Oh well, might as well keep it for now. Even if it's useless, it shouldn't be thrown away casually, it still has some value. Next, Jiao opened the second black iron treasure chest with great anticipation, wondering what good item he might get this time. Slowly opening the treasure chest. Obtained, low-level alchemy furnace +1, black iron chest +1. Seeing the prompt message, Jiao was momentarily stunned. Then he picked up a blackened object in his hand, resembling the fire stoves commonly used in northern rural areas during the 1980s and 1990s. I haven't read much, don't try to fool me. This thing is actually an alchemy furnace? Completely black all over, the material looks like it's made of iron, mixed with some stone. It makes a rather crisp sound when knocked. You call this thing an alchemy furnace? Isn't this appearance way too perfunctory? Jiao used the insight skill to check the details. Alchemy furnace, tier 1 equipment, can be used for alchemy and pill refining, making various medicines. It has good performance, preserves the potency of medicines, and slightly increases the success rate of alchemy. Seeing the description, Jiao's eyes immediately lit up. Ever since obtaining the recipe for the herbal plaster, he had yet to start refining it, mainly because the process of making the dogskin plaster is quite complicated. In addition to preparing various medicinal ingredients, they must also be processed by category. Crushing, grinding, drying, everything has to be done. The most crucial step is the final one, mixing all the ointments, heating, and refining. Cannot be cooked directly with an open flame, professional equipment must be used. Simmer the ointment over a low flame bit by bit to fully release its medicinal properties. Finally, spread it onto dog skin to create a complete dogskin plaster. With this professional medicine refining furnace, Jiao's grand medicine refining endeavor can finally officially begin. As long as you have the dogskin plaster, you no longer need to worry about the risk of injury. On this battlefield of slaughter across the heavens, bleeding and getting injured are everyday occurrences. A slight mistake could mean game over, and there's absolutely no chance to start over here. Previously, Jiao had obtained 2 packs of hemostatic medicine, and the bleeding stopping effect was indeed impressive, but it offers limited help in recovering from injuries. Even so, those medicines are extremely valuable. When he first encountered fierce beasts, they helped him a lot. As the saying goes, even a hero struggles against a pack of hungry wolves. Although Jiao's strength had improved significantly, it was inevitable for him to get injured after battling 6 level 5 fierce beasts in a row. At this moment, the value of good medicine became evident. Thinking of this, Jiao could hardly wait to start refining medicine. He casually reset 2 black iron boxes into iron blocks and also recycled and reset the corpses of several green-eyed wolves. Gained this time, strength +15, agility +20, constitution +5. Apart from that, the remaining 5 wolf corpses can only be dismantled for various pieces of meat, fur, and claws. However, Jiao suddenly remembered that the description of the blood wolf battle armor mentioned that the armor was forged using the essence blood of blood wolves. The more essence blood, the stronger the armor's defense. I wonder if the essence blood of the green-eyed blue wolf would work. Give it a try, it won't hurt. Jiao then attempted to recycle and reset the corpse of a green-eyed wolf at his feet. Recoverable target detected. Recycle wolf blood? Recycle. Obtained, green-eyed blue wolf blood plus 1,800 milliliters. In front of him, a large mass of blood, wrapped in light and constantly surging, appeared. This was the blood of the green-eyed blue wolf. This was just the first step. Jiao continued using recovery and reset to extract the useless components from it. Things like water and impurities were all extracted. Obtained, green-eyed blue wolf concentrated blood plus 300 ml. The 1,800 milliliters of blood, after being concentrated, became extremely viscous, resembling a ruby, with an exceptionally radiant color. Jiao repeatedly performed the process of extraction and resetting. Obtained, green-eyed blue wolf essence blood +1. This massive green-eyed blue wolf only yielded a single drop of essence blood. The utilization rate is indeed somewhat low. Next, Jiao injected this drop of essence blood into his blood wolf battle armor. A red light flashed on the blood wolf armor. Jiao checked the blood wolf armor again and found that its defense had increased by 0.1%. It really works. In other words, as long as 10 points of vital blood are accumulated, the armor's defense can be permanently increased by 1%. The number may seem small, but it's a permanent boost. Moreover, this 1% improvement, when applied to Jiao's immense vitality, is noticeable to the naked eye. However, at this moment, Jiao noticed that the wolf corpse on the ground had completely turned into into a dried-up husk. The blood had drained away, and the flesh had turned into loose tissue. Apart from the bones, the body was nothing but an empty shell. Even the hair is dry and brittle, falling to the ground with a gentle touch. The wolf's skin is wrinkled and shriveled, crumbling into pieces with slight force. As a result, the dried corpse can only be reassembled into some simple claws and bones, which hold little value. However, for Jiao Hao, this is merely a way to convert a bit of flesh into a tangible boost in defense. No matter how you look at it, it's worth it. In short, this move is definitely not a loss. Feeling the hard texture of the blood wolf battle armor against his chest, a strong sense of security welled up. Imagine, if Jiao Hao continuously refined his essence blood in the end, stacking the defense of the blood wolf battle armor to 100% or even higher. Wouldn't that be equivalent to invincibility? Subsequently, Jiao Hao continued to use recovery and reset on the remaining corpses of the green-eyed wolves. However, he also discovered that not all green-eyed wolves could yield 2 drops of essence blood. One of them was the very first one Jiao Hao had killed. Due to severe injuries and excessive blood loss, only 1 drop of essence blood was ultimately extracted. It seems that when hunting green-eyed blue wolves in the future, one must improve their technique and aim for a one-hit kill. It's best to avoid causing too many laceration injuries. Alternatively, one could also purchase green-eyed blue wolf corpses from others. However, given the current strength of others, it's still too naive to think about hunting level 5 ferocious beasts. Especially, green-eyed wolves are social creatures skilled in hunting tactics. Ordinary hunting squads are simply no match for them. As for whether the blood essence can be extracted from ordinary wolf corpses, it's unknown. If possible, more wolf corpses can also be purchased. After dealing with these things, Jiao Hao touched the faintly aching scar on his shoulder. He happened to arrive at the foot of a small hill and sat down beside a large tree. He took out the recently acquired alchemy furnace. Following the recipe for the herbal plaster, he began crafting the first batch of herbal plaster. The ingredients needed for the dog skin plaster are mostly common medicinal herbs, with only one being the Zeroth-grade spiritual herb, blood coagulation grass, while the others are very ordinary. Jiao Hao carefully sorted and processed the medicinal herbs. Only the leaves of the blood coagulation grass were used, leaving out the roots and stems. The Panax noto ginseng was ground into powder. Red peony is roasted and dried. When smashing angelica, add cotinopsis, and mix together. Jiao Hao chiseled a small stone trough on the big rock and used a small wooden hammer to crush bit by bit. Through recycling and resetting, only the medicinal powder is extracted, filtering out the stone debris and soil. If there is no recycling skill, I'm afraid it will need to be sifted again. After all the medicinal ingredients are processed, add an appropriate amount of water and stir slowly. Eventually, all the medicinal ingredients merge into a thick, pitch-black liquid. Pour this liquid into the alchemy furnace and activate the flame operation talent to start heating. Because the control of the flame during the refining process is extremely meticulous, it is necessary to start with a high flame and then switch to a low flame, alternating between gentle and intense heat repeatedly to fully integrate the medicinal properties of various herbs. If one were to simply light a bonfire and place the medicine cauldron on top, it would likely be difficult to control the intensity of the fire precisely. As it was his first attempt at refining medicine, Jiao Hao naturally did not want to end in failure. When the time was up, Jiao Hao withdrew the flame in his hand and opened the medicine cauldron to take a look. Inside, a sticky, crystal-like ointment had formed, appearing semi-gelatinous. A refreshing medicinal fragrance wafted out, and just a single sniff made him feel completely relaxed. Although its appearance was somewhat rough, the aroma was absolutely impeccable. Excitedly, Jiao Hao took out the dog skin he had previously stripped from a wild dog, then picked up a neatly trimmed wooden stick and scooped up a portion of the ointment, spreading it evenly across the dog skin. The ointment had a delicate texture, a glossy black sheen, and a moderate consistency, making it very easy to apply. In no time, the entire dog skin was covered with patches of ointment, both large and small. He picked up a sharp steel dagger and carefully began cutting the ointment off the dog skin bit by bit. Obtained, dog skin plaster plus 25. Dog skin plaster, tier 2 healing medicine. Can treat internal and external injuries. For external use, has excellent hemostatic effects, and can continuously heal wounds after use. Particularly effective for bruises and contusions. Looking at the plaster in front of him, Jiao Hao took off the blood wolf armor and applied the plaster to his freshly injured shoulder. Soon, a warm and cool sensation spread from the wound, and the pain and swelling in his shoulder gradually subsided. Before long, he could move his shoulder freely, and the wound stopped bleeding. This dog skin plaster was truly miraculous. At this moment, the system's pleasant notification sound rang out again. Notification: Jiao Hao from Novice Village number 9527 successfully crafted a medicine, gaining +5 reputation points. This achievement is unique. Notification: Jiao Hao from Novice Village number 9527 successfully crafted dogskin plaster for the first time, gaining +1 reputation point. Notification: all self-made medicines will receive reputation point rewards upon first successful crafting! Exclamation point. Seeing this notification, the
newcomers were instantly thrilled. No way! Jiao Hao is incredible. He was just studying recipes a while ago, and now he's even started making potions. I'm so envious of Jiao Hao. His reputation is skyrocketing like he's using cheats. Exactly, Jiao Hao is simply a jack of all trades, mastering everything. So sad, I even doubt whether he can have children on his own. It seems the dream of having children with Jiao Hao is completely shattered. Gaining reputation points just by crafting different types of medicine for the first time. I'm going to make it big. My talent is medicine mastery, which allows me to identify various herbs and understand their pharmacology. As long as I have enough materials, I can create new formulas. I thought this talent was mediocre, but it unexpectedly received a D-level rating. It seems heaven truly favors me. Brother, your talent is truly amazing. I'm so jealous. Everyone is showing off their talents, but my only talent is getting beaten. Master Jiao Hao, how is the performance of the dogskin plaster you refined? Are you selling it? Bang! Seeing this message, a glimmer of light flashed in Jiao Hao's eyes. Dogskin plaster is a second-tier medicine, and having such a miraculous healing drug at this stage is practically a rebirth. Of course, he would sell it. He had over 20 portions that he couldn't possibly use up, especially since this item could be repeatedly crafted at a very low cost. With this in mind, he immediately put 10 portions of dogskin plaster up for sale in the trading market. Jiao Hao said, dogskin plaster, second-tier medicine, can treat both internal and external injuries, stop bleeding and relieve pain, and is highly effective for bruises and sprains. It can be exchanged for first-tier spiritual fruits, spiritual herbs, or first-tier weapons and equipment. Other special items can also be negotiated. Limited quantity, first come, first served. Although the price seems steep, who would complain about the cost when it can save lives? After all, this item is currently one of a kind. Meanwhile, Jiao Hao posted another message in the group chat. Jiao Hao, long-term acquisition of dog carcasses, whether wild beasts or ferocious beasts. Wild beasts can be exchanged for 1 kilogram of roasted meat, ferocious beasts for 2 kilograms of roasted meat. Boss Jiao Hao has started a new acquisition again. If you want a piece of the action, hurry up. It seems Boss Jiao Hao is buying a large number of dog carcasses to make dogskin plasters. During this time, he's probably focusing on gourmet food and alchemy, and might even be crafting weapons. I strongly suspect that Boss Jiao Hao's awakened talent is related to the life skills category. This person's statement gained the approval of most people, as Jiao Hao's demonstrated abilities in various life skills were indeed quite impressive. But this doesn't make sense. If the boss awakened a life-type talent, how could their level increase so quickly? This is probably what they call a cheat like life. But no matter what, the stronger the boss is, the more beneficial it is for our novice village. Meanwhile, Jiao Hao posted another notification message. Jiao Hao, long-term acquisition of wolf corpses. Wild beasts can be exchanged for 1 kilogram of roasted meat, ferocious beasts for 2 kilograms of roasted meat. The more, the better. No quantity limit. Buying dog corpses is understandable. Surely the big shot wants to make dog skin ointment. But wolf corpses, what on earth are they for? Not sure, but if the big shot is interested, it must be something valuable. Let's not talk too much about it. I need to go hunt down some stray dogs. Any brave brothers out there? Let's team up to hunt the ferocious wild dogs. I found a pack of wild dogs, a total of 6. Are you crazy? Wild dogs are level 1 ferocious beasts. How can they compare to level 2 beasts like stray dogs? Afraid of what? I bought a sharp refined steel dagger from Master Jiao Hao, and I have dogskin ointment on hand. We can definitely take a shot at this. Brother, you're really lucky. The trading conditions for dogskin ointment are pretty high. I happen to get a spiritual herb. It's not much use to me, and I don't dare to eat it, so I just traded it to Master Jiao Hao. In his hands, it can even be used to refine medicine or something. In the future, whenever we find spiritual herbs in the wild, we can trade them with the master for some ointment. With healing ointment in hand, we'll feel more confident when hunting fierce beasts. That's right, killing fierce beasts not only levels you up quickly, but most importantly, there are treasure chests too. At this moment, Jiao Hao was carefully examining that spiritual herb. The quality is quite good. This guy is quite meticulous. When digging, he took the entire root along with the soil, and the soil is still fresh. Heart-connecting grass. This was the same type of spiritual herb Jiao Hao had seen before in the fragment space of the small world. Although this one wasn't as lush as the one in the small world fragment, it was still considered a rather rare spiritual herb. He casually transplanted this spiritual herb into his spiritual treasure pouch. Now, Jiao Hao's spiritual treasure pouch had undergone earth-shattering changes. Upon opening, what came into view was a vast flower garden and herb field. Upon closer inspection, the terrain here was strikingly similar to the area where spiritual herbs grew in the fragmented space of the small world. However, the wide valley was gone, and the sky lacked the bright sun, appearing somewhat gray and hazy. Nevertheless, the spiritual herbs still thrived abundantly here. Jiao Hao sensed the changes in the spiritual treasure bag space with his mental power, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. The space in his Lingbao bag has already been expanded several times. The fragments of the small world extracted
collected back then were directly reset into the Lingbao bag, completing a comprehensive transformation.
Now, calling it a Lingbao bag seems somewhat inappropriate. It's more like a Lingbao space. This Lingbao space is as large as a classroom.
Apart from the area where spiritual herbs were planted, the nearby open space was piled with various items collected by Jiao. These included materials dissected from beasts, steel bows, refined steel arrows, and sharp refined steel daggers, among others.
Moreover, this spiritual treasure space could continue to expand.
As long as Jiao kept reclaiming the storage space in the novice backpack and resetting it into the spiritual treasure space, the area would keep expanding. Although the spiritual herbs and fruits planted by Jiao in the ground cannot perfectly simulate the natural environment like the fragmented space of the small world, nor can they grow rapidly. With the support of the power of the world origin fragment, the spiritual treasure space has also evolved a breath of life. This not only ensures the growth of various plants but also accelerates their growth cycle. It's just that the speed is not as fast as that of the fragmented space of the small world. However, Jiao could still use the essence of plants to accelerate the rapid growth of these plants. The essence of plants is recovered from some worthless spiritual herbs and medicinal materials. Looking at these lush plants, Jiao knew that many of them were the raw materials for crafting beast pills. Unfortunately, despite now having the medicinal materials in the pill furnace, he still lacked the formula for crafting beast pills. Otherwise, he could control beasts as easily as he controlled mummies. Although he lacked the talent to perfectly command beasts like the beast taming sect, he could at least use beast cores to enhance the strength and quality of beasts and ferocious creatures.
Bang!
Just imagine, if Jiao could turn an ordinary, severely injured beast into a ferocious creature and then kill it. The obtained psionic value and attribute rewards are worlds apart.
Phew!
However, Jiao also understood that obtaining the recipe for refining beast pills in the novice village would likely be extremely difficult, so he could only hope that such an opportunity might arise in the future. The sales of the dog skin plaster were quite good. Now, many novices could also obtain spiritual medicine thanks to the doubled resource support in Novice Village 9527. Jiao exited the spirit treasure space and casually checked the current level rankings of Novice Village 9527.
First place, Jiao, level 7. Second place, Li Zhe, level 5. Third place, AI Bei, level 4. Fourth place, Ren Hu, level 4. Fifth place, Zhu Pingfei, level 4. Sixth place, Lei Jun, level 4. 10th place, Lu Peng, level 3.
It seems that during this period, the progress of others has also been quite impressive.
Among the top 10, apart from Jiao's level
7, there has already emerged one level 5 and 4 level 4s. The rest are still at level 3, but they are not far from breaking through. What is even more delightful is that all of the top 100 newcomers have been promoted to level 2, with hardly any level 1 players in sight.
Moreover, among these 100, more than 30 have already advanced to level 3.
Since the last time they won the wager, the attribute rewards and resource allocation have significantly boosted the strength of the newcomers in 9527 Newbie Village, greatly improving their hunting efficiency. Jiao glanced at the chat channel, where even in the late hours of the night, many people were still teaming up for hunts or discussing monster weaknesses and resource distribution. In addition to Jiao selling roasted meat in the trading market, many others were selling raw meat. Although raw meat requires further processing, as long as there is a campfire, hunting
teams can simply roast it.
Despite the difficulty of starting a fire, often relying on primitive methods like rubbing sticks together, it is at least enough to fill their stomachs.
In the wild, everyone takes turns resting to recover their strength.
At this moment, everyone is racing against time to level up, vowing to reach level 10 within 7 days.
No one wants to be eliminated. Just then, an avatar suddenly flashed in the chat channel.
Jiao saw the person and his expression subtly changed. The message was from Lei Jun. Jiao was not unfamiliar with him, young, strong, highly talented, and outstanding in both strategy and tactics.
Lei Jun had once
tried to recruit Jiao, but after witnessing Jiao's strength and seeing him lead the 9527 Novice Village to win a bet, Lei Jun quickly changed his attitude. In the group chat, he often flattered Jiao, appearing very admiring.
Lei Jun said, "Is Jiao here?
Our team just hunted down a level 2 ferocious beast, and a special item resource wager token dropped from the black iron chest." As soon as the news broke, the group chat exploded. Whoa, this resource wager token is really rare. Back then, Hephaestus used this thing to wager with our village, which led to its current glory.
Lei Jun, hurry up and take the token to initiate a bet and win again.
Another resource bet would be awesome. I might get to add more attribute points. If the village's resources surge again, it's not a dream for all of us to collectively reach level 10. But everyone should be cautious. Resource betting is still gambling after all. The risks are high, and losing would be disastrous.
Name, Jiao.
Who said that? With Jiao here, how could we lose? Exactly, Lei Jun. Are you trying to tell Jiao that you want to initiate a wager and make him upgrade quickly? Lei Jun responded, no, the resource wager token has its unique features. I want to use it to make a deal with Jiao. Seeing this, Jiao's curiosity was piqued. Lei
Jun actually held the resource wager token but didn't plan to use it, instead wanting to give it to him. Jiao Hao asked, "How do you want to trade?" Lei Jun replied, "Jiao Hao, are you there? I want to exchange this token for a piece of dog skin ointment. What do you think?" Jiao Hao knew that at this stage, dog skin ointment was extremely tempting to beginners.
Although it was low cost for him, the refining process took too long. It would be more worthwhile to use that time to hunt fierce beasts, so he was unwilling to let the value of the dog skin ointment depreciate easily. After pondering for a moment, Jiao Hao said, "Alright, but you'll have to add the corpse of the level 2 fierce beast you just killed."
Lei Jun readily agreed, "No problem, the body is yours. Thank you, Big Boss Jiao Hao. You're truly righteous." Jiao Hao instructed, "Put the transaction on the market first." Lei Jun immediately replied, "Alright, I'll post it right now." Afterward, Jiao Hao opened the trading channel and saw the resource wager token Lei Jun had posted. This item surprisingly hasn't been traded away by someone else. On one hand, Jiao Hao and Lei Jun had already agreed on the deal in the chat channel, and no one would rashly offend both big shots at the same time. On the other hand, Lei Jun himself didn't keep this resource for betting but instead used it to exchange for a useless remedy. What use would it be to trade it yourself? What's more, the transaction terms blatantly displayed the 4 large characters quack remedy, which ordinary people simply couldn't handle. Before long, Jiao Hao completed the transaction and took out 2 items, a strange token and the corpse of a ferocious beast. The token's material appeared to be on par with the black iron treasure chest, plain and unremarkable, with some peculiar patterns carved on it. Resource wager token, each novice village can refresh 1, usable by the highest level individual. Seeing this, Jiao Hao finally understood why Lei Jun didn't use it himself but sold it to him instead. Turns out he couldn't use it at all. Lei Jun was quite cunning, selling something completely useless to him. However, for Jiao Hao, it didn't matter. The corpse of a level 2 ferocious beast was already enough to offset the cost of exchanging for the dog skin plaster. This resource gambling token is practically a free gift. Hint: the resource gambling token allows you to set your own target, which must be verified and deemed reasonable by the system before it can take effect. Hint: rewards and penalties for the token user are doubled. Please use with caution. Rewards and penalties doubled after failure? Seeing this, Jiao Hao's brows furrowed slightly, his expression complex. In other words, if he lost the gamble, other novices would only lose 20 attribute points, but he, as the token initiator, would lose a full 40 attribute points. Thinking of this, a faint smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Jiao Hao's mouth. No wonder that Haifis, even as a vampire, would use the unspoken rules of the Lighthouse Nation to protect himself after losing a resource gamble. He no longer dares to act as arrogant and domineering as before. A reduction of a full 40 attribute points would severely weaken even a vampire. But then again, if you win, the rewards are also doubled. This doubling is not just about turning 16 base attribute points into 32 points. Even the extra bonus of 20 points will double to 40 points. Together, that's a total of 72 points. This rate of improvement is much faster than killing fierce beasts and recycling corpses. Moreover, after winning the bet, the overall strength of the 9527 novice village will be greatly enhanced. For Jiao Hao, he is already far ahead in the 9527 novice area. The improvement in strength and level of others will not pose any threat to him at all. On the contrary, if the level of the entire novice village increases and resources double, it will be even more beneficial for Jiao Hao. Not only can he obtain resources more easily, but he can also purchase a large amount of supplies from others. For example, many people are currently reluctant to part with their novice daggers and are unwilling to trade them for roasted meat. However, if everyone's strength improves, the value of novice daggers will decrease. Jiao Hao can then acquire a large number of novice daggers at a lower price and reset them into sharp steel daggers. For example, the corpses that others can currently provide are all tier 2 beasts or tier 1 ferocious beasts, and the quantity is scarce. Once the overall strength of the newcomers improves, the number and level of ferocious beast corpses Jiao Hao can obtain will increase significantly. In this way, his strength will undoubtedly improve at a faster pace. Although he has plenty of good items in hand, others simply cannot afford them in the trading market. When the price drops, he suffers a loss. Only when everyone's strength improves and resources become abundant can Jiao Hao's business grow bigger and stronger. Thinking of this, Jiao Hao couldn't wait to start resource betting immediately. Talent. At that moment, notification messages started ringing one after another. Hint: dogskin plaster +1 transaction completed, obtained. Tier 1 equipment +1. Hint: dogskin plaster +1 transaction completed, obtained. Tier 1 spiritual herb +1. 2 more dogskin plasters were traded away. Jiao Hao opened the trading market and casually picked up 2 new items. Moonlight grass, first tier spiritual herb capable of forming faint moonlight around it, accelerating the growth of nearby vegetation. He put away the moonlight grass, planning to transplant it into his spiritual treasure space. As for the equipment, it was a first tier sturdy leather armor. Made from the hide of some unknown beast, it could effectively protect the upper body. But for Jiao Hao, this leather armor was simply incomparable to his blood wolf battle armor. He turned around and put it back on the trading market. Apart from the dogskin plasters, the transaction Jiao Hao had just posted for acquiring dog and wolf corpses was also exceptionally popular. Although there were no high-level corpses, there were quite a few low-level beasts. Jiao Hao casually recycled and reset 2 level 2 wild beasts, earth dogs, and 1 level 1 ferocious beast, a wild dog. Gained, strength +4, agility +5, constitution +3. Afterward, he disassembled the corpses of these beasts, solely to obtain dog skins for further refining dog skin ointments. In addition, dog meat could be used to make roasted meat. Next, Jiao Hao continued to use recovery reset on the 2 level 2 grey wolves. He then extracted the blood from one of the grey wolves for recovery reset. However, this time he was somewhat disappointed. He extracted a full 1,600 milliliters of blood from the wolf but did not obtain a single drop of essence blood. It seems to be because the grey wolf's level is low. After all, it is just an ordinary beast. Jiao Hao was unwilling to give up and continued to reset the corpse of another grey wolf. In the end, there was only a drop of concentrated blood the size of a cherry, resembling a ruby, left beneath the grey wolf. Unfortunately, it still wasn't essence blood. He shook his head, mixed the blood extracted from the 2 grey wolves together, and prepared to recycle and reset it again. Obtained, grey wolf essence blood +1. Jiao Hao's face lit up with joy. As expected, only by mixing the blood of 2 grey wolves can a drop of essence blood be extracted. Compared to ferocious beasts, the yield from grey wolves is indeed much lower. However, as a beast, the grey wolf itself is not very valuable, and its recycling price is also cheaper. Since that's the case, Jiao Hao plans to continue purchasing wolf corpses in large quantities, hoping to achieve a qualitative change through accumulation. He casually reset this drop of essence blood onto his blood wolf battle armor and then disassembled the corpses of several wolves. Holding the wager token, he decided to first notify others in the chat channel and then initiate a resource wager. As for choosing which beginner's village, I plan to decide randomly. At this moment, the cold system prompt sounded again in Shendong's mind. Hint: 5 people in this beginner's village have already reached level 5, needing the conditions to activate the regional chat channel. Ha! Jiao Hao was stunned. What was going on? 5 people had actually reached level 5 in such a short time? No, to be more precise, it should be 3 people, because he and Li Zhe had already reached level 5. Jiao Hao curiously opened the novice village level leaderboard in front of him. First place, Jiao Hao, level 7. Whoosh! Second place, Li Zhe, level 5. Third place, AI Bei, level 5. Fourth place, Ren Hu, level 5. Fifth place, Lei Jun, level 5. Sixth place, Zhu Pingfei, level 4. The levels of others remained unchanged. Only AI Bei, Ren Hu, and Lei Jun advanced to level 5. Lei Jun exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, this is great. I just bought dog skin ointment from Jiao Hao, the big shot, and only then dared to take on level 2 fierce beasts. I just encountered 5 level 2 hyenas in the wild. It was truly thrilling. Luckily, the dog skin ointment came in handy." Ren Hu also said, "I just fought a level 3 fierce beast with Big Boss Li Zhe. I only leveled up because I tanked the damage. If it weren't for the miracle patch, I'd be dead by now. Miracle patch, forever a legend." It seems that Li Zhe and his team went on an expedition, killed high-level fierce beasts, and that's what led to their level up. Squeak squeak. Moreover, Li Zhe probably intentionally allowed Ren Hu and Albedo to accumulate energy points. Lei Jun, on the other hand, leveled up only after obtaining the miracle patch and leading his team to hunt higher-level fierce beasts. After all, the spiritual energy value provided by ferocious beasts is several times that of wild beasts. High investment must yield high returns. In this regard, Jiao Hao was quite pleased, as this would naturally lead to a surge in the sales of the adhesive plasters. At this moment, his attention was fully focused on the newly opened regional chat channel. Tip: speaking in the regional chat channel requires consuming a small horn. 1 small horn can be redeemed for each level gained, and it refreshes the next day. Tip: every 1,000 beginner villages are divided into 1 region. Beginner village number 9527 currently belongs to region 1. Tip: the regional chat channel is now open, connecting to region 1. A single region has 1,000 beginner villages. Assuming 1,000 people per village, doesn't that mean there are 1,000,000 players? Of course, it's also worth considering that many beginner villages aren't fully populated. Jiao Hao eagerly opened the regional channel, only to see various chat messages scrolling rapidly as soon as he entered. In the middle of the night, doesn't anyone sleep? Haha, welcome to Area 1, and greetings to the newcomers from Village 9527. Bang! Oomph, another wave of newcomers. You newcomers, keep a low profile and don't waste the small lobby loudspeakers casually.
You're only the 50th to join, your strength is average, so don't be too arrogant.
Exactly.
You've just joined the regional channel and only have 5 level 5 or above strong players, while our village already has 6 level 5 strong players. Although our village also only has 6 level 5 or above strong players, one of them is already level 6. That's right, let me tell you, it's better to stay low-key and not provoke others in the group, or else the next second a duel challenge will land on your head and teach you a lesson. At this moment, the chat channel was buzzing with heated discussions. When the 9527 novice village first entered the regional channel, it didn't cause much of a stir. Everyone in the 9527 novice village was filled with curiosity about the regional channel, asking all sorts of questions. By the way, which country is your 9527 novice village from? We're all from the Dragon Nation.
Are there any fellow compatriots from the Dragon Nation? It's actually the Dragon Kingdom. Shiba.
Historically, the Dragon Kingdom used to be our vassal state, but now they're always competing with us for various heritages.
Truly shameless.
Exactly, although I also dislike you people from Bangzi country. I hate the Dragon Kingdom people even more in comparison.
Didn't expect the Dragon Kingdom people have already joined the regional channel?
Damn it, if this continues, we from Asin country will be overtaken by the Dragon Kingdom people. People from the Dragon country are all cowards, too weak to be suited for the battlefield here. Seeing the regional channel filled with hostility from other countries toward the Dragon country, Jiao and everyone in Newbie Village 9527 instantly burned with rage. You bunch of guys, what grudge do you have against people from the Dragon country?
Are you crazy? Did Dragon country provoke you? Let me tell you, don't be too arrogant.
There are plenty of people in Dragon country, even if each person spits once, it could drown you. Such childish Dragon country people. You probably don't know, but the 17th Dragon country novice village that entered earlier has already completely lost its qualification.
They're probably almost all dead by now. That's right, that novice village faced 3 wager challenges, each one worse than the last. By now, it's probably nothing but ruins.
Hearing this, the people in novice village 9527 were stunned.
Encountering 3 consecutive gambling challenges and failing all 3 times. What kind of treatment is this? Damn it, what grudge do you have against the people of the Dragon Kingdom? As the countdown ended, the chat channels of both sides successfully merged. The chat channel of 9527 novice village instantly turned into a sea of joy.
I'm dying of laughter, truly dying of laughter.
Exactly. I can only use a smile to express my current mood.
Brothers, let's go check out the chat channel of the third country.
Wait.
Yes, go quickly and enjoy their wonderful performance. Watching the crowd in the channel start to stir things up, Jiao couldn't help but chuckle. These guys are so good at playing around, and at the same time, he was filled with curiosity about the chat channel of the Asin Nation.
In an instant,
as soon as he entered the chat channel of Novice Village 438, he saw the people from the Asin Nation already rambling excitedly.
Jiao's heart trembled.
It has begun, the great Modi Immortal will surely lead us to defeat the people of Dragon Country.
That's right.
Facts have proven that our Asin Nation is the strongest divine nation in the universe, and the conquest of the universe starts with conquering Dragon Country.
This time we will definitely win.
Exactly, this bet is practically a giveaway. Modi the Great is already at level 6 and will soon reach level 8. At this moment, an avatar named Agiel moved.
Agiel, everyone, I am Lord Modi's most loyal servant. Now, Lord Modi needs your help.
Oh, Lord Agiel, please quickly tell us what the Honorable Lord Modi needs us to do.
Agiel, you know that Lord Modi's talent is a divine gift.
As long as there is fresh cow urine and cow dung, Lord Modi can gain immense power.
So I need you to go and find cow urine and cow dung.
Oh, Lord Modi is indeed of noble Brahmin descent. Such talent is simply a divine blessing.
It is my honor to provide fresh cow urine for Lord Modi.
Ajay, to win this duel, Lord Modi will venture into the dangerous area where level 6 beasts reside and challenge a level 6 beast.
1-on-1.
Therefore, you need to enter that forest and help him track the beast's whereabouts so he can hunt it down more quickly. Understood, I will go immediately to help Lord Modi find the beast. Respected Lord Ajarl, I found a large pile of fresh cow dung in the wild, and I now offer it to Lord Modi.
Wait,
you lowly commoner, you filthy untouchable, how dare you think you're worthy of offering cow dung to Lord Modi? Lord Ajarl, I am already a level 4 warrior, I can assist Lord Modi. Oh, Lord Ajarl, please don't listen to his nonsense. Lord Modi is a noble-born Brahmin, and if his cow dung is touched by an untouchable commoner, it would undoubtedly desecrate his nobility and blaspheme the divine gift.
That's right.
No matter how strong the untouchables are, they are still untouchables.
How can Lord Modi enjoy cow dung touched by untouchables?
You despicable scoundrels, we are now in the heavenly slaughter battlefield, where strength reigns supreme. Among those untouchables you speak of, many are top experts on the leaderboard.
Look at the talents we have awakened. How are they any worse than you Brahmins? Exactly. Many of you Brahmins have talents inferior to ours. What does that tell you? When the gods created us, they made us equal to you. Damn it. You untouchables dare to rebel? Kill them. them.
Otherwise, once they grow stronger, they will definitely betray our Asin nation. At this moment, the entire 438 novice village was in an uproar. Just then, Ajay stepped forward once again and said, "Stop arguing. Regardless of your background, you must obey the orders of the great Lord Modi. Don't forget, Lord Modi is a true deity. Alright, I hereby announce that everyone must assist Lord Modi in searching for beasts, but the low-caste untouchables are only allowed to observe and discover the beasts. They must absolutely not touch Lord Modi's prey or the sacred cow dung. Alright, we follow Lord Modi's will." "That's right. I believe Lord Modi will surely lead us to victory. Those poor lowly people, Lord Modi is truly too merciful." The chaos in Novice Village 438 was witnessed by all the people of the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, the chat channel in Novice Village 9527 had an unusually eerie atmosphere. "My goodness, it's over. That Modi old immortal's awakened talent is exceptionally powerful. It's practically a divine gift. As long as he drinks cow urine, his strength skyrockets, and his combat power soars." Yeah, now everyone in Novice Village 428 is helping Modi old immortal find cow urine. This is bad. I'm afraid our Novice Village is doomed to lose. Yeah, it's so scary. What if we lose? Boo-hoo. Ha ha ha. Ha, I'm scared too. Oh no, I can't. My stomach hurts. You guys carry on. That's right, we just became level 5 warriors. We can't compare to them at all. This is it, we're doomed to lose. Yeah, we're done for. Many people are making sad remarks while laughing so hard their stomachs hurt. Lise, don't be pessimistic. Let's all unite and help Jiao, the big boss, so he can level up to 8 as soon as possible. Yes, let's unite. Look at the people in the neighboring 438 novice village. They're all working together to help old immortal Modi find cow urine. Lupeng, what's the use? It's useless. The strength gap between Jiao and old immortal Modi is too big. We're doomed to lose. We might as well level up more while our attribute points haven't been weakened yet, so we don't suffer a huge drop in strength after being exploited. Bang! Renhu, Lu Peng, how can you say something so demoralizing at such a critical moment? Lu Peng, sigh, I'm just telling the truth. Think about it. Even if everyone helps Jiao, so what? Old immortal Modi drinks cow urine and his power skyrockets. No, I need to laugh for a moment first. That's right. Old immortal Modi is practically invincible. Let's just admit defeat. No way, we can't give up. We have to believe in Big Boss Jiao. Jiao looked at the messy conversations in the chat group, his face involuntarily twitching. Swish. This group of guys, each one is a genius, acting so vividly and realistically, completely making things up. There were also all kinds of tense and conflicting plots. If Jiao didn't know the inside story, he might have believed that the 9527 novice village had already descended into chaos. It's likely that at this moment, the people from India secretly watching this scene are laughing so hard they can't close their mouths. At this moment, in the chat channel of Novice Village 438. Haha, guess what I just saw in the opposing Novice Village? Quick, tell us, is there any movement on their side? No, that group has already started to despair, preparing to surrender and just wait for death. They've even started a barbecue bonfire party the next second. Really? I always said those people from Longwa are cowards, and it turns out I was right. Haha, it looks like this will be another easy victory. This time, Modi the Great is sure to win without a doubt. That's right, everyone, I think we can already start celebrating. Power Berserk. Seeing a group of Indians brimming with confidence, beaming with joy, and those 9,527 novice village players secretly watching burst into laughter, their laughter echoing continuously. Oh my god, let me tell you some good news. Lord Modi just encountered a level 6 wild beast, a yellow ox, and harvested a big pile of fresh cow dung and some warm cow urine. Heavens, cow dung and cow urine. That's a blessing from Lord Shiva. I'm so envious of great immortal Modi. That's right, great immortal Modi is truly a real noble, favored by the gods, and well-deserved. Splat. I truly admire Modi the Immortal. Modi the Immortal, boundless in power. Modi the Immortal, boundless in power. At this moment, the entire chat channel of Newbie Village 438 was in an uproar. The Indians were all praising the great Modi the Immortal and that cow dung and cow urine. The crowd let out bursts of envious exclamations. My heavens, if I could just have a taste of that steaming cow dung, maybe in my next life I could be reborn as a noble Brahmin. I would be perfectly content just to catch a whiff of it. At that moment, Ajay's head gently moved. Ajay, everyone, the great Modi the Immortal has already drunk cow urine and eaten fresh cow dung. His power has greatly increased, and he is preparing to hunt the level 6 beast, the grizzly bear, all by himself. Oh my goodness, I truly admire Modi the Immortal. Indeed, Modi the Immortal is the true deity of our Asin nation. Modi the Immortal, boundless magical power. Watching the overly excited and self-absorbed group in the 486 novice village, Jiao held back his laughter and chose to exit the chat channel. It can only be said that the cosmic divine nation Asin is indeed a peculiar one. What was supposed to be a serious wager turned into a lively spectacle thanks to them. Jiao ignored these jokers and continued searching for traces of monsters on the plain. He proceeded in the direction where he had previously encountered
encountered the green-eyed blue wolf. This plain was exceptionally vast, with lush vegetation. Large and small forests were densely scattered throughout. Along the way, Jiao casually killed 2 lone gray wolves. Gray wolves were second-level beasts with low strength, posing no threat to the current Jiao. At this moment, Jiao suddenly stopped in his tracks, frowning slightly in confusion as he wrinkled his nose. A strange sweet aroma wafted into his nostrils, surprisingly enticing. Apart from this sweetness, the air also carried a faint hint of blood. He deduced that this must have been emitted by some kind of large carnivorous beast. After all, ordinary herbivores wouldn't carry such a stench. Jiao continued forward in the direction of the smell, carefully searching. Soon, he heard the sound of a monster moving ahead. Judging by the sound, the monster before him was likely extremely powerful. Just by the sound made during its movement, one could determine that the other party was massive in size. It was absolutely impossible for a small creature to produce such a loud noise. Sure enough, when Jiao arrived at a small hill, with the aid of enhanced vision, he spotted from afar, under a large tree deep in the forest, a colossal beast crouching, a silverback black bear. This black bear's fur is pitch black and shiny, gleaming with an oily luster. A silver streak glimmers across its back. The giant bear has an enormous physique, standing as tall as 6 meters. At this moment, it was rubbing its back continuously against a tree with a diameter of over 1 meter. With each rub, the leaves rustled loudly, and the branches of the tree shook violently. Jiao thought to himself, if this bear exerted just a bit more force, this tree might be directly snapped in half. Such a terrifying giant bear, its explosive strength should not be underestimated. Absolutely not easy to deal with. Jiao used the piercing illusion skill from a distance, locking onto the black bear. Beast, silverback black bear. Level 7. Combat power, 16. Characteristics, brutal and irritable, loves honey, greedy. Talent, strength enhancement, grade F. Skills, drop rate, 4%. Seeing the information in front of him, Jiao was momentarily stunned. This bear's strength was already so terrifying, and it also possessed a talent for strength enhancement. If it clawed at him, he wasn't sure if his blood wolf battle armor could withstand it. However, the good news was that this bear had a 4% drop rate. Similarly, there is also a situation that is both bad news and good news. There is definitely more than one of these silverback gorillas, because the commotion Jiao sensed just now indicated that there were at least 3 such massive creatures nearby. After a careful search, sure enough, not far from this big tree, a massive stone cave faintly appeared on the mountain, resembling a naturally formed cavern. A scent mixed with fragrance and stench wafted out from the cave. Jiao listened carefully and could already discern that there seemed to be 2 silver-backed black bears hiding in the cave. Massive in size and incredibly strong, there were actually 3 such black bears in this area. It seems a strategy to take them down one by one is necessary. Jiao suddenly realized that the fragrance coming from the cave carried a hint of honey sweetness. It is well known that bears love to eat honey, but this bear was not enjoying honey inside the cave. Instead, it was idly bumping into trees outside. Why was it driven out of the cave? Is it a lack of strength? Or is it that the silverback black bear, as a ferocious beast, possesses extremely high intelligence? Even when enjoying honey in its own territory, it won't let itself fall into danger. Instead, it will send companions to stand guard outside. Jiao observed, and the more he watched, the more he felt that the bear's expression revealed irritability and unease. From time to time, it greedily turned its head toward the entrance of the cave, twitching its nose. That blood-red maw filled with sharp jagged teeth occasionally dripped saliva. Thinking of this, Jiao's mind stirred, and he immediately opened the chat channel. Jiao, who has honey on hand? Buying honey, can trade for a piece of tier 1 equipment, first come, first served. Why did Jiao suddenly ask for honey? I don't know, I figured it out. Jiao must have come up with a new barbecue method. I heard that applying honey during grilling can lock in the meat's aroma. I get it now. Jiao was researching a new recipe. These guys really have such vivid imaginations, but it does sound quite reasonable. Might as well give it a try later. Jiao, there's no honey right now, but if you hurry, you can still find some. Just to be clear, the quantity is limited, first come, first served. 1 portion of honey for 1 piece of tier 1 equipment. Big boss Jiao was so generous, going all out just for a treat. Yeah, no wonder Jiao's barbecue smells so good. This is what it means to put your heart into it. I'm done talking, I'm off to find some honey. I have honey. Jiao, I happen to have honey here and I'm willing to trade. Damn, this guy is really lucky. Hee, I accidentally picked up a lump of honey in the wild. I originally planned to have it as a midnight snack, but being able to trade it for a tier 1 piece of equipment is totally worth it. Not long after, Jiao completed a trade with a novice named Wang Erxi. He then took out a sharp steel dagger and exchanged it for a large chunk of golden honey with honeycomb. Although it wasn't as rich and sweet as the honey in the cave, its golden color and quality were still excellent. Jiao walked forward a few steps without revealing any emotion and placed half a piece of honey on the ground. Then he retreated far away to hide behind a small hill, quietly observing. Sure enough, before long, the silver-backed black bear that had been repeatedly ramming the tree stretched out its nose in confusion, sniffing the air. Soon, its eyes sparkled with a bright gleam.
Jiao Hao's lips faintly curled into a smile. Bears are extremely sensitive to the smell of honey and had clearly already detected the honey in the distance. However, this silverback black bear, as massive as a mountain, seemed to think of something, turned its head to look at the cave, and hesitated for a moment. Then it turned around and kept rubbing its back, finally plopping down to sit by a tree. This guy is quite disciplined, actually refusing to leave. Jiao Hao thought to himself, the information said that the silver-backed black bear is extremely greedy. This guy definitely won't be able to resist. Sure enough, before long, the silver-backed black bear irritably rammed the big tree a few times and suddenly stood up, slowly crawling step by step in the direction where Jiao Hao was hiding. He took the bait. Soon, the giant creature moved next to the beehive, but it didn't rush to lick the honey. Instead, it cautiously looked around to ensure there was no danger, before greedily lowering its head and skillfully licking the honey with its tongue, one swipe at a time. Jiao Hao didn't rush to act, deciding to wait until the bear ate a bit more. Wait until it completely lets down its guard, that will be the best time. The silver-backed black bear initially just lowered its head to lick the food, but gradually it simply sat down, holding the beehive with its paws. It raised its head, staring as golden drops of honey flowed into its mouth, even closing its eyes in enjoyment. The steel bowstring of Jiao Hao's iron bow was already tightly drawn, and the black iron ring lightly touched the bowstring. The steel-feathered arrow instantly vanished into the air. Without pausing, Jiao Hao quickly drew his bow and fired continuously. 3 steel-feathered arrows followed closely behind. Shooting 4 steel-feathered arrows in such a short time, Jiao Hao, though physically strong, still felt a slight fatigue. A steel arrow precisely pierced the head of the giant bear that was tilting its head back to drink honey. The arrowhead deeply embedded an inch into its skull. The giant bear let out a painful roar of anger but still clung tightly to the beehive. 3 more steel arrows swiftly flew over, one aimed at the silver-backed black bear's head, while the other 2 targeted its chest. The arrow aimed at the head was dodged as the silver-backed black bear shook its head, grazing its fur and flying past. With a thud, it embedded itself into the branch of a large tree behind. The remaining 2 arrows were deeply embedded in the chest of the silver-backed black bear, with nearly half of the arrow shafts piercing into its body. Despite the extremely severe injuries, the silver-backed black bear did not fall. Instead, it let out an angry roar. The sound made Jiao Hao's eardrums ache sharply. What a loud voice. It's now. The physique is truly abnormal. It still didn't die. Although Jiao Hao's archery failed to hit a vital point, the silver-backed black bear's vitality exceeded his expectations. Jiao Hao stood at a distance and shot another steel-feathered arrow. Whoosh! The silver-backed black bear's massive size made it an excellent target, compensating for Jiao Hao's lack of precision in archery. As long as you aim at its massive belly, the arrow will hardly miss. After being injured, the silver-backed black bear kept twisting its body, waving its huge claws to avoid the continuous rain of arrows. Its claws were thick-skinned and tough, and Jiao Hao saw with his own eyes an arrow strike its paw. The next second, that arrow was slapped to the ground by the bear's paw. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This bear paw is truly terrifying. If struck by such a paw, one might not die but would surely be shattered. At this moment, the silver-backed black bear suddenly seemed drunk, swaying unsteadily on its feet. The corner of Jiao Hao's mouth curled into a cold smile. Do you really think the honey I bought with first-tier equipment is free to eat? Bang! In this honey, which the silver-backed black bear has almost finished drinking, he had already secretly added the venom sac he recovered from the scorpion. Now it's finally starting to take effect. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the silver-backed black bear unwillingly collapsed to the ground, its body twitching unconsciously. It looks like it won't live much longer. Roar! At the same time, that scream also alerted the other 2 silver-backed black bears in the cave. In Jiao Hao's perception, he could clearly hear the 2 silver-backed black bears letting out angry roars. Even from a great distance, the sound was still deafening. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They were rushing over as well. Jiao Hao quickly walked up to the fallen silver-backed black bear and thrust the horse-cutting saber fiercely into its heart. The silver-backed black bear completely stopped struggling. A blue light surged into Jiao Hao's body. Hint: you have slain the level 7 ferocious beast, silver-backed black bear. Obtained, psychic energy plus 1100. At the same time, a notification sound echoed in the minds of everyone in the novice village. Notification: novice village number 9527 Jiao Hao has slain a level 7 ferocious beast, the silverback black bear, and gained reputation plus 2. Notification: slaying the level 7 ferocious beast, the silverback black bear, triggered a drop rate and obtained black iron treasure chest plus 1. Roar! Jiao Hao ignored everything else and quickly placed his hand on the silverbacked black bear. Acquired, strength plus 6, agility plus 1, constitution plus 2. It seems the silverbacked black bear is indeed powerful, but its agility is not high. Continue using the recycle reset function. Obtained, sharp bear claw plus 4. Obtained, tough bear hide plus 1. Obtained, sharp bear tooth plus 12. Obtained, animal fat plus 2 kilograms. Obtained, meat toxins removed plus 10 kilograms. Whoosh! Obtained, silver-backed black bear gallbladder plus 1. Without taking time to examine these gains closely, Jiao Hao Hao quickly stored all the materials in the lingbao space. At this moment, he could even feel the vibrations from the ground caused by the two silver-backed black bears running at high speed. Taking a deep breath, Jiao Hao quickly opened the black iron treasure chest, hoping there would be treasures inside to enhance his combat power. Obtained, swift shoes +1. Obtained, black iron chest +1. Obtained, basic trap recipe +1. Swift shoes, tier 2 equipment, greatly increases movement speed when equipped, swift as the wind, movement speed increased by 50%, movement speed increased by 100% when out of combat. This is truly an excellent item. Jiao Hao already possesses speed-enhancing attributes, and with the addition of the swift shoes, the silver-backed black bear with low speed and agility attributes simply cannot catch up to him. Without a second thought, he directly put on the swift shoes. As soon as the pale yellow swift shoes were worn, an invisible force tightly enveloped his feet. Exceptionally comfortable, the soles of his feet seemed to step on a soft cloud of air, and his whole body instantly felt light. That weightless sensation made him feel almost as if he were about to float. At this moment, two other silver-backed black bears also arrived. They looked at Jiao Hao in the distance and the scattered arrows and bloodstains in the forest, clearly sensing something unusual. The large and small silver-backed black bears roared angrily and charged madly at Jiao Hao, their eyes gleaming with ferocious red light. One silver-backed black bear leaped fiercely, swinging its massive paw and pouncing hard at Jiao Hao. Jiao Hao stomped on his swift shoes, rapidly retreating. Like a shadow, he instantly vanished from his original spot. The place where Jiao Hao had just been standing saw a towering tree, 2 meters thick, snapped in half, with soil and grass debris scattering everywhere. What immense strength! Could it be the result of taking a power pill? Jiao Hao couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had used tactics to kill the silver-backed black bear earlier, tricking it into swallowing poison honey. Otherwise, in a head-on fight, he wouldn't have stood a chance. The two enraged silver-backed black bears saw Jiao Hao easily dodge their attacks and then stand at a distance, watching them with interest. Anger flashed in their eyes. They roared furiously, shaking their heads in agitation. One on the left, one on the right, they charged at Jiao Hao once again in a frenzy. Bang! Bang bang! Exclamation point! The sound of trees breaking echoed continuously through the forest, accompanied by the heavy footsteps of a giant bear running. Two massive silverback black bears rampaged like two out-of-control tanks, leaving no tree intact in their path. One giant bear suddenly appeared in front of Jiao Hao, swinging its enormous paw for a fierce strike. The bear's paw was as large as a wash basin. If it hit, Jiao Hao's head would likely be doomed. Jiao Hao's swift shoes exerted force, allowing him to easily dodge with two consecutive sidesteps. The giant paw missed, smashing into the ground and sending up a spray of grass and dirt. Seizing the moment when the giant bear's attack missed, Jiao Hao dashed forward in a single bound. The Zamadeo swung in an arc, slashing straight at the silver-backed black bear's head. The silver-backed black bear instinctively extended its giant paw in an attempt to block. But Jiao Hao's move was just a feint. In the next moment, the horse-cutting saber drew an arc, a flash of cold light. The blade sliced through the bear's chest, blood splattering everywhere. Before the other silver-backed black bear could catch up, Jiao Hao had already swiftly retreated, hiding behind a large tree, quietly observing. He previously deduced from the lethality of the steel-feathered arrow that the black bear's head was extremely hard and had astonishing defense. Striking its head with a blade might not necessarily deliver a fatal blow. On the contrary, its chest had weaker defenses and was easier to penetrate. The silver-backed black bear with a knife wound in its chest was bleeding profusely, yet it showed no impact on its combat ability. This injury seems to have triggered its even more ferocious brutality. Roar! The injured silver-backed black bear roared and charged at Jiao Hao once again. It was completely enraged, its eyes bloodshot and fur bristling. But Jiao Hao had no intention of confronting head-on. Relying on the speed advantage of his swift shoes, he kept retreating. Faced with the silver-backed black bear charging at him, Jiao Hao understood that at this moment, he could only retreat and kite it, waiting for its acceleration skill to wear off before counterattacking. At this moment, he felt like he was playing as Frost Mage against Volibear, kite first, then finish it off. Jiao Hao moved nimbly, weaving effortlessly through the forest, easily evading the pursuit of the two enraged silver-backed black bears. Seeing Jiao Hao sprinting towards the small hill outside the forest without looking back, the two silver-backed black bears were completely consumed by rage, relentlessly chasing after him. The terrain of this dense forest was extremely disadvantageous for them to launch an attack. Their massive bodies were quickly obstructed by the trees in their path. In their pursuit of Jiao Hao, the two furious beasts frantically rammed into the trees along the way, causing them to crash to the ground with cracking sounds. Just as they barely broke out of the dense forest, they found Jiao Hao already standing on the distant hill, the string of his steel bow pulled taut. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! One after another, steel-tipped arrows swiftly shot out. Two silver-backed black bears had just burst out of the forest, completely unprepared and unwary, only to be met with a torrential rain of arrows. They dodged clumsily, thud, squelch. Several steel-tipped arrows struck their bodies with precision. Although these arrows left wounds on their bodies, they were not enough to deliver a fatal blow. Two silver-backed black bears were covered in arrows, yet they still charged fearlessly toward the small hill where Jiao Hao stood. At this moment, Jiao Hao felt like a cheat mode scraping master. The damage he dealt was just too insignificant. Just as the silver-backed black bears were about to reach the hill, Jiao Hao put away his steel bow, leapt into the air, and swiftly jumped off the hill, sprinting toward the depths of the dense forest.
Didn't see that coming, did you? I've activated ghost steps.
The ghostly step begins, making the figure hard to catch.
Positioning. What are you doing with your hands?
Oh ho ho ho, this is truly frustrating. Jiao Hao sprinted while constantly turning around, waving his middle finger to provoke the two silver-backed black bears.
The silver-backed black bear did not understand what the gesture meant,
but it undoubtedly felt his provocation and couldn't help roaring as it chased more aggressively.
At this moment, both silver-backed black bears were injured.
Although their skin was thick and tough, they were losing a significant amount of blood. Moreover, the high-speed running caused their wounds to tear further, accelerating blood loss, and their stamina began to gradually decline. Not long after, Jiao Hao heard the increasingly labored breathing of the silver-backed black bears behind him, panting heavily.
Chased frantically for a while, the two silver-backed black bears finally realized that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up with Jiao Hao.
At the same time, the loss of blood gradually brought them back to their senses, no longer blinded by rage. Thus, they stopped pursuing and instead retreated back to their cave, back to back, and together.
However, Jiao Hao would never let them off so easily. What exactly is kite tactics?
Simply running away, isn't it? Now is when the true torment of kite tactics begins. After a long chase, the stamina of these two giant beasts has finally been drained. The moment of harvest has arrived. Swish swish, Jiao Hao's figure kept darting, shuttling through the dense forest, gradually closing in on the two silver-backed black bears. Once within the range of the steel bow, he drew the bow and knocked an arrow. One by one, the finely crafted steel arrows shot precisely toward the silver-backed black bears. The two massive silver-backed black bears, even against Jiao Hao's amateur archery skills, found it difficult to evade. Physical strength declined, excessive blood loss, they felt the piercing pain of arrows penetrating their bodies, letting out unwilling and furious roars. Their rage was ignited once again, madly charging toward Jiao Hao. However, Jiao Hao once again put away his steel bow, repeating the previous rhythm of escape, continuously weaving deeper into the dense forest. The two silver-backed black bears huffed and puffed as they chased for half a day, their legs trembling with exhaustion, panting heavily.
This is the downside of not attacking and only fighting a war of attrition.
You must understand, these two silverback black bears have massive bodies, and their energy consumption during movement is extremely high.
Continuous running like this places a tremendous burden on their hearts.
Now that they are seriously injured, their stamina is gradually running out. Just as the two silver-backed black bears sat down to rest, several steel-tipped arrows shot from afar, hitting the two silver-backed black bears directly. As long as you chase, I'll run. If you run, I'll chase. The two silver-backed black bears completely gave up the chase. Although they are ferocious beasts, they are not stupid. If they kept chasing, they would have died of exhaustion long before this damned human could make a move. Roar! Roar! The two silver-backed black bears stood back to back, pressing against each other, waving their massive paws desperately to dodge the steel-tipped arrows shot from afar. Boom! As the last steel-tipped arrow was fired, Jiao Hao's quiver was finally empty. Swish! Somewhat reluctantly putting away the steel bow, Jiao Hao pulled out his horse-cutting blade. You think I'm Master AI, who does scraping therapy, but in fact, I'm the ruthless old Nua who harvests the wounded. Rumble! Jiao Hao gripped the horse-cutting blade and charged fiercely at the two silver-backed black bears sitting in place. With this strike, Jiao Hao once again swung the horse-cutting blade forcefully, aiming straight for the head of one giant bear. This silverback black bear is the one that was previously struck in the chest by Jiao Hao. It seemed to believe that Jiao Hao's attack was just a feint and was confident that its head was tough enough, completely unafraid. Roar! Roar! So it didn't dodge or evade at all, and its massive paw swung fiercely toward Jiao Hao. Crack! However, in the very next second, the Zanmadeo traced a beautiful arc in the air. The berserk strength talent skill activated. Boom! In an instant, Jiao Hao's strength surged to its peak. The Zanmadeo slashed fiercely across the silver-backed black bear's head, sending the massive bear head flying high. Swish! Take this, my guillotine. Suya's flying strike. The massive body of the silver-backed black bear crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Swish! The other injured silver-backed black bear shuddered in fear upon seeing its companion's head chopped off in a single strike. Couldn't bother to fight Jiao Hao, turned around and fled. However, its movements were already slow, and now its strength was at its limit due to injuries. How could it outrun Jiao Hao? Splat! Jiao Hao rushed forward and slashed down fiercely. Guillotine. Massacre all around. Merciless saber slash. Before long, the severely injured silverbacked black bear, as its blood continued to flow, gradually became unsteady on its feet. Its massive body collapsed heavily to the ground. Jiao Hao swung the horse-cutting saber once again. Whoosh! The silver-backed black bear ceased all its struggles. Accompanied by a trace of blue light entering Jiao Hao's body, a beam of white light flashed on him. In an instant, the stamina Jiao Hao had expended during continuous running and fighting was rapidly restored. A comfortable feeling surged through the entire body.
money. This is the change brought by leveling up. Hint, level up, current level 8, 304/3600. Gained, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, health plus 10, constitution plus 10, attribute points plus 5. Meanwhile, a message came through on the chat channel of Novice Village 438. Ajay, my compatriots, let me share some exciting news with you. Lord Modi has just single-handedly defeated the powerful level 6 beast, the Grey Bear, and has now risen to level 7. Our victory is just around the corner. That's amazing. I always knew Old Immortal Modi is the true invincible deity. Old Immortal Modi is so great. He is the one and only true god of our Asen nation. Immortal Modi, boundless magical power. Friends, let's sing and dance together to celebrate Lord Modi's victory to the fullest. So cold, I'm playing with mud in the northeast. Although the northeast isn't big, I still don't have a home in Dalian. So cold, I'm playing with mud in the northeast. Although the northeast isn't big, I still don't have a home in Dalian. At the same time, in the chat channel of Area 1. Haha, we in Asen country have already started celebrating the victory of Great Modi with dance. You cowards from Dragon country can just wait for the punishment of failure. Our Great Modi has already reached level 7. Victory is within reach. It seems this Modi is truly an opponent not to be underestimated. Lei Jun, stop dreaming, everyone. In our village, Big Boss Xiao was already at level 7 when the bet started. Do you still think you can win? Renhu, that's right. I bet Big Boss Xiao is almost level 8 by now. No need to pretend anymore, huh? Seriously. Are you Dragon country people out of your minds? If you lose, just admit it. Exactly, these Dragon country people are the most hypocritical, always saving face. Even when they lose, they have to deceive themselves. At this moment, a prompt simultaneously echoed in the minds of everyone in 438 Newtown Village and 9527 Novice Village. Prompt, Jiao from 9527 Novice Village has reached level 8, and 9527 Novice Village has won the resource wager. Prompt, Jiao has received a reward of 20 attribute points and a bronze treasure chest ×1. Meanwhile, in the 438 chat channel, the Asens were singing and dancing, filled with joy and excitement. How cold it is, I'm playing with mud in the northeast. Although the northeast isn't big, I still don't have a home in Dalian. Everyone sang and danced joyfully, swaying their heads smugly, imagining the victory of the Immortal Modi. They would gain attribute point boosts amidst laughter and cheer. Could there be anything more delightful than this? Astonishingly fast. At that moment, a cold, piercing alert sound suddenly rang out. Hint, Novice Village 9527 Jiao has leveled up to level 8. Novice Village 438 resource wager failed. Hint, all members of Novice Village 438 lose 20 free attribute points. Hint, all resources in Novice Village 438 are halved. In an instant, the dancing and singing group of Asens froze. A person frantically twisting their body suddenly lost control and fell to the ground with a thud, staring blankly at the notification message, their eyes vacant and lifeless. The next second, everyone finally reacted, and the entire chat channel was instantly filled with wails. At the same time, beams of black light descended from the sky, shining on those people. Their physical attributes were instantly and mercilessly reduced by 20 free attribute points. Countless people began cursing and crying, their hearts filled with confusion. Why? Just a second ago, they were singing and dancing, envisioning the glory of winning the resource gamble, only to experience such a devastating blow, falling from heaven to hell in the next moment? Didn't they say that the Great Modi was a man blessed by the gods? He even drank steaming cow dung. Why would he still lose? At the same time, the entire land of the 438 Novice Village rumbled and shook. One mountain peak after another suddenly disappeared. Various resources underwent mutations, and the streams gradually dried up. The once lush and verdant grasslands also began to grow sparse and desolate, as if ravaged by a massive hurricane. Why? Why is this happening? I absolutely refuse to believe it. This must be fake, a dream. Impossible. Modi the Immortal has boundless power. How could he lose? Stop mentioning Modi the Immortal, that fraud. He selfishly tricked us out of our fresh cow dung. You lowly commoner, how dare you slander the great Modi the Immortal? You're the lowly one. I've awakened a D-level talent and am ready to kill you tyrannical bastards who lord over us every day. That's right, this is the battlefield of slaughter across the heavens, not Blue Star anymore. We must rise up and resist. At the same time, in Novice Village 9527, white light descended one by one upon everyone, and everyone received a reward of 16 free attribute points. Haha, this is great. I got attribute points again. This time I'll put them all into spirit to enhance my mental power. Awesome, I got 16 attribute points for free. This feels amazing. I hope there are more rewards like this. But why did Village 438 lose 20 attribute points, while we only got 16 points? Where did the extra attribute points go? Bro, you don't think the system's welfare and reward attribute points just appear out of thin air, do you? Whoa, the more I think about it, the scarier it gets. Impossible? The system is still short of those attribute points? It's not really about lacking money. It's like how a country can print money whenever it wants, but money can't be issued recklessly. Similarly, Basically, the system can't produce attribute points infinitely without reason. Using this method to maintain a balance of income and expenditure is actually quite a common practice. In short, just one sentence: follow Big Boss Jiao, and you'll have meat to eat every day. That's right, Big Boss Jiao is truly amazing. Jiao paid no attention to the group of imaginative individuals in the chat channel. At this moment, he was standing beside the corpses of 2 silver-backed black bears, feeling his attribute points continuously increasing. Whoosh, whoosh, one beam of white light after another merged into his body. Obtained, free attribute points plus 16. Obtained, free attribute points plus 20. Faced with these attribute points, Jiao did not hesitate and began to distribute them evenly. Strength plus 10, agility plus 10, constitution plus 20, with the remaining 6 points added to the spirit attribute. At this moment, a bronze treasure chest slowly appeared in front of him. He witnessed the dramatic changes in the surrounding environment, with the ground splitting, mountains cracking, and golden light shining in the sky. Trees, minerals, spiritual herbs, and wild beasts emerged one after another. Jiao crouched down and once again retrieved and reset the corpses of the 2 silver-backed black bears he had just killed. Obtained, strength plus 12, agility plus 2, constitution plus 8. Subsequently, he disassembled and reset the 2 silverback black bear corpses. Obtained, sharp bear claws plus 8. Obtained, tough bear hide plus 2. Obtained, sharp bear teeth plus 24. Obtained, animal fat plus 10 kg. Obtained, meat plus 400 kg. Obtained, silverback black bear gallbladder plus 2. It must be said, the yield from the silverback black bear is quite substantial. 2 bears actually brought a total of 400 kilograms of meat. This is after automatically removing the inedible parts. With the current strength of others, killing a silver-backed black bear for its meat is practically a free gift. As for the bear gallbladder of the silver-backed black bear, its special effects are unknown. Gall of the silverback black bear, produced by the silverback black bear, it has detoxifying and vision-enhancing effects. After consumption, it increases mental attributes by 5 points, making it an extremely precious medicinal material. Whoosh, whoosh. Although consuming it directly can also enhance mental attributes, Jiao does not plan to take it immediately. After all, bear gall is incredibly rare, and using it for alchemy can yield the greatest benefits. Moreover, crafting medicine can also increase his reputation points, making it a win-win situation. He stored the bear bile and other materials together in the spiritual treasure space. It was only at this moment that Jiao found time to check his current attributes, which displayed as level 8, 304/3600, strength 501, D-level strength berserk times 3, agility 453, grade D speed berserk times 3, constitution 340, grade E constitution enhancement times 2, spirit 228, attribute points 10, talent, recycling reset, SSS level, planting, SSS level, enhanced hearing, F level, enhanced vision, E level, enhanced smell, F level, enhanced charm, F level, flame control, D level, combat power 22, bang, reputation 25. This time, Jiao's strength has been greatly improved, with his level raised to level 8, just one step away from level 10. With his strength, as long as he keeps killing high-level fierce beasts, he might reach level 10 within a day or two. At this moment, he is not at all worried about being eliminated by the system. Not only Jiao, but almost no one in the entire 9527 novice village is worried about failing to reach level 10 within 7 days and being eliminated. Everyone is filled with boundless confidence about the future. After 2 consecutive victories in the wager, everyone in 9527 novice village received a bonus of 32 attribute points. In addition, the village's resources doubled, with an abundance of beasts, herbs, spiritual plants, and mineral deposits. Even those who once felt despair and dared not take risks are now eagerly venturing into the wild to hunt beasts. After all, no one is willing to wait for death. With hope in sight, everyone wants to fight for a chance. Originally in 9527 novice village, some newcomers with weak or peculiar talents that were not conducive to combat now rely on the support of attribute points to make up for their lack of combat power. As long as they team up with the main group, their level can steadily increase. Perhaps a bit slower, but reaching level 10 is by no means difficult. Nowadays, the 9527 novice village is teeming with beasts. As long as one doesn't venture into the extremely dangerous wilderness, hunting beasts is enough to gain spiritual energy points. Splat! Jiao looked around with satisfaction and couldn't help but sigh. The luck of the 9527 novice village is truly rare. Each novice village has only one precious gambling token, yet the 9527 village has encountered such good fortune twice in a row. Such a good thing, where else could it be found? He couldn't help but secretly wonder if the unlucky Modi was regretting stepping forward back then. At this moment, in a dense forest within the 438 novice village, a person was kneeling dumbfounded beside the corpse of a grizzly bear, holding cow dung in their hands. His body was covered in cow dung, smeared all over in a bizarre manner, making him appear particularly mysterious. This man had a white, long beard, an ethereal
ethereal demeanor, a glowing complexion, and a divine-like presence. Swish! But at this moment, his eyes were vacant, and he muttered to himself in disbelief. Lost? I actually lost. He couldn't accept this fact. Just now, a black beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, instantly deducting a full 40 free attribute points from him. As the initiator of the wager token, the rewards and penalties are doubled. Losing 40 attribute points is equivalent to directly losing the attribute bonuses of 4 levels. Boom! He is the so-called first immortal of the universe's strongest nation, the true god-gifted being Old Immortal Modi. At this moment, Old Immortal Modi stared in horror as the forest, grasslands, flowers, and minerals before him vanished in large swathes. Even the distant hills mysteriously shrank by half. This is precisely the punishment of having resources in Novice Village 438. The painful price of losing a bet. It's over, it's all over, Lord Modi. Our resources have been halved, and everyone has fallen into madness and despair. The voice came from his most loyal servant, Ajay. Modi clenched the cow dung in his hand tightly, roaring in unwillingness. I don't believe it. How could we lose to the people of the Dragon Kingdom? Agiel said eagerly, Lord Modi, it was the people of the Dragon Kingdom who tricked us. That Jiao was already at level 7 when the bet started. What? Jiao? Damn it. No wonder I set the wager at level 7, and the system deemed it unreasonable. And when I set the wager at level 8, the system prompted that the bet was unfair to one party. Should the wager be confirmed? I thought it was because the Dragon Kingdom's level was too low, making it unfair to them. I never expected that the unfairness the system referred to was actually against us. Ah, damn Longwa people. At this moment, Old Immortal Modi was filled with regret. Why didn't I think of it back then? I was really careless. A Jarl said anxiously, my lord, what should we do now? Everyone's attribute points have been reduced by a full 20 points, and many people can't even reach level 10. What's worse is that most of them are high-caste Brahmins, whose levels were originally below level 2. On the other hand, those untouchables are used to hardship and have been constantly leveling up and hunting beasts from the very beginning. Now those untouchables have high talent and strong abilities. If this continues, we might not be able to suppress them. Modi's eyes were bloodshot as he said coldly, don't panic. We need to divert the conflict and incite everyone's hatred towards the people of the Dragon Kingdom. They must not resent me, nor the high caste people. Everyone must understand that today's suffering and humiliation were all brought by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, Lord Modi, I will follow your instructions and make everyone hate the people of the Dragon Kingdom. But hatred alone won't solve the problem. Modi gritted his teeth and said, those people from the Dragon Kingdom ruined everything for me. I will never let them go. I will have my revenge. I must have my revenge. But Lord Modi, how should we take our revenge? Go to Channel 1 in the regional area. There are many powerful beginner villages belonging to our democratic country. Although the three-country alliance has been defeated, democracy has not yet lost. Let other countries help us take revenge. That's great, Lord Modi. I'll head to the regional channel right away to find the beginner villages of Great Britain and the Great Lighthouse country. They will definitely help us deal with the Dragon country. Exactly. We are all democratic countries. Mother Britain will not stand idly by. Meanwhile, in the chat channel of Regional Area 1, the beginner villages of multiple countries such as the Lighthouse country, Sakura country, Maple Leaf country, South Stick country, and Great Britain were already in a heated argument. Don't be too arrogant. To tell you the truth, Dragon Kingdom has already won the bet. If you keep talking nonsense, when the betting order arrives, you'll regret it too late. That's right. Don't think you can be so smug now. The reckoning won't spare you in the future. Ha, you people from Dragon Kingdom just love to deceive yourselves. The people of Asen country are already singing and dancing to celebrate their victory, and you're still pretending to be clueless. Exactly. That guy named Ajay even said earlier that Modi from Asen country is already at level 7, and victory is just around the corner. Really love Asen's singing and dancing. It seems like they can dance anytime and anywhere. I really want to go and see it. Samaida. Watching these people blatantly mock the people of the Dragon Kingdom while flattering Asen, the Dragon Kingdom people from Novice Villages 71 and 81 couldn't help but fight back. At this moment, 3 more Novice Villages joined the Channel 1 area. Among them, Novice Villages 71 and 81 are entirely from the Dragon Kingdom faction. The people from Village 81 are so arrogant as soon as they arrive. Can't they be a bit more low-key? Let me tell you, Village 9527's newbie village got targeted because they were too arrogant. That's right. If Village 81 keeps being so arrogant, we'll have a wager match too, and once your attribute points are all gone, you'll regret it. Brothers from Village 81, don't be afraid. These guys refuse to believe it, but our village's Jiao has already won the wager match. Those people from Asen country are crying their eyes out right now. The brothers from Village 9527 are amazing. They set a great example for us. Don't worry, our village isn't weak either. If these guys don't know their place, we'll arrange a wager match for them too. Ha ha ha. Bold. As expected of my fellow dragon countrymen. You two villages can rest assured. We also have wager tokens in hand. Damn
Damn it, these dragon country people are too arrogant.
Don't worry, after we allocate the attribute points, we'll be the first to challenge them to a wager match. We'll make sure to crush these dragon country novice villages into the ground.
That's right, once you've had enough fun, we'll bet against them one by one, so these guys can't stay arrogant anymore. At this moment, Ajay entered the regional channel, his avatar flashing. Ajay, we lost. Our India team's bet was lost.
As soon as these words came out, the entire scene was utterly shocked.
Who lost? Did Asen lose? Impossible. As powerful as Modi the Immortal, he actually lost to the cowardly people of the Dragon Kingdom? How is it possible? The entire regional chat channel exploded. Oh my god, what happened? The duel just started and Modi already admitted defeat? Only an hour in, and the bet is over? Ajarl, are you messing with us? Ajarl, I'm not joking, we really lost.
Everyone in our village had 20 attribute points deducted, resources halved, and everyone in the village is crying.
Asaba, can someone tell me what's going on? Is the dragon country really that strong, Sumita? Baka.
Useless Modi, he should commit suicide to apologize, this foolish guy.
Oh my god, this is such frustrating news. Beginner village number 71, haha, well done, the dragon country people finally won. Newbie village number 81, this feels amazing, it's so uplifting. Ajay, dear allies, this failure has caused severe losses to our Asen nation. I'm afraid many people won't pass the newbie assessment. Those damned dragon nation.
People dared to make such a wager against the great democratic nation. This is a trampling on democracy, an exploitation of freedom, and we must take revenge. At that moment, old immortal Modi also joined the regional channel. Modi, 438 friends, even if you feel no sympathy for the plight of newbie village 438, please think carefully. The resources of newbie village 9527 have doubled, and everyone's attributes have skyrocketed. Their strength will grow rapidly and only become stronger. Is this really something you want to see? My god, if those people from Dragon Country keep getting stronger and developing so quickly, that's really bad news.
Baka, this is absolutely unacceptable.
On Blue Star, we are suppressed by Blue Star, and even on the killing battlefield, we are still being dominated by them.
Shiba,
I just remembered the fear of being dominated by the people from Dragon Country.
I absolutely don't want to see this happen.
Modi, 438, that's right. Now while they haven't fully grown, we should initiate a wager order to weaken their attribute points, reduce their resources, and make them weaker and weaker. However, at this moment, a Brit named William stepped forward.
William, 11 Modi. Who exactly defeated you? How did you lose so quickly?
Modi, 438, it was a guy named Jiao. He used tricks to win the bet. Before the duel even started, he was already at level 7, which is why I lost so quickly.
William, 11 what? Are you sure? What level of talent does Jiao have to level up so fast?
Modi, 438, respected Sir William, I know you are a knight of justice with an awakened A-level talent. This Jiao might also be A-level and will surely become your strong rival in the future. You must take action to stop him from growing stronger.
William, 11, but I've only just leveled up to level 7.
If I were to wager against Jiao, there's a high chance I'd lose.
Modi, 438, Sir William, you don't need to worry. When initiating a wager, you can set the terms yourself.
Although Jiao levels up quickly, he might not be strong in other areas.
You can choose to wager on other aspects with him. William, 11, that's right, why didn't I think of that? Haha, I already have an idea.
This time, I'll definitely succeed in taking revenge on Jiao and crushing the arrogance of newbie village 9527.
Modi, 438 really? Sir William, have you already thought of a way to bet? William, 11, that's right.
Just now, I successfully made a grilled fish by the river, which was judged as a rated recipe and earned me a reputation reward.
As everyone knows, Britain is a traditional culinary powerhouse, and I am a renowned food connoisseur and critic. The reputation reward is practically tailor-made for me. I can compete with Jiao in creating recipes. That's great.
As expected, Britain is truly the real support for us Indians.
I love you to death, Sir William. With you stepping in, the Chinese are bound to lose this time. Long live Britain. Britain is the real parent, no, the real mother. However, while some were indulging in self-satisfaction, others voiced different opinions.
But I heard that the Dragon Kingdom is also a culinary powerhouse, with many unique dishes. Such a wager might carry certain risks.
As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately sparked intense rebuttals from the crowd. Oh my goodness, do you even know what you're saying? Can the food of the Dragon Kingdom even be called food?
I heard they even eat chicken feet, how terrifying is that? That's right, and those people from Longwa even eat pig trotters, pig intestines, and even pig blood.
It's unbelievable. Exactly. Can such things even be considered delicacies?
William, 11, sneered coldly, in any case, I have an absolute advantage in this bet.
Modi, for 38, was equally confident, it's a sure thing, this time there's no doubt we'll win.
At this moment, in the chat channel of Area 1, players from several novice villages in the Dragon Kingdom were all dumbfounded and incredulous as they watched the Brits and Indians immersed in their self-indulgence.
The culinary desert of Britain actually actually dares to bet with our Dragon Kingdom on creating recipes? It's simply a fantasy. It's so absurd that it leaves people speechless. These guys probably have no idea how formidable Jiao is. Shoo, don't say anything, just let them jump in themselves. By then, they'll realize that the real clowns are actually them. Ha, I really want to see what expressions William and Modi will have on their faces after losing the bet. Yeah, of all things to bet on, why did they have to bet on this with us? Meanwhile, Jiao stared at the arrogant William in the chat channel, his expression full of sarcasm and mockery. Did William actually think that just because he created a recipe evaluated by the system, he could gain reputation points? He probably hadn't even realized that all he did was make the first food item to be evaluated. It was nothing more than a simple grilled fish, similar to roasted meat, and at best, it was just cooked. For Jiao, he simply didn't want to waste time purely on making food. If he focused on making food, who knows how many different recipes he could unlock. During this period, besides the prey he hunted himself, Jiao also purchased various corpses from others. After extracting the attribute values, he broke them down into various raw materials. These materials are all ingredients. Now Jiao has a large amount of high-quality raw ingredients, as well as fresh meat chunks reset with his talent ability. Chicken feet, chicken wings, pig trotters, pig head, pig intestines, pig blood, rabbit head, dog whip, lamb, pork belly, fat. Each ingredient can be made into a dish. Jiao could hardly imagine that this William actually dared to compete with him in recipe creation. The little hamster once said, "What is heaven? German workers, British police, and chefs from the Zhangbaiki blast furnace nation. Then what is hell? Hell is German police, workers from the Zhangbai banner blast furnace country, and British chefs." It is well known that the level of British chefs is only good enough to amuse themselves. And then they even ran into an Indian who was willing to play along, flattering him every day. As for William's oblivious behavior, Jiao felt it was like a dung beetle running into a toilet looking for dung. He secretly chuckled to himself, "Isn't this just like the first emperor touching an electric wire? Victory is certain." At the same time, the entire 9527 novice village was immersed in a sea of joy. Everyone was excitedly discussing their gains. Woohoo, taking off. This time I gained another 16 attribute points. I feel my strength skyrocketing. I really want to solo a level 2 beast for fun. Originally, with my trash awakening talent, there was no hope of reaching level 10 in 7 days. But after 2 consecutive bets, I feel like reaching level 10 is no longer a dream. Haha, there are so many beasts in our novice village, they're practically everywhere. It's so satisfying to kill them. Exactly. At first, so many people were ganging up on a single red-eyed rat, but now it's great, we don't have to fight over monsters anymore. Name, Jiao. Yeah, and the easiest to kill is the giant horned goat. Although it's incredibly strong, with hard horns that would spell doom if it hits you. This brainless creature only charges in a straight line. As long as you dodge its straight line attack, you can take it down easily. So awesome, I just killed another giant horned mountain goat. With such an efficient monster killing speed, I feel like I can level up soon. That's right, we owe it all to Jiao, the big boss. He's the one who led us to win 2 bets. Jiao, I really hope we can have more bets like this. Yeah, with Jiao around, it's hard for us to lose. At this moment, a cold notification sound echoed in the minds of everyone in Novice Village 9527. Notification, Novice Village 11 has activated the wager decree, with Novice Village 9527 as the opposing party. The wager has been deemed reasonable, and the resource wager is officially initiated. Skills, truth-seeking, night vision, demon hunting. Resource wager. Both parties jointly establish a system-approved wager. The losing side will have 20 points deducted from all attributes in their resources halved, while the winning side will receive an attribute point reward after a 20% handling fee deduction, and all resources will be doubled. This wager's content, representatives William and Jiao, designated by both parties, will prepare and score food within a limited time to gain reputation points. The side with the higher total reputation points will win. In the event of a tie, the winner will be determined by the higher cumulative score. Profession, Hidden Profession Demon Hunter Level 1, 10 out of 100. Battle Merits, 1. Hint, the winner of this wager will receive an additional 20 attribute points as a reward, along with +1 bronze treasure chest. Hint, the chat channels of Novice Village 11 and Novice Village 9527 are now linked. This sudden announcement instantly shocked everyone. Whoa, here we go again? How many wagers has it been already? They just keep coming out of nowhere. Betting is quite thrilling, but it feels like our 9527 newbie village has been targeted. It's happened so many times already. What are we afraid of? With Jiao backing us, can we even lose? Exactly. Jiao's strength is rock solid, and this time the opponent's bet is pretty bizarre. Yeah, they actually challenged Jiao to compete in creating recipes to gain reputation points? Yeah, doesn't William know that Jiao is the first person to create food with ratings? Isn't this just giving him an advantage for free? At this moment, Jiao was in an incredibly spacious cave, happily surveying his surroundings. The system notification made him pause for a moment, then a faint smile
appeared on his lips. He didn't take the matter to heart at all.
William, that guy knows nothing about gourmet food.
Right in front of Jiao Hao, the most striking feature of this massive cave was a huge honeycomb, with golden honey dripping steadily. The size of this honeycomb far exceeded the one Jiao Hao had obtained before, and the rich fragrance of honey was intoxicating. In addition, various fungi grew abundantly in the corners of the cave, and green plants sprouted on the ground. Jiao Hao hadn't expected that the cave where these silver-backed black bears lived would hide so many unexpected treasures. He activated the insight skill, aiming at a mushroom-shaped fungus on the ground. Straw mushroom, an edible fungus commonly found in underground caves. A common ingredient, rich in nutrients, with excellent taste, but not suitable for raw consumption. It turned out to be an edible straw mushroom. This cave was unusually spacious and slightly damp. Additionally, with the silver-backed black bear frequently hunting here, the decomposition of prey carcasses and excrement enriched the soil.
That's why various fungi grow abundantly here. Moreover, these 3 silverback black bears are clearly not vegetarians.
It is precisely because of this that these ingredients can thrive here. Jiao Hao casually gathered all the straw mushrooms on the ground. Obtained, straw mushrooms plus 86.
Jiao Hao then observed another type of fungus with a peculiar appearance.
Matsutake, edible fungus, premium ingredient, unique flavor, high nutritional value, requires processing before consumption. Another precious ingredient.
He collected all the matsutake together. Obtained, matsutake plus 34.
Subsequently, he turned his gaze to the lush green plants in the corner. This time, without the system's prompt, he could recognize what they were. They were rapeseed plants, very common on Blue Star, except that the rapeseed plants here were enormous, as large as Chinese cabbages. The green leaves were plump and even emitted a deep green sheen. However, in the battlefield of slaughter across the heavens, not only animals but many plants had also undergone mutations.
Cannot be measured by past experience.
Jiao Hao activated the insight skill again, focusing on the plant in front of him. Rapeseed, edible ingredient, rich in nutrients, delicious taste, low environmental requirements for growth, must be processed before consumption. He also collected all the rapeseed.
Obtained, rapeseed plus 16.
Unexpectedly, the cave of the silver-backed black bear not only provided honey but also contributed 4 types of ingredients. Among them, apart from the honey, the other 3 ingredients were completely untouched by the silver-backed black bear.
This was undoubtedly an unexpected delight for Jiao Hao.
As for the upcoming bet with William, Jiao Hao's confidence soared. Subsequently, Jiao Hao took an item out of the lingbao space and placed it in the center of the cave. This object was over a meter tall, with 4 supports at the base and a large square box on top, equipped with layered grid drawers. This was precisely the item Jiao Hao had obtained from the bronze treasure chest. To be precise, it resembled more of a piece of furniture or a tool. Multifunctional barbecue grill combines grilling, frying, pan-frying, and boiling into one appliance, capable of preparing multiple dishes simultaneously.
Convenient and efficient, it is an essential tool for home and travel. At first, seeing only one item in the bronze treasure chest, Jiao Hao couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. This item could neither be used for combat nor improve his strength. But now it seems that this barbecue grill is quite useful, not only helping him win the bet, but also making food preparation much more convenient and efficient with its comprehensive features.
And food, in addition to bringing a large amount of prestige points, can also be continuously placed on the trading market to exchange resources from others. Meanwhile, Jiao Hao stared at the empty slot at the bottom of the multifunctional barbecue grill. He drew out the Zanmadeo, walked out of the cave, and chopped some branches outside to bring back. He stripped off the bark, cut the branches into evenly sized wooden strips, and then used the recycling reset skill to quickly extract the moisture from the branches. In this way, all the wet wood instantly turned into dry wooden sticks, igniting with just a spark. Jiao Hao placed these wooden sticks under the multifunctional barbecue grill and used his flame control talent to ignite the grill. He first opened the small square stove on the side, which was used for frying food, and put in the animal fat extracted from the silver-backed black bear. In the wilderness, naturally, there was no refined oil available,
but animal fats can also be refined into edible oil.
This is precisely one of our nation's traditional skills. Jiao Hao recalled a variety show he had watched before his time travel, where a top chef from our country competed in culinary skills against a foreign chef, with the rule that both sides could take each other's ingredients. The foreign chef took away the cooking oil belonging to the chef from the flower planting nation, thinking this would stump the latter. Unexpectedly, the chef from the flower planting nation directly rendered lard from pork fat to make cooking oil. Seeing this, the foreign chef was furious and stormed to the judges to report the flower planting nation chef for cheating. In their perspective, the idea of using animal fat to make cooking oil simply does not exist. Thinking of this, Jiao Hao missed the time he spent in the flower planting nation even more. Since he couldn't go back, he could only use his own hands to recreate the delicious dishes of the flower planting nation one by one. Perhaps the taste of food could once again bring him that familiar feeling. After the fat melted, Jiao Hao used his recycling and resetting talent to remove the impurities, obtaining a crystal clear cooking oil. With this this cooking oil, frying, deep frying, and roasting all become much more convenient.
However, he is currently lacking seasonings. So, Jiao opened the 9527 Novice Village chat channel and posted a message. Jiao, everyone, does anyone have salt, chili, cumin, green onions, ginger, garlic, or similar seasonings? I'm buying now, no quantity limit.
You can exchange them for roasted meat and Tier 1 equipment.
Jiao has spoken.
Since the boss has started collecting seasonings, it means he's begun making delicious food. Oh no, Jiao doesn't have any seasonings. This is not good.
Everyone, stop hiding your stuff.
Jiao's success or failure is tied to all our interests.
If you have something, hurry up and contribute.
Jiao, I have chili peppers, but they're not dried ones.
I gathered them in the wild.
Although I used to be a chef and can tell this is chili, it's much larger than the ones we're used to.
I tried it and it's super spicy. See if you want it?
Jiao, deal, 1 pound of chili peppers for 1 pound of my roasted meat.
Thank you so much, Jiao.
You're so generous. For Jiao, the large amount of meat obtained just from the silver-backed black bear was enough to make a significant quantity of roasted meat. Moreover, most beginners could now hunt wild beasts in the wilderness, resulting in an overwhelming number of carcasses. He no longer values this barbecue much. As long as the price is reasonable, he is willing to sell it to others. Boss Jiao, I picked some plants in the wild that look like scallions and ginger, but since many plants here are mutated, I'm not sure.
Do you want to take a look? Jiao, no problem. Just trade directly 1 pound for an equal weight of barbecue.
For Jiao, with his ability to see through illusions, he can immediately identify what a plant is and whether it is edible, even if others are unsure. Boss Jiao, I just killed a nest of jagged-tooth rabbits and found a large amount of carrots in their burrow.
Do you want them?
Jiao, yes.
And bring me the jagged-tooth rabbit carcasses too.
Perfect for making spicy rabbit heads.
How about a sharp fine steel dagger as a trade?
That's awesome, thank you, boss. Compared to roasted meat, Tier 1 weapons have a fatal allure for all beginners. Jiao discovered in the chat channel that he had already collected many seasonings and ingredients, including everything from green onions, ginger, to garlic.
Boom!
The only thing missing was the most crucial seasoning, salt.
Regrettably, none of the beginners had any salt.
This was understandable. After all, green onions, ginger, garlic, star anise, and chili peppers could all be gathered in the natural environment.
Lost?
But table salt requires a refining process, and you won't find ready-made salt lying around in the wild. Without salt, the taste and rating of any dish would be significantly diminished. However, Jiao's innate ability, recycle and reset, provided him with various methods to refine salt. First of all, animal blood is rich in salt content, and theoretically, edible salt can be extracted from it. But doing so is undoubtedly somewhat wasteful, because after refinement, animal blood will damage the meat tissue, making the meat inedible. If it is for the purpose of extracting essence blood, such a loss is still acceptable, but the amount of salt extracted from so much blood is merely a few grams. Obviously, extracting salt with animal blood is unreliable.
The next moment,
just as Jiao was pondering, he suddenly remembered passing by a marshy saline alkali land at the foot of a hillside while searching for ferocious beasts earlier.
The salt content there should be quite high.
He even saw a layer of white crystalline substance covering the exposed soil at the edges. After figuring this out, Jiao exerted force with his feet and, using the speed of his swift shoes, quickly arrived at the edge of the saline alkali land. Facing the slightly murky muddy water in the swamp, he activated the recycle and reset skill.
Recoverable target salt detected. Beginning recovery.
A pile of crystal clear white granules gradually gathered in the palm of his hand. Jiao took some and gently placed it by his mouth to taste. It carried a slight bitterness, yet was full of salty flavor. Exactly the salt he had been dreaming of. Jiao kept using recycle and reset. Obtained, salt 0.1 kilograms. Obtained, salt 0.4 kilograms. In the end, he obtained a total of 20 kilograms of salt. With the salt, the next tasks naturally became much simpler. Back in the cave, Jiao first prepared the most basic food, roasted meat. The multifunctional grill allows the meat to be placed directly on it for grilling, and it can cook multiple portions at once. While placing the meat on the grill, he continuously brushes oil onto the meat with a small brush to prevent it from drying out. Where did the brush come from? Naturally, he made it himself. Strictly speaking, the brush Jiao uses is not an ordinary brush but a wolf hair brush.
This item is simple to make, requiring only a piece of wood and wolf hair.
Unfortunately, this wolf hair brush, once deemed by the system as a superb writing tool, now serves only to brush oil and seasoning onto grilled meat. It truly feels like a waste of talent. While brushing oil, he sprinkled chili powder and salt. As for chili powder, simply recover the moisture from fresh chilies, leaving dried chilies, and then grind them into fine powder. All the chili seeds were planted in his lingbao space. After all, how could eating barbecue be without chili? Once the barbecue had fully absorbed the aroma of the seasoning, Jiao evenly brushed on a layer of golden honey. As the heat gradually increases, the sweetness of the honey slowly permeates the barbecue, while locking in the meat juices, keeping the texture tender and juicy. The surface of the barbecue barbecue gradually turns golden and enticing, emitting an irresistible aroma.
Obtained, honey glazed barbecue plus 10.
The greatest advantage of the multifunctional barbecue grill is its ability to produce multiple servings at once, making it convenient for batch preparation.
Honey glazed roast meat, premium meat of superior quality, specially processed and prepared with an exclusive secret dipping sauce and recipe, meticulously roasted to perfection. Juicy and exceptionally flavorful, consuming it quickly restores stamina and health points, while granting a plus 10 strength attribute bonus for 30 minutes. Tip: Novice Jiao from Novice Village number 9527 has completed the 98-point recipe for honey glazed roast meat, earning plus 1 reputation point. Tip: Novice Jiao from Novice Village number 9527 has achieved the first food item with additional attribute bonuses, earning plus 2 reputation points. This achievement is unique. As soon as this message was released, the chat channel of the 9827 Novice Village instantly boiled over. Jiao is so amazing. That's right, my favorite Jiao not only created a brand new delicacy, but the key is that the system also said his food can increase attributes. Unbelievable. This means that Jiao's food is not just for restoring stamina, it's practically a magical elixir. If that's the case, then that's great. This time, we're sure to win. Haha, our victory was already a sure thing. I never worried about that. What I'm most curious about now is what kind of delicious dish Big Boss Jiao has made. I really want to know if this kind of food will be for sale. Yeah, Big Boss Jiao, are you selling your honey glazed roast meat? Jiao saw that many people in the chat channel were asking to buy the roast meat, so he casually posted the introduction of the honey glazed roast meat in the channel. Whoa, the system's introduction is way too exaggerated. Is this still the cold and aloof system I used to know? Exactly. With such high praise from the system, the taste of this barbecue must be off the charts. After eating the barbecue, your strength value increases by 10 within half an hour. This effect is just insane. That's right, eating a piece of barbecue is almost equivalent to equipping a first-tier item. Jiao announced, trading one portion of honey-glazed barbecue can be exchanged for 2 first-tier spiritual herbs or fruits, or 1 second-tier spiritual herb or fruit. When picking, it's best to keep the roots and soil intact. Really? Does Jiao want the spiritual herbs with roots and soil intact? Is this Jiao's personal preference? That's right, the conditions for the trade are a bit demanding. Although spiritual fruits and herbs aren't too rare, picking them is indeed troublesome. If you happen to encounter poisonous ones, that would be a real problem. Jiao, how about relaxing the conditions a bit? Would beast corpses work? Ferocious beasts are fine too. Jiao glanced at it. He had only made 10 portions of honey-glazed roast meat in total, not a large quantity. However, he could still roast another batch. After all, with his abilities, the competition's progress wouldn't be affected. So Jiao sent another message. A portion of honey-glazed barbecue can be exchanged for the corpse of a level 2 or higher ferocious beast, or a level 4 or higher wild beast. Afterward, he placed all the honey-glazed barbecue on the trading market. Then Jiao continued making honey-glazed barbecue on the grill, while starting to prepare a brand new recipe. To save time, he decided to make full use of every part of the multifunctional grill. First was the pot position in the upper right corner of the multifunctional grill. Jiao blanched carefully selected chunks of long-tailed pheasant meat to remove the blood foam, then added the meat along with scallions and ginger, and after the water boiled, he added straw mushrooms. Then switched to low heat and simmer slowly. In addition to this chicken and mushroom stew, Jiao also prepared several other soups: matsutake, straw mushroom, and bok choy soup. He added matsutake, straw mushrooms, and bok choy to the old chicken broth, seasoned it with simple salt, and completed a nutritious and delicious mushroom soup. There are wild boar ribs with both bone and meat. Add some carrots, and you can make rib soup. Mix honey, rapeseed, and carrots to make a sweet porridge. In this way, the space in the pot is fully utilized. Next is the frying pan on the left. Jiao chopped the selected wild boar belly into fine pieces and made meatballs. Not only can the meatballs be pan-fried, but they can also be deep-fried, roasted, or used in meatball soup. In addition, the frying pan can also be used for stir-frying dishes, such as mushrooms with chili, mushrooms with meat, straw mushrooms with bok choy, chili with meat. All kinds of dishes can be made. What exactly is going on here? As for the topmost steamer, Jiao prepared a grand dish. He took a wild natural honeycomb, sliced it, and placed it on a cleaned black bear paw. Several small holes were made on the bear paw, and then it was steamed over high heat. Under high temperatures, the wild honeycomb slowly merges with the bear paw. The honey perfectly locks in the aroma of the bear paw, ensuring not a single bit of nutrition is lost during the steaming process. The lower grill pan is filled with various barbecue items: grilled chicken cartilage, grilled chicken wings, grilled chicken legs, grilled pork belly, grilled beef skewers, grilled beef tendons, grilled shiitake mushrooms, grilled pig trotters, grilled chili peppers, grilled pork intestines, grilled sinew, grilled kidneys, grilled brain. The so-called everything can be grilled. Just give me a barbecue grill, and I can grill my way through the entire food chain. While Jiao was busy preparing ingredients, dish after dish gradually took shape. A question arose in the 9527 Novice Village chat channel. Why has it been so long, and there's still no movement from Jiao, the big shot? Yeah, ever since making that honey-glazed roast, we haven't heard of any new creations from Master Jiao. That doesn't make sense. Just with barbecue alone, Master Jiao can create several different types. How could it be that there's been no new food for such a long time? Could it be that Master Jiao has already made something, but it hasn't gained enough reputation, so the system hasn't announced it? The system notification sound suddenly echoed in everyone's minds.
Hint: Novice Jiao from Novice Village number 9527 completed the recipe braised chicken with mushrooms, scored 98 and gained +1 reputation point. Hint: Novice Jiao from Novice Village number 9527 completed the recipe stir-fried mushrooms with meat, scored 97 and gained +1 reputation point. Hint: Novice Jiao from Novice Village number 9527 completed the recipe tiger skin green peppers, scored 96 and gained +1 reputation point. Hint: Novice Jiao from Novice Village number 9527 completed the recipe crystal pork knuckle, scored 97 and gained +1 reputation point.
Completely insane, absolutely insane. That's right, Jiao has completely exploded. How many brand new recipes has he created? Jiao is definitely going to win. Exactly, silent for so long, then a stunning move. This is truly exhilarating. Brothers, has anyone sneaked a look at Newbie Village 11? What's their situation now?
At this moment, in Novice Village number 11, everyone is fully supporting William.
Sir William, the flour you requested is ready.
I personally ground it from wheat grains.
William, very good. Your efforts will not be in vain.
Winning this wager is the best reward for all of you. Sir William, here are the mushrooms you asked for.
William, great. With these ingredients, I can make the most perfect pie.
Sir, it seems that over in the Dragon Kingdom, they've created an entirely new dish and even received a reputation reward for it.
William, really? What did that person from the Dragon Kingdom make? Seems like it's called honey-glazed roast. William, what? Damn it. They actually resorted to opportunistic tricks. So despicable.
The barbecue I just made didn't score at all, which means someone else had already made barbecue, including grilled fish and grilled shrimp, and I didn't get any points.
But that person from the Dragon Kingdom just added a bit of honey and won prestige points. So cunning. Yes, the people from the Dragon Kingdom are too cunning.
Lord William, we firmly believe that once your pie is completed, it will absolutely crush all the dishes from the Dragon Kingdom.
William, that's right, don't worry. This pie of mine is the ultimate unbeatable delicacy, and once it debuts, it will sweep away everything. Could it be that the pie you're making, Sir William, is the legendary ultimate king of cuisine, the Stargazy pie? William, ha, not bad, you have good taste. It's indeed Stargazy pie. My goodness, I'm so excited I could cry. It's actually the greatest dish of our Great Britain, hailed as the king of cuisine, Stargazy pie.
Oh, my god, I can finally see the true appearance of Stargazy pie with my own eyes today. Yes, the biggest feature of Stargazy pie is the fish heads and tails sticking out of the pie, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle.
This not only
looks pleasing but also allows the fish oils to flow back into the pie while baking, creating a double-layered flavor and an exceptional experience.
Great, I can't wait. William, wonderful, I've successfully made the Stargazy pie. Yes, hooray. Long live Sir William. We're sure to win. The great William, the great Stargazy pie.
Hint: William from Novice Village number 11 has completed the Dark Cuisine Stargazing pie, achieving the Dark Cuisine milestone for the first time and gaining +1 reputation point. Hint: the Stargazing pie made by William from Novice Village number 11 is extremely dark, extremely unpalatable, with a subversive appearance. It received a negative score, deducting 2 reputation points.
Want the F the K.
Everyone in Novice Village number 11 was stunned.
William was completely devastated. William, no, impossible. There must be some kind of conspiracy. Yeah, this is absolutely outrageous. What kind of ridiculous system is this? How could the magnificent cuisine of the Stargazing faction possibly have a negative score? Is this damn slaughter system secretly controlled by the fantasy company from Manhwa?
Specifically biased towards Manhwa people. Friends upstairs, fantasy is actually the industry of our ally, the Beacon Nation.
It's ours. Oh, then it's fine.
I just can't understand how such a great piece of art could be rated negatively.
William, family, don't give up, don't be afraid. The Stargazing faction was just an accident.
It might be because our culinary level is too high, the artistic content too rich, and it doesn't fit the dietary habits of the killing battlefield.
This time, my cooking will return to tradition and primitiveness. I believe it will surely be recognized by the system. But Sir William, what dish do you plan to make next?
William, I'm going to make the classic dish, fish boiled with eggs. This dish emphasizes simplicity and nature, returning to the basics. It seems this all-heavens slaughter system prefers straightforward, primitive methods.
That's wonderful, Sir William. This time we are sure to win. Fish boiled with eggs is one of Britain's traditional delicacies and will definitely conquer the system.
Exactly, the preparation of fish boiled with eggs eggs is extremely simple, just boil the fish and eggs together without adding any seasoning, completing it with water. Such a dish is sure to align with the system's aesthetic standards. Hooray, this time victory is ours. At this moment, the crowd in Novice Village 9527, who had been secretly watching, finally couldn't hold back anymore. Whoa, you guys would never guess what those great inventors over in Daying came up with. They actually made something called stargazing pie. Stargazing pie? No way. I heard this dish is called Hell's Chant pie. Huh, that's not right. I heard it's called Eyes Wide Open pie. Ha, the big brains in Britain are having way too much fun, aren't they? They actually started making bizarre dishes. Yeah, that William even earned 1 reputation point for creating the first bizarre dish, but then immediately lost 2 reputation points because the food rating was too low. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Britain is truly full of talent. No wonder it's the mother country of India. The bloodline connection is undeniable. Which chapter of the recipe has Jiao completed? Not sure. Seems like there are about 20 dishes. Jiao's food not only scored high but also massively boosted reputation points. The most incredible part is that steamed bear paw dish, the system actually evaluated it as having healing properties. It's unbelievable. Yeah, scoring 99 points. It's absolutely top-notch. I really want to have a taste. In Novice Village 9527, the atmosphere was filled with joy. This bet was the most relaxed one everyone had ever experienced. Everyone showed no signs of nervousness, each turning into a jokester, wildly mocking all kinds of dark cuisine from Britain. Meanwhile, in the chat channel of Novice Village number 11, Sir William, those damned people from the Dragon Kingdom have come up with several new recipes again. Have you finished your fish boiled egg? William, it's done. This time it will definitely be fine. Hint, Novice Village number 11's William completed the dark cuisine fish boiled with egg. Score, -65. Extremely unpalatable. Reward, reputation -1. William, why? No, I can't accept this. William was completely devastated. Damn it. This cursed system is definitely rigged. It must have been developed by people from the Dragon Kingdom. Master William, I think it might be because your food is too artistic, too creative, and too perfect. I just checked on the people from the Dragon Kingdom. They made more than 10 different types of barbecue, including grilled chicken cartilage, grilled chicken wings, grilled kidneys, grilled mushrooms, grilled peppers, and grilled pig trotters. Each new grilling method earns them a fresh set of reputation points. Those damn Dragon Kingdom people, they're too cunning. This is outright opportunism. Yeah, maybe the Dragon Kingdom people have grilled almost everything already, so we don't even have a chance to exploit this. Exactly. These reputation points can only be earned the first time they're refreshed. Damn it. The people of Dragon Country are cheating. So despicable. Sir William, barbecue is Britain's strong suit. You can try to make a breakthrough in barbecue. Exactly. If the people of Dragon Country can grill vegetables, we can too. Even if there are no vegetables, there's still fruit. William, don't worry, this time I've discovered a brand new barbecue method, an unprecedented great innovation. This time, we will definitely win. That's great. We're all counting on you to lead us to victory. Hint, ID 9527, Newbie Village, William completed the dark cuisine grilled banana. Score, -34, bizarre appearance, reward, -1 reputation point. William, who am I? Where am I? Sir William, are you alright? Sir William, I think grilling fruit might not be a good idea. How about you try grilling something else? Yes, Sir William, if we can't gain prestige points with a new recipe, we're going to lose this round. Meanwhile, Jiao took a bite of the large kidney in his hand, his eyes glancing at the countdown timer at the top of the screen. 5 minutes remaining. Below the countdown timer was his accumulated prestige points, a total of 32. Taking advantage of this betting opportunity, Jiao completed the preparation of multiple recipes. Although limited by seasonings, some flavors may not be as good as before, but this time the food has a distinct characteristic. The taste of the ingredients themselves is richer and more delicious. Because he used simple ingredients, it instead highlighted the original freshness and aroma of the ingredients. Moreover, the taste of various plants and animals in the heavenly slaughter battlefield has undergone slight changes after mutation. For example, the carefully prepared steamed bear paw, whether it's the pure natural wild honey or the bear paw from the silver-backed black bear, is an extremely rare and high-end ingredient. It only takes the simplest method of preparation to present an ultimate delicacy. After consumption, it not only heals injuries but also enhances the body's resistance to cold, preventing and treating colds. In addition, there are many different ingredients, each with its own unique effects. By this point in the gamble, Jiao already understood in his heart that victory was almost within his grasp. After all, he was also aware of William's situation. Coincidentally, he was also running out of ingredients on hand. Green onions, ginger, garlic, and carrots were already in serious shortage. As for the remaining ingredients, Jiao had long since transferred them to his spiritual treasure space. Therefore, he doesn't plan to make any more new food. After making so much, he hasn't even properly enjoyed it yet. If it cools down later, the taste will be greatly diminished. So, Jiao tasted various barbecues while switching to the chat channel of novice village number 11 to observe. It must be said, when it comes to dark cuisine, the British really have mastered it thoroughly. William confidently prepared several dishes, but they all turned out to be culinary disasters. Not only did he fail to gain any reputation points, but he also lost a whole bunch of them. At this moment, William was on the verge of breaking down.
William shouted angrily, "What the? This crappy system." "Sir William, didn't you say you would definitely win?" someone questioned.
William responded bitterly, "As everyone knows, my culinary skills are top-notch across the 3 islands, but the local ingredients
here have limited my performance. We Brits excel at fish and chips,
but there's no oil here, so I can't make fish and chips." But it just so happens that Jiao from the neighboring village seems to have made fried meatballs.
Not only that,
but also fried bananas and fried apple rings. Upon seeing this news, newbie village number 11 instantly fell into an awkward silence. Using bananas as well, others gain reputation points by frying them, but William roasted them and ended up losing points.
Could there be anything more embarrassing than this?
Someone passed on a message, "Sir William, Jiao from Longwa has already stopped making delicacies, saying that it's a Longwa tradition not to shave one's head.
He doesn't dare to continue and is waiting for you to create a delicious dish." William roared in anger. What kind of nonsense Longwa tradition is that? The feeling of humiliation once dominated by the Dragon Kingdom surged back into his heart in an instant. Could this be the legendary ultimate humiliation skill of the Dragon Kingdom? Not even pretending a little, how can you be so infuriating?
At this moment, William truly felt like spitting out a mouthful of old blood and then fainting. At least this way, he wouldn't have to face failure or endure embarrassment. William said helplessly, "Everyone, this time the Dragon Nation's luck was better than ours. The fact that he could fry food means he has cooking oil, while my failure this time was because I couldn't make our greatest British dish, fried chips. Unfortunately, there's no oil and no potatoes either.
Otherwise, I would." "Sir William, I
have some potatoes here, and I can give them to you for free," someone hurriedly interjected.
William sneered, "Do you think you're being funny?"
At this moment, a system notification sounded in everyone's mind. Notification: Jiao from Novice Village 9527 gained 32 reputation points for making food within the specified time, and Novice Village 9527 won the wager. Notification: Novice Jiao won the wager, gaining plus 20 attribute points and receiving 1 bronze treasure chest. Notification: William from Novice Village number 11 lost 3 reputation points for making food within the specified time, and Novice Village number 11 failed the wager. Hint: all members of Novice Village number 11 will have 20 attribute points deducted, and all resources in Novice Village number 11 will be halved.
In an instant, the entire Novice Village number 11 fell into a terrifying silence.
Although many people already felt doomed when William had a large amount of reputation deducted by the system, the final result had yet to be revealed. Until the very last moment, people still held onto a sliver of hope in their minds. However, now, the cold, mechanical prompt of the system mercilessly shattered all illusions.
Defeated. Completely defeated.
"Damn you, William, damn you, you bastard, you deceived us and betrayed everyone's trust."
"That's right, it's William.
You hypocritical scoundrel, using lies to gain our support, only to destroy Britain's glory. My God, how am I supposed to face such a failure?"
"Heavens, have you abandoned your people?" Countless people cursed in unwillingness, while even more couldn't help but burst into tears.
At that moment, the sky began to shake violently. Beams of black light suddenly descended, enveloping everyone in Novice Village number 11.
In an instant, their attribute points were directly reduced by 20 points.
Especially William, as the initiator of the wager, his rewards and penalties were doubled, and he was directly deducted 40 attribute points.
The punishment is not over. In an instant, the mountains crumbled and the earth split, as if a storm raged and floods surged. All the supplies vanished, the mountains sank, and the streams ran dry. The resources of Novice Village number 11 disappeared in large swathes without a trace.
The hearts of everyone in the Novice Village were instantly torn apart, overwhelmed with grief. Their wails grew increasingly mournful.
"It's all William's fault." "That's right. William is the reason we've ended up in this miserable state."
Meanwhile, in Novice Village 9527, everyone was cheering with joy,
celebrating this glorious victory. "Ah, this is amazing.
This was the most exhilarating bet I've ever experienced, completely stress-free from start to finish."
"Exactly.
Everyone is celebrating our win together. It's as delightful as watching the Spring Festival Gala."
"Bro, how can this compare to the Spring Festival Gala?"
"True,
this one-sided game is a bit boring. Let's have something more exciting next time." "You're getting cocky."
"All of this is thanks to Big Boss Jiao. Don't get carried away. Big Boss Jiao is truly awesome."
"Am I the only one craving the delicious food made by Master Jiao?"
"This William's intelligence really amazes me.
On what basis does Britain think of itself as a culinary nation? How dare they challenge the culinary skills of our dragon country? Ah, I didn't expect that either."
At this moment, inside the cave, Jiao was happily munching on roasted meat.
Listening to the system prompt, feeling the joy brought by the increase in attribute attribute points. He had just gained a full 36 attribute points. In addition, there was also a bronze treasure chest. As for these 36 attribute points, Jiao temporarily decided not to allocate them and chose to keep them as a reserve. With his current strength, he can easily handle fierce beasts and wild animals. He wants to save the attribute points for critical moments and allocate them flexibly based on the characteristics of different monsters. For example, when a monster has great strength and high attack power but low agility, he can focus the points on agility, instantly boosting his speed and adopting a kiting strategy. If the monster has thick skin and high defense, making it hard to break through, he will allocate attribute points to strength to improve his ability to break defenses. Jiao placed his hand on the bronze treasure chest in front of him, his heart full of anticipation. What kind of surprise could this chest bring? The horse-slaying saber in his hand was already somewhat unable to keep up with his strength, and when facing powerful ferocious beasts, its ability to break through defenses was clearly inadequate. Therefore, he especially hoped that this bronze treasure chest could bring him unexpected assistance. Obtained, multifunctional agricultural product processor +1. Obtained, Manhwa seasoning +1. Obtained, bronze box +1. Seeing the two items in front of him, Jiao was stunned. It was a mechanical device several times larger than a multifunctional barbecue grill, resembling a giant machine. It was covered with belts, gears, and various uniquely shaped slots. Jiao curiously checked the details. Multifunctional agricultural product processor, Tier 2 equipment, special tool, capable of deep processing of agricultural and sideline products, such as wheat peeling and milling, corn dehulling and oil extraction, extrusion and puffing, cotton byproduct processing, fruit and vegetable processing, deep processing of livestock and aquatic products, micropulverization technology, tobacco and tea concentration technology, and more, all integrated into one. Note, this product features advanced technology, stable operation, low energy consumption, strong applicability, high reliability, no radiation, and no noise. Produced by the artifact refining sect, guaranteed to be a premium product. Note, usage requires consumption of spiritual energy or activation with 5 element pearls. Looking at the system prompt, Jiao felt a mix of emotions. Although he didn't get the weapon he wanted, this multifunctional agricultural product processor turned out to be an unexpected surprise. With it, cooking would become much more convenient. Moreover, the various plants in his Lingbao space now had a more efficient way to be processed. This thing is simply a powerful tool for farmers. The only downside is that it actually consumes spiritual energy when in use. But on second thought, it makes sense, as such machinery inherently requires energy to operate. On Blue Star, it naturally relies on electrical or chemical energy to provide power. There is no electricity on the slaughter battlefield of the heavens, so consuming psionic energy makes sense. Psionic energy is the energy extracted from the bodies of ferocious beasts after killing them, and it can be used for upgrades. This energy can drive machinery, which Jiao can also understand. He remembered watching a sci-fi movie before, where robots gathered humans in cultivation pods and used the bioenergy from their bodies to power machines, so using psychic energy value is also quite reasonable. Moreover, in the battlefield of slaughter across the heavens, this kind of equipment shouldn't be considered rare. After all, everyone here possesses innate abilities. For those with powerful innate talents, the function of this equipment is basically negligible. For example, Jiao's recycling and disposal ability overlaps with many functions of this device. So, he placed the device into the Lingbao space. Next, Jiao looked at the system description of Li Minghua's seasoning. Li Minghua's seasoning, a special condiment. No matter what food it is, as long as this special seasoning is added, it can turn into a rated delicacy. The nemesis of dark cuisine, the savior of kitchen novices, and a blessing for humanity. Thinking of this, Jiao's mind stirred. He took out the resource wager token from the Lingbao space. Resource wager token, special item, 1 is refreshed in each novice village, and the highest level individual in the village has the right to initiate a resource wager. Hint, do you wish to activate the resource wager token? This process is irreversible. Jiao did not hesitate and directly activated the gambling token using his mental power. In an instant, the gambling token transformed into a pale blue light and disappeared. Subsequently, a brand new interface appeared in his mind. Please select the resource gambling mode. 2 different gambling modes appeared in front of Jiao. Option 1, solo gambling mode, designate any novice village to initiate a 1v1 resource gamble. Option 2, faction gambling, multiple targets can be selected simultaneously for resource gambling, and our side can also designate a novice village to participate in faction form. Hint, the number of allies in our faction cannot exceed the number of gambling targets. After winning the gamble, our faction will jointly distribute the resources of the gambling targets. Seeing these prompts, Jiao's eyes lit up. You can play like this? Wonderful! With this resource gambling token, he can finally settle old scores and seek justice. In Channel 1 of the area, several novice villages targeting the Dragon Kingdom come from different countries, especially the Lighthouse Nation, which has 3 beginner villages of
of its own. At first, Jiao Hao could only choose one to deal with, hesitating over which one to pick. Unexpectedly, there was also a faction mode, allowing him to select multiple beginner villages at once. This meant he could take over all these beginner villages and give them a thorough lesson. In addition to another rule in the wager orders camp system, if newbie village number 9527 challenges several other countries' newbie villages alone, all the resources and attribute points deducted from the defeated newbie villages will be exclusively owned by newbie village number 9527.
One can imagine how terrifying such an enhancement would be.
It's just that generally, no one dares to choose this.
Who has the guts to single-handedly take on more than a dozen novice villages?
The risk is too great, but for Jiao Hao, as long as the operation is handled properly, it might not be impossible. However, Jiao Hao does not intend to let novice village number 9527 go solo against these dozen or so hostile novice villages. He plans to bring two of Dragon Country's novice villages, number 71 and number 81, into the alliance. Join forces with him to fight against the other novice village factions of various countries. He was not worried about his own strength being insufficient. Rather, this way, these two novice villages from the Dragon Kingdom could also participate and share the resources gained from the wager's victory. After all, they were all compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom. If these two novice villages grew stronger, the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom would also increase in the future on the battlefield of heavily slaughter. What's more, if everyone in Channel 1 of the region united against the Dragon Kingdom, they discovered that after failing to easily defeat novice village number 9527, they would soon turn to attack novice villages number 71 and number 81. Once these two novice villages could no longer hold on and fell into consecutive defeats, it would not only greatly weaken the overall combat power of the Dragon Nation people. The most critical point is that this approach would indirectly bolster the strength of those opposing novice villages, allowing them to gradually grow stronger. Since the faction war mode had already appeared, Jiao Hao naturally wouldn't miss this great opportunity. The biggest advantage of initiating a resource wager lies in the ability to control the initiative and freely choose the timing of the
launch. There is also a countdown on the list for initiating the resource wager, with 1 hour remaining until the mandatory launch time.
As for how to set the bet to ensure victory, Jiao Hao already had a plan in mind. But before that, he still needed to make some preparations. Thinking of this, Jiao Hao's mind stirred, and he quickly rushed outside, starting to move continuously along the outskirts of the village.
Moments later, he silently stood atop a
large tree, his gaze coldly fixed on the number 1 area channel, where those hostile novice villages were still relentlessly insulting the Dragon Nation novice village and himself. A cruel smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Prompt: do you want to choose the faction betting mode?
Once selected, it cannot be changed.
Confirm.
Hint: you have activated the faction mode resource wager.
As the initiator of the wager, rewards and penalties are doubled.
Hint: you can freely choose your starting village to be part of the red faction or the blue faction. Jiao Hao did not hesitate and chose village 9527 to be part of the red faction. After all, almost all people from the Dragon Kingdom find it impossible to resist that vibrant shade of red. Hint: the novice village 9527 you are in defaults to the red faction. Feel free to choose to bet against the blue faction. The next second, a series of village numbers appeared on the light screen in front of Jiao Hao, with various numbers flickering.
Unpredictably,
apart from the numbers, there was no other information about the novice villages, leaving him to make a random selection. Jiao Hao speculated that back then, Hephaestus had also made a random choice and ended up selecting novice village 9527. However, the downside of this approach is that it's easy to select a novice village from your own faction or even your own country. Therefore, the correct way to use the betting token should be to make the selection after entering the regional chat channel. This way, it's possible to determine which novice villages are opposed to your stance.
Jiao Hao sneered as he looked toward the various novice villages in Zone 1. Anyone who spoke in the Zone channel would display the novice village they belonged to. No matter who it was, any novice village attempting to unite to suppress or insult the Dragon Kingdom would have nowhere to hide. At this moment, the chat channel in Zone 1 was still bustling with activity, with insults and slander against the Dragon Kingdom rising one after another. Oh, my goodness, you adorable little bunch, stop trying to whitewash the despicable Jiao Hao. No matter how much you try, I'll still just kick his butt. Baka, you people of the Dragon Kingdom are the root of all evil. I will exterminate you. Oh, my god, look at those evil people from the Dragon Kingdom. Bring down punishment and destroy them.
Aishiba, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are shameless thieves who have stolen the honor and historical heritage belonging to our stick nation.
Eliminate the Dragon Kingdom, Simida.
At that moment, a cold system notification suddenly sounded, instantly plunging the entire regional channel into silence. Notification: newbie village number 9527 Jiao Hao has activated the resource wager order, initiating faction wager mode. Faction gambling: the novice village is divided into red and blue factions, gambling against each other according to the wager. The losing side will have 80% of all resources resources deducted, and all members will lose 40 attribute points. The winning side will gain 80% more resources, and all members will gain 40 attribute points. As soon as this message was released, everyone was stunned.
Faction mode? There's actually such a gameplay mechanic? And the losing side would lose 40 attribute points? The novice village's resources would also be directly slashed by 80%?
You have to understand, there are still some novice villages with 1 or 2 level 1 newcomers whose total attribute points might
not even add up to 40. Losing that many points would instantly turn their attributes negative, essentially erasing them outright.
Not only that, with 80% of resources gone, almost no one would be able to pass the level 10 assessment. Jiao's move is simply madness taken to the extreme. Thinking of this, Jiao's mind stirred, and he retrieved the resource wager token from the Lingbao space. Resource wager token, special item, 1 is refreshed in each novice village. The highest level individual in the village has the right to initiate a resource wager.
Hint, do you wish to activate the resource wager token? Activation is irreversible. Without hesitation, Jiao used his mental power to directly activate the token.
In an instant, the token before his eyes dissolved into a faint blue light and disappeared.
Subsequently, a brand new interface appeared in his mind. Please select a resource gambling mode.
Then, 2 completely different gambling mode options appeared in front of Jiao. Option 1, Solo Gambling Mode, designate any beginner village to initiate a 1v1 resource gamble. Option 2, Faction Betting, allowing multiple targets to be selected simultaneously for resource betting. Our side can also choose to participate in the battle in a faction-based manner by designating a novice village.
Hint, the number of allies in our faction must not exceed the number of betting targets.
After winning the bet, our faction will share the resources of the betting targets together. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Jiao's eyes lit up instantly.
It can be played like this? Fantastic! With this resource wager token, he can finally settle his scores and seek justice for his grievances.
In the number 1 regional channel, those novice villages targeting the Dragon Country came from different nations, especially the Lighthouse Country, which surprisingly had 3 novice villages. Originally, Jiao could only choose one of them to challenge, leaving him indecisive about which one to pick. Unexpectedly, there was also a faction mode, and he could actually select multiple novice villages at once.
Doesn't this mean that he can take over all these novice villages and give them a harsh lesson?
While everyone was discussing fervently.
Moreover, the wager orders camp system has another rule. If novice village number 9527 challenges several enemy novice villages alone
and wins, all the resources and attribute points withheld by those novice villages will be exclusively owned by village number 9527.
Such an improvement is simply unimaginable.
However, no one dares to make such a bet.
Who has the courage to single-handedly take on more than a dozen novice villages?
This choice was too risky, but for Jiao, as long as it was handled properly, there might still be a chance. However, Jiao did not intend to let village number 9527 take on those dozen or so hostile novice villages alone. He planned to bring along Dragon Nation's village number 71 and village number 81 to form an alliance and collectively wager against the alliances of novice villages from other countries. It wasn't that he doubted his own strength, but this way, the 2 compatriots from Dragon Nation could also join the battle and share the resources after victory. If the strength of these 2 novice villages is enhanced, the overall power of the Dragon Nation will also be stronger in the future on the battlefield of universal slaughter. Moreover, if everyone in Channel 1 of Area 1 unites to besiege the Dragon Nation, when they fail to take down village 9527, they will sooner or later turn their attention to novice villages 71 and 81. Once these 2 villages cannot hold out and fall into consecutive defeats, the overall combat power of the Dragon Nation will be greatly diminished. More importantly, this situation will indirectly foster those opposing novice villages, allowing their strength to grow increasingly formidable.
Since there is a faction battle mode, Jiao naturally won't miss this excellent opportunity.
The greatest advantage of initiating a resource wager is being able to take the initiative and decide when to start the battle.
There is also a countdown on the list for initiating the resource wager, with 1 hour left until it is forcibly triggered.
As for how to set the wager to ensure victory, Jiao already has a clear plan in mind. However, before that, he still had to make some preparations. Thinking of this, Jiao's mind stirred, and he quickly rushed outside, moving continuously toward the outskirts of the village. After a while, he silently stood atop a large tree, coldly gazing at the number 1 area channel, where hostile villages kept hurling insults at the Dragon Nation's novice village in him. A cruel, cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Hint, do you want to choose the faction betting mode?
Once selected, it cannot be changed.
Confirm.
Hint, you have activated the faction mode resource betting. As the initiator, rewards and penalties are doubled.
Hint, you can freely choose your starting village to be the red faction or the blue faction.
Jiao did not hesitate and directly selected newbie village number 9527 as the red side. There was no other way. Almost every person from the Dragon Kingdom could not resist that vibrant red. Hint, the newbie village number 9527, you are in defaults to the red faction.
faction. Please feel free to choose to bet against the blue faction. The next second, rows upon rows of village numbers densely flashed across the light screen in front of Jiao Hao. The numbers flickered unpredictably, showing nothing but the serial numbers, leaving no choice but to select randomly. Jiao Hao speculated that back then, that Hephaestus probably also picked one at random and ended up choosing novice village number 9527. But this also has its drawbacks. It's very easy to accidentally select a novice village from the same faction or country. Therefore, the correct way to use the wager token should be to first enter the regional chat channel. This way, it can be determined which beginner villages belong to the opposing faction. Jiao Hao coldly scanned the various beginner villages in Area 1. When speaking in the regional channel, everyone will display the beginner village they belong to. So, every single one of them, those beginner villages that want to unite to suppress and insult the Dragon Kingdom, none of them will escape. At this moment, in the chat channel of Area 1, all kinds of malicious insults targeting the Dragon Kingdom continued to rise one after another. Oh, my god, you little cuties, stop trying to whitewash that despicable Jiao Hao. No matter how clean you make him, I still just want to give him a hard kick. Baka, you people of the Dragon Kingdom are the root of all evil. I will completely annihilate you. Oh, my god, look at those wicked people from the Dragon Kingdom. Bring down punishment and destroy them. Ah, those shameless thieves from the Dragon Kingdom stole the honor and historical heritage that belonged to our stick nation. Eliminate the Dragon Kingdom, Simida. At that moment, a cold system notification sounded, instantly plunging the entire regional channel into silence. Notification, newbie village number 9527 Jiao Hao has activated the resource wager order, initiating faction wager mode. Faction wager. The beginner's village is divided into red and blue factions, engaging in a wager-based duel. The losing side will have 80% of all resources deducted, and all members will lose 40 attribute points. The winning side will gain 80% more resources, and all members will gain 40 attribute points. As soon as this message was released, everyone was stunned. What's going on? There's a faction mode? And the losing side actually has to lose 40 attribute points? Will the resources in the beginner's village be directly reduced by 80%? Don't forget, there are still some level 1 newcomers in certain beginners' villages. Their total attribute points might not even reach 40. With such a deduction, various attributes could instantly turn negative. I'm afraid it will be directly obliterated by the system. Not to mention, with 80% of the resources deducted, almost no one can pass the level 10 assessment. This Jiao Hao is playing way too big. Just as everyone was filled with doubts and started discussing fervently. Hint, the current faction division is as follows. The red faction consists of 3 novice villages, 9527 novice village, 71 novice village, and 81 novice village. The blue faction has been selected to include 18 novice villages such as 11 novice village, 87 novice village, 186 novice village, 33 novice village, 911 novice village. Hint, novice villages in the blue faction can choose whether to agree to the wager, while the red faction, as the initiator, cannot choose and is automatically set to agree by default. Wager content. Both factions accumulate points by hunting monsters, and the faction that first reaches 1000 points is determined as the winner. Point acquisition method. Level 5 Fierce Beast plus 1 point, Level 6 Fierce Beast plus 2 points, Level 7 Fierce Beast plus 3 points, Level 8 Fierce Beast plus 4 points, Level 9 Fierce Beast plus 5 points, Level 10 Fierce Beast plus 10 points, Level 1 Demon Beast plus 100 points. Hint, killing beasts and low-level ferocious beasts will not earn points. The method of killing is not restricted. After reading these hints, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Their heads buzzed. What exactly is Jiao Hao trying to do? Yeah, is he crazy? Jiao Hao is playing way too big with this move. Our 3 novice villages are actually taking on 18 of their novice villages? This is just too exaggerated. Something's bound to go wrong. Although I really hate those guys and want to teach them a harsh lesson, this approach is way too risky. That's right, it's truly outrageous. Brothers from 9527 novice village, I'm not blaming you, but Jiao Hao is being way too overbearing this time. I know you're strong, but agreeing to the wager without our consent is a bit inconsiderate, don't you think? Exactly, I understand that Jiao Hao wants to unite our 2 villages to strengthen our power, but making such a decision without saying a word and directly assigning us to the red camp without consulting us if we lose, wouldn't all the Dragon Nation's novice villages be doomed together? At the same time, a prompt asking whether to agree to the wager appeared in front of the highest level player in each novice village of the blue camp. Fellow compatriots, do we agree or not? Let me think about it. I always feel there's a conspiracy hidden in this. How could the people of Longwa come to us for no reason? There's no conspiracy. The system's wager is absolutely fair and just. There's no way to cheat. This is a wager based purely on strength, and it's precisely our great opportunity. That's right, but that Jiao Hao from Longwei is very strong. He's already an 8th level expert. So what if he's 8th level? No matter how powerful he is, he's just one person, while we have tens of thousands of people from over a dozen novice villages combined. This is a team competition, not a one-on-one one-on-one duel.
Exactly, individual strength is useless.
I think this is practically a free win for us.
Right, this time the betting system completely eliminates intermediary fees, which means we get to share all the rewards we win. Most importantly, this is a perfect opportunity to suppress the people of Longwa.
That's right, I must call on everyone here to actively participate.
You must understand, if the number of participants is too small, the chances of success will be very low, but the more of us who join the gamble, the greater the probability of victory.
Although the resources we ultimately receive may be less, the chance of winning is almost 100%.
Faced with this opportunity to strike against the people of Dragon Country, Lighthouse Country hopes everyone won't miss out and won't hold us back, otherwise,
As soon as the words were spoken, those novice villages that had been hesitant reluctantly chose to agree. In an instant, all 18 novice villages of the blue camp nodded in agreement.
Tip: during the faction betting process, individuals who accumulate 500 points will receive additional rewards. Tip: the group betting officially begins.
The chat channel function in the faction areas of both sides will be disabled. Countdown starts 59, 58.
At this moment, the 18 novice villages of the blue faction seized the last opportunity to vent their emotions wildly in the regional channel.
Oh my god, this is simply a godsend opportunity.
Jiao has gone mad, he's walking straight into death.
That's right, 18-3, we've got this. Yoshi, Jiao is absolutely amazing.
Awesome, I almost suspected Jiao was one of us South Koreans. Perfect. I guess Jiao must have made a mistake. He probably intended to use the 3 novice villages from the Dragon Kingdom to deal with just a few of us, but ended up messing up and the system automatically defaulted to the red team's agreement.
He could only hope that we wouldn't agree.
That's right, but Jiao didn't expect us to see through his scheme and perfectly exploit his mistake. This time, the 3 novice villages of your Dragon Nation are doomed to fail, and you'll pay a heavy price.
You bastards, don't get too cocky. The betting results aren't out yet.
Exactly.
Have you forgotten how miserably you cried when you lost?
That's right, Jiao is doing this to lure you in, and you don't even realize you've fallen for it.
Stop shouting.
If you have the guts, let's settle this with a real fight.
Once the bet is over, you won't be able to shout anymore. No matter how uneasy the people in Dragon Country's novice village feel, they absolutely cannot lose in terms of momentum. As the countdown ended, members of both factions were quickly muted, unable to continue communicating in the regional channel.
However, at this time, there were still many novice villages from other countries in the regional channel. Apart from the 21 novice villages engaged in battle, most of the remaining ones were neutral villages.
Soon, sporadic chatting began to emerge in the regional channel.
I really like the character of these people from the Dragon Kingdom. Only 3 villages dare to take on 18. Truly impressive.
If they survive, I'll definitely join them for a vodka feast. That's right, the people from the Dragon Kingdom are amazing, almost like a warrior nation. These people from the Dragon Kingdom are too impulsive.
Although I also find them annoying, the most important thing at this stage is to preserve strength and develop together.
Exactly, impulsiveness is the devil. We need to learn from this experience and act low-key.
Yeah, those so-called democratic countries' newbie villages are just a bunch of thugs. They gang up to fight, and if anyone dares to speak out, they swarm like hyenas. Sigh, luckily the chat channel is blocked, otherwise we wouldn't even dare to speak up. Exactly, the people of the Dragon Country are too stubborn. Sooner or later, they'll suffer for it.
Meanwhile, the chat channel in newbie village number 71 fell into an awkward silence.
Under Jiao's arrangements, the entire 9,527 novice village quickly returned to laughter and joy, bustling with activity.
Wow!
The guide provided by Jiao was way too detailed. It not only includes the distribution range of wild monsters in our novice village but also introduces their weaknesses and information.
Yeah, it's truly amazing. With this detailed information, we can feel more confident when taking down level 5 fierce beasts.
Exactly, Jiao compiled this guide from countless intense battles, making it a priceless treasure. The boss even carefully marked all the possible talents and weaknesses of the fierce beasts.
If we still can't handle it like this, it would really be embarrassing.
Indeed, with the map instructions provided by Jiao, we can perfectly avoid those high-level fierce beasts and focus on hunting level 5 ones.
With this, I feel like we're one step closer to victory.
The most crucial thing is that Jiao's tactical plan allows us low-level beginners to fully play our part.
Exactly.
The variety of items Jiao recycles is impressive, whether it's all kinds of spiritual herbs, corpses, or various weapons and equipment, whether usable or broken, nothing is overlooked.
Moreover, Jiao's recycling isn't about taking advantage for free, he trades entirely at market price. It's truly so conscientious.
Exactly,
and the equipment he sells is particularly affordable.
Especially that sharp refined steel dagger, you can trade it for beast corpses and make an incredible profit. The batch of medicinal plasters Jiao released into the market has practically become a lifeline. With them, we no longer have to constantly worry about suddenly dying during fierce battles with ferocious beasts. At the end of the day, the hardest work still falls on Jiao. Not only only does he have to release guides, but he also has to trade equipment and medicine. With us, the toughest part is that he's facing those high-level ferocious beasts, all at least level 8, all alone, and we can't do much to help. Forget it. Being able to complete the tasks assigned by the boss is already the biggest help we can offer. Alright, brothers, I've found another second-tier spiritual herb, but there's a second-level fierce beast guarding it. Let's take it down first. This lively and united 9527 novice village, filled with laughter and joy, stands in stark contrast to the atmosphere of several novice villages in the blue camp, especially the novice village of South Korea. This is so infuriating. We're all level 5, and we don't even have a single level 6 expert. How are we supposed to hunt level 5 beasts? Although the 5 of us teaming up can barely take down 1 or 2 level 5 beasts, the efficiency is just too low. The most frustrating thing is that those low-level rookies are practically useless. That Jiao is too cunning. It's really maddening. I have an idea. How about we gather everyone in the village and form a team to hunt beasts? Are you crazy? Sending those level 3 and level 4 rookies to fight level 5 fierce beasts is basically sending them to their deaths. Don't rush. Our blue camp has a total of 18 novice villages this time, especially the Lighthouse Nation, which has 3 novice villages. If they fail, the blow to them will be the greatest, so they'll definitely fight desperately. Why should we risk our lives? That's right. Park Duan Mink's words make a lot of sense. In that case, we just need to gather a few level 5 experts to hunt the fierce beasts. As long as our village contributes 1 or 2 points, the task will be considered complete. Exactly. I believe the leader of the Lighthouse Nation will definitely bring a miracle. That's right. With the strength of our Southern Stick Nation, we've already done our best to reach this point. That's right. Slacking off, Sumida. At this moment, in Modi the Old Immortals 438 novice village, everyone was exceptionally excited. Angel exclaimed excitedly, Lord Modi, your plan was a great success. Now the people of Dragon Nation have offended all the novice villages. This time, they are using 3 novice villages to challenge 18 halls. The Dragon Nation is bound to lose. Modi laughed heartily. That's right. The Dragon Nation thinks they defeated us once, but little do they know, this time I will take back everything we lost. The best part is, this battle costs us almost nothing in the 438 novice village. Angel asked in confusion, Lord Modi, what do you mean by that? Modi explained, although I have already reached level 7, as the initiator of the wager, I was subjected to double penalties by the system, losing a significant number of attribute points. Everyone in our novice village had their attributes reduced, and with resources halved, it has become much harder to kill fierce beasts and earn points. However, the advantage of a faction battle is that even if we don't put in much effort, we can still share in the resources in the end. Angel asked, Lord Modi, do you mean? Modi, since we've been so heavily injured, this time we, the A3 Nation, can justifiably slack off. I believe no one else will say much about it. As long as we win this battle, we can recover all the attribute points and resources. By then, with my level, no one will dare to underestimate us again. Angel, exactly, Lord Modi, you're absolutely right. There's no need for us to take risks. Since our strength has been cut so severely, I'm sure everyone will understand. Modi, that's right. Let the British, the Lighthouse Nation, and those brainless fools from Sakura Nation go sacrifice themselves. We just need to sit back, enjoy the fruits of victory, and wait for the win. Oh, to celebrate this great victory, let's sing and dance to our heart's content. Oh, singing and dancing, singing and dancing, singing and dancing. So cold, I'm playing with mud in the northeast. Although the northeast is vast, I have no home in Dalian. Immediately, the entire 438 novice village was filled with laughter and joy, with cheerful songs echoing everywhere. Outsiders who saw it might have thought it was the new year. I have to say, these so-called democratic countries are not united at all. Out of the 18 factions, 2 have already clearly decided to slack off and do nothing. Meanwhile, in the newbie village of Great Britain, William, oh, my friends, this time our Great Britain has suffered a significant loss of strength. At this critical moment, I believe our top priority is still to preserve our strength. That's right, Sir William is correct. Victory is destined. But for the sake of long-term interests, we, Britannia, must preserve our strength in this battle. Well said. This time, our Britannia's attribute points have been significantly reduced, and most of our resources have been deducted. It's understandable if we can't earn points. Exactly, we only have 5 level 5 powerhouses, and that's just on paper. Their actual combat strength is probably only at level 4. We absolutely can't take risks. William, we must trust our allies and believe they will lead us to victory. As for Britannia, well, we can just take it easy for now. Goodness, there are already 3 slacking off. What's more, among these 18 branches, there's the White Flag Specialist Galu Nation, known for surrendering, and Italy, which always underperforms in major battles. With these 2 oddballs, the White Flag Specialist Galu Nation and Italy, present, it's hard for the blue faction to win. It must be said that the Zhangbai Banner Blast Furnace and Italy are disappointing at critical moments, which is something that never disappoints. In this gamble, barring any surprises, the blue side is set to suffer suffer a crushing defeat. Those who were so confident, thinking the faction gamble was 18-3 and that the blue side's novice village had the advantage, would never have imagined this. At this moment, 5 novice villages have already completely given up. In the remaining 13 novice villages, there are probably quite a few planning to slack off. However, Jiao was not surprised by this result. He calmly stated that everything was under his control. These guys, although ranting indignantly in the regional channel and pretending to be united, but in reality, they come from different countries, fraught with conflicts and mutual deception on the blue planet. Upon arriving at the chaotic battlefield of the heavens, the primary concern of every novice village is its own development.
Moreover, what everyone cares about most deep down is their own survival. So with so many novice villages from different countries gathered together, how could they possibly be as united and close as real brothers? The reason why everyone is targeting Jiao's Dragon Kingdom novice village is simply because of the village's strong rise, coupled with accumulated old and new grudges. But these people, gathered for profit and ulterior motives, are all deeply scheming, cunning, and deceitful. How can one expect them to genuinely and sincerely sacrifice for each other? However, after the regional chat channel was blocked, the other members of the 3 novice villages in the Dragon Kingdom were unaware of these trivial matters happening in the blue faction's camp. So, not everyone is as confident as Jiao. After closing the chat channel, Jiao held a steel bow and fine steel arrows, quietly watching the canyon before him. There, on the ground, lay more than a dozen massive, oddly shaped monsters in disarray. At this moment, they were sound asleep. Even in deep sleep, the thunderous snoring caused the leaves above the canyon to tremble and rustle. Jiao aimed his perception skill at a monster below. Fierce beast, earth-splitting wild bull. Level 8. Combat power, 29.
Characteristics, irritable and quick-tempered, social creatures, extremely strong. Skills, earth shatter, the earth-cracking bull can cause terrain collapse and split the ground when stomping.
Drop rate, 6%.
Jiao took a deep breath, his gaze falling on the dozen or so earth-splitting wild bulls lying on the ground. If he could kill all of these earth-splitting wild bulls, his points would increase significantly. These creatures were exceptionally large, measuring 6 to 7 meters in length and 3 to 4 meters in height. Their 2 sturdy horns were over a meter long and extremely sharp. The massive hooves of the bull were as large as a wash basin. Its entire body was covered in knotted muscles. Facing such a terrifying wild bull, taking it down would undoubtedly require some effort. However, compared to aimlessly searching for fierce beasts now, Jiao's hunting efficiency had already improved significantly. Before the wager began, he spent quite some time familiarizing himself with the situation here. The goal is to kill the level 8 ferocious beast at the very beginning of the gamble. This is also a carefully planned step, as finding suitable monsters also takes considerable time. Looking at the densely packed, defenseless earth-splitter wild bulls gathered together, Jiao stood atop the cliff, aiming at one of the explosive wild bulls.
Tighten the bowstring. The steel arrow instantly shot into the darkness.
The earth-cracking wild bull was lying comfortably on the ground, sound asleep, completely unaware of the impending danger. A flash of cold light streaked by.
A muffled sound echoed.
The sharp steel arrow pierced straight into the back of the earth-crack bull's neck,
its powerful penetration force driving the arrow shaft directly through its heart.
Although the earth-crack bull's overall defense was astonishing, Jiao knew this was its weak spot. Back on Blue Star, he had once seen a matador deliver a precise final strike into a bull's heart.
No matter how fierce the bull, it will collapse in an instant.
Although the creatures on the battlefield of slaughter across the heavens vary greatly in strength, their heart positions and body structures are remarkably similar. Thus, that earth-splitting wild bull stopped moving after just a few twitches. Jiao, who secured the first kill, had a confident smile appear at the corner of his mouth. The bowstring of the steel bow in his hand kept vibrating, as one steel arrow after another flew into the depths of the canyon.
Suddenly ambushed, all the earth-splitter wild bulls scrambled up from the ground, letting out furious roars. Moo!
The roar shook the heavens, causing a sharp pain in Jiao's eardrums from afar. However, at this moment, he was positioned on the mountain wall on one side of the canyon, relying on a protruding old tree. He maintained a considerable distance from the earth-splitting wild bulls, with no need to worry about them climbing up the mountain wall.
This spot was carefully chosen by Jiao. Standing here, he could overlook those colossal creatures below and hunt them at will. Steel arrows streaked through the night sky, piercing precisely into the bodies of the earth-split bulls.
These massive earth-split bulls, faced with Jiao's increasingly skilled archery, no longer escaped a single shot. Although they were powerful, their defense and physique were far inferior to the silverback black bears. The steel arrows easily left wounds on their bodies. Before long, the earth-splitting wild bulls were covered in blood. The sight of blood ignited their ferocity, each one roaring in rage, stomping furiously against the mountain walls in an attempt to charge. But their massive size made climbing the steep cliffs nothing more than a fool's dream. Jiao was secretly puzzled. Why were these guys' levels and combat power actually higher than the silverback black bear? They didn't look imposing at all. However, after all, they were ferocious beasts and had some intelligence. They quickly detected the source of the arrows and noticed Jiao Hao on the cliff. One by one, the earth-split wild bulls roared as they charged to the base of the mountain wall, raising their massive hooves in unison and stomping heavily on the ground, whiteness spraying from their nostrils. Jiao Hao's eyes narrowed as he immediately recalled the previous description of the earth-split wild bull's skills. Sensing danger, he quickly jumped down from a nearby tree and retreated to a flat stone platform, nervously watching below. Suddenly, rumble rumble. Jiao Hao felt the entire mountain shaking violently, with loose rocks tumbling down from the cliff walls. Below the large tree where he had just landed, boulders rolled down, uprooting the tree over 2 meters thick and sending it tumbling down the cliff. Jiao Hao stared in disbelief at the scene before him, utterly shocked. The Earth Shatter skill actually possessed such astonishing destructive power. Now Jiao Hao finally understood why the Earth Fisher Wild Bull could reach such a high combat power of level 8, fully deserving the title of a level 8 ferocious beast. However, relying solely on the power of a single Earth Fisher Wild Bull would never achieve such a terrifying effect. Unexpectedly, this group of creatures could actually unite to collectively unleash the skill Earth Shatter, instantly erupting with astonishing destructive power, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake. That feeling of the heavens collapsing and the earth cracking was truly heart-stopping. The cliff in front of Jiao Hao shook violently, echoing with continuous bangs, and cracks suddenly appeared on the cliff face. Crack, crack, crack. A rumbling sound followed one after another as rocks and clumps of soil kept tumbling down. At this moment, Jiao Hao was no longer arrogant, nervously staring at the massive boulders falling from above. Shuttling between these giant rocks with a diameter of 1 or 2 meters is no child's play. Once hit, even if not fatal, it is very likely to be knocked off the cliff. Not to mention the unimaginable consequences of falling into the group of fire-spewing earthcracks wild bulls. Jiao Hao relied on his agile skills, wearing swift shoes, and nimbly maneuvered between the cliff walls, dodging the falling boulders. Suddenly, with a loud crack, a massive fissure appeared in the mountain wall behind the stone platform. The mountain wall beneath Jiao Hao's feet instantly collapsed, causing his body to lose support and plummet downward. His heart tightened. Fortunately, this spot was located midway up the cliff, and apart from the fissure, the large stone had not completely crumbled. Jiao Hao forcefully stepped on a nearby fallen rock, quickly leaping into the crevice. The horse-cutting blade precisely lodged into the wall, steadily preventing him from falling. Sparks flew from the blade, and Jiao Hao finally landed back on the stone platform. Although a bit disheveled, he was completely unharmed. The crevice in the stone platform formed a stable triangle, resembling a natural safe haven. Hiding here, he didn't have to worry about safety for the time being. After all, this massive mountain peak couldn't possibly be destroyed by such tremors. After a while, the vibrations of the stone wall finally subsided, leaving only a few scattered rocks slowly rolling down. Jiao Hao let out a long breath and muttered to himself, "Aren't these earthquake wild bulls a bit too aggressive? They resolve conflicts by directly wreaking havoc on everything." Under the high stone cliff, many falling rocks plummeted straight into the depths of the canyon, clearly showing no concern about hitting themselves. This temper is so fiery it gives one a headache. At this moment, Jiao Hao let out a soft hum and curiously looked toward the crack in the broken cliff ahead. This was originally a massive, intact stone wall, but now a wide fissure had split through the middle. However, in that dark crevice, a few shimmering glimmers unexpectedly sparkled. The situation was tense just now, and he hadn't paid any attention to these details. Now, seeing these glittering points of light, he couldn't help but walk over to examine them closely. It was a piece of black rock protruding from the stone wall, its color deep and dark, with its surface covered in tiny golden specks. What exactly are these golden specks? Jiao Hao curiously activated the insight skill to investigate. Refined gold, black iron, rare ore. Black iron ore absorbs refined gold from heaven and earth, forming a special ore that is a rare material for crafting. Black iron ore is hard, heat-resistant, and not easily deformed, requiring repeated forging to gradually separate the refined gold. The system's description appeared before his eyes, and Jiao Hao's eyes lit up. So this was actually a precious crafting material. These dark strips are black iron ore, and those golden specks are rare adamantite. He took out a sharp steel dagger and gently scraped the adamantite a few times, trying to scrape off a bit. Unexpectedly, the surface of the dagger quickly became rough, greatly reducing its sharpness. Jiao Hao exerted a great deal of effort before finally scraping off a tiny piece of adamantite. Used the skill Pierce Illusion to check. Mithril, a rare forging material that can significantly enhance the sharpness of weapons. Ordinary iron can be upgraded to a treasured weapon by adding mithril. Weapons forged with mithril naturally possess armor-piercing capabilities, ignoring hardness. Non-metallic items cannot be crafted using mithril. Truly a treasure. Just this small amount of mithril can greatly enhance the sharpness of a weapon. In front of him, this massive refined gold and black iron ore contained an immeasurable amount of refined gold. Thinking of this, Jiao Hao revealed a trace of a maniacal smile. He picked up a sharp steel dagger and struck the stone wall forcefully, bit by bit. Although he knew it was almost impossible to directly extract refined gold from the huge ore, but he could chisel open this mountain wall and slowly extract the entire ore. As the massive ore crashed to the ground, 3 discarded sharp steel daggers lay by Qindong's feet. The blades of the daggers had completely lost their sharpness and were entirely worn out. Jiao Hao casually activated the recycling reset skill to recover the 3 sharp steel daggers,
obtained a palm-sized piece of refined steel and an iron block. He casually tossed these materials into the Lingbao space. His gaze fell on the massive refined black iron ore in front of him, and Jiao Hao placed his palm over it. He used the recycle and reset skill once again.
In an instant, some golden, sand-like particles appeared in his hand. Jiao Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart and continued to repeatedly perform the recovery reset. Due to the special properties of refined gold, which is only physically combined with black iron ore,
it can be extracted simply by continuous hammering.
Jiao Hao's recycling reset skill can only change the physical form of objects, but cannot alter their existence form. For example, he can recycle pure water, impurities, and soil from turbid water, but he cannot directly reset oxygen and hydrogen from water. Therefore, even though the black iron ore is incredibly hard, the refined gold inside was still completely recycled by Jiao Hao.
Obtained, mithril +1. Obtained, mithril +1.
In the end, all the mithril was completely recovered by him. In front of Qindong, only a single black, rectangular piece of profound iron ore remained. Xian iron, a type of extremely dense and hard meteorite iron, highly resistant to rust. Its color can be altered by adding other materials, making it an exceptional material for crafting objects. Mining it is extremely challenging. Apart from this piece of Xian iron ore, Jiao Hao's greatest gain was the golden metallic particles shimmering before him. A total of approximately 4 kilograms of refined gold was obtained.
Boom! Although 4 kilograms sounds substantial, it actually amounts to only a palm-sized lump. This is all because refined gold itself is extremely heavy.
These refined gold particles are like delicate golden sand, each one dense and weighty. Just 1 or 2 pieces of refined gold are enough to completely ruin the blade of a sharp steel dagger. Moreover, even after being forged in intense flames, its form remains stable and can only be hammered with brute force to integrate it into a weapon. As long as a trace of mithril is added to the weapon, it becomes incredibly sharp and exceptionally hard. Thinking of this, Jiao Hao's heart stirred, and he took out his horse-cutting saber. Then, he grabbed a handful of mithril and activated the recycle and reset skill.
Prompt: do you want to reset the horse-cutting saber?
This process will cause irreversible damage to the saber's material, increasing sharpness while reducing durability. Jiao Hao did not hesitate. This was merely a second-tier weapon, and as long as it could enhance his combat power, it was sufficient. As for better weapons, once I get the golden treasure chest, I certainly won't be lacking. He applied the refined essence in his hand to the blade of the horse-slaying saber. In an instant, the saber became dazzlingly radiant. A brilliant golden line appeared along the blade, as if it had been adorned with golden lipstick, shining brightly.
Jiao Hao clicked to check the information.
Golden blade, tier 5 equipment, forged from refined steel and enhanced with sharp fine gold, possesses unparalleled armor-piercing capability, armor penetration increased by 100%, current durability 2000/2000. Looking at the system description, Jiao Hao gripped the golden blade with satisfaction. Under the effect of recycling and resetting, the original tier 2 equipment was directly upgraded to tier 5.
However, the Zanmadeo is still fundamentally forged from refined steel.
Although infused with fine gold, it has only been upgraded to tier 5. It has almost reached the limit of the Zanmadeo. Now it comes with the effect of unparalleled armor penetration, and its durability has also been simultaneously enhanced.
Jiao Hao knew that once the durability dropped to 0, this Zanmadeo would be completely scrapped.
The fine gold on the blade can still be recycled, but other materials are no longer of use. For this horse-slaying saber, the most precious part is this layer of fine gold. Holding the horse-slaying saber and gazing at the shimmering golden line, Jiao Hao's lips curled into a smile. My great blade has long yearned to be unsheathed. Swish, swish. Jiao Hao wielded a horse-cutting blade, running along the cliff, his swift shoes lightly tapping the stone surface. His figure swiftly moved downward. Clang! As he approached the ground, Jiao Hao thrust the Zanmadeo fiercely into the rock wall.
The hard rock seemed like tofu, deeply sliced by the Zanmadeo.
Using this resistance, his body slowly landed on the ground. The earth-cracking wild bull herd on the ground was in complete chaos at this moment, suffering heavy casualties. Apart from the unlucky one injured by Jiao Hao's steel arrow, many wild bulls were also crushed to death by the falling boulders from the mountain. At this moment, Jiao Hao leaped forward, swinging his blade toward a ground-splitting wild bull opposite him. The ground-splitting wild bull, unwilling to show weakness, fiercely struck the ground with its hind hooves, then charged madly at Jiao Hao's horse-cutting blade with its massive horns.
Power Berserk, activate. A muffled sound suddenly rang out. A streak of blood shot out. A massive bull's head flew into the air on the spot. This earth-cracking wild bull had its head severed by Jiao Hao's golden blade in a single strike. The wound was impeccably clean, and Jiao Hao's golden blade still shone brilliantly, without a trace of blood. What a fine blade!
Jiao Hao let out a hearty laugh, his steps unceasing as he swiftly charged toward another earth-splitting wild ox. The golden blade swung out, and the earth-splitting wild ox charging at high speed collided directly with the blade's edge, its abdomen instantly split open. Blood spurted everywhere, and the massive earth-cracking wild bull immediately lost its strength and collapsed heavily to the ground.
At this moment, the other earth-cracking wild bulls, who had reacted, angrily surrounded Jiao. Moo! One of the earth-cracking wild bulls, whose size was noticeably larger than its companions, roared furiously and charged madly at Jiao. Two giant horns danced wildly. Jiao slid skillfully, his agile figure passing under the belly of the earth-splitting wild ox. The golden blade in his hand traced a dazzling arc of light in the air. The earth-splitting wild ox was cleaved in half and collapsed limply to the ground. Killed 3 earth-splitting wild bulls in a row. Jiao's chest surged with heroic passion. With the broadsword in hand, the world is mine. However, his gaze shifted, and upon noticing the state of the golden slashing blade, his expression immediately turned serious. At this moment, the durability of the golden slashing blade had dropped to 1600/2000. After just a few strikes, nearly 100 durability was lost with each blow. Who can withstand this? However, Jiao was now going all out and had activated berserk strength. Faced with such immense force, combined with the high-speed impact of the earth-cracking wild bull, it was understandable that the blade's durability would be damaged. Even so, this golden slashing blade was more than enough to deal with the earth-cracking wild bull before him. There were only a few earth-splitter wild bulls still standing in the field. The rest had already been crushed to death by falling rocks during the earlier earthquake. According to the terms of the wager, even earth-splitter wild bulls killed by falling rocks would count toward the kill points of Newbie Village 9527 as long as they died within its territory. At this moment, only one uninjured and intact earth-splitter wild bull remained in front of Jiao. The death of its companions did not make it retreat. It roared, its forehooves stomping heavily on the ground, creating a thunderous noise. Its body, carrying dust, charged wildly toward Jiao. However, this brute force posed no threat to Jiao. His speed was astonishingly fast. The impact of the earth-splitting wild bull didn't even touch the hem of Jiao's clothes. It had to stop, panting heavily. Its hooves kept scraping the ground, preparing to unleash the earth-shattering skill again. However, the drawback of this skill was very obvious. It had an extremely noticeable wind-up motion. Jiao saw this and immediately moved away, having already noticed it was about to unleash a skill. The spot where he had just been standing split open with a deep crack, and the ground collapsed violently. But Jiao stood firmly in another spot, completely unharmed. The earth-rift bull panted heavily, white mist emerging from its nostrils. Obviously, using this skill takes a great toll on it. At least for now, it no longer has the strength to cast any skills. Jiao's figure suddenly vanished, and the golden blade traced a dazzling streak of light in the air. With a muffled thud, the exhausted earth-split bull collapsed weakly to the ground. Pale blue light dots merged into Jiao's body, and a flash of white light appeared on him, a signal of another level up. Hint, level up, current level 9, 210/5000. Obtained, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, life plus 10, constitution plus 10, attribute points plus 5. At this moment, Jiao's status is updated to level 9, 304/5000. Strength 541, grade D strength berserk *3. Agility 503, grade D speed berserk *3. Physique 380, E-level physique enhancement *2. Spirit 238. Attribute points 15. Talents, recycle reset, SSS-Level, planting, SSS-Level, hearing enhancement, F-level, vision enhancement, E-level, smell enhancement, F-level, charm enhancement, F-level, flame control, D-level, combat power 30. Reputation 60. Did I just level up so easily? Jiao was surprised in his heart. It seems that leveling up is not as difficult as he imagined. Why does it feel like the level 8 fierce beast poses no threat at all, and is even less troublesome than the silver-backed black bear? This is nothing more than Jiao's illusion. The main reason is that during this period, the newcomers in the village have provided him with a large number of monster corpses, causing Jiao's attribute points to skyrocket. Additionally, he has a tier 5 weapon, the Golden Blade, which can achieve a defense-breaking effect that ignores hardness. Boom! So, the level 8 fierce beast earth-splitting wild bull naturally appears weaker than the silver-backed black bear. But in reality, the earth-splitting wild bull is far faster than the silver-backed black bear. It just so happened to encounter Jiao, this monster, who possesses the D-level talent Speed Frenzy and is also wearing swift shoes that enhance movement speed. On top of that, through various recycling resets, he continuously increases his attribute points. Even opponents with the same D-level speed talent or a higher C-level speed talent couldn't outrun Jiao. Only with such speed could he easily evade the Earthcrack Wild Bull's charges and skill attacks. Otherwise, whether struck by the massive horns or hit by the Earthshatter skill, the result would undoubtedly be death. Even if someone could match Jiao's speed, without equally formidable strength, they wouldn't be able to break through the Earthcrack Wild Bull's defenses, let alone kill it effortlessly. Imagine Jiao splitting the Earth-cracking bull in half with a single strike. The key isn't just strength, but who currently has tier 5 equipment. So for other novices, hunting level 5 fierce beasts as a team is extremely difficult,
unless they risk injuries to forcefully kill them.
But who dares to get injured easily now? No one has any healing supplies on hand.
After getting injured, not to mention bleeding or fractures, even the inflammation caused by the toxins carried by these beasts is untreatable. In contrast, Jiao even guaranteed that every expert above level 4 in the 9527 novice village would have a piece of dogskin plaster. Moreover, this perverted guy single-handedly wiped out 16 earth-split bulls, although most of them died from falling rocks. But just by killing this nest of earth-split bulls, he earned 64 points.
In everyone's operation interface, there is a local village betting points leaderboard.
Jiao clicked on the betting points of the faction in front of him to view the details.
ID, 9527 Novice Village. Faction, Red Team. Points, 69. Next is the individual kill points leaderboard. First place, Jiao, 16 points. Second place, Li Zhe, 2 points. Third place, AI Bei, 1 point.
The system notification sounded again.
Fourth place, Ren Hu, 1 point. Fifth place, Lei Jun, 1 point.
The efficiency of Novice Village 9527 is extremely high. In a short time, Li Zhe and his team have already earned 5 points. Although the leaderboard channel is blocked, Jiao is unable to check the point situation of the other 2 Dragon Country novice villages, but he guessed that the other party definitely wouldn't score more than 5 points. It's estimated that those 2 novice villages have at most each killed 1 or 2 level 5 fierce beasts. After all, Novice Village 9527 has experienced 3 consecutive betting victories, with everyone's attribute points increasing 3 times in a row, various resources doubling, and on top of that, Li Zhe and the others still have adhesive bandages, allowing them to act without restraint. This is what allowed them to kill 5 level 5 fierce beasts in such a short time. These 2 Dragon Nation novice villages definitely cannot achieve such efficiency. As for the other novice villages in the blue faction, their situation should be similar to those 2 in the Dragon Nation. A rough estimate suggests that the blue faction has a total of 18 novice villages. No, to be precise, it should be 13 novice villages. Assuming each village kills an average of 3 level 5 fierce beasts, earning 3 points.
Then the blue side's total accumulated points would be at most 54 points. Just the rookie village 9527 alone could easily crush them.
At this moment, Li Zhe was standing in front of the corpse of a level 5 fierce beast, staring incredulously at the points before him. Ren Hu saw the surprise on Li Zhe's face and couldn't help but ask, "Li Zhe, what's wrong?" Li Zhe said, "I just wanted to check our village's points progress, and I found that the points suddenly shot up to 69, increasing by a whole 64 points at once.
What's going on here? This is just too unbelievable. I guess it must be Jiao, the big shot, taking action again? Wow, the boss is incredible, scoring over 60 kill points all by himself."
Li Zhe, I thought the same, but I just checked Jiao's points, and they only increased by 16.
16 points? Is this just the beginning?
Yeah, Jiao's solo score is already several times higher than all of us combined in a team.
Wait, that's not right. Where did those extra dozens of points come from? Did the system give them? Li Zhe shook his head, his expression serious, and said, "Do you all remember?
The bet clearly stated that there were no restrictions on the method of killing the beasts. This means it's very likely that Big Boss Jiao used some kind of large-scale destructive method to take out several beasts at once.
Could it be that Big Boss Jiao threw a bomb? Hey, don't get mad, I'm just joking, but I'm really curious about how Big Boss Jiao managed to pull it off."
Li Zhe continued, "It's very likely he set up traps, used fire, or flooded them or something.
But even so, the scale of this is just too massive.
To score over 60 points in one go, I'd estimate that Big Boss Jiao must have taken out at least 30 beasts this time. I just wonder what level of fierce beast the boss killed. Could it be level 7? At that moment, the system notification sound suddenly rang out, and everyone heard it in their minds. Notification, Novice Village number 9527, Jiao has killed the level 8 fierce beast earth-splitting wild bull, achieving the first kill of a level 8 fierce beast. Reward, reputation +1.
No way, right? Did Boss Jiao kill a level 8 fierce beast? Awesome, I'm impressed.
The gap is just too big. I really can't imagine how the boss managed to kill level 8 beasts.
That's not even the scariest part.
The most terrifying thing is, judging by the intensity of the recent points increase, it seems these level 8 beasts were killed by Jiao all at once. Each level 8 beast is worth 4 points, so by this calculation, there must be at least a dozen level 8 beasts that fell at Jiao's hands.
Fierce, so fierce.
Sigh, the sense of accomplishment I just had from killing a level 5 beast is completely gone. At this moment, the chat channel of Novice Village 9527 was filled with laughter and joy. I just knew that when Master Jiao took action, it would definitely be reliable.
Yeah, Master Jiao actually went solo against a level 8 ferocious beast. That's some serious guts. As soon as the master made his move, the truth was revealed. The points in the Novice Village instantly surged by over 60. Hasn't this bet just started for less than half an hour? Can't you say something else besides these?
Although my admiration for Jiao, the great master, is as overwhelming overwhelming as the Yellow River flooding. I truly lack culture, and one sentence expresses all my feelings. Just like that, did I actually level up again so easily? Jiao felt a bit surprised, thinking that leveling up didn't seem so difficult after all. Level 8 ferocious beasts are not ferocious at all. They're even less troublesome than silver-backed black bears. However, this was just Jiao's illusion. The main reason was that during this period, the newcomers in the village had provided him with a large number of monster corpses, causing Jiao's attribute points to skyrocket. Additionally, he possessed a tier 5 weapon, the golden slash blade, which allowed him to ignore hardness and achieve a defense-breaking effect. So the Earth Fisher Wild Bull looks far less robust than the silverback black bear. But in fact, the Earth Fisher Wild Bull is much faster than the silverback black bear. It just so happens that it encountered Jiao, this abnormality, who possesses the D-level talent Speed Frenzy and is wearing swift shoes that enhance movement speed. On top of that, he has increased attribute points through various recycling and resetting methods. Even if others have D-level speed talent or higher C-level speed talent, they still can't outrun Jiao. It is precisely this speed that allows him to maneuver with ease, effortlessly dodging the earth-splitting Wild Bull's charges and skill attacks. Otherwise, whether hit by the earth-splitting Wild Bull's massive horns or struck by the Earth Shatter skill, death would be certain. Even if someone could match Jiao's speed, without his immense strength, they wouldn't be able to break through the earth-splitting Wild Bull's defense, making it nearly impossible to kill it easily. Imagine splitting the Earth Rift Wild Bull in half with a single strike like Jiao. The requirement for strength is secondary.
The most crucial thing is, who can produce tier 5 equipment right now?
So for other novices, even teaming up to hunt level 5 ferocious beasts is extremely difficult, unless they disregard casualties and forcefully kill it at all costs.
But at this stage, no one has any healing medicine on hand, so who would dare to get injured easily? Getting injured could mean bleeding or fractures, not to mention the toxins carried by fierce beasts.
At best, it causes inflammation. At worst, it's incurable. In comparison, Jiao even guarantees that every expert above level 4 in the 9527 novice village has dogskin plasters. What's more, this perverse guy single-handedly wiped out 16 earth-splitting wild bulls, though most of the beasts died from falling rocks. But just by killing this nest of earth-splitter wild bulls, 64 points were obtained. On everyone's operation interface, the betting points leaderboard of their village was displayed. Jiao opened the betting points of his own faction and carefully checked the details.
ID, 9527 Novice Village. Faction, Red Team. Points, 69. Next is the personal kill points leaderboard. First place, Jiao, points 16. Second place, Li Zhe, 2 points. Third place, AI Bei, 1 point. Fourth place, Ren Hu, 1 point. Fifth place, Lei Jun, 1 point.
The efficiency of Novice Village 9527 was extremely high. In a short time, Li Zhe and the others had already earned 5 points. Although the leaderboard channel was blocked, Jiao couldn't see the point situation of the other two Dragon Country novice villages, but he guessed that the points of those two villages definitely wouldn't exceed 5. It's estimated that the two novice villages have at most each killed 1 or 2 level 5 fierce beasts. After all, Novice Village 9527 had already won 3 consecutive bets, and everyone's attribute points had been enhanced 3 times as a result. With doubled resources, Li Zhe and his team also have adhesive plasters, making their actions even more flexible. That's why they were able to kill 5 level 5 fierce beasts in such a short time. As for those two Dragon Nation novice villages, they definitely can't achieve this level of efficiency. As for the other Blue Faction novice villages, their situation is probably similar to those two in the Dragon Nation. Roughly calculated, the blue side has a total of 18. No, to be precise, 13 novice villages. If each village kills an average of 3 level 5 fierce beasts, the score would be just 3 points. So the total score of the blue side would be no more than 54 points at most. And just relying on Novice Village 9527 alone can easily crush them. At this moment, Li Zhe was standing in front of the corpse of a level 5 ferocious beast, staring in surprise at the points before him. Ren Hu saw the shock on Li Zhe's face and curiously asked, "What's wrong, Li Zhe?" Li Zhe said, "I just wanted to check the progress of our village's points, and when I looked, the points had suddenly jumped to 69, increasing by a full 64 points in an instant. This is just too unbelievable. I guess could it be Jiao making a move again? The boss is too fierce, scoring over 60 kill points all by himself?" Li Zhe, I thought the same, but I just checked, and Jiao's points only increased by 16.
16 points? That's already impressive and still considered few?
Yeah, the boss alone is so much stronger than all of us combined as a team.
Wait, that's strange. Where did those extra dozens of points come from? Did the system give them?
Li Zhe shook his head, his expression serious. Do you remember the bet mentioned that there were no restrictions on the method of killing the beasts? It's very likely that boss Jiao used some kind of large-scale destructive means to take out multiple beasts at once.
Could it be a bomb? Hey, I'm just joking, but I'm really curious about how the boss actually did it.
Li Zhe speculated, maybe it was a trap, like fire attacks or flooding, but even so, this move by the boss is just too ruthless.
Scoring over 60 points in one go probably means at least 30 fierce beasts were taken out, right? Exactly. I wonder what level of fierce beast the boss killed. Could it be a level 7? At that moment, the system notification sounded and everyone heard it simultaneously in their minds. Notification: Novice Village number 9527's Jiao has killed the level 8 fierce beast earth-splitting wild bull, achieving the first kill of a level 8 fierce beast and earning reputation +1. No way? Jiao took down an 8th level ferocious beast? Amazing. I'm impressed. The gap is just too huge. I can't even imagine how he managed to kill that 8th level beast. That's not even the scariest part. The most shocking thing is the intensity of the score increase just now. I bet those 8th level beasts were all taken out in one go by him. Each 8th level beast is worth 4 points. Based on this calculation, he must have instantly killed over a dozen of them. Fierce. So fierce. The sense of accomplishment from just killing a level 5 beast is completely gone. At this moment, the chat channel of Newbie Village 9527 was filled with laughter and cheers. I knew it. When Jiao makes a move, it's absolutely reliable. Awesome. Yeah, the big shot actually soloed a level 8 beast. Truly bold. When the big boss takes action, the results are immediate. Our Newbie Village's points skyrocketed by over 60 in an instant, and it's been less than half an hour, right? Can't you say something other than that? Although my admiration for Big Boss Jiao is as overwhelming as the Yellow River's floods, unstoppable and boundless, unfortunately, I lack the words to express it. The earth-splitting wild bull truly lives up to its reputation. As an 8th level ferocious beast, just one provided Jiao with a large supply of high-quality meat. The meat provided by these dozen or so earth-rift wild bulls is enough for Jiao to host a barbecue feast for the entire village. Apart from the meat, the earth-rift wild bulls also have some special resources. Jiao used the insight skill to examine them carefully. Earth-rift bull horn. The horn of the ferocious earth-rift wild bull, extremely hard in texture, resistant to both water and fire, can be used for alchemy and crafting, with versatile effects. Tip: the horn of the earth-splitting wild bull possesses powerful armor-piercing capabilities and is an excellent material for crafting the great horn bow. Tough bull tendon. The tendon of the earth-splitting wild bull, widely used as a premium ingredient, and can also be utilized in alchemy and crafting. Tip: the repeatedly tempered tendon of the earth-splitting wild bull is suitable for making bowstrings. Apart from these two items, the other parts of the earth-splitting wild bull are no different from ordinary ferocious beasts, and only these two special items will trigger system prompts. Seeing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Jiao's eyes. His original steel bow was nothing more than an ordinary iron bow, designed in the traditional longbow style. This type of bow and arrow had a fast shooting speed and stable performance, but its shortcomings were insufficient lethality and tension, with mediocre armor-piercing capability. Although equipped with his optimized refined steel arrows, Jiao's bow and arrows had already shown their limitations when facing the silver-backed black bear. As for dealing with the earth-split barbaric bull, whose defense is slightly weaker than the silverback black bear, unless hitting a weak spot, the steel bow can hardly achieve a one-hit kill. Jiao has always wanted to enhance the steel bow's lethality, but due to material limitations, there has been no way to improve it. However, now, these two special materials from the earth-split barbaric bull can finally come in handy. First, Jiao directly placed the two bull horns of the earth-split barbaric bull on both sides of the steel bow's body. The natural curved shape of the horn naturally forms two recurve bends, completely transforming the original longbow structure into a recurve bow. However, this means the original bowstring length is no longer sufficient and must be replaced with the sinew of the earth-split wild ox. But sinew cannot simply be attached and used as a bowstring. Under normal circumstances, sinew used as a bowstring needs to be dried thoroughly to remove moisture, protein, and other impurities, leaving only the most elastic fibers. This process is extremely tedious, relying entirely on meticulous manual operation, with no room for error to avoid damaging the tendon material. For Jiao, none of this is a problem because he possesses the recycling and resetting skill. He used the recycling and resetting skill on the 4 tendons of the earth-splitting wild ox, quickly removing all moisture and fragile proteins, resulting in translucent white tendons. These 4 brand new, resilient tendons were tightly wound together with the original steel strings of the iron bow, forming a brand new bowstring. Subsequently, he combined the bowstring with the bow body, revealing a completely renewed bow before him. The bow's body was crafted from refined steel and the horn of an earthquake wild bull, featuring a recurve bow design that differed from the simplicity of traditional longbow bodies. It was more fluid and brimming with lethality. The color remained jet black, but the touch was no longer icy cold. Instead, it carried the subtle warmth of the bull horn. The bowstring is more than 4 times thicker than before, which also means it can release stronger kinetic energy when shooting. This bow can be called the steel recurve sinew great horn bow, but the name is too long and cumbersome. So Jiao decided to take one character from each of these features to give the new bow a concise and powerful name. In the end, he named it the steel split recurve bow. Steel represents the refined steel material of the bow body, while crack is derived from the earth-cracking wild bull.
The characters Earth, Wild, and Bull are too rustic, and the character Crack better reflects the bow's formidable performance and destructive power, capable of even cracking steel, a testament to its strength.
Recurve refers to the design style of the bow. Jiao was extremely satisfied with the name, Steel Crack Recurve Bow. The name alone exudes a murderous aura, sending chills down one's spine and making the heart race uncontrollably.
Jiao was even more confident in his naming talent, proudly calling himself the Little Prince of Naming. Afterward, Jiao clicked to check out the brand new Steel Rift Recurve Bow. Steel Rift Recurve Bow, a large horn bow crafted from refined steel and the horns of the Earth Rift Wild Bull. The bow body is in a recurve shape, and the bowstring is made of specially treated bull tendons and steel wire. Tier 4 equipment, maximum range increased by 50%, attack power increased by 25%, firing speed increased by 50%, armor piercing ability enhanced by 20%, critical hit rate increased by 20%, and critical damage increased by 30%. With this brand new steel cracked recurve bow, Jiao's strength once again soared to new heights. He solemnly stored the treasured bow in the spiritual treasure space, then stepped toward the next Earthcrack Wild Bull's corpse. Unfortunately, this corpse did not drop any treasure chests, but Jiao was not discouraged. This was only his second one.
Could it be that among so many corpses, there isn't even a single treasure chest?
He casually converted the attribute points and flesh from the earth-splitting wild bull into various materials, then began repeatedly using recycle and reset. However, to his mixed feelings of amusement and frustration, after recycling and resetting the corpses of over a dozen earth-splitting wild bulls, the piles of meat, stacked like small mountains, had already filled the spiritual treasure space.
Yet not a single treasure chest appeared again. Jiao completely lost it. Is this system too biased against him? It's practically blatant cheating. Over a dozen earth-splitting wild bulls only dropped one bronze treasure chest? Are you trying to fool me?
However, he quickly realized that his calculation method might be incorrect, because among them, only 4 Earthcrack wild bulls were killed by him personally, giving him a chance to trigger the drop rate.
The remaining dozen or so were crushed to death by falling rocks.
In other words, it is the power of nature, or self-destruction. According to the rules, monsters not killed by oneself will not provide psychic energy points, nor will they trigger the drop rate of treasure chests. In other words, it was only after successfully killing 4 Earthsplitter wild bulls that he obtained a bronze treasure chest, adding the 6% critical rate of the earth-splitting wild bull itself. Calculating this way, Jiao's luck is actually not too bad. Thinking of this, he finally felt at ease. Placing the bronze treasure chest in front of him with some regret, Jiao opened it without hesitation.
Obtained, stealth cloak, damaged, +1. Obtained, bronze chest +1. A bronze treasure chest, and it only contains this one item? Jiao checked the item details in disappointment. Stealth cloak, damaged tier 2 equipment, damaged due to age, losing part of its abilities. It offers decent camouflage effects and can
achieve static camouflage in specific terrains, such as snowy fields or grassy areas, but movement in camouflage mode is easily detected. The Earthsplitter wild bull is indeed a level 8 ferocious beast. Just one can provide Jiao with a large amount of high-quality meat.
The meat from these dozen or so Earthsplitter wild bulls is enough for Jiao to supply the entire village with barbecue. In addition to the meat, the Earthsplitter wild bull also has some special resources. Jiao used the break illusions skill to check the details. Earthsplit bull horn, the horn of the ferocious beast Earthsplit bull, extremely hard and resistant to water and fire. It can be used for medicine and crafting, possessing multiple effects. Hint: the horn of the Earthsplit bull has powerful armor-piercing capabilities and is an excellent material for making great horn bows. Tough bull tendon, the tendon of the ferocious beast Earthsplit bull, widely applicable. It is both a high-quality ingredient and can be used for medicine and crafting. Hint: the tendons of the earth-splitting wild bull, after repeated tempering, can be used as bowstring material. Other items on the earth-splitting wild bull are not much different from those of ordinary fierce beasts,
except for these two materials, which are particularly special and even highlighted by the system. Seeing this, Jiao's eyes lit up. His original steel bow was just an ordinary iron bow, designed in the traditional longbow style, with fast shooting speed and stable performance, but it lacked sufficient killing power and tension, and its armor-piercing capability was average, although he was equipped with his own optimized steel arrows. But in the battle with the silverback gorilla, the weaknesses of the bow and arrow were fully exposed. When facing the Earthsplitter wild bull, whose defense is inferior to that of the silverback gorilla, it is difficult for the steel bow to achieve a one-hit kill unless it strikes a vital point. Jiao has always wanted to enhance the lethality of the steel bow. However, due to material limitations, the performance can no longer be optimized. And now, these two materials have arrived at just the right time.
Talent.
First are the two horns of the Earthcrack wild bull.
Jiao directly reset them onto the body of the steel bow.
The natural curvature of the ox horn perfectly forms two recurve bends,
thus transforming the bow's design from a traditional longbow into a recurve bow.
However, in this way, the original bowstring bowstring length is no longer sufficient. Fortunately, the sinew of the earth-cracking wild ox can be used as a replacement. However, flowing sinew cannot be directly hung up to serve as a bowstring. Under normal circumstances, sinew must be dried thoroughly to remove all moisture before it can be used as a bowstring. At the same time, moisture, protein, and other impurities must be removed, leaving only the most elastic fibers of the sinew. This process is extremely tedious and relies entirely on manual labor. Moreover, there cannot be the slightest mistake, or it will damage the material of the sinew. But for Jiao Hao, with the recycle and reset skill, everything became effortless. He directly used the recycle and reset skill on the 4 sinews of the earth-cracking wild ox. Soon, the sinews, stripped of all moisture and fragile proteins, were in his hands. At this moment, the sinew had turned into a white, translucent appearance. Jiao Hao tightly wound 4 brand new, resilient sinews together with the original steel wire of the iron bow, creating a brand new bowstring. Next, he combined the bowstring with the bow. What came into view was a brand new bow and arrow. The bow's body is made of refined steel and the horn of an earth-split bull. The overall design is a recurve bow, completely different from the previously simple longbow. It exudes a greater sense of fluidity and lethality. Bang! Although the color remains pitch black, holding it no longer feels as cold as a steel bow but carries the unique warmth of the bull horn. The bowstring is at least 4 times thicker than before, which also means the kinetic energy generated during shooting is much stronger. Such a bow can be called the steel recurve muscle-building great horn bow. However, such a name is too cumbersome. So Jiao Hao decided to pick one character from each of these features to come up with a concise and striking name. In the end, he named this bow the Steel Rift Recurve Bow. Steel naturally refers to the fact that the bow's base material is made of refined steel. Rift is derived from the earth rift wild bull, as using just earth, wild, or bull alone would sound rustic and crude. The word rift perfectly reflects the bow's performance and destructive power, able to split even steel, showcasing its immense strength. Recurve refers to the overall design of the bow. Jiao Hao was extremely satisfied with the name, Steel Split Recurve Bow. The name alone exudes a murderous aura, sending chills down one's spine and making people involuntarily tense up. He was even more confident in his naming talent, practically considering himself the little prince of naming. He clicked to check out this brand new Steel Rift Recurve Bow. Steel Rift Recurve Bow, a large recurve bow crafted from refined steel and the horn of an earth rift wild bull. The bow body features a recurve design, and the bowstring is made from specially processed bull tendon and steel wire. Tier 4 equipment, maximum range plus 50%, attack power plus 25, firing speed plus 50%, armor penetration plus 20%, critical hit rate plus 20%, critical damage plus 30%. With this Steel Rift recurve bow, Jiao Hao's combat power increased significantly. He carefully stored the treasured bow in his spiritual treasure space and then walked toward the corpse of another earth rift wild bull. Unfortunately, this corpse did not drop a treasure chest, but Jiao Hao was not discouraged, as this was only the second one. Could it be that none of these many corpses contain a treasure chest? Jiao Hao casually converted all the attribute points and chunks of meat from the earth-splitting wild bull into various materials and continued to repeatedly use recycle and reset. However, to his dismay, after recycling the corpses of more than a dozen earth-splitting wild bulls, the chunks of meat piled up in the lingbao space were already as high as a small mountain, but not a single treasure chest appeared among them. Jiao Hao completely lost it. Is this system targeting him too much? It's clearly an open and blatant trap for him. Over a dozen earth-split bulls only dropped one bronze treasure chest? Are you trying to fool a child? However, Jiao Hao quickly calmed down, thinking he might have miscalculated. Because only 4 earth-splitting wild bulls were personally killed by him, the drop rate was triggered. The remaining dozen or so all died from falling rocks, which means they were either killed by the forces of nature or walked into a trap themselves. According to the rules, monsters not personally killed do not provide energy points and naturally do not trigger the treasure chest drop rate. So he actually obtained that bronze treasure chest after killing 4 earth-splitter wild bulls. Considering that the drop rate of the earth-splitter wild bull is only 6%, calculating it this way, Jiao Hao's luck is actually not too bad. Thinking of this, he finally felt relieved. With a hint of regret, he placed the bronze treasure chest in front of him and opened it without hesitation. Obtained, Cloak of Stealth, damaged, +1. Obtained, bronze chest +1. Is this the only item in the bronze treasure chest? Jiao Hao disappointedly checked the item details. Stealth Cloak, damaged tier 2 equipment, damaged due to age, losing some functionality. Provides decent camouflage effects and can achieve static concealment in specific terrains, such as snowy fields or grassy areas. However, movement in camouflage mode is easily detected. Looking at the stealth cloak before him, Jiao Hao thought to himself that this thing should more accurately be called a camouflage cloak. Where does the stealth ability come from? It can only hide in a stationary state. Could it just be a ghillie suit? He held the cloak in his hand. The texture was soft and lightweight, making it hard to discern what material it was made of. It appeared quite supple, with a pale green surface. Carefully examining it, I noticed that the cloak was embroidered with many different patterns of threads, made from an extremely special material that faintly shimmered with flowing brilliance. From different angles and perspectives, the color of this brilliance constantly changed, allowing it to blend seamlessly with the color of the ground at any moment. This is likely the secret behind the cloak's ability to achieve camouflage and stealth. However, it is regrettable that most parts of the cloak are crumpled, some areas are heavily stained, and certain sections are damaged, with the inner threads already missing. I didn't expect this Tier 2 equipment to be in a damaged state.
If it were intact, how high would its rating be?
Thinking of this, Jiao came up with an idea. He used the recycle and reset skill, targeting the stealth cloak, and removed all the surface stains and frayed threads.
The cloak instantly looked brand new.
However, the damaged areas on it still couldn't be repaired. He carefully examined the broken threads, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the material. Suddenly, Jiao had a flash of inspiration and opened his spiritual treasure space. From it, he took out a cluster of crystal-clear threads, exactly the same ice crystal threads he had extracted from that mysterious mummified corpse. The threads used to stitch the cloak were of the same material. He attempted to use his recycling and resetting ability to restore the ice crystal threads onto the damaged cloak.
Reset completed. Obtained. Stealth cloak. Repaired. +1.
Stealth cloak. Tier 5 equipment. Grants stealth ability upon equipping, allowing the wearer to blend into the surroundings even during high-speed movement, and also masks their presence.
Note, cannot enter stealth during combat. Initiating combat will also break stealth.
Looking at the newly repaired stealth cloak before him, Jiao's face revealed a hint of joy.
This piece of equipment came at just the right time.
With it, the upcoming plan will go smoothly, like adding wings to a tiger. He couldn't wait to put on the stealth cloak. Feeling its incredibly light texture, almost weightless, it was as if he was draped in a thin veil, moving and fighting without any hindrance.
What a divine artifact.
The performance before and after the repair is simply worlds apart. Now this piece of equipment is already a Tier 5, and Jiao already has 2 pieces of Tier 5 equipment in his possession. With his greatly enhanced strength, he set his sights on the lush plain below the canyon. The roars of various unknown monsters came from there, as if countless powerful creatures resided within. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and Jiao thought to himself, it's time to start earning points. He opened the chat channel and casually posted a message.
Jiao, buying large quantities of wood and branches, preferably dry wood. Be quick, I have an urgent need. What does Jiao want wood for? This stuff is everywhere and isn't considered a rare resource, right? I guess the big boss is collecting these to lead us to win the bet.
This stuff isn't worth much and is hard to price, so let's just list it for free on the trading market for him.
Exactly.
That's right, brothers, since wood is useful to Jiao, let's hurry up and complete the big boss's arrangements.
Seeing this situation, Jiao nodded in satisfaction. The people of the Dragon Kingdom truly unite as one in critical moments, showing immense fighting spirit.
Although wood itself is not valuable and can be found everywhere, if Jiao were to collect it alone, it would take quite a bit of time. Jiao, family, I'm planning to start a big fire later, so try to pick dry wood, or dry branches and flammable materials will do. Just list them directly on the trading channel, and I'll purchase them all at once.
What is Jiao up to now? Idiot, can't you see it yet? The boss is planning to use fire attacks. Fire attacks? To deal with ferocious beasts? That's not going to be easy. How much wood and kindling would you need to ignite a big fire?
The plants in the slaughter battlefield of the heavens are unusually tall, and the climate here is almost like a tropical rainforest, with extremely high humidity.
The water content in the plants is also high, so it won't be easy to set them on fire, right?
Exactly, and how large a forest would you need to burn to kill these ferocious beasts?
Those creatures have incredibly strong vitality. Doesn't this tactic from the boss sound a bit unreliable?
Forget it, our intelligence can't figure it out anyway. Let's just watch the boss show off their skills. Stop talking, just thinking about it is exciting. Hurry up and help the boss find wood. In an instant, everyone in Newbie Village 9527 sprang into action. All kinds of trees in the village suffered, some were violently destroyed, while others were chopped down in groups of 3 or 5, wielding various weapons non-stop. Some people even used their innate abilities to directly destroy the trees. It should be noted that the battlefield of Heavenly Slaughter already had many tall and large trees, and with the resources of Novice Village 9527 multiplied several times at this moment, the trees were naturally even more abundant and dense. However, these trees cannot be eaten, nor can they be used to make weapons, so normally no one would bother to cut them down. Now Jiao needs everyone to take action, as it concerns the outcome of the bet. As one big tree after another fell, those sturdy logs were quickly placed on the trading channel. At this moment, Jiao was walking on a plain beside the canyon, his steps swift and resolute. This plain was lush with vegetation, spacious, and home to many fierce beasts.
Among them, the largest number is a pack of wolves. Fierce beast, Gale Silver Wolf. Level 8.
Characteristics, extremely fast, cunning and treacherous, skilled in team hunting. Talent, Power of the Gale, F level.
Drop rate, 6%.
These Gale Silver Wolves are massive in size, and when they run, sun, they resemble a gale sweeping past, leaving only a silver streak of light behind. From a distance, dozens or even hundreds of silver wolves gather in a pack, running and hunting across the grasslands with an imposing aura, like 1,000 troops charging, raising clouds of dust. Such formidable creatures are truly difficult to deal with. Even with Jiao Hao's strength, he is unwilling to confront them head-on. The wolf pack is vast in number. Their speed is also fast, completely negating his advantage. Clang! Even if he could defeat these swift silver wolves head-on, their sheer numbers would take an immense amount of time to kill. Moreover, there are many other formidable beasts on this grassland, and once he charges in, he won't just be facing these silver wolves. Sometimes, Jiao Hao feels that everything happening in the heavenly slaughter battlefield is too surreal, leaving him with a sense of unreal emptiness. Only the fear of impending death and the chilling sensation of life slipping away amidst the carnage served as constant reminders. This is a world of slaughter. A single careless move could cost you your life. The omnipresent death and corpses on the ground constantly reminded Jiao Hao. The only thing he could do was to find every possible way to survive. After Jiao Hao silently circled around the plain below, he returned to his original spot. Looking at the distant grassland that had suddenly turned yellow, it seemed as if the season had changed overnight. This unusual change also alerted all the animals on the plains. For a moment, restless cries rose and fell one after another. All living creatures were bewildered, not knowing what had happened. The swift silver wolves gathered cautiously in a group, scanning their surroundings and howling uneasily at the sky. All the monsters felt a sense of danger, as if a great catastrophe was about to descend in the next moment. Yet they had no idea where this threat was coming from. Perhaps it was the desolate chill of autumn, with everything withering, that stirred waves of unease in their hearts. In the next moment, a flicker of flame leapt up in Jiao Hao's hand. D-rank talent, flame control. The power is proportional to mental strength. At this moment, Jiao Hao's mental strength is close to 300, allowing him to unleash a fire dragon over 3 meters long when using flame control. Swish, swish, swish. The fire instantly spread across the plain. This is beneath the hive's entrance, directly facing a massive canyon. The canyon roared with fierce winds. The wind fueled the fire, coupled with the animal grease and dry kindling left by Jiao Hao on the plain, which were highly flammable. In an instant, the fire spread across the plain like a raging inferno. Jiao Hao stepped forward and dashed toward the canyon without looking back. His swift boots tapped the ground continuously, moving quickly and steadily. He quickly ran to the edge of the cliff and stopped, not because he was worried about being exposed and surrounded by ferocious beasts, but because he feared the fire would spread too fast and engulf him. The fierce flames were extraordinarily intense, and Jiao Hao dared not take any risks. Standing atop the canyon cliff, he gazed excitedly at the flames in the distance. The scene was like divine punishment descending, inspiring awe and reverence. Even from afar, the scorching sting of the fire could still be felt, its power astonishing. The raging fire also caused the surrounding ferocious beasts and wild animals to panic, scattering in all directions to escape. However, this vast plain, lush with vegetation, had now turned into a field of dry, flammable grass, igniting at the slightest touch. The fire spread fiercely, with thick smoke billowing and flames soaring into the sky. The massive commotion, even from a great distance, caught the attention of everyone in Novice Village 9527. The blazing flames illuminated the entire village in an instant, making it appear as if the sun had risen, with half the sky glowing red. Is this the end of the world or a volcanic eruption? Someone exclaimed in shock. Whoa, could this be the work of the legendary Jiao Hao? Someone speculated. Do you mean to say that Jiao Hao started this fire? Another person asked. That's right. Have you forgotten that Jiao Hao bought so much wood before? Looks like it came in handy, someone said excitedly. For such a big fire, how much wood would it take to create this kind of effect? Jiao Hao is truly amazing. At this rate, he might be short of a small hill. His level must be skyrocketing. You overthink it. Without personally killing the monster, it won't count towards the psychic energy value. But there's good news, our village's points are definitely skyrocketing. That's right, quickly check the leaderboard. Everyone suddenly realized and hurriedly opened the points leaderboard. The current score of Newbie Village 9527 was 70 points, but this number was rapidly increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is terrifying. Oh my god, unbelievable. Even seeing it with my own eyes feels like a dream. Is Jiao Hao hacking? Look at his personal score, it's like a bug, constantly changing. Yeah, this is terrifying. Luckily, Jiao Hao is in the same beginner village as us. At this moment, Jiao Hao's personal score had already skyrocketed to an astonishing 240 points and was still climbing. The reason those Earth Rift wild bulls didn't contribute to the score earlier was that they weren't killed directly by Jiao Hao but were crushed to death by falling rocks. The falling rocks were a skill released by the Earth Rift wild bulls, so naturally, the points weren't credited to Jiao Hao. This time, however, the fire was personally ignited by Jiao Hao. Although killing monsters in this way wouldn't increase his psychic energy value, the points still belonged to him and were all counted toward Jiao Hao's personal score. As he watched his score climb steadily, he also kept his eyes on the distant flames. Many ferocious beasts were swallowed by the fire before they even had a chance to struggle, reduced to ashes in an instant. These beasts appeared utterly insignificant in the face of nature's power. The immense energy and high temperatures released by the raging fire, coupled with the rapid consumption of oxygen during combustion, left many beasts with no chance to escape. For instance, the golden-tailed bees, the most numerous creatures on the plains and naturally capable of flight, had their delicate, golden wings as thin as cicada wings instantly destroyed under the scorching waves of fire. Golden-tailed bees fell like rain into the sea of fire. Losing their ability to fly, they were instantly consumed by the flames, turning to ashes. As level 5 ferocious beasts, each golden-tailed bee only provided 1 point of score. Though small in individual value, their sheer numbers contributed a total of 360 points. In addition, there were level 8 ferocious beasts, the Gale silver wolves. Despite their incredible speed, the thick smoke and rapid oxygen depletion caused by the burning flames left these beasts weak-legged and dizzy. They could only run a few steps before being engulfed by the fire. Each Gale silver wolf provided 4 points of score, and the more than 50 silver wolves contributed 240 points to Jiao. In addition, large numbers of vicious beasts such as red-eyed hyenas, bloodburst rabbits, and burrowing sand mice were also perishing in droves. The burrowing sand mice, in particular, once so proud of their tunneling and stealth, found those skills utterly useless in the face of the raging inferno. The scorching flames turned the ground crimson hot. The sand mice lurking underground were roasted alive in an instant, not even having time to let out a scream. The air was thick with the pungent smell of smoke and fire, mingled with a strange, meaty aroma. Despite the scent of roasting meat, Jiao felt no urge to drool. On the contrary, waves of nausea rolled through his stomach. How he wished his sense of smell was dulled instead of enhanced right now. The chaos and rapid spread of the fire were largely thanks to the bloodburst rabbits. Their trait was to self-destruct instantly when threatened, and the blood they sprayed during the explosion only fueled the flames further. One by one, the exploding bloodburst rabbits became Jiao's accomplices in arson, creating multiple ignition points across the prairie filled with dry, flammable materials. The fire spread densely and fiercely, growing stronger and stronger until the entire plain was completely engulfed in raging flames. Jiao stared deeply and complexly at the rapidly rising numbers of points before him, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. Such a terrifying blaze would likely take a long time to extinguish completely. If he wanted to search for corpses, he would probably have to wait until the fire subsided. However, after such a horrifying fire, it was uncertain whether any useful animal corpses would remain for him to extract attribute points. Meanwhile, the chat channel of Newbie Village 9527 exploded into chaos. Put, that's incredible. Jiao's moves are just too crazy. Yeah, his points alone are almost at 500, and he's already surpassed 400. At this rate, victory is just around the corner. It's a sure win. Just thinking about the attribute points and resource rewards we'll get after winning makes me tremble with excitement. All of this is thanks to Big Boss Jiao. With him, after this gamble, the gap between our novice village and the other villages will widen even further. Plus, with the surge in resources, we're really going to rise up now. We might even become the strongest novice village in the battlefield of slaughter across the heavens. That's right, Big Boss Jiao is truly unbeatable. I never thought he could pull off something so creative. From now on, as long as Big Boss Jiao makes a move, I'll blindly follow him without hesitation. To be honest, I had a bit of doubt and hesitation before, but now, it's clear that the gap between me and the boss is just too vast. I'm only on the first level, while the boss is a full 5 levels higher. I am a hardcore fan of Jiao. Now, if he asked me to take off my pants in public, do a handstand, and poop, I would do it immediately. I believe there must be some profound meaning behind it. The most important thing is that this time earning points was a collective effort. Everyone had a sense of participation and accomplishment. It feels amazing. Exactly, if Jiao plans another big move like this in the future, make sure to notify us in advance. Everyone will help however they can. At this moment, in an area where level 6 ferocious beasts roamed, Lizhe, Renhu, and the others were panting heavily as they stared at the corpse of a level 6 ferocious beast at their feet. Renhu applied a piece of dogskin plaster to his body, covered in scars, and sighed emotionally, "We exhausted ourselves just to kill a level 6 ferocious beast, but Big Boss Jiao treats ferocious beasts like little chicks, effortlessly taking them down. There's no comparison." Put. Exactly, a true boss is just on another level. At this rate, we can win just by sitting back. Sigh, no wonder the boss told us from the start to fully support him and search for resources. At first, I was a bit unconvinced, thinking he looked down on us level 5 experts. Now I see, I was way too naive. At this moment, Jiao's eyes were slightly excited as he stared at the numbers on the leaderboard in front of him. According to the betting agreement, when an individual's points accumulate to 500, they will receive an additional reward. This rule was added by him on a whim, and he wasn't even sure if the system would approve it. Unexpectedly, the system tacitly accepted it. The betting system places the utmost importance on fairness and reasonableness. Reaching 500 points means one person has contributed contributed half of the total points, which is extremely difficult. Under normal betting procedures, it would take at least a day or two to determine a winner, and it would be impossible for one person to grab so many points. As a result, everyone didn't pay much attention to this rule. Jiao already had a plan in mind. Now, as his points exceeded 500, the system's automatic notification sounded. Notification: newcomer Jiao has contributed over 500 points in the faction betting, earning eligibility for an additional reward. Reward: silver treasure chest +1. In an instant, Jiao's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a silver treasure chest? Swish! You should know that in the mainline tasks given to everyone by the system, only the first beginner to reach level 10 can obtain a golden treasure chest. And now, just by winning a bet, he had earned an additional silver treasure chest as a reward. This reward was quite generous. However, obtaining this reward is indeed extremely difficult. Therefore, the silver treasure chest reward given by the system seems both fair and reasonable. It's just that even the system didn't anticipate the existence of someone as bug level as Jiao, who could perfectly exploit the betting rules to farm points. Splat! At this moment, seeing his points skyrocketing, Jiao felt incredibly elated. Although the rate of point increase has begun to slow down, as most of the ferocious beasts have already been burned to death, but the points are still steadily climbing, because a few ferocious beasts, though severely injured, can still maintain signs of life due to their formidable strength. Unfortunately, they will soon die as well. At the current rate of point increase, only a few dozen points are needed to reach 1,000 points. Jiao estimated that victory could be achieved within a few minutes. However, everyone else was still completely unaware of this. Meanwhile, the chat channel of Novice Village number 71 was filled with cries of distress. Suli is injured and bleeding profusely. Anyone who has healing medicine or knows first aid, please come to the small hill on the west side of the Novice Village to save him. Done. Li Dan is injured too, and now even Suli is down. The combat strength of the Novice Village has greatly decreased. We might not even be able to handle level 5 fierce beasts. Exactly, level 5 experts barely manage to deal with level 5 fierce beasts, and it's dangerous even with a 5-person team. Yet you still want to challenge level 6 fierce beasts? Isn't that just courting death? We have no choice. The Novice Village has only earned 6 points in total. At this rate, we're a long way from 1,000 points. We can only risk killing level 6 fierce beasts to earn points and improve our strength, hoping to produce a few more level 6 experts to fight for victory in the wager. What's the use of saying so much? It's clear our Novice Village is doomed to lose. Exactly. Let's all wait to die together. Woo-woo, I don't want to lose, I don't want to die. I'm only level 1, and all my attribute points combined are just 40. If they all get deducted, I'm done for. I'm a bit better off with 45 attribute points, but if they all get deducted, I'll only have 2 points in strength and 3 in constitution. I probably won't even be able to beat an ant. We lost so unfairly, it's all Jiao's fault. Why does he have the right to deceive us? Didn't they say that people from the Dragon Kingdom don't deceive their own? Why is Jiao treating us like this? Meanwhile, in the 2 novice villages of the Red Faction, everyone was still unaware that victory was imminent. They were still complaining about Jiao, immersed in an atmosphere of pessimism and despair. Meanwhile, the Blue Faction's various novice villages presented a completely different scene. Chat channel of Novice Village 438. Agiel, Lord Modi, we are truly lucky. Those 2 level 6 fierce beasts fought each other to the point of mutual destruction over territory, barely clinging to life. We just picked up 4 points for free, it's unbelievable. Modi, I, the great immortal Modi, proclaim myself the strongest deity in the universe, blessed by the gods, destined to dominate the cosmos. All of this is the power of divine magic. That's right, Lord Modi is truly divine, old immortal Modi is practically a sage. Exactly, with Lord Modi here, our novice village is sure to win this time. If the Blue Faction can win the bet this time, it will be thanks to the strong support of our Aeson nation. Meanwhile, in Novice Village number 11, where Britain was located. William, perhaps you once said God bless you, but now, looking at these 2 points I got for free, you should understand, this isn't God blessing you, it's me blessing you. It's all thanks to Sir William. Exactly, who would have thought that the red-striped wild boar would crash into a tree and die after eating your ultimate dish, stargazing pie? Lord William's dark cuisine is truly lethal, absolutely incredible. William found himself at a loss whether to laugh or cry, unsure if he should feel happy or sad. The wager agreement set by that Longwa person clearly states that there are no restrictions on the methods of killing the ferocious beasts. In other words, we can completely use dark cuisine to continuously poison those beasts to death. Exactly. What a brilliant idea. Although our novice village's overall strength has greatly diminished after losing the wager, we can absolutely take a different path and create a new, efficient method for hunting ferocious beasts. That's fantastic. Sir William, your dark cuisine is terrifyingly lethal. Those ferocious beasts definitely won't be able to withstand it. That's right, we'll all help you find the materials, and you can continue making dark cuisine to poison all the ferocious beasts. That way, we're sure to win. William, let me emphasize once again, what I make is absolutely not
not dark cuisine, but genuinely delicious food. It's just that the system doesn't recognize its value. Yes, you're absolutely right. However, Sir William, for the victory of our novice village and for the glory of Daying, could you contribute your invincible cuisine once more? Indeed, Sir William. With your dark cuisine, we're bound to win this time. It's all for Daying. William, alright, for the sake of England, I'll sacrifice myself this time. William excitedly recreated a dish called Gazing at the Starry Sky, escorted by 2 level 5 warriors, and brought the dish into the dense forest teeming with ferocious beasts. He confidently waited for his points to skyrocket. However, the words that came through the chat channel the next second left William utterly disappointed. Crack. Sir William, there's news for you. Those hyenas sniffed your cooking and then turned away. That's right, Sir William, none of the beasts ate that stargazy pie. Not even the dogs paid it any attention. This is truly embarrassing. William, I've said it before, I make delicious cuisine, not dark cuisine, right? And you actually thought you could earn points with food. What wishful thinking. Alright, Sir William does have a point. Besides, this time we just need to let England win effortlessly and earn 2 points, which proves both our luck and strength. Exactly, even if England doesn't put in any effort, our blue camp is guaranteed to win this bet. That's right, the betting forces are 18-3, we've got this in the bag. At this moment, a prompt suddenly flashed in everyone's minds. Prompt, the faction wager has ended. The red faction has accumulated 1,000 points and achieved victory in the wager, while the blue faction has failed in the wager. In an instant, everyone froze in place, staring incredulously at the information flashing in their minds. Swish. Prompt, novice village number 11 participated in the faction wager, judged as failed. The entire novice village number 11 was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Did I mishear, or is there a system error? Splat. I just started, and it's already over? Not even giving me a chance? William, wasn't the supposed advantage on my side? Meanwhile, the people in novice villages 71 and 81 were staring at the prompt message in front of them, their faces full of shock. How is this possible? We actually won? But, our village's score is still in the single digits. To win with 1,000 points, could the other 2 villages have been that strong? Could it be a system bug? At this moment, the system notification sound rang out again. Notification, the faction wager has ended, the regional chat channel block is lifted, and the detailed scores of both sides during the wager are now announced. As soon as the notification sounded, everyone snapped out of their daze and quickly opened the leaderboard in front of them. Now, not only could they see their own accumulated points, but they could also check the opposing side's score. You can also click to view the detailed points of each village and each person on both sides. The people from Novice Village 71 and Novice Village 81 couldn't wait to open the points details of the red faction. No one could immediately figure out why they suddenly won, leaving everyone feeling uneasy. Name, Jiao Hao. Red faction points ranking. First place, Jiao Hao, 9527 Novice Village, 902 points. Second place, Li Zhe, 9527 Novice Village, 12 points. Third place, Ai Bei, 9527 Novice Village, 10 points. Fourth place, Ren Hu, 9527 Novice Village, 8 points. Fifth place, Lei Jun, 9527 Novice Village, 6 points. Sixth place, Ma Di, 9527 Novice Village, 5 points. Eighth place, Li Hongji, 81 Novice Village, 4 points. Seeing these detailed scores, everyone was stunned. It took quite a while to react. What did I just see? Jiao Hao from Novice Village 9527 scored over 900 points all by himself. How is that even possible? This guy is totally cheating. Could he be a pay-to-win player? Stop joking around. Do you think this is a game? Where would he get the money to top up? Oh my, I originally thought this Jiao Hao was a useless nobody, but I didn't expect him to actually be a king-level big shot. His strength is truly terrifying. That's right, I even cursed Jiao Hao before. I never thought he'd pull our novice village into the red faction, not to sabotage us, but to actually help the brothers out. Skills, perception break, night vision, demon hunting. Exactly. With Jiao Hao's points, even without counting our novice village, he could easily secure the victory. That's right, take a look, the top 6 rankings are all from the 9527 novice village. Our village's individual points hardly had any impact on this victory. It's truly humbling. Actually, it's understandable. 9527 novice village has won multiple betting battles, and the overall strength of their village is not weak. But for Jiao Hao to be this strong, it's truly unbelievable. That's right, this person definitely has some real skills.